Don't mess with me, I was only doing a bit of cosplay, I never meant to actually come here. Sagawa Rinō stared at the shuriken and scroll on the table before her. No matter how unwilling she was to believe it, she could only accept reality. She had transmigrated. In her previous life, she had gone to a comic convention dressed in an Ino cosplay, and on her way home, while crossing the street a car had rushed straight toward her. Then she arrived here, the world of Naruto. Only now she was a she. Seriously, when you transmigrate, do you only check the appearance and not the ID card? Rinō lowered her head and stared at the little brother that had vanished without a trace, speechless and choked. At this point there was no way back. She could only resign herself to what had come. System, come out and get to work. She shouted into the room, then closed her eyes and quietly waited for the system to appear. 1 second, 2 seconds, a full minute passed. System, nothing happened. Bro system, nothing. Godfather, still nothing. Dad, still nothing. Out of breath and out of patience, Rinō finally exploded into curses. What are you yelling about in the middle of the night, next door? Some of us are trying to sleep. Came an irritated voice through the wall. Sorry, bad dream. She hastily apologized. Looks like there really is no system. I'd better sort out the current situation first. Rinō sifted through the memories of this body. The original owner was called Sagawa Rinō with an extra Sagawa compared to her previous life, still acceptable. Her parents had died in the line of duty not long ago. A once happy life had shattered overnight, plunging the original into extreme terror and anxiety. She threw herself desperately into studying at the Ninja Academy, yearning for revenge, wanting to survive in this world. Her talent could barely be called decent, but she was in the same class as Naruto with 9 of the 12 little strong among her classmates. No matter how hard she studied, she could only hover around the middle of the class. After struggling for a year, she suddenly dropped dead from overwork and Rinō arrived in her place. Ninja bodies really were sturdy. An ordinary person would never have held out that long. What a pitiful child. But we don't even know who the enemy is. How am I supposed to avenge you? I can't exactly burn the entire ninja world to the ground. With that thought, Rinō instead felt herself relax. She might be in the Ninja Academy now, but there was no rule that she had to be a ninja in the future. She could open a shop somewhere and leave the protagonist to handle the world-ending crises. Without a system, what was she supposed to stake her life on? With her future plans laid out, Rinō went to sleep. The next day when she arrived in class and saw the few faces she had known so well in her previous life, and now again in this one she found, she could not feel any joy at all. A few students who had already arrived glanced at Rinō, then went back to what they were doing. Her parents' deaths had been tragic, but in this school many things might be lacking. Parents were not one of them. Besides, there was someone over there whose entire clan had been slaughtered by his own elder brother. Rinō was pretty as well, but she rarely spoke, a quiet little girl, without Hinata's kind of family background, so naturally no one paid her much attention. She went to her seat and watched Naruto pestering Sakura, and Sakura pestering Sasuke, everyone thoroughly enjoying themselves. Before long, their homeroom teacher Irika entered right on the heels of the class bell. Alright everyone. Yesterday we learned to use chakra to enhance the body's functions in order to improve taijutsu and shuriken techniques. I wonder if you all practiced diligently after going home. A gaggle of children immediately began chattering, boasting noisily about their training results. It seems everyone did practice seriously at home. Then today we'll start by testing how well you've grasped it. Don't worry, this is only to see what you still don't understand. You're only in 2nd grade. This is a technique you'll be practicing for your entire lives. Let's go assemble at the training ground. Hey Shuriken, just watch. I'm definitely going to beat Sasuke today. Rinō had just stood up when she heard the little blonde next to her confidently talking himself up again. TCH with just you. You're 100 years too early to beat Shuriken, right Shuriken? Sakura naturally tossed the conversation over to Sasuke. Sasuke gave Naruto and Sakura a sideways glance, said nothing, and walked out of the classroom. Seen this way, the 2nd pillar at graduation was already practically bright and cheerful. He blended in far better than he does now. What a resilient mindset. Rinō could not help sighing inwardly. Soon everyone had assembled at the academy's training ground. First we'll test shuriken technique. Previously we practiced at a distance of 10 meters. Today we'll increase it to 20. You only need to hit the large wooden boards in front. No accuracy requirements for now. Who wants to go first? After Irika briefly went over the rules, he looked toward the children waiting at the side of the field. Mimi, I'll go first. Naruto was already itching to flaunt himself in front of Sakura. Alright, Naruto goes first, Irika said with a nod. Naruto held his breath, gathered his chakra, and hurled the shuriken forward with all his strength. All 10 shuriken struck the board. Haha, Shuriken, I'm awesome, right? Naruto turned to grin at Sakura. Looks like it didn't win Sakura over at all, but it's working wonders on Hinata over there. Rinō glanced toward Hinata, who was standing behind everyone else. Not bad, you really did practice, Irika praised without reservation. Next I'll start calling names. Kiba. For the sake of efficiency, he decided to choose the order himself. Before long, it was Sasuke's turn. He strode forward cool, as ever drew his shuriken with practiced ease, and sent them flying in one smooth, equally cool motion. The blades bit into the target, forming a perfect circle. Whoa, so strong. As expected of Shuriken. Exclamations of awe rippled through the crowd. Even Rinō could not help joining in the applause. There was no time to linger in amazement. Rinō was up next. No one paid her any attention. Everyone was still immersed in the shock Sasuke had just brought them. Good just as well. Even with the memories, this is my first time actually throwing these things myself. I'd be a bit nervous if everyone were staring. Following the original's training method in her memories, she gathered chakra, guided it through her meridians into her hand. The shuriken in her grip suddenly felt weightless as she raised her eyes to the target ahead. Whoosh. Thud. The first shuriken struck the wooden board. With that hit, Lin Yang finally relaxed. It seemed the skills in these memories did not vanish just because the soul inside had changed. For the second throw, she aimed directly at the first shuriken's position to see how large her margin of error was. Whoosh. Clang. The second shuriken struck the first, deadened, driving it even deeper into the wood. By now everyone had turned their attention to the field. The shock brought by Lin Yang's display was no less than Sasuke's had been moments ago. Even Sasuke was staring at her unblinking. But Lin Yang was no longer focused on her shuriken technique. She suspected she had just discovered her golden finger. My chakra isn't decreasing. Is it locked at full, or do I have infinite chakra? For the remaining 8 shuriken, Lin Yang poured chakra directly into reinforcing her whole body, wanting to carefully sense any change in her reserves. As expected, they all struck the first shuriken. By now that original blade was buried halfway into the board. I really can't feel any change in my chakra. Is my total amount so huge that I can't sense such small consumption, or is it simply not being used up at all? And my control over my body and chakra is incredible. As I thought, there's no way I transmigrated here with absolutely nothing. Lin Yang walked down from the field, every classmate's gaze welded onto her figure. Sasuke rushed over at once. How did you practice to be that accurate? Lin Yang was still feeling out her own body and did not react in time. I want to become stronger. Tell me, how did you do it? Sasuke locked his gaze on Lin Yang's eyes, his pupils filled with a burning hunger for power. Just aim then throw. Lin Yang herself was not quite sure how she had done it, or it felt as if things simply ought to be that way. Sasuke stared at Lin Yang, and Lin Yang stared back at Sasuke. The two of them held each other's gaze in silence for a long while. Fine, I'll work hard to surpass you, Sasuke muttered, having learned nothing and forced to give up for now. He merely felt that Lin Yang's talent was so high that she did not even know how to explain it. He had experienced that feeling himself back when his family was still alive, so he did not find it strange. Only then did Lin Yang notice the astonished looks around her, but she did not particularly care. It was merely that her shuriken technique was good. For a ninja, having 1 or 2 specialties was perfectly normal. As long as her overall performance stayed in the middle of the pack, she could avoid catching Danzo's eye. Still, if her cheat-like golden finger truly worked, then what was there to fear from Danzo? Irika, gratified, wrote down Lin Yang's result on the record sheet, secretly sighing to himself, what a good child. She must have trained hard yesterday. Soon everyone's shuriken techniques were tested, and next came the taijutsu segment. During the first-year taijutsu classes, they had merely been laying foundations, things like stamina, physical strength, reaction speed, and balance. Chakra was the product of mixing physical energy and spiritual energy. Physical stamina could be converted into chakra, and chakra could likewise be transformed back into stamina. Therefore, before they began refining chakra, forging a strong body was both absolutely necessary and a guaranteed profit with no loss. In today's taijutsu class, all students were required to learn how to use chakra to strengthen their bodies for combat. Irika had even invited doctors from Konoha Hospital to stand by just in case. Of course, since they had only learned to use chakra yesterday, Irika did not expect them to truly fight with chakra. As long as someone unintentionally managed to throw a punch empowered by chakra, the teaching objective would already be met. Moreover, all the heirs of the great ninja clans were present: the Uchiha, the Ino Shikacho trio clans, the Hyuga, the Inuzuka, and the Aburang. With such a lineup, this lesson's objective was guaranteed. He had no worries at all. Alright, I'll start assigning pairs now. Everyone get ready. Teacher, I want to fight Lin Yang. Sasuke stepped forward impatiently. Oh. Irika was somewhat taken aback. Ever since the Uchiha clan massacre, Sasuke had always shut himself off from everyone, silently training on his own. If one did not count the fights provoked by Naruto, he had almost no interaction with the rest of the class. Why was he taking the initiative today? TCH, bullying a girl. What's so impressive about that? Naruto was still annoyed that Sasuke had just snatched Sakura's attention, and this was the perfect chance for him to vent. Sasuke cast Naruto a brief glance and said nothing. With his eye for strength, he knew Lin Yang could not possibly be an ordinary girl. The level of bodily control required for that shuriken technique was extremely high. This was only the second year of the academy. His standards were calibrated for prodigies like Uchiha Itachi, who graduated at 7 and became a chunin at 10, not for these ordinary academy students. To grow stronger faster, he needed powerful opponents to hone himself against. Only then could he achieve revenge sooner. That was why he volunteered to fight Lin Yang. Seeing Sasuke so uncharacteristically proactive, Irika did not wish to dampen his enthusiasm and agreed. Lin Yang had a rough idea of Sasuke's current state of mind. She did not mind. It just so happened that she also needed to run a test of her own. The two of them faced each other on the training ground, standing opposite one another as they formed the seal of confrontation. Sasuke looked up to see that Lin Yang was not attacking first, but standing in place with one hand raised, waiting for him to make the opening move. In that case, I won't hold back. Sasuke urged his chakra into motion and charged forward, hurling a shuriken at Lin Yang as he rushed in. Lin Yang could tell this was only a feint. Keeping her eyes locked on Sasuke's movements, she tilted her body slightly to let the shuriken whistle past. But Sasuke's timing with the shuriken was excellent. Just as Lin Yang sidestepped, he was already upon her, whipping a roundhouse kick toward her in concert with her movement. Lin Yang had long since prepared herself for this first exchange. She wanted to take it heat-in with condensed chakra and see what happened. She raised her arm and drove it up to meet Sasuke's whipping leg. With a dull thud, flesh collided with flesh, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of Lin Yang's mouth. Inwardly, she mused as expected, having more chakra is wonderful. This already counts as a chakra armor, strength enough to smash bricks. Sasuke, on the other hand, felt nothing so relaxed. It was as if he had kicked a massive boulder. His own strength did not seem to shake this slender girl in the slightest. Realizing that brute force would not work, he immediately changed tactics. He could not clash power against power. He would have to rely on speed to create an opening, otherwise he would never break through her defense. Gathering most of his chakra into his leg, Sasuke began darting around her, twisting and turning as he searched for an opening to strike. But in the end, he was still only a second-year child. No matter how gifted, his control over chakra could only be called elementary. Lin Yang merely stood in place, blocking again and again. Sasuke might be the second young master of the Uchiha, but in her previous life, Lin Yang had been a hardcore combat enthusiast. She had studied not only all kinds of modern fighting systems, but also numerous traditional martial arts, and had taken them seriously. If the Lin Yang from her past life had faced Sasuke using chakra-enhanced attacks, he would already be lying on the ground. But the present Lin Yang also possessed chakra, now rendering Sasuke's assaults completely ineffective. After 5 minutes of fighting, Sasuke was drenched in sweat. Seeing that he was nearly at his limit, Lin Yang turned her head and called to Irika. "Teacher, that should be enough, right?" Irika, a chunin who had seen quite a bit of the world, was utterly stunned at this moment. In his memory, Lin Yang had always been simply average. One could call her a well-behaved student, but never a genius capable of defeating Sasuke. He could not make sense of what he was seeing. But thinking carefully, he realized that the last time the class had done actual sparring was already last year. Perhaps Lin Yang had simply had a breakthrough during this period. That's enough. Form the seal of reconciliation and step down. Lin Yang and Sasuke formed the seal of reconciliation and walked off the field together. "I lost this time. Next time I'll win," Sasuke suddenly said as they walked. I'll be looking forward to it." The testing of shuriken technique and physical skills was nearing the end, and Irika decided to let the students go home early, allowing them to reflect on their lessons. Regardless of the era or world, getting off school early is always a joy for children. Lin Yang walked out amidst her classmates' cheers, eager to test her newfound abilities. Instead of heading home, Lin Yang went to a small grove. After all, the scale of ninjutsu needed to be substantial for testing to be meaningful. Having entered the 2nd grade, they had already received their ninjutsu textbooks. Lin Yang, being a prodigy, had naturally perused and practiced them, though her results were rather ordinary. It seemed there was no one around, and the time she spent in her previous life as a second-rate ninja finally paid off. All those hand signs she had memorized weren't in vain. Let's start with something simple: unseen clone technique. With a puff of white smoke, 2 girls who looked exactly like Lin Yang appeared beside her. Observing her clones, Lin Yang recalled the process from hand sign to ninjutsu activation. She realized that the purpose of the hand signs was to help channel chakra through her chakra pathways in a specific manner and sequence to achieve the desired effect. To speed up the ninjutsu activation, many techniques only retained the necessary hand signs, which also prevented others from learning her techniques by merely observing her signs. However, this also posed a problem. Without someone to teach them, many ninjutsu techniques would remain inaccessible, highlighting the stark differences between clan ninjas and civilian ninjas. Thus, mere speed with hand signs was of little significance, as simply performing the hand movements did not guarantee that the chakra within her body would flow accordingly. If that's the case, hand signs may not be so essential. As long as I can control my chakra, I could completely abandon the hand signs. Is this what they call non-hand sign ninjutsu? Having understood the relationship between hand signs and ninjutsu, Lin Yang decided to continue testing her chakra reserves. After dispelling the 2 clones, Lin Yang used the clone technique again, this time channeling all her chakra to create more clones. As a large cloud of smoke dissipated, a dozen clones appeared in the grove. It seems I don't have an absurd amount of chakra, she thought, yet Lin Yang did not feel any depletion of her chakra. So it seems that chakra is locked. As long as my current chakra reserves can support the successful execution of ninjutsu, it won't consume chakra afterward. At this moment, Lin Yang understood how to utilize her special ability. Her chakra level remained constant, and she could control it at will. After all, not everyone could successfully use the clone technique on their first attempt at refining chakra. Since it doesn't consume chakra, Lin Yang kept the clone technique active and initiated another round of clones. Soon the nearby grove was filled with people. As expected, if one clone doesn't work, then just create several more. After all, it doesn't consume chakra. After dispelling the clones, Lin Yang returned home. Upon analyzing her special ability, Lin Yang realized that she was not suited for large-scale ninjutsu. Such techniques required a vast amount of chakra, and it seemed unlikely that she could meet the activation conditions. Chakra is a mixture of physical and spiritual energy, and she could enhance her total chakra through training. This was one path, but she was uncertain how far she could go, so she considered it a backup plan rather than her primary strategy. Alternatively, chakra could be converted into physical stamina. Given her unique ability to not deplete chakra, the best course of action was to develop body techniques for endless endurance akin to the Reikage, relying on her chakra armor in a straightforward manner. However, the strength of the chakra armor would also be affected if her total chakra was insufficient. After much deliberation, Lin Yang decided to adopt a blend of assassin and mage strategies utilizing body techniques to enhance her agility and evasion, complemented by chakra armor for defense. It would be even better if she could learn the Flying Thunder God technique in the future. Simultaneously, she would practice simplifying hand signs to improve the speed of ninjutsu activation, ideally executing a technique with a single clap of her hands, and finally learn sensing ninjutsu, allowing her to anticipate the enemy's moves and quickly close the distance using Flying Thunder God to unleash high-impact non-hand sign ninjutsu to defeat her foes. This growth path suits me best. Now the only issue is the source of the ninjutsu. I remember most of the hand signs from various anime, which should be sufficient. If all else fails, I can always play the youthful version of Hiruzen Sarutobi. In her previous life, Lin Yang had organized a hand sign challenge in an anime club where she enlisted a computer science student to write a program that randomly generated ninjutsu, and everyone had to perform the signs to see who was the fastest. It had gained some popularity online. Therefore, most of the hand signs were not a problem, and with her special ability allowing her to control chakra, freely mastering them would not pose a challenge. However, the biggest question remained: where can I find the Flying Thunder God technique? Forget it, I'm only in the 2nd grade with 4 years to graduate. I'll take it one step at a time and just need to avoid being captured by Danzo for now. After resolving her special ability issue, Lin Yang felt radiant when she returned to school the next day. With her already attractive face and her current state, she attracted a lot of attention when entering the classroom. However, Lin Yang paid it no mind. It was just a minor issue. Yet, just as she sat down, Ino and Sakura approached her. "Hey Lin Yang, how did you practice your shuriken technique? Can you teach me?" Ino glanced at Lin Yang and then at Sakura, who was hiding behind her. "I hope this isn't about Sasuke." Hearing Ino's question, Sasuke, who was sitting in front, turned around to look at Lin Yang, curious if the girls' exchange might inspire him, as he hadn't received an answer yesterday. "There's nothing special about my training methods. I just practice according to what teacher Irika taught us. It felt like I couldn't control my body well before I had chakra. I guess it's because chakra enhanced my control over my body." Lin Yang shared her thoughts. As for whether she was right, there was no way to tell, considering she was operating at an advantage. "Is that so? Thank you, Lin Yang. I'll try it out when I get home. If you need anything in the future, feel free to ask me." With a wave, Ino took Sakura back to her seat. After listening, Sasuke realized that Lin Yang relied entirely on her talent, having no understanding of the principles involved, and he could only practice slowly on his own. In the following days, Lin Yang maintained a persona of being exceptionally talented in shuriken technique while being mediocre in other aspects. Thus, she carried the title of Shuriken Master bestowed upon her by her classmates all the way to the 6th grade. "Tomorrow is the graduation exam that you failed twice before. What right do you have to goof off now? This is absurd." Irika scolded Naruto while pointing at his nose. I know," Naruto replied nonchalantly as he sat on the ground bound by ropes. "It's already this time. 4 years have passed, and in a few more years I might forget the plot." Lin Yang, as usual, was seated meticulously studying the school-issued Introduction to Ninjutsu Principles. In these 4 years, Lin Yang's primary focus has been researching human meridians and the principles of chakra. After determining her cultivation direction, Lin Yang made significant progress over the years, capable of performing most rank ninjutsu within 4 hand seals. She could even release assassination-type ninjutsu like the chakra surgical knife without any hand seals, fully prepared, only lacking the Flying Thunder God technique. Considering that there wouldn't be many tasks to accumulate achievements after graduation to exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique, Lin Yang had been trying to develop her own version, and the progress was promising. However, everyone was in class today when suddenly a teacher called Irika outside, and Lin Yang didn't even realize what was happening. It was only when Irika brought Naruto back tied up that she remembered the time for the Naruto story had begun. Seeing Irika start to scold people, Lin Yang put away the book in her hands. The development of events was no different from what she remembered. Irika turned and shouted to the class, "To review, we will test the transformation technique now. Line up and transform into the teacher's appearance." A chorus of dismayed cries erupted. The students cursed Naruto but obediently went up to perform the transformation technique. In order to return to her seat and continue reading, Lin Yang completed the test early, having been one of the first to finish. Soon it was Naruto's turn. Transformation. A blonde girl with twin tails appeared in the classroom, causing Irika to faint from his own nosebleed. "Ha ha ha. This is the seduction technique. You idiot. Don't create such a silly ninjutsu." Silly ninjutsu. Any silly ninjutsu can save the world. 2 days passed in a flash, and the time for the graduation exam finally arrived. For Lin Yang, the graduation exam at the small ninja academy was incredibly easy. Based on her memory of Kakashi's performance, she felt her chakra capacity should be adequate. She could afford to be a little bold. If worse came to worst, she could always become a rogue ninja, free as the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky. "From now on, I am not just a master of shuriken, but also a master of ninjutsu." Lin Yang walked out of the school with her forehead protector, taking a deep breath of the scent of freedom. She simply tied the forehead protector around her neck, ready to go home, and continue her work when she noticed a black-haired girl standing ahead staring into the distance. The girl was Hinata Hyuga, the heiress of the Hyuga clan. Following Hinata's gaze, Lin Yang spotted Naruto alone on a swing looking forlorn. Lin Yang thought for a moment before approaching Hinata, reaching out to pat her shoulder. Hey Hinata, congratulations on becoming a ninja. Lin Yang, congratulations to you too, Hinata replied. But aren't you going to comfort him? Moi. What? You like Naruto, don't you? No. No way, what are you talking about? Hinata blushed visibly. Hey, it's not like that. Over the years I've seen you staring at Naruto in class almost all the time. If it's not affection, then it must be a deep-seated grudge. Don't worry, I'll go help you reclaim your dignity. Lin Yang teased, observing Hinata, who looked like a boiled shrimp. No, Naruto-kun. Hinata was already flustered, unsure of how to explain. Relax, if you don't like him, just don't. He'll be on my way by. Lin Yang initially planned to push further, but then caught sight of Hayashi Hyuga bringing Hanabi over, likely to take Hinata home. Considering Hayashi wouldn't allow Hinata to interact with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Lin Yang suppressed her thoughts. Goodbye, Lin Yang. After parting with Hinata, Lin Yang started to ponder. Today is the day Naruto steals the sealing scroll. If I want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, today is a good opportunity. I could pretend to train in the woods, then accidentally run into Naruto, feign curiosity, memorize the Flying Thunder God technique, and practice slowly. The only problem is the third Hokage's telescope technique. What if I just defect after remembering it? No, there are too many ninjas deployed today. Right now I'm only at the level of a Jonin, and the third Hokage is always watching Naruto, who I can't escape. After thinking for a while, Lin Yang decided to encounter him, but wouldn't look at the sealing scroll. She had already made some progress in researching the Flying Thunder God technique, so such a risk wasn't worth it. Nighttime. In such a vast forest, I still have to rely on luck. Let me see, after leaving the Hokage building, I need a secluded place and the shortest route, so it should be this direction. I remember there's a small cabin near where Naruto practices. Lin Yang recalled the scene in her memory, where Naruto stole the sealing scroll and practiced searching for possible locations. The cabin, this is the closest one. This should be correct. Naruto's current level won't support him going further. After confirming the location, Lin Yang began practicing shuriken techniques. She didn't dare to practice ninjutsu. If she happened to be spotted by the third Hokage's telescope technique, it would be troublesome. Joining the Umbu was not a good thing, and moreover, she couldn't ascertain her own strength, wondering if she could reach the shadow level. Before long, she heard sounds of someone moving around in the trees. Lin Yang turned to look and saw Naruto flying out from the trees. The two locked eyes. Naruto scratched his head, appearing somewhat guilty. Lin Yang, what are you doing here? I'm practicing shuriken techniques, Lin Yang replied, raising her shuriken tools. Wow, you're really working hard. I won't disturb you, keep it up. Saying this, he intended to change locations with the sealing scroll. Naruto, wait. But Lin Yang didn't let Naruto have his way. What's up? What are you doing with such a large scroll so late? Upon hearing this, Naruto was no longer sleepy. This is a secret that Iruka Sensei told me. If I learn the ninjutsu in here, I can graduate and become a ninja. That's amazing. Can I take a look? Lin Yang blinked her big eyes at Naruto. Oh, but you can't tell anyone. Oh, we're learning together, Naruto said as he took down the scroll and opened it. On the other side in the Hokage office, the third Hokage looked at the crystal ball before him. Why is there another person? He originally intended for Naruto to take this fake sealing scroll to learn the shadow clone technique. Aside from the multi-shadow clone technique, the rest of the contents were just ordinary ninjutsu. Otherwise, such confidential information wouldn't be allowed to leave with Naruto. If there were ninjas from other countries lurking around, and they saw a child stealing a scroll from the Hokage's house, it would be a laughingstock if they took it away. Who is this child? The third Hokage asked. Lin Yang, a peer of Naruto, just received her forehead protector today. She has a clean background. Her parents are both ninjas who sacrificed during a mission 4 years ago. Her overall strength is average, but her shuriken skills are exceptionally good. The Umbu hiding in the shadows quickly provided the information the third Hokage wanted to know. Then consider it compensation for her parents. What she can learn depends on her own fortune. Since Lin Yang was present, Naruto unrolled the scroll wide open. The opening technique is multi-shadow clone jutsu. What? The very first technique is one I'm terrible at. Naruto's enthusiasm began to wane. Lin Yang paid him no mind and swiftly scanned the subsequent jutsu. Earth flow wall, great fireball technique, and the like. So this is a counterfeit scroll of seals after all. TCH, really, as the fourth Hokage's son, couldn't they at least spare the real thing? Having the nine-tail sealed inside him doesn't mean practicing jutsu will kill him. Lin Yang remained impassive, inwardly scolding herself, while aloud she replied to Naruto's lament. Today's graduation exam also features the clone technique. If you're struggling, I'd be happy to help. But this shadow clone technique does appear far more demanding than the basic version. Let's study it together. Really? That's amazing. Thank you, Lin Yang. You're truly a wonderful person. Naruto offered his praise without reservation. Being unexpectedly handed a nice guy card was hardly the kind of recognition Lin Yang sought. Fine, let's leave the Flying Thunder God for later study. Better finish teaching Naruto and head home for sleep. With Lin Yang's guidance, Naruto's progress accelerated dramatically compared to the original timeline, and with far less strain. Before long, Naruto had mastered the multi-shadow clone technique. Lin Yang, I couldn't have done it so quickly without you. It's nothing. Thanks to you I've learned quite a bit too. You brat. At last, I found you. And you Lin Yong, what are you doing here? Surely you're involved in this too. Irika suddenly appeared beside them. Huh, involved in what? Lin Yong gazed at Irika with an expression of pure innocence, her inner calm utterly undisturbed. Then why are you with Naruto? Irika studied her face, genuinely uncertain whether she knew anything. I was practicing Shurikenjutsu when Naruto suddenly showed up. He said mastering a technique from the scroll would let him graduate as a ninja, so I helped him examine it. Could it be? Naruto was simply training hard to learn jutsu. Irika had spent hours searching for him. Only an Umbu alert had spared him another hour's frantic chase. His blood pressure soared, yet upon hearing Naruto's motive his sternness softened. Never mind that. Let me show you an incredible jutsu. If I pull it off, will you let me graduate? Naruto asked, eagerly, eyes gleaming with excitement. Before Naruto could begin performing the technique, Irika voiced his foremost concern. The scroll of seals was no object a genin should know. Naruto, where did that scroll on your back come from? This one. I heard about it from Mizuki Sensei. He told me that if I retrieve the scroll, I'd definitely graduate. Mizuki. Irika instantly understood. Suddenly a dozen kunai streaked from afar. With one swift palm strike, he shoved Naruto aside. But spotting Lin Yong still within their flight path, he lunged to shield her. Lin Yong didn't wait for Irika. She'd noticed a furtive figure perched high in the trees the moment Mizuki arrived. She hurled her own shuriken forward. A sharp cascade of metallic clangs echoed. The airborne kunai halted mid-flight. Irika stared at Lin Yong composed and unruffled, as if seeing her for the first time. Accuracy in Shurikenjutsu during school drills bears no resemblance to precision under battlefield duress, especially for a newly graduated genin facing her first true enemy. Truly the shuriken master of the ninja academy, Mizuki sneered from above, having intended to cripple Irika via surprise attack, only to be foiled by a fresh graduate. Naruto, hand over the scroll. Mizuki abandoned Irika entirely. They were both Chunin fully rested, and now confronted by a genin whose shuriken aim defied belief. Securing the scroll of seals and fleeing was his sole priority. What's really going on here? Though usually boisterous, Naruto faltered before such life-or-death stakes, especially with both men standing before him as teachers. Naruto, under no circumstances must you give him that scroll. It's sealed precisely because it contains perilous techniques. Mizuki has manipulated you to obtain it. Irika stepped firmly before Naruto, shielding him from Mizuki. Naruto, holding it serves no purpose for you. Let me reveal the truth. Mizuki sought to destabilize Naruto's resolve, pressuring him into surrendering the scroll. But Irika refused to grant him that chance. Uninjured and focused, he launched two kunai to restrict Mizuki's movement, then closed the distance with a body flicker. TCH. Seeing Irika deny him any opening to speak, Mizuki leapt backward, dodging the airborne kunai and parrying Irika's thrust with his own weapon. Mizuki, you don't get to say just anything. Ha ha ha. Naruto, surely you've heard of the fox demon sealing 12 years ago. Now indifferent to village prohibitions. After all, he was about to become a missing nin. Silence. Lin Yong, take Naruto and go. Realizing he couldn't silence Mizuki instantly, Irika opted to evacuate Naruto. Though unsure whether Mizuki had accomplices, Lin Yang's composure and skill, coupled with other Chunin already searching for Naruto, made the village interior relatively secure. Understood. Lin Yong turned to lead Naruto away, yet the stubborn boy refused. I'm not leaving. Irika Sensei, what does he mean? Naruto demanded. See, Irika, you can't conceal this secret forever. Naruto, after the fox demon incident 12 years ago, the village enacted a single exceptional rule, one forbidden solely to you. As Mizuki spoke, Irika intensified his assault, hoping to suppress further revelations. Yet Mizuki had no intention of fighting to a decisive outcome. Provoking Naruto's rage alone would suffice. What rule? Why only me? The rule is this: never utter that you are the fox demon, that you killed Irika's parents, and that you are the beast who ravaged our village. Silence. You think I'll obey just because you demand it? Mizuki deflected Irika's strike and continued addressing Naruto. After being sealed by the very Hokage you most admired, this truth was buried. Doesn't it strike you as strange how everyone seems to despise you? Not everyone, though. Lin Yong stepped forward. Edge. Naruto turned startled toward this previously unobtrusive classmate. Aren't you close with Shikamaru Choji and Kiba? Lin Yong clarified, meeting Naruto's gaze. Naruto blinked, momentarily flustered. Look, they're deceiving you. Those boys were ordered by their elders to approach and monitor you. You're utterly unwanted. That scroll exists not to teach jutsu, but to seal you. Seeing Naruto sway under Lin Yang's words, Mizuki shifted tactics, sowing discord with ruthless speed. I'd hoped you'd resolve this yourselves, but you talk far too much. Lin Yong advanced toward Mizuki. Humph. Bold words for a freshly graduated student, he scoffed, drawing his oversized shuriken and hurling it. Watch out. Irika and Naruto cried in unison. Watching the half-percent high shuriken flying towards him, Lin Yong remained unfazed. He took a step to the side, extended his hand, and deflected the force of the shuriken, simply catching it in his grasp. What a... Shuemu looked at the little girl in front of him at a loss. He was also Lin Yang's teacher, and he knew what level Lin Yong was at. Strong, certainly, But to say that she could casually take on a Chunin's attack right after graduation was simply unthinkable. It only indicated one thing. She was hiding her true strength. Kid, you're pretty good at hiding. Shuei-mu knew that even if the other party was lacking in physical and ninjutsu abilities, just using ninja tools for long-distance support against Irika would probably lead to his defeat, especially since he was unaware of Lin Yang's true capabilities. Shadow Clone Technique. Shuei-mu immediately cast the Shadow Clone Technique, rushing forward to confuse Irika and Lin Yang's line of sight, while his main body dashed towards Naruto. He couldn't get the Book of Sealing, but if he could provoke the Nine Tails to go berserk and create chaos, perhaps he would have a chance to escape. Shadow Clone Technique. Lin Yang did not hold back. One Shadow Clone Technique ensnared all of Shuei-mu's clones, while she sent out 2 more to protect Naruto. Irika hurriedly used Body Flicker Technique to reach Naruto's side. Oh, why are you ruining my good deed? Irika, he killed your parents. What are you protecting him for with your life? How could I let the scroll fall into the hands of someone like you? Compared to me and Naruto, you're the real fool. What? Once you learn the ninjutsu and the scroll, you can do as you please. The demon fox would never ignore this power. That's true. Iruka Sensei. It seems Iruka Sensei thinks of me this way too. Hearing Irika's words, Naruto silently lowered his head. Maybe the fox demon might do that, but Naruto is different. He is just slightly less agile, making it hard for him to gain everyone's recognition. However, he deeply understands the pain of the human heart. He is no longer a demon fox. He is Uzumaki Naruto of the Hidden Leaf Village. Lin Yang turned to look at Naruto behind her, who was now in tears. Sorry, let me interrupt, Lin Yang said, raising her hand after dispelling her clones. Moi. Stalling for time. Oh no, I'm just curious. Anyway, if I don't dispel my clones, you won't be able to escape, right? Shuei-mu retorted, just based on you. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yang had already used Body Flicker Technique to knock Shuei-mu down to the ground. Can I ask now? Everyone present was taken aback, and even the third Hokage who was observing in the crystal ball did not expect this. Another civilian genius. Feeling the kunai pressed against his neck, Shuei-mu realized the situation was hopeless and gave up resisting. Speak, what do you want to say? What is that scroll? Why do you say that learning the ninjutsu inside will allow one to do as they please? That is the Book of Sealing. It contains forbidden techniques developed by the second Hokage, as well as some dangerous ninjutsu. This time Irika did not stop him, knowing that Lin Yang's abilities had surpassed those of a Chunin, and there was no need to conceal such widely known information. This is knowledge that wasn't covered in school. If the second Hokage mastered so many forbidden techniques, why did he sacrifice himself? Shuei-mu didn't know what to say. I see, it seems you haven't thought this through. The two quickly subdued Shuei-mu, and soon the other Chunins arrived, taking the Book of Sealing and taking Shuei-mu away. Looks like I have nothing more to do, so I'll take my leave. Goodbye, Iruka Sensei. Naruto. After Lin Yang left, Naruto finally stopped crying and returned to his lively self. Hey Iruka Sensei, I learned a super powerful ninjutsu. Let me show you, multi-shadow clone technique. A thick cloud of white smoke erupted from the surrounding forest and hundreds of Narutos filled the area. Is this the new ninjutsu you learned last night? Irika looked at Naruto with a loving expression. Isn't it awesome? Lin Yang also taught me a lot. Naruto dispelled his clones and laughed. Yes, it's really impressive. Naruto, close your eyes. Why? Never mind, just close them. Oh. Naruto obediently closed his eyes, feeling Irika take off his goggles and then reattach something else. Alright, you can open your eyes now. Naruto opened his eyes to see that Irika's forehead protector was missing and he was holding his goggles. He touched his forehead. Congratulations on graduating, Naruto. From today onward you are a ninja. Yay! Awesome. I will definitely become the greatest Hokage, surpassing all the previous ones. Alright, you better work hard then. On the other side in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage gazed at the crystal ball on the table. Is this child really that strong? Although Shuei-mu isn't a high-level ninja, he is at least a Chunin, yet he was caught without any reaction. Now this class assignment can't be used. Go notify the Jonin on the list to convene for a meeting. Yes. An boo in the corner vanished in an instant. In a short time the office was filled with Jonin. This is the list of classes for the Jonin who will be guiding this time. Everyone take a look at it first, the third Hokage said, handing out the documents. Kakashi took the document. This class seems a bit troublesome. What's troublesome about it? Isn't it a perfect fit for you? Hong, seeing Kakashi's class information, looked puzzled by his statement. It's nothing. Hokage-sama, why is Lin Yang's information listed separately? Hasn't she been assigned any teammates? This child is a bit special. I'll have a private chat with her later. Special? Asuma asked without holding back. Her strength is quite remarkable. Placing her in the genin class is not suitable. This left everyone in disbelief, and they all turned to Kakashi. After all, she was a genius who had outpaced her classmates from the start. Hey, spare me. Kakashi raised both hands in complaint. Everyone knows about the incident last night, when Naruto stole the Book of Sealing. The one who instigated Naruto was Shuei-mu, a Chunin who has executed 128 rank missions. Those present still didn't understand why this was being brought up. They all knew that Naruto was going to steal the Book of Sealing. The third Hokage had warned in advance about the drill, fearing that any Jonin out for a stroll might catch Naruto in the act. But how could this be related to Lin Yang? The third Hokage did not address everyone's thoughts and continued. After Naruto stole the Book of Sealing, he found a place to learn ninjutsu. Lin Yang happened to be practicing her shuriken technique there, and the two crossed paths. In the end, Lin Yang used body flicker technique, and Shuei Mu was caught without any resistance. Hiss, the climate in the ninja world heated up once again. Comparing her to Kakashi back in the day is hard to say, but certainly placing her in the Genin team is not suitable. Everyone just look at your respective classes. If there are no issues, prepare to meet your students tomorrow. Yes, everyone dispersed, and the third Hokage looked at Lin Yang's profile photo muttering, I hope you can become the next Minato Namikaze. 3 days later in the ninja school's classroom. No way Naruto, how did you end up here? Isn't this explanation meeting only for those who passed the graduation exam? Damn, look at this. Naruto proudly pointed to the headband atop his head. Please make way. Sakura. Naruto, get out of my way, I want to sit over there. Sakura completely ignored the blushing Naruto. He turned to look at the cool Sasuke sitting nearby. Sasuke sensed a hostile gaze. What are you up to this time? What are you doing? Sasuke, can I sit here? Lin Yang looked at the pink-haired Sakura and thought, no wonder Naruto is so infatuated, she really has a striking face. In the next moment, Naruto had already squatted in front of Sasuke at the table. What nonsense are you doing? Don't treat Sasuke like that. Many girls in the class began shouting for Sasuke to teach Naruto a lesson. The boy in front, hearing the commotion, turned to look back and accidentally elbowed Naruto. As a result, the two ended up kissing each other. Lin Yang couldn't help but let out a small whistle. Originally, Sakura was ready to give Naruto a good beating, but upon hearing the whistle, her gaze immediately turned towards Lin Yang, who calmly made a heart gesture with her hand. Sakura instantly froze. What's wrong with her? The anger she felt earlier dissipated somewhat, but she still punched Naruto. Just as everyone was making a fuss, Iruka walked in. From now on, you will be independent ninjas, but you are still newcomers among the Genin. The real test lies ahead. The village will assign you tasks, and you will work in groups of 3 following the guidance of your assigned Jounin teacher to complete them. To ensure balanced strength among groups, the assignments have already been made. Class 7 Haruno Sakura Uzumaki Naruto. Yage. Naruto jumped up in excitement upon hearing he was grouped with Sakura, while Sakura remained silent with her head down. And Uchiha Sasuke. Yage. This time Naruto was not laughing, but Sakura was. Iruka-sensei, why does my impressive self have to be grouped with this guy? Naruto immediately stood up to express his dissatisfaction, although he misjudged his own abilities. Sasuke had the highest grades among all the graduates while you Naruto were last. That's the balance. Sasuke, seemingly to second Iruka's words, and perhaps to settle a score, said, Humph, just don't get in my way. Alright, quiet down, let's continue with the rest. Class 8 Hinata Hyuga Kiba Inazuka Shino Aburame. Class 10 Shikamaru Nara Choji Akimichi Ino Yamanaka. This afternoon, we will introduce the Jounin teachers. Now you are dismissed. Iruka-sensei, why wasn't Lin Yang assigned a class? After the classes were assigned, each group found their teammates. Not all groups had exactly 3 members, but everyone was arranged. This year, even a 2-person group was created, yet Lin Yang was not included, leaving everyone puzzled. She has other arrangements. Lin Yang, come with me. Okay, sensei. Lin Yang could somewhat guess that after she subdued Mizuki a few days ago, there was no reason for her to be in a Genin class. Following Iruka to his office, she found the third Hokage standing by the window smoking. Lord Hokage, I've brought Lin Yang here. The third turned to look at Lin Yang. Truly impressive at such a young age. I heard you subdued Mizuki. Yes, Lord Hokage. This old man, not being honest, still hears things. Do you know why you weren't assigned to a class? Because of mismatched abilities. Why didn't we see you showcase your strength back in school? The third was quite concerned about this question. Even Kakashi, with his indifferent personality, did not hold back his brilliance in school, yet this young girl made everyone believe she was an ordinary student. Had it not been for her impeccable background, the third might have suspected she was a spy. I just wasn't motivated. It felt like everyone's abilities were mediocre. Fighting for ranks was pointless. Lin Yang certainly couldn't say it was because she was afraid of being taken by Danzo before. Is that so? Then what about the battle with Mizuki that day? I could do it too, just wanted to give it a try. Iruka. Ha ha. Although Iruka was still present, the third couldn't help but burst into laughter. Very well then, how about this? You can handle tasks independently. He'll assign you a rank mission to start with. Alright, thank you, Lord Hokage. It's nothing, you are the future of Konoha. Assigning mission ranks is merely a way to protect the ninjas. With your strength, you certainly shouldn't be treated as a genin. The third suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, there happens to be a batch of ninja tools from the land of crafts ready to be delivered. You will escort them. Wow, are all the tasks prepared? Next to the mist village that could be dangerous, it seems they want to test my strength. Even though she complained internally, she obediently agreed. Then later go look for Tsukikage Shippu. You'll be going with him on this mission. Okay. Lin Yang had a quick lunch before heading to the mission management office to find Shippu. Hello, are you Tsukikage Shippu-senpai? As soon as Lin Yang entered, she saw a ninja with a worn-out appearance and dark circles under his eyes. He was the only ninja in all of Konoha who looked this bad. At the very beginning of her research on the Flying Thunder God technique, Lin Yang used the summoning technique model as her benchmark. As everyone knows, the summoning technique, which can be learned by anyone, is also a space-time ninjutsu that requires a contract. Thus, simply put, the Flying Thunder God technique can be understood as first drawing a summoning contract rune on a shuriken, and then activating reverse summoning to the position of the kunai without seals. However, the problem arises, such a simple concept could not have gone unthought of since the second generation, so there must be something else involved. Lin Yang, combining the knowledge she acquired in her previous life, believed that this flying thunder god technique should be similar to Einstein's theory of wormholes. She compressed her chakra into graviton crystals and then used these crystals to draw patterns, thereby establishing spatial anchor points. During transmission, she activated the anchor point using Yang attribute chakra, wove gravitational lines with Yin attribute chakra, and then ionized the air with Thunder attribute chakra to create a stable insulating layer that prevented spatial turbulence, ultimately resulting in a spatial rift. For many years, Lin Yang had been experimenting with various chakra ratios, and just for the first step of compressing Yang attribute chakra into a form capable of long-distance sensing took her nearly a year. By last year, Lin Yang could stably sense her mark and weave gravitational lines, and throughout this year, she had been diligently working on folding space to create spatial rifts. In fact, the development of the technique had already been on the verge of success, but due to the uniqueness of space ninjutsu, Lin Yang had been hesitant to attempt it. However, tonight she decided to take the plunge. After purchasing some essential supplies for her mission and returning home, Lin Yang first sensed her previous marks on a rabbit and a tree, both of which remained intact. Yang attribute chakra is closely related to life energy. Although not everyone can refine Yang attribute chakra, as long as one possesses vitality, they can resonate with it. This is also why the marks of the flying thunder god technique do not disappear unless the target dies. As for marks on inanimate objects such as those on stones, as long as the stones are not destroyed when they break, the marks can still be sensed since they are chakra crystals. Therefore, Lin Yang worked to enhance the concealment of her marks and to make them less likely to be damaged, eventually reducing the mark to a half-centimeter square cloud pattern. I'm a bit nervous. If this ninjutsu fails, won't my body get torn apart by the spatial rift? Although somewhat scared, Lin Yang still decided to take the gamble. If I get torn, I get torn. There's nothing worth staying in this broken world for. Perhaps this spatial rift will even send me back. Next, as usual, Lin Yang sensed her mark and established a passage. Feeling the spatial passage before her, she activated her chakra and covered herself with it. Whooshed. As she opened her eyes, Lin Yang saw that the surrounding environment had transformed into a forest with a small rabbit bearing the cloud pattern nestled on the ground beside her. Ha, I did it. Oh wait, I can't call myself Taoist now, but that's no big deal. I've made my declaration. The Dragon King has returned. Lin Yang suddenly felt invigorated. The completion of the flying thunder god technique filled the last gap in her abilities. Now all she needed to do was continuously practice to increase her chakra's upper limit. From then on, she no longer needed to live cautiously. In high spirits, Lin Yang used the flying thunder god to return home, and then went out to enjoy some barbecue. Although it was a bit pricey, she wouldn't lack money in the future and wouldn't have to save anymore. The next morning at the village gate, Lin Yang glanced at the long line of vehicles and did not see the figure of Shippu, which seemed to mean he had not yet arrived. So she went to submit her mission scroll to the gate guardian. Shurikenjutsu looked at the child before him and exchanged glances with his companion Steel Iron. The mission scroll is fine. Once Shippu arrives, you can set off. Okay. Ever since Lin Yang comprehended the flying thunder god technique last night, she had lost something called humility and caution within her. Now, regardless of whether she could defeat her opponents, no one could stop her. She had always found it annoying to call everyone senpai, but now she was finally liberated. If they didn't respect her, just confront them. If she couldn't win, directly defect to the Akatsuki. After obtaining permission to leave the village, the merchant team leader cautiously approached, asking Ninja, should we wait outside the village in the woods? The merchant team behind us just asked if they could come over to line up. Lin Yang didn't pay much attention to the leader's attitude, glancing at the many other merchant carts behind. Fine, let's head out. There's more space outside. Good, the team leader called to his group to head out. In general, merchants in Konoha village wouldn't be too afraid of ninjas, as nearly every village had a security force that wouldn't tolerate random killings by ninjas. However, this particular leader had no ninja clan backing him, and reaching this point relied on cautiousness. He knew that such long-distance escort missions, while profitable, were also the most dangerous. Not only were there enemy attacks, but some psychologically unstable escort ninjas might also kill you on the way and then defect or clean up the scene to make it look like casualties from an attack. So when unsure about this ninja's background, it was better to be cautious. Before long, Shippu arrived at the southern gate. Upon seeing Shippu, Shurikenjutsu immediately called out to him, pointing to Lin Yang outside. Hey, what's up with that kid? An escort mission should at least be a rank mission, right? Can she handle it at such a young age? Cough, cough, no need to worry. The Hokage said she's a genius. Then how come we've never heard of her? Steel Iron questioned. The village's former geniuses like Itachi, Minato, and Kakashi had all been recognized as leading figures since their time at the Ninja Academy, but this child before them was unheard of. She couldn't be a sudden genius, could she? Cough, cough, she's a newly graduated Genin this year. The third Hokage said she already possesses the strength to defeat a Chunin, and the specifics will be assessed during this mission. This year, isn't the genius of this generation that Uchiha orphan Sasuke? Cough, cough, I don't know about that. It's almost time. I'll set off first, and we can chat when I return. Shippu, realizing he was running late, quickly interrupted the conversation. Oh, okay, then hurry on your way. Shurikenjutsu and his partner realized he was going on a mission and stopped asking questions. Once they left Konoha village, Lin Yang glanced at Shippu beside her. I hope this guy doesn't just collapse from coughing before we reach our destination. He hasn't stopped since we left the village. Shippu sensed his partner's gaze and turned his head. Cough cough, what's up? I've noticed you keep coughing. Are you really okay? Maybe you should rest in the cart for a bit. There's nothing loaded yet, and there's room for people. Cough cough, I'm fine, but it's just an old problem, no worries. If something happens while sitting in the cart, we might not be able to react in time. Cough cough, don't mind me, I can fight without any issues. When watching anime in her past life, it didn't feel like much, but seeing someone pale with dark circles under their eyes claim they could fight right in front of her, Lin Yang wasn't too convinced. While he was once part of the Umbu, or at least he should be fine on the road. Noticing the girl beside him didn't respond, Shippu thought Kakashi is also so cold. Are all geniuses like this? No wait, Jiraiya is quite warm-hearted. However, he wasn't much of a talker either, so he simply focused on the journey. The two did not rush the merchant team, and after 5 days of walking and stopping, they finally arrived at the coastline of the Land of Fire. At dawn the next day, the caravan set sail across the sea. Cough cough. The Land of Artificers lies adjacent to the Land of Water. For several years, the Land of Water has remained sealed off. Almost no one knows what transpires within its borders. With no population movement, infiltration missions have consistently failed. Yet recently, policy appears to have shifted. Merchant caravans report encountering shinobi from Kirigakure's hidden mist village upon the open sea. Shuinfeng, aware that Lin Yang had only just graduated, explained key precautions regarding their destination. I see. So we may encounter hidden mist shinobi. Cough cough. Highly probable. Nearly every time we return with ninja tools, we cross paths with rogue shinobi from Kirigakure. Then the Land of Artificers must be quite formidable, if Kirigakure hasn't attempted a direct assault upon it. Its ninja tool craftsmanship is exceptional. Though its forces lack strength in open field combat, its defensive capabilities, bolstered by advanced tools, are formidable. Conquering it would be exceedingly difficult, thus diplomatic relations between the Land of Water and the Land of Artificers remain stable. As for rogue shinobi, their numbers are too few to pose any real threat. I see. Then I shall look forward to it. Oh, you seem remarkably confident. Cough cough. What is your area of expertise? Ninjutsu. Do you possess water or lightning affinities? They'd prove highly useful here. Rest assured, I've got both covered. Excellent. Pity the timing isn't ideal. I'd have loved to witness your prowess firsthand. No matter. These rogues won't acquire ninja tools through black market purchases. They'll strike directly at us upon the sea. An opportunity is inevitable. Let them learn once and for all what it means to kick a steel plate. Then I shall await it with anticipation. Watching Lin Yang grow increasingly talkative, Shunfeng realized her aloofness wasn't coldness. It was simply slow-burning warmth. The waters en route to the Land of Artificers bore no trace of the dense fog shrouding the Land of Water. Instead, skies stretched clear and boundless. For Lin Yang, this rare moment of ease was precious. Her 4 years in Konoha had been lived on razor-thin ice, appearing too weak, risked abduction by Danzo for experimental use, appearing too strong, invited conscription as his political pawn. All because of Danzo. 2 more days remained before reaching port. Lin Yang retrieved a fishing rod from her storage scroll and cast her line. Tonight's dinner, soldier pills or freshly caught fish, would depend entirely on her skill. Shunfeng approached, coughing lightly. Cough cough. I never imagined a girl your age would take pleasure in fishing. I assumed anglers were all elderly men. Fishing is pure leisure. You'll understand soon enough. With nothing else to occupy him, Shunfeng sat beside her, cultivating chakra while observing her cast. 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. Not a single fish rose to the hook. Shunfeng watched silently as Lin Yang repeatedly yanked the rod upward, then reeled and cast anew, muttering cryptic phrases. Truly, animals instinctively recoil from places scarred by shinobi battles. Seems the bait isn't working. Though unfamiliar with it, at last, after 6 hours of motionless vigil. Crunch. Lin Yang viciously bit into a soldier pill, then turned sharply towards Shunfeng. Dinner tonight is soldier pills. Shuinfeng's hand drifted unconsciously to his luggage, where Yuzuriha's lovingly prepared bento lay nestled, and then to Lin Yang's stern expression. He hesitated for but a second. Cough cough. On mission, soldier pills are standard fare. What else could one possibly eat? After all, as her senior, he ought not crush a young shinobi's spirit. At dawn the next day, yesterday yielded no catch, so today's fish must be more abundant. Today's success is certain. Lin Yang settled again at the ship's railing. Shunfeng rose as well. Though last night back in his cabin, he'd quietly devoured the bento. Watching her unwavering resolve, he couldn't resist breaking the silence. Truthfully, eating soldier pills on missions is perfectly normal. You're newly graduated, learning to adapt is part of the path. Oh no, I simply enjoy fishing. That clenched jaw intensity hardly resembles enjoyment. Yet as a man with a girlfriend, he wisely kept such thoughts unspoken. Just then, both Lin Yang and Shunfeng turned sharply toward the vessel's stern. It seems our adversaries lack patience. Cough cough, how fortuitous. More merit points await us, and those can be exchanged for new jutsu back home. No need, I developed my own jutsu. Still, extra coin is always welcome. By now the pursuing vessel had drawn near. At its bow stood a shinobi bearing the hidden mist forehead protector. Oh, so rogue shinobi no longer scratch their headbands. Shunfeng probed aloud. Humph, Scratching makes them unsightly, retorted the lead mist shinobi, clearly refusing to bite. In truth, they were patrolling and opportunistically hunting rogues. But identity mattered little now, even if these were not rogues. Demanding explanations would invite counter-accusations of defection, leaving no recourse short of war. And when war was undesirable, minor skirmishes claiming a few lives went utterly unremarked. Moreover, recognizing the caravan as Konoha-affiliated, a sworn enemy, they saw not only vengeance, but profit. No hesitation remained. Kirigakure struck first, Suten Kirigakure, no jutsu. Instantly thick mist billowed across the sea. Linyang, protect the caravan. Shunfeng drew his katana, holding it before him, senses straining against the swirling fog. Understood. Linyang retreated, taking position at the cabin doorway. This is unsustainable. We're entirely reactive. Senior, is there no? A colossal sphere of compressed air surged toward the mist shinobi, cutting a clean path through the fog straight toward their vessel. Suten Suishohiki. Boom. A thunderous impact reverberated, the air sphere colliding with an unseen barrier. After a tense standoff, the water wall subtly tilted, deflecting the sphere skyward. Witnessing the raw power of the young woman's jutsu, Shunfeng felt no flicker of concern. Senior, I'll engage first. You hold the line here and guard the caravan. Before Shunfeng could reply, Linyang leapt overboard, landing gracefully atop the water surface. Vision, now restored, clarity returned. Well, has Konoha truly run out of shinobi? Sending children now, and mocked the mist shinobi. Yet he dared not underestimate her. The bloody mist era had birthed countless child prodigies, brutal, lethal, and feared. Many seasoned shinobi had fallen beneath their blades. Shunfeng remained calm. From that single jutsu, he deduced Linyang's strength surpassed her opponent's. His sole uncertainty lay in how many enemies crewed the opposing vessel. So he stood firm, guarding the caravan, awaiting the outcome of her duel. Linyang had no interest in verbal sparring. This was her first true chance to unleash ninjutsu in battle. She would savor every moment. Suten Suryuden. With a sharp clap of her hands, a colossal water dragon erupted from the sea, roaring toward the enemy vessel. What a Suryuden without hand seals. Linyang's mastery shattered the mist shinobi's comprehension. Even their Mizukage hadn't achieved such control. And the sheer scale of that water dragon. How could one possibly withstand it? Xuanfeng's eyes lit up. Victory was assured. He commanded close-quarters combat. She dominated ranged ninjutsu, a flawless synergy. The mist shinobi stood paralyzed, caught between two dire choices: defend and expend vast chakra against uncertain odds, or stand idle and watch their vessel splinter beneath the dragon's fury. To flee across open sea. Impossible. Without a tailed beast, his chakra reserves were insufficient. Just as panic threatened to overwhelm him, salvation rang out. All together, protect the ship. Suten Suishohiki, no jutsu. 3 additional shinobi vaulted from the rear vessel, synchronizing their jutsu, and intercepting Linyang's water dragon. Not bad, Linyang praised as he looked at the water barrier summoned by the ninjas opposite him. No wonder it's Konoha, such talent and skill at such a young age, said the one-eyed ninja at the forefront. One-eyed with blue hair styled like a rocket, you must be the Ching from the Hidden Mist Village. Cough cough, that's right. He's on the village's golden wanted list. Linyang, can we keep him? With Linyang able to hold off the enemy and force the people on the ship out, Shifeng's mind began to race. Half a minute ago, his goal was to protect the merchant convoy, repel the enemies, and safely bring back the ninja tools. Now his goal was to capture the mist ninja Ching and bring back the Byakugan. Since you're indeed on the wanted list, then you won't be leaving, Linyang said, his eyes sparkling. Ching, on the other hand, felt a bit of a headache. It was supposed to be a regular patrol, and having his men engage in a fight with Konoha was no big deal. After all the animosity between the H. Now forced out by Linyang's water dragon bullet, it seemed that the opponent was determined to keep him. Linyang didn't give Ching time to think, and immediately initiated Lightning Release Gratitude Wave. A surge of electrified water rushed forward. Quick dodge. There's electricity in the water. Ching quickly recognized the nature of the jutsu with his Byakugan, but despite his warning, the others still reacted too slowly and failed to evade. There were almost no defensive ninjutsu usable on the sea except for the water barrier, and if the opponent had lightning release, it was a natural counter. Seeing 4 of his comrades lying down around him, Ching contemplated whether to take the risk himself and see if he could escape to the land of crafts. It was a day's journey by water, and if he consumed a few soldier food pills, he might just make it. You're the last one left. How about coming back to Konoha with us? Humph, little girl, don't be too arrogant. If I want to leave, you won't be able to keep me. This was a lie. Ridiculous. If I say you'll be kept, then you will definitely be kept. Even the Sage of 6 Paths wouldn't help you. That's what I say. TCH water release, great waterfall technique. Suddenly, a massive wave surged towards Linyang. Wind release net. A net made of wind blades sliced through the wave. But behind the wave, Ching was already turning to run away. You think you can escape after falling into my hands today? Linyang, don't chase too deep. Regroup in the land of crafts, Shifeng advised, briefly fearing she might rush into the enemy's encirclement. Don't worry. Linyang activated her Lightning Release Chakra Mode and used a body flicker technique to catch up. Cough cough, it's wonderful. The next generation in the village is growing up. I won't have to work so hard anymore, Shifeng lamented. Ninja Lord, have the enemies been repelled? The merchant boss cautiously poked his head out from the cabin. Ah yes, let's continue. You all clean up, or I'll go check the other ship to see if there's anything we can take, Shurfeng said as he went aboard the mist ship to loot. Meanwhile, Qing, being a sensory ninja, was not particularly good at combat. Even with the Byakugan, it merely enhanced his perception ability. He lacked the self-defense capabilities of the Hyuga clan. Plus, with Lin Yang having activated her Lightning Release Chakra Mode, it took no time for Lin Yang to stand before Qing. Hey, why are you running so slowly? Is it because you don't like running? Qing sighed deeply. Are you determined to take my head today? If Lin Yang was intent on bringing him back, no matter what, then he could only fight to the death, making sure to inflict some damage in return. If Lin Yang knew his thoughts, she could only say, I can do this all day. Then if you encounter a Konoha ninja weaker. Through the Byakugan, Qing looked at Lin Yang and felt as if the acupoints on her body were non-existent, with her chakra flowing seamlessly as one. Wind release vacuum sphere. Lin Yang disregarded the Byakugan opposite her. After all, it was a sensory type. Even if you saw it, what could you do against it? Water release water barrier. Another water wall rose, but Qing had learned to be clever. A vertical water wall opposing the enemy would only increase his chakra consumption, so the new water barriers were slanted to directly change the direction of the vacuum sphere. Water release water severing wave. A slender water column swept towards Qing. If it were an ordinary ninja, they might not even see this water column, but Qing, possessing the Byakugan, was different. Being able to see chakra and being an excellent jonin from the hidden mist village, he could easily deduce the power of this jutsu. He quickly dispelled the chakra from his feet and submerged into the water. You'll die faster in the water. Lightning release lightning fish. A golden lightning fish swiftly charged towards Qing. It's over. Qing had no time to react in the water as the lightning fish struck him. A few seconds later, Qing crawled out of the water, blood trickling from his mouth. You actually managed to endure that. Lin Yang looked at Qing, who still lay on the water surface, somewhat incredulous. Though it was only a mere 10,000 volts, it shouldn't be something a mist ninja in the water could withstand. Qing certainly shouldn't have withstood it. He had nearly concentrated all his chakra at the surface of his body to create an insulating layer, but it had failed. However, he had at least survived. Now a new problem arose. Lacking chakra was no different from being dead. Lin Yang also noticed the weakness in his opponent and slowly walked over. Being dead is not as good as being alive. A hand pressed against Qing's head, then she struck his acupoint. Have I been studying human meridians for 4 years in vain? I can feel your acupoints just by instinct. This was a lie. The position of each ninja's acupoints varied slightly, so only with the Hyuga clan's Byakugan could one use the gentle fist to seal chakra at the acupoints. Lin Yang's solution was to send chakra pulses into the opponent's body, with one hand receiving the signals returned by the pulses. The places where the signals fluctuated significantly were the locations of the acupoints. Although the acupoint positions were different, the sequence was the same, allowing Lin Yang to pinpoint the acupoints on Qing's body. You don't have Byakugan. How can you hit my acupoints? Even now you still want to inquire about intel. The other party could no longer extract chakra, and Lin Yang took out a rope to bind Qing. Back on the ship, which was indeed the mist ship, Shurfeng had already gone to the land of crafts. Is he not afraid someone will pass by and take the ship? That night Lin Yang caught Qing and arrived at the rendezvous point. Upon seeing Qing in Lin Yang's hands, Shurfeng even forgot to cough. You actually brought him back alive. This was a significant achievement. That's right, let's grab the ninja tools and make a quick getaway tomorrow. This guy is a high-ranking member of the Mist. They will definitely send someone to find him. If we leave too late, we might not be able to escape. Cough, cough, no, we're leaving now. The ninja tools aren't important. They can be made in the village, just with lower production capacity and a bit more expensive. Let's set off immediately back to the village. All right. Without the burden of the merchant convoy, they traveled day and night, and within 2 days the two returned to Konoha with Qing. A week had just passed when Shuyun and Gongzi Tai encountered the freshly graduated genin again, but this time he was dragging someone with him. Wait, weren't you supposed to be transporting ninja tools? Where are the tools, and why do you have an extra person? Ahem, this is Qing from the Mist Hidden Village. We captured him while heading to the land of crafts. To avoid being surrounded by Mist ninja searching for him, we ran back first. You mean the Qing who stole the Byakugan? Shuyun stepped forward and lifted Qing's head to take a look. Although he had become a prisoner, Qing had been trying to mark his territory all along. Jifeng didn't let him off easy, while Lin Yang's methods didn't force him to behave. Jifeng had his own ways. They fed him tranquilizers regularly, and thankfully ninjas have fast reflexes. In another 2 days, he would have developed a resistance to the drugs. The downside was that they had to carry him around, but that was a minor issue. Alright, I understand. You all go report back quickly. MHM. In the Hokage's office. Good. Great, great, great. The third Hokage looked at Qing, who was lying on the ground filled with joy. The Mist Hidden Village had been under a policy of secrecy, and there hadn't been much intelligence about them. Now Lin Yang managed to capture a high-ranking member while escorting ninja tools, which was truly fantastic. Although information could be extracted from the deceased, alive captives were far more valuable. Go call Nikiashi Abiki and Hachi over. Understood, an Umbu member replied before leaving. Lin Yang, this time you deserve the credit. What reward do you want? The third Hokage looked at the girl before him, increasingly satisfied. Could I learn a sealing technique? It's rather inconvenient without one. Although she could develop it herself, why bother when there were existing techniques? A sealing technique, huh? Sure, let me find one and have someone deliver it to you this afternoon. The third Hokage waved his hand in agreement. Besides, your current strength is no longer suitable. Otherwise, all my ninjas would go over there to take the exam, and wouldn't that leak intelligence about my ninja's abilities? Saying this, the third Hokage picked up a pen and began writing on a scroll before handing it to Lin Yang. Take this to the personnel office register, and then you can get your vest. Can I not wear that vest? It's really a bit ugly. Ha 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 ha, of course you can. That's just a benefit given to Chunin, whether you use it or not is up to you. Alright then, I'll go. Go on. After Lin Yang left, the third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe. Cough cough, Hokage-sama, if there's nothing else I'll take my leave. Jifeng seemed to have been choked by the smoke. My apologies, but please wait a moment. The third Hokage put away his pipe and opened the window. I read your mission report. What do you think about Lin Yang's displayed strength? For example, where did she learn these ninjutsu? She developed them herself. The third Hokage was certainly puzzled. A student just graduated from a ninja school, and a regular one, without family support at that. Although her parents were ninjas, they could only be considered nameless cannon fodder on the battlefield. The source of her ninjutsu was indeed questionable. However, if she truly developed them herself, did Sarutobi Hiruzen have such good luck? His teacher Senju Tobarama created countless ninjutsu, and yet he as Hokage encountered another young Senju Tobarama. Although he felt a bit uneasy, Lin Yang's background was too clean to suspect anything. He could only find a way to gather information later. If she truly developed them herself, that knowledge had to be kept to himself. Alright, I understand. You can head back now, you've worked hard. Yes, Jifeng replied with a simple bow before leaving. On the other side, Lin Yang took the Hokage's personally signed permission to the personnel office to complete her Chunin registration, inevitably attracting everyone's attention. The last person to be promoted to Chunin at such a young age was Uchiha from 7 years ago, but now he was a rogue ninja and could no longer be called the genius of Konoha. Leaving the Hokage building, Lin Yang went to the mission management office to collect her reward, feeling somewhat at a loss. After being undercover for so many years, the Dragon King has returned, yet why do I feel a bit empty? Forget it, I'll grab some barbecue to treat myself. As soon as she stepped into the barbecue shop of the Akimichi family, she heard someone shouting, Kakashi-sensei, do we really have to keep doing these trivial tasks? Of course, this is a path every ninja must take. However, Kakashi graduated at 5 and became a Chunin at 6, and he hardly did many of these D and C rank tasks. Moreover, it was during wartime, and he transitioned seamlessly onto the battlefield. But for the sake of educating the next generation, he couldn't say that he had to obediently let them pick up trash and catch cats. After Kakashi finished speaking, his eyes caught Lin Yang, who had just entered. He had heard from Guy that another genius had emerged in the village, one who was sent to escort a merchant convoy of ninja tools right after graduation. As for how Guy knew, that was naturally thanks to Chiyun, who could be considered a social butterfly. Lin Yang met Kakashi's gaze. Sakura, standing beside him, followed Kakashi's eyes and saw Lin Yang. Lin Yang, are you here for barbecue? Want to join us? Today Kakashi-sensei is treating. Since they were both girls, after Ino introduced her to Lin Yang, these two girls became some of the few friends Lin Yang could talk to. As for the conflict between Sakura and Ino, it didn't affect Lin Yang. Once Kakashi heard Sakura, he couldn't sit still anymore. Hey, don't casually promise things on my behalf. What does it matter, Kakashi-sensei? Lin Yang is just a girl, how much can she eat? Come sit. Lin Yang glanced at Kakashi. After all, in her past life, she was also a working person and could empathize with Kakashi's current situation. It was better to get the person involved's consent before treating unrecognized people to a meal. Kakashi waved his hand nonchalantly. Let's eat together. The salary of a jounin is much higher than you think, especially for a top jounin. Lin Yang recalled her task reward from earlier today and suddenly felt it made sense. It wasn't a huge amount. Just as they sat down, Naruto couldn't help but ask, hey Lin Yang, which team are you in now? I haven't seen you in the village lately. Because of the tutoring that night after graduation, Naruto and Lin Yang were somewhat familiar with each other. I didn't join a team, I'm operating alone. Can you do that? Sakura asked, somewhat puzzled. What? The 3 members of Team 7 were utterly unable to accept it. Why were they still catching cats while their classmate had already become a Chunin? This is unfair. Why? How did you do it? Naruto couldn't contain himself any longer. If Lin Yang had already become a Chunin, wouldn't that mean his position as Hokage would be taken first? I completed a mission, but the details of the mission cannot be disclosed to you. However, my achievements were considerable, allowing for an extraordinary promotion. Let's have a match, a simulation battle, Sasuke directly invited, thinking that since they were of the same age, he needed to see how much they differed now that Lin Yang had become a Chunin. I hope this doesn't hasten his defection. Ever since the Flying Thunder God technique was successfully developed, Lin Yang was no longer satisfied with just idling in the village. She aimed to climb higher step by step. She wanted to become Lin the Great Yang. Thus, the first step was to become Hokage. But if she became Hokage, having such a strong person not as her subordinate was indeed a bit painful. However, upon further reflection, if she could make him realize that power could also be gained within the village, he probably wouldn't defect. Sasuke said nothing, waiting for Lin Yang's decision. Alright, I agree. Let's go after we finish eating. Okay. Upon hearing Lin Yang's response, Sasuke's eyes lit up, and he began to boast excessively. In his ears, he only heard they would go after eating, but he completely overlooked that it wasn't just him who would be finishing first. Thus, under Sasuke's resentful gaze, the others had no choice but to speed up. Third training ground. Lin Yang asked, how do we fight? We follow the rules of the battlefield. Lin Yang, just go easy on it. Kakashi timely intervened, establishing the tone. Given that Sasuke had once defeated a team of mist ninja, one of whom was known as the Byakugan killer, it was certain he wouldn't be able to win against her. If Lin Yang got too riled up, Sasuke would likely need to recuperate for quite some time. Alright, let's go. You first. TCH. Sasuke felt some dissatisfaction toward Lin Yang's dismissive attitude, but he didn't dare underestimate her. He pulled out a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and threw it at Lin Yang. A dozen shurikens flew toward Lin Yang from different directions. Yet Lin Yang stood still, watching the shurikens get closer without making a move. Naruto, exclaimed, Sasuke is going all out. Lin Yang, be careful. Kakashi was also curious as to how Lin Yang would dodge. As for whether she could avoid them, that was impossible. But the next scene stunned everyone. It was as if Sasuke hadn't aimed at all. All the shurikens flew past Lin Yang without hitting her. Impossible. What did you do? Sasuke was very confident in his shuriken technique. Ever since he lost once in ninja school, he had never slacked off in practicing it. Now facing a fixed target, how could he miss? It must have been Lin Yang who did something. In real combat, the enemy won't tell you their techniques. Lin Yang gently shook her finger. The most shocked was Kakashi. The members of Team 7 might think it was some mysterious ninjutsu, but Kakashi was a pillar of Konoha and had seen much. The bizarre trajectory of the shurikens in the air reminded him of someone, the fourth Kazekage Raza. Could it be magnetic release? That's impossible. That's a bloodline limit. Kakashi decided to observe further. Meanwhile, Sasuke, although he knew the shurikens wouldn't hit, needed information to judge the range of Lin Yang's ninjutsu and how many shurikens it could affect, so he continued to throw shurikens while moving around. The result was frustrating for Sasuke. Some shurikens seemed to veer off from the start, while others appeared to change direction only when reaching Lin Yang. He couldn't continue like this. There were a finite number of shurikens. Clone jutsu. 2 clones appeared beside Sasuke. Do you know that the clones taught in school do not kick up dust when they land? Lin Yang activated teaching mode as she watched the rushing clones. TCH, of course I know. These 2 clones were not meant to confuse Lin Yang, but to obstruct her line of sight. Taking advantage of the clones shielding the front, Sasuke completed his hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A giant fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth and flew forward. At such a young age you have so much chakra. Originally, Kakashi should have been particularly shocked, but with Lin Yang being such an example, he could only sigh, acknowledging that she was indeed from the Uchiha clan. It was now Sakura's turn to feel anxious. After all, she finally had a female friend, and she didn't like Sasuke. How could she get hurt? Just as Sakura was about to shout, Lin Yang's voice rang beside her. You can't just stand still when unleashing a great fireball. Sakura gasped, huh? When did you come over? Sigma. Kakashi naturally sensed Lin Yang's body flicker technique. She's just a genin, and being able to unleash a great fireball is already impressive. Meanwhile, the great fireball's release came to an end. Looking at the empty space before him, Sasuke began to search for Lin Yang's figure. This time he had learned his lesson and jumped away from his original position before starting to look. To his surprise, Lin Yang was chatting with Kakashi at the edge of the field. You're looking down on people too much, Sharingan. Sasuke activated the family's secret treasure. Here she comes. Lin Yang returned to the field. Although Lin Yang had yet to make a move, she gave Sasuke a greater sense of pressure than facing Kakashi. He threw a kunai as a feint and charged forward, thinking that with her strong ninjutsu and shuriken techniques, she couldn't possibly be better than him in taijutsu with the Sharingan, could she? The answer was yes. Facing the kunai thrust out by Sasuke, Lin Yang dodged and pressed down, causing Sasuke to lose his balance instantly. A side kick sent him flying. That's enough. Lin Yang felt that this level was sufficient, especially since Sasuke had no trump cards at this stage. Kakashi said, well, let's call it a day for now. We have a mission to carry out this afternoon. Though Sasuke was reluctant, the situation was stronger than the individual. Given his current abilities, he truly couldn't win, so he had to give up. How did you become so strong? Sasuke once again asked the question he had posed 4 years ago. Think more, learn to control your chakra, and practice to enhance your chakra. Control chakra. Sasuke was confused. All ninjutsu could be activated normally. Oh, why say that? How about this? Activate your Sharingan and watch me perform ninjutsu. After saying this, Lin Yang turned to face the river. The fundamental reason the Sharingan can replicate ninjutsu is that it can see the flow of the enemy's chakra through the eyes, thus allowing for replication. Fire release, great fireball technique. This fireball was different from Sasuke's earlier one. The massive fireball resembled a small sun, its size about to surpass the river surface. The collision of water and fire on the river's surface generated a large cloud of mist. So did you understand? The amount of chakra is one aspect. Being able to better control your chakra is what enhances your ninjutsu's power. With this demonstration, Sasuke understood clearly how chakra worked. From the beginning to the release of ninjutsu, the process was extremely smooth, and all the chakra initially refined was used in the release of ninjutsu, without flowing into any other meridians. Wow, so strong, much stronger than Sasuke. Naruto was also stunned, realizing how powerful she was. He had only partially understood the earlier battle, but the effects of the ninjutsu were too direct, and now he truly comprehended. Humph, that's even more impressive than you, the tail end of the crane. Huh? What did you say? Are we going to fight? Ridiculous. If you want to come, then come. Who's afraid of you? Alright, we have a mission to execute soon, so stop the noise. Kakashi felt like he wasn't acting as a teacher, but more like a father. Humph, the two turned their faces away from each other, but Sasuke didn't forget the main point. So how do I train chakra control? Should I practice ninjutsu to improve my proficiency? No, that's too inefficient. Kakashi-sensei, it's your turn now. Lin Yang decisively shifted the responsibility onto Kakashi. Well, I originally thought it was a bit early for you to practice, but since it's been brought up, let's get ready for training. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto and Sasuke were both excited, but Sakura wasn't very interested in improving her own strength. After imparting her experience, Lin Yang returned home to wait for her sealing technique. In the Hokage's office, "Oh Danzo, what brings you to me? Hisashi, a talent like Lin Yang must be handed over to me at the root, or else it would be a waste of her gifts." Danzo, your news travels fast. The third Hokage hadn't even finished selecting the sealing techniques for Lin Yang when Danzo had already come knocking, proving that something was amiss with his subordinates. Don't be so sarcastic, I'm just here to get someone. How did you find out? The personnel department, the interrogation department, or the mission management office? If he couldn't figure this out, he wouldn't sleep well. Even if you Danzo came a little later in the afternoon, you could say there were no issues. The mission was completed less than 2 hours ago, and yet someone had already reported Lin Yang's talents to Danzo. It seems the Hokage's office has been thoroughly infiltrated. Danzo had to mention this, otherwise the funding for the route would become a problem. I reviewed the report on some of Ao's recent memories. Understood the interrogation department had been infiltrated. Having received the answer, the third Hokage didn't hesitate. Don't think too much about it, it's impossible. I've already reserved this person for the Umbu. The third Hokage calculated this clearly. Giving it to the root was merely adding an extra hand for dirty work. However, under his command, it would be a great asset in the future. Hisashi, just look at what happened to those geniuses under your watch. Kakashi has long since lost his spirit, idling away with a few lower ninjas every day. Not mentioning this would have been better. As soon as he did, the third Hokage's temper flared up. Danzo, how dare you say that? Was Shursui not talented enough? Who killed him? Was Itachi not talented enough? How did he leave? Was Orochimaru not talented enough? How did he defect? Monkey, don't blame everything on me. The issues with the Uchiha clan were agreed upon by all of us. Did I make Orochimaru what he is? It's his own desires, and you approved that project. When I approved the project, I never said you could use the village's children. Were those death row inmates not enough for your experiments? How could so few test subjects ever be enough? They're just orphans. Keeping them just consumes the village's aid funds. Nonsense. Many of Konoha's talents come from orphan backgrounds. Who knows, there could be another Minato among them. Monkey, deceiving the villagers is one thing, but don't deceive yourself. What genius doesn't have a good teacher to become a genius? Enough. I don't want to argue with you. In any case, you can't touch Lin Yang, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Hisashi, you will regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Danzo slammed the door and left. Ha, seriously, he sighed. Come in. Hokage-sama, go call Lin Yang to my office. Now. Lin Yang looked at the Umbu in front of her. That's right now. Oh, then let's go. Following the Umbu to the Hokage's office. Old man, what do you need me for? Arrogant, too arrogant. Is it normal to be this bold just after becoming a chunin? However, the third Hokage didn't mind. After all, he was old and always a bit indulgent towards children. Lin Yang, I called you for 2 things. The first is about the sealing technique. Here, take this. Lin Yang received the scroll which read 3-party sealing. This is my sealing technique. Initially, I was going to give you the 4-symbol sealing, but your accomplishments aren't enough yet, so I can't give it to you. This one is personal. There are no issues with it. Thank you. Having one is better than none. With the first sealing technique, she could develop the rest herself. Senju Tobarama. Does she understand ninjutsu development? Then the second matter is, would you like to join the Umbu? This morning you didn't say you wanted me to join the Umbu, so what happened in between? Lin Yang looked at the third Hokage with a puzzled expression. Your strength is very impressive, and you haven't revealed yourself in public yet. Not many know of your abilities. The Umbu is a suitable place for you, and it's directly under me, so you won't have other leaders. Something feels off. What feels way too off? It can't be that old Danzo wants someone, right? Does he really think I want dare to kill him? Lin Yang began to understand what was happening. No thanks if I still want to be a bit freer. Doing missions every day is exhausting. Actually, joining the Umbu is also a form of protection for you. Got it? It's definitely that old Danzo. It's fine. Oh, while I can't say I'm invincible, if I want to escape, no one can stop me. A ninja who mastered the flying thunder god technique. Simply put, the teleportation distance is infinite. Then fine. If you encounter any trouble, remember to come find me. In this village, my word still carries weight. Alright. Then there's nothing else. You can go back now. Lin Yang walked out of the Hokage building, her mind racing with how to eliminate Danzo. Even for the sake of her future as Hokage, this guy can't be left alive. Sometimes fate has a way of being ironic. Before Lin Yang could find him, Danzo's men found her first. Lin Yang, come with us for a moment. Who are you? We are here on the orders of Lord Danzo to find you. I don't know you, she said, sidestepping them. Lin Yang, Chunin. The leading ninja emphasized the title Chunin. Oh, are you saying you want to forcibly take me away in broad daylight in Konoha? Look around, there's no one here. The 2 root ninjas were quite confident. There was a narrow path Lin Yang always took home, and the other root ninjas had already sealed off both sides early. At this moment, no one knew. Ha 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 ha, you seem very confident in yourselves. Do you really think the crowd is protecting me? The route is not part of the visible forces of Konoha. It was perfectly reasonable for Lin Yang to take action now. It seems there's no point in talking. Lord Danzo said to bring you back at all costs. Then let's stop talking. Two kunai flew towards the root ninjas. Is this the talent who became a chunin at 12? Your shuriken technique is lacking. The two were completely unaware of the kunai's lethal intent. They certainly couldn't sense it. This wasn't meant to kill. In the next moment, the two root ninjas began to spurt blood from their necks. Let me show you how the second Hokage's flying thunder god slash works. After saying this, Lin Yang walked out of the alley. The lookout root ninjas outside were surprised to see Lin Yang come out without a sound of battle. Quickly report to Lord Danzo. The mission has failed. The streets are crowded. We can't act. Understood. Danzo's office. Damn it. How dare she? Does she really think that because the monkey is protecting her I can't do anything? Although angry, Danzo quickly calmed down. Notify the remaining members to retreat. Yes. Lin Yang. You wait. In the empty office, the sound of Danzo grinding his teeth echoed. That old Danzo is truly damned. You better not be wandering the night roads. Since the mission in the land of craftsmen, Lin Yang has had new thoughts about her combat abilities after a series of battles. Originally, she thought that with the flying thunder god technique her lower limit would at least be on par with Minato Namikaze. After all, her trump card was the perfect control of chakra. In this world of ninjas, she dared to say Senju Tobarama. That was little Lin Yang. However, when it came to actual combat, problems arose. First and foremost was the ability to rapidly close in on the enemy. Currently, Lin Yang's method was to approach her opponent using the flying thunder god kunai, but this had a very obvious flaw. Once she gained fame, enemies would see her pull out the kunai and immediately knock it out of her hand midair. If that happened, it was likely the enemy would escape. She couldn't just start traveling the world and marking every location, could she? To address this, Lin Yang came up with two solutions. One was Obito's Kimui or Kagai's Heavenly Revelation. Although one relied on a bloodline limit and the other on the Rinnegan, it didn't change the fact that both skills were chakra-based. As long as they were chakra-based, Lin Yang was confident she could master these two techniques. The current issue was not knowing how much time it would take. Thus, Lin Yang turned her attention to the second path: physical techniques. Physical techniques, WER. The limit of chakra volume relies on physical and mental energy, and the physical limit of explosion depends on the amplification of chakra. It's no wonder that guy is so strong. Physical techniques in the ninja world place a strong emphasis on family heritage. The physical techniques learned in ninja school are barely enough to qualify as calisthenics. They can handle a few lower ninjas, but in actual combat it's better to avoid using them and opt for assassination instead. However, Lin Yang also had her own heritage. In her past life, she had practiced Bagwazang and Tai Chi alongside the Qing dynasty's martial arts. Back then, without a solid foundation, her practice was merely for fitness. Now with chakra, things were different. It's time for the Hyuga clan to see what the 8 trigrams truly are. Thanks to her trump card, Lin Yang had no chakra depletion. Thus, she devised a simple, yet brutal body training plan. She would continuously activate the Lightning Release Chakra Mode for 24 hours to stimulate her body's meridians and enhance her physique. After improving her physique, she would use the increased chakra volume to activate a higher-powered chakra mode, and simultaneously use Yang Release Chakra to nourish her body and prevent hidden injuries. The slightly excessive lightning release made Lin Yang emit an involuntary sound. However, she quickly held it back as she still needed to be mindful of her surroundings. Now that the body training issue is resolved, the next step is to gain practical experience and find a way to enhance my sensory abilities. Just thinking about a dark figure lurking and spying on her made Lin Yang feel uneasy. However, the urgent matter at hand was to improve her comba. Wait, where are you going? Gongzi, seeing Lin Yang walk out without looking back, stopped her. Leaving the village. Why are you leaving the village? To train outside. Where's your proof of documentation? What documentation? If you want to leave the village, you either need a mission authorization letter or a certificate from the Hokage, otherwise you will be considered a defector. Is it really that troublesome? What do you mean troublesome? This is the rule. Alright, write the rules. Fine then. Lin Yang, helpless, had to go to the Hokage's office again. Old man, give me a certificate. I need to leave the village. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yang saw the Konoha F4 gathered in the office. Without waiting for anyone in the office to speak, Lin Yang retreated. Bang, bang, bang. Please come in, the third Hokage side. I want to leave the village. Is this the talented individual that the Hokage favors? Quite arrogant indeed. Danzo hadn't forgotten the grudge from last time. At that moment, seeing Danzo, Lin Yang remembered that Danzo had a bug ability. But it wasn't a big deal. Using a decade-old ability would be better served to the third Hokage to help her become Hokage. If you're not arrogant, what kind of genius would you be? You might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Alright, why do you want to leave the village? The third Hokage quickly intervened to stop their conflict. He had received reports regarding the previous attempt to kidnap Lin Yang. After all, the Umbu had clearly cleared the area where Lin Yang was. I want to go out to train and gain practical experience. Oh, it's good for young people to work hard, but why don't you go to the mission office to take on some related tasks? Recently, most of the tasks I see are protection missions, and they take a bit too long. I see, that's fine, but you must return within a month. There are other missions to attend to. What missions? The Chunin exams are about to start. You are already a Chunin, so you might be assigned as an examiner or for security work. Chunin exams, huh? What a pity, I wanted to try it out. Mentioning this, Lin Yang indeed felt a bit regretful. Missing out on the close-up experience would lessen the fun. A month swiftly passed. During this period, Lin Yang focused on 2 tasks within the borders of the Fire Nation: body refinement and skill testing. The body refinement method he had conceived earlier proved remarkably effective over the course of a month. Now Lin Yang's chakra reserves had nearly doubled, and he experienced significant improvements in speed, with his explosive power almost rivaling that of the body flicker technique. Surpassing the rakeage and catching up to the flying thunder god technique was just around the corner. On the other hand, he was also testing new skills. To compensate for his weaknesses in perception, Lin Yang exerted considerable effort this month. Given his unique characteristic of chakra not being depleted, he initially employed a simple and brute force method of perception, releasing chakra outward to form a chakra sphere centered on himself, allowing him to sense anything within its radius. However, this method had a glaring flaw. Chakra was easily Konoha's main gate. "Hey, how's the training going?" Out Cloud greeted Lin Yang as she returned. "Of course, I've made significant progress. I'm frighteningly strong now. From today onward, I want to eat beef." "Moi, did you cultivate some secret technique that forbids you from eating beef?" Out Cloud was somewhat puzzled by the logic. "Forget it, you wouldn't understand if I told you. That person is someone you've never met before." Lin Yang lamented that no one in this world understood her, then began loudly chirping to another gatekeeper. "Aganzi was called by the Hokage today to help out." "Oh, I see. Then you keep busy, I have to report in." Go on, go on." Lin Yang entered the Hokage's office, directly pushing the door open. "Old man, I'm back." "Haha, good you returned on time. But I don't feel like you've made much progress." "Of course I can't let you feel it. That's called concealing one's aura. I'm afraid if I let my aura out, the Umbu will rush in to stab me." "Oh, have you made such great strides? Good, good. The invitations for the Chunin exams have already been sent out to all villages. In a week or 2, everyone will probably arrive. I plan to assign you a security task so you can stay in the examination venue. In Guy's words, to experience youth." "That sounds great. Proctoring classmates will be very enjoyable. However, this time requires uniform attire. You need to wear your vest." "I understand. And what about the other villages?" "That's settled. Come back tomorrow morning. There's a meeting for Chunin and Jonin." "All right." The next morning at the Hokage's office. "Gather everyone. It's for an important matter you all should be aware of." "It's about time," sighed Kakashi with his dead fish eyes. "Have people from other countries arrived?" "When does it start?" "In a week." "Oh, so soon." Many ninjas usually had quite a bit on their plates. The Chunin exams didn't directly concern them, so they hadn't been paying close attention. The sudden announcement by the 3rd Hokage that it was starting in a week caught them off guard, indicating that another burden was about to be placed upon them. "Now I officially announce that we will hold the Chunin selection exam on July 1 SD in 7 days. Lin Yang stood among the crowd, small in stature, hiding behind Irika while snacking. "Lin Yang, stop eating, we're in a meeting." Irika glared at his student, who was sneaking in snacks during the 3rd Hokage's meeting, hiding behind him like a wall, feeling quite vexed. However, as it was his student, he couldn't directly expose her. Didn't he see that the other ninjas around hadn't said anything? "Oh, Iruka-sensei, if a child doesn't eat breakfast, they won't grow tall. You can't harm your students like this." 3rd Hokage interjected. "Irika, let her eat. I'll have the logistics prepare breakfast for everyone during morning meetings in the future. They can come 15 minutes early to eat." As expected of the Hokage, who loves Konoha as if it were his own children, going so far as to ensure the next generation's physical development. Lin Yang's flattery was cut short by the 3rd Hokage. "All right, let's begin the meeting. Now could those responsible for guiding the new Genin please step forward?" Chomp chomp chomp. Lin Yang continued, eating her breakfast. "Kakashi, Yuhi, and Asuma, how about it? Among your students, do you have suitable candidates? The basic requirement is to have completed 8 missions, the rest will be determined by you." Chomp chomp chomp. "I, Kakashi of Team 7, recommend Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura to participate in the Chunin exam. I, Yuhi of Team 8, recommend Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Yamanaka Shino for the Chunin exam. I, Asuma of Team 10, recommend Nara Shikamaru Narachuji and Inazuka Kiba for the Chunin exam." This is indeed an unexpected decision. Please wait a moment. Chomp chomp chomp. "What is it, Irika?" "Hokagesima, may I say something?" Chomp chomp chomp. Bang. Irika's fist landed on Lin Yang's head. "Could you not wait a moment?" Irika had actually endured for a long time, but felt that the Hokage had permitted it, so he held back. Now that Naruto was recommended for the Chunin exam, he couldn't hold back anymore. Oh, Lin Yang decided to respect the feelings of an excellent teacher who cared for his students. Irika continued, "This may be somewhat rude, but the genin who were just recommended were all my students in school. Although they are all outstanding, I believe it's still too early for them to participate in the exam. I cannot agree with your recommendations, and they should accumulate more experience first." Kakashi retorted, "I was 6 years younger than Naruto when I became a Chunin. You can't compare like that. Lin Yang, who's in Naruto's class, has already become a Chunin." Irika was at a loss for words. While Kakashi could somewhat argue that it was a special case due to wartime, he really couldn't find a way to counter Lin Yang. Kakashi stated, "Although you might be upset with this, I still need to say it." Yuhi, sensing the atmosphere was off, tried to ease the tension. Kakashi just let it go. But the 6th Hokage was not someone easily swayed. "Let me finish. Don't always see them as students. Right now they are my subordinates." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room completely froze. But Lin Yang suddenly thought of a question and raised her hand. Chomp chomp chomp, I have a question. So even though they call you Kakashi Sensei, in fact your primary relationship with them is one of superior and subordinate rather than teacher and student. Kakashi looked at Lin Yang. You could say that. Each ninja specializes in different areas, and those assigned to me may not be things I can teach. So many ninjas have a true mentor to pass on knowledge after graduation. I got it, then I understand. Alright, let's leave it at that. After the meeting, the guiding jonin should take their recommendation forms to find their genin, and the others should go to Shirinui Gunma to pick up their respective missions. Meeting adjourned. Yes. The next day, Lin Yang followed the two gatekeepers to the Ninja Academy. By the way, isn't this year's Chunin exam supposed to draw participants from all the major shinobi nations? Won't the academy be too small to accommodate everyone? Lin Yang asked a question he had long wondered about since his previous life. Okino replied, no problem at all. The academy is currently on break, so all 6 grade-level classrooms are vacant. And though the exam is officially open to genin from every nation in practice, only Suna sent representatives. Some smaller villages dispatched just a single team. Only Konoha, large, prestigious, and host of the event, has sent a substantial delegation. Altogether were barely over 100 candidates. I see. What task were you assigned? Gama asked, curious. To watch the show. Huh. Both men turned to look at him. The old man said, I'd shadow the candidates as part of security detail. Call it a taste of youth. Oh, that makes sense. After all, you'll never take the Chunin exams yourself, not even with a team. Okino added, offering a faint sympathetic sigh. Lin Yang found it perfectly acceptable, no great loss. They arrived early at the Ninja Academy to prepare the examination venue. Upon reaching the second floor, Okino said, you may head to your assigned classroom now. We'll set up the Jinjutsu barrier here for the first trial. No. If I'm watching the show, I intend to watch it from beginning to end. Lin Yang stood firm. All 3 took position in a dim, secluded corner, awaiting the arriving genin candidates. Before long, the corridor outside classroom 301 teemed with hopefuls. As expected, most were swiftly repelled by Okino's and Jinma's shadow clones. Then Lin Yang spotted him, the thick-browed one. Anime could never capture Rock Lee's eyebrows, only seeing. You'd never tell, would you, eh? Okino stared at Lin Yang, stunned. Probably not. Okino was already calculating whether, should Lin Yang ever speak, he'd need to submit his weapon replacement expenses to the 3rd Hokage for reimbursement. Just then, Team 7 outside the door had already detected the Jinjutsu barrier. Oh, you lot are sharp. Quite the crop of prodigies, Okino remarked. Well, who wouldn't be? We are classmates after all. Right, absolutely. Don't mock me. Look, your clone's already flat on the floor. He looks utterly defeated. TCH. They're all genin. I can't just pummel them into oblivion. Gama watched the two verge on bickering. They're there, it's all good. The village's talent pipeline is robust, its future gleams bright. Senior Gama, no need to flatter us. Surely Senior Okino won't hold it against a 12-year-old girl, will he? Lin Yang said lightly, placing a hand on Okino's shoulder. Yes, Okino muttered, eyes twitching. Let's go. Since the illusion's been expo? That's correct. I am Mitarashi Anko of the Interrogation Division. Ah, I see. Pleased to meet you. Anko was satisfied. Lin Yang had instantly grasped why she had addressed him directly. Once all proctors had assembled, Anko began assigning duties. Good morning, everyone. I am the chief examiner for the first stage. Now let me outline your tasks. The first exam is written. 2 rows of desks stand inside the classroom. Your seating will alternate along both sides with 1 proctor station beside each row. Scoring uses negative marking. Each candidate begins with 10 points. Each act of cheating incurs a 2-point penalty, as 0 points disqualifies the individual and their entire team. Now Takeda, Taichi, Hori, Kei, Kuroda, Aoi, Aoki, Naohito, and Horichi Goya. Here are the answer keys. Memorize them thoroughly. You'll sit among the examinees and answer accordingly. At once, everyone understood the true nature of the test. Senior, may I ask a question? Lin Yang raised his. Has the tension already reached such a fever pitch? Even before the first exam has begun. Across the hall, Naruto was already shouting curses, while several Sound Village genin stirred restlessly. Anko handed Lin Yang the reverse summoning scroll. Lin Yang, you deliver the opening warning. Huh? Why me? Because you're the youngest. Fine. Makes perfect sense. Yet this was Lin Yang's first time performing such a role, and a quiet thrill surged through him. With a sharp pop, a plume of white smoke erupted in the exam hall. Across the room, Sakan hurled shuriken midair. Dosu lunged toward Kabuto. Lin Yang threw a flying thunder god kunai between Kabuto and Dosu. Sweet. With one hand, he caught the kunai mid-flight, deflecting Sakan's airborne shuriken. With the other, he slammed Dosu's striking arm down, pinning him beneath his foot. Sakan barely registered the deflection. Shuriken rarely struck targets midair anyway. But the sound trio froze in disbelief. Dosu's assault had been blocked. Not just physically, but completely. His attack carried sonic resonance, yet this girl stood unharmed, unfazed. Kabuto thought too fast. How did she appear here? Niji asked Lee. Did you see it? Lee replied, no. It was like she materialized from thin air. I didn't even feel the AI. She's that young. Whispers rippled through the hall. Lin Yang's former classmates stood speechless. We graduated at the same time. Why are you administering the exam while we're taking it? Enough. Let this serve as a formal reminder. Unauthorized combat between examinees is strictly prohibited. Even with permission, restraint is mandatory. Violators will be disqualified immediately. Understood. Seeing no objections from the Jinin Anko proceeded to explain the examination rules in full. As expected, Yubiki announced that everyone began to unleash their supernatural abilities. In the end, Naruto passed the first round of the exam with a blank paper. As the exam concluded, the glass of the examination hall suddenly shattered. A female ninja flew in and pinned a sheet with proctor of the second exam. Yoshinakane has arrived to the ceiling. Don't be too happy just yet. I am the chief examiner for the second round, Yoshinakane. The next exam awaits you, so follow me. No one is listening to you. Yubiki muttered softly. Akane, unwilling to back down, replied, 78 participants. How are there still 26 teams left? Your exam was too easy. This batch of candidates is quite strong. Alright, just watch me. I plan to eliminate half of them. Oh, I can't wait any longer. The specific requirements will be revealed when we reach the exam site. So let's go. Akane led the candidates away, but Lin Yang stayed behind, standing next to Naruto. Yubiki asked, what's wrong? You just mentioned that one must inspire their companions and possess the ability to overcome difficulties, which are essential qualities for a Chunin leader. But what if one can only inspire courage? Yubiki was a bit confused about Lin Yang's meaning, but still walked over to look at the papers on the table. Why, you can actually pass with a blank paper. Well, the words have been said, and if you passed, you passed. There are still 2 rounds of exams ahead. It won't be that simple. Has Konoha discovered anything valuable? Now, there were only 2 people present, so Lin Yang didn't need to keep Yubiki in the dark. There isn't much useful information. Kirigakure has been in a state of lockdown for many years. They've only created a blood mist village, claiming they want to cultivate better ninjas through slaughter. However, many people never lived long enough to showcase their talents, so they are actually weaker now than before. But with the new Mizukage, the situation has improved a lot. I see. Well, it seems there's nothing to glean, so they'll head to the second exam site. Alright, go ahead. Lin Yang didn't follow Akane to the assembly point, but thought about going directly to Team 7. Before long, Lin Yang followed the sense direction of the snake and found Team 7, who was battling Orochimaru. Fire Release Dragon Fire Technique. Sasuke bit a thin line, unleashing a flame that thoroughly scorched the enemy's face. At such a young age, you can wield the Sharingan so effortlessly. No wonder you are a descendant of the Uchiha clan, but I truly desire to obtain you. Seeing your strength delights me. You are indeed brothers. I can tell from your eyes that your strength far exceeds Itachi's. Who on earth are you? Sasuke suddenly became agitated upon hearing Itachi's name. I am Orochimaru. If you want to see me again, then do your best to pass this exam. You must defeat my subordinates, the 3 sound ninjas. As he spoke, Orochimaru's neck suddenly elongated towards Sasuke. A blade descended from above. Orochimaru saw that he was about to have his neck cut off, and had to dodge the blade, taking a slight detour to continue attacking Sasuke. Lin Yang couldn't let him have his way. After all, he was her designated Shadow Guard member. With her Lightning Release Chakra maximized, she used Body Flicker technique to place herself in front of Sasuke, pulling out a wind shuriken from her scroll and throwing it forward. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The massive wind shuriken instantly transformed into hundreds, densely filling the space before Orochimaru. Seeing that Sasuke was now protected, Orochimaru had no choice but to abandon the idea of marking Sasuke and retracted his neck. So you must be Lin Yang. Oh, the legendary Orochimaru actually knows me. Such an honor. Sharp tongue, do you think you can protect them from me? How would you know without trying? What if? Right, Sasuke, your Sharingan has 2 tomo now. Huh. Oh yes, that was during a mission we undertook together. Not bad, not bad. Arrogant little brat. Orochimaru gazed at the child before him, who appeared to completely disregard him and fully unleashed his killing intent. At that moment, Sasuke and Sakura realized that the killing intent they felt when they first encountered Orochimaru was nothing compared to now. Sakura was trembling on the ground, while Sasuke was drenched in sweat, his legs shaking. Hey, relax, I'm here, aren't I? Lin Yang stepped forward and patted Sasuke on the shoulder. Sasuke looked at Lin Yang. He knew she was strong, but he didn't believe she could defeat the person before them. Just based on this killing intent, this person must have fought his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, while Lin Yang was merely someone who had graduated at the same time as him. Even if she was on the front lines daily, how much experience could she really have? The reason Lin Yang was not intimidated by Orochimaru's killing intent was simple: she was strong enough. If you want to kill me, you must see if you have that capability. People fear when their firepower is insufficient, but Lin Yang was completely unfazed by Orochimaru now. Then let me see if your strength matches your words. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. What is it, only you who can do this? Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Boom. A gust of wind blew towards Orochimaru. Interesting, the intensity of the ninjutsu released is surprisingly high. Orochimaru moved to dodge the wind blades while using Wind Release to counteract the power of Lin Yang's Wind Release. Orochimaru, what are you doing here for the Chunin exam? You can't be trying to take the Chunin exam yourself, right? Why would I tell you? He just mentioned Itachi, they might know each other, but when I asked him, he didn't say anything. Sasuke quickly relayed what he had just learned. Want to know the answer? Come with me. I can not only tell you the answer, but also give you power. Orochimaru began to charm Sasuke. Ha ha ha, just you. Now that you are being hunted by Konoha, if you truly had power, why not come back and take the Hokage position? Before Lin Yang appeared, if Orochimaru had said this to him, Sasuke might have actually gone, as he had experienced that overwhelming power. However, now seeing Lin Yang suppressing Orochimaru, Sasuke had already begun to feel that Orochimaru was not that strong, but rather he himself was too weak. After all, Lin Yang was only a Chunin, while Kakashi was a Jonin, not to mention the Hokage above him. With Lin Yang's words, Sasuke, do you seek power? Looking into Lin Yang's serious eyes, Sasuke nodded earnestly. Why, I want revenge. I want to kill that man. Very well, Uchiha Sasuke, I, Lin Yang, will become Hokage in the future. I can give you power. Do you wish to join me and become my shadow guard? Sasuke merely stared at Lin Yang in silence, clearly not fully believing her words. It's okay, it's normal not to believe. To give you a correct understanding of my strength, the enemy before us is named Orochimaru, a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, a candidate for the 4th Hokage, and during the 2nd Shinobi World War, he blocked Danzō of the Salamander from the Rain Village, and he is one of the legendary Sannin. Hey, you seem to know quite a bit. Orochimaru said, feeling a sense of nostalgia at these words. Laugh while you can, if this will be the last time you can laugh, Sasuke. Watch closely, next I will show you what power truly is. Lin Yang gripped a kunai in her right hand and raised her left hand, pointing her finger up. Lightning Release Super Electromagnetic Cannon. Lin Yang gripped the kunai in her right hand while her left hand pointed forward. Lightning Release Super Electromagnetic Cannon. Hearing a name of a ninjutsu he had never encountered before, Orochimaru became serious, as the power of the technique executed by the girl before him was absurdly immense. Lin Yang's surroundings were faintly illuminated by several arcs of lightning. Empowered by Lightning Release Chakra Mode, she threw the kunai forward with all her might. So fast. Seeing the speed at which the kunai was thrown, Orochimaru broke into a cold sweat, but felt he could still handle it. It seemed aimed at his heart. Just as Orochimaru prepared to dodge to the side, the kunai inexplicably accelerated. In the blink of an eye, it struck him. With a loud bang, not only did it blast away his shoulder and arm, but it also severed a giant tree behind him in half. Laugh. Why aren't you laughing? Are you naturally unable to smile? Lin Yang's aura flared up again, and this time Orochimaru dared not be reckless. He immediately activated the body flicker technique to evade. Lin Yang wasted no time continuously bombarding Orochimaru with shurikens and kunai. Normally, dodging projectiles with the body flicker technique would be a piece of cake, but when the speed of the projectiles reached a certain level, it became a different story. One shuriken successfully caught Orochimaru, grazing his leg and creating a massive crater behind him. Orochimaru stood on the gr. At this moment, Sasuke understood why Lin Yang dared to say she would make him her shadow guard. At just 12 years old with such strength, it would be impossible for the Hokage not to be hers in the future. However, Lin Yang had no intention of giving Orochimaru a moment's respite. Whoosh! Lin Yang appeared behind Orochimaru in an instant, swinging her sword for a horizontal slash. A flash of white light passed. Orochimaru's body was cleaved in two. Is he dead? Sakura was a bit excited. They had won just like that. Of course, it wasn't that simple. When it came to survival skills, even the Sage of the Six Paths would have to show respect to Orochimaru. Ha ha ha. From the mouth of Orochimaru's upper half of the corpse, another Orochimaru crawled out. Well, the decayed windmill of Konoha can actually generate new power. How interesting. Was that the Flying Thunder God of the 4th Hokage just now? During the exam, Lin Yang had used the Flying Thunder God technique once, but the examiners were outside. Although the Sound Ninja and Kabuto present were Orochimaru's subordinates, they were too young to have seen the Flying Thunder God. Orochimaru, who had once contended with Minato for the position of the 4th Hokage, possessed that level of insight. Who knows? Orochimaru realized that Sasuke's curse seal was unlikely to be activated today, and the bodies of the original exam candidates should have already been discovered. Oh, it wouldn't be long before the Umbu arrived. With Lin Yang present, he couldn't afford to stir up any trouble before Konoha's collapse plan was executed. Sasuke, how much growth can you achieve under the protection of Konoha? My door is always open to you. You're welcome anytime. Before leaving, Orochimaru still couldn't resist tempting Sasuke. Then let us part ways here. Did I let you go? Oh, although I can't defeat you, you won't be able to keep me here either. The confidence in his words was palpable, yet Orochimaru was already preparing to activate the body flicker technique. With a sudden thrust, Orochimaru watched in shock as spikes from the ground pierced through his body. A non-hand-sealed Earth Dragon Spear. Orochimaru recognized the ninjutsu, but he couldn't understand why the caster could activate it without any movements at all. Run, hurry, and run. That technique, called Super Electromagnetic Cannon, had already been activated countless times, yet the girl before him seemed to show no signs of fatigue. Orochimaru couldn't gauge how much chakra she had left. If this continued, he might really be exhausted to death here. Activating the snake substitution technique, but this time Orochimaru did not leave the corpse. Instead, he initiated the summoning technique directly from his previous body. With a loud bang, a massive purple serpent appeared amidst the smoke. Orochimaru, what do you want from me this time? Is my sacrificial offering ready? Well, what is that? Sakura stammered as she sensed the aura of the giant snake. This snake was completely different from the two they had encountered before. Give me another bark, will you? Lin Yang used all her strength to leap and delivered a powerful punch down onto the head of the 10,000 snakes. Thud! The 10,000 snakes crashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Still in the air, Lin Yang noticed that the 10,000 snakes had not yet dispelled the summoning. It seems I still need to train my strength. Once again, she unleashed the super electromagnetic cannon, but this time, she didn't use the kunai. Instead, she drove the earlier sword down, pinning the head of the 10,000 snakes to the ground. Water release, water severing wave. A water pillar sliced through what could be called the neck of the 10,000 snakes. With a loud bang, barely a minute had passed since the 10,000 snakes appeared, and it was sent back to the dragon cave. Lin Yang turned her head, but there was no sign of Orochimaru anymore. He runs pretty fast. She descended from the tree, picking Naruto up and moving over to Sasuke and Sakura. Sakura had already regained her composure. Lin Yang's presence gave her immense security. Lin Yang looked at Sasuke and said, "So what do you think? I still have high hopes for your bloodline. Are you willing to follow me?" Hearing this, Sasuke hadn't said anything yet, but Sakura was already in a daze. Interested in Sasuke's bloodline. What does that mean? Does Lin Yang want to have Sasuke's children? Moreover, Sasuke's eyes were sparkling. Could it be that he was moved? Sasuke replied, As long as it gives me the power for revenge and to revive the Uchiha clan, then I will be your Hokage guard. But can you really do it? A joke. You should seriously question how you alone plan to revive the Uchiha clan. What do you mean? Do you know what is most needed to revive a clan? Strength. No, it's population. You will marry and have children. Even if your wife can bear 15, it will take at least 15 years for those 15 children to be born and for the third generation to appear. Then they too must have 15 of their own, totaling 225, and then wait another 15 years. Sasuke fell silent. He knew that what Lin Yang was saying was a theoretical situation. In reality, even if his wife bore 15, it would take 7 or 8 years, even with multiple births. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's territory was vast, and many individuals without the Sharingan or ninja talent remained. Therefore, even with good genes by the third generation, such a situation might arise, and he might not see the revival of the Uchiha clan before he died. Then forget it. Let's just seek revenge. Is there really no hope for reviving the Uchiha clan? I have a method. If you're willing, you can give it a try. Quick, tell me. You bind Itachi and make him an animal for breeding, using him endlessly until he dies. The Uchiha population will reach a considerable number, and I have confidence in your growth. By then you can protect the second generation as they grow up. Sasuke began to carefully consider the feasibility of this plan. Meanwhile, Sakura was dumbfounded. Did this girl always speak so crudely? She really didn't care at all. However, since she was their savior, it wasn't appropriate to complain. Seeing that Sasuke was still deep in thought, Lin Yang patted his shoulder. Don't think about that for now. I'll focus on passing the Chunin exam. After the second exam, come find me. I want to enhance your strength, but it will be tough. Can you endure it? Tough. Don't worry, as long as I can survive, I can endure it. Very good, very spirited. Then it's settled. I'm heading to the tower. I can help against Orochimaru, who is an external enemy, but I can't intervene with anyone else. Work hard in the exam. Before leaving, she left a flying thunder god mark on Sasuke's clothing. After securing Sasuke's pledge, Lin Yang returned to the central tower. With the flying thunder god mark now firmly placed, Orochimaru stood no chance. Unless he could spirit Sasuke away within a single second, his fate was sealed. Meanwhile, Anko, having uncovered Orochimaru's treachery, encountered the grievously wounded rogue ninja deep within the forest. So, you are my mission then. Orochimaru. You cannot stop me. Orochimaru's mood was black. After finally laying eyes upon an exceptional vessel, only for it to slip through his fingers like smoke, he seethed with frustration. To be cornered now by a former student bent on his annihilation only deepened his fury. Yet his body was failing. A flight was his only recourse. Combat was out of the question. Anko's presence meant the corpses of the 3 genin had already been discovered, and as chief proctor, she would have examined them thoroughly. Thus the A and BU were already en route. Should they intercept him now in his weakened state, he might well face the third Hokage himself. Anko failed to detect Orochimaru's deteriorating condition. His recent use of the snake-style body replacement technique left no visible wounds. Without hesitation, she launched a volley of Senbon needles straight at his head. Orochimaru instantly evaded, then activated the cursed seal he had implanted upon her. Why have you come here? I'm afraid I haven't time for conversation today. We'll have our heart-to-heart next time we meet. Uncertain how long Manda could hold Lin Yang at bay, Orochimaru seized the fleeting window to flee. Though Anko was his former student, this was no moment for nostalgia. With that, he bolted outward. Wait. Don't run. Her plea fell on deaf ears. Only after several moments did Anko recover from the cursed seal's agony. Her chakra nearly exhausted from her earlier clash with Lin Yang, who otherwise the pain would have left her incapacitated for at least 2 days. He's clearly beyond pursuit. Let's convene at the central tower and consult the others. Upon entering the examination office, Anko found Lin Yang calmly grilling meat. Senior Anko, care for some? No thank you, and please put that aside. Something grave has occurred. Moi. An intruder has breached the exam grounds, and 3 candidates have already been slain. What? Lin Yang had already clashed with Orochimaru, but inside the tower the other shinobi staff remained unaware. A security breach during the Chunin exams was no trivial matter. The deaths of 3 genin elevated it to crisis level. How many assailants? What is their strength? At those words, every occupant of the room stiffened. I've already dispatched reinforcements, 2 EMBU squads. They should arrive momentarily. 2 full AMBU squads. For what enemy? My former teacher Orochimaru shrank missing Nin. A collective gasp filled the air. Though the room's air conditioning hummed steadily, the name alone ignited palpable heat. Ah, Orochimaru. I met him. What? Another wave of astonishment rippled through the group. How could today possibly grow more intense? And how had she confronted Orochimaru and emerged unscathed? That was Orochimaru. Anko pressed urgently. Where did you encounter him? Did you engage in combat? What was his purpose? Well, I'd just arrived at the training ground intending to circle and observe my peers' performance, when I sensed an overwhelming surge of chakra. Investigating, I found Team 7 locked in battle with him. Naruto was already unconscious. Orochimaru was poised to bite Sasuke. I severed the attack with a single strike, and we exchanged blows before he fled. Judging by the circumstances, he came solely for Sasuke, to take him away. The rest of her report faded into background noise. Only one phrase resonated: they fought. Orochimaru fled. So, you repelled Orochimaru? A Chunin asked, disbelief etching his voice. Yes, though he seems most formidable in close quarters, his long-range techniques appear limited. No, that isn't the point. That's Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Anko stood speechless, staring blankly at Lin Yang. Was this real? How could a freshly graduated shinobi defeat Orochimaru, while others trained under him for years couldn't even land a blow? The room's gaze upon Lin Yang shifted irrevocably. This youth was terrifying. Yet Lin Yang continued eating unfazed. His smoky barbecue, once a source of quiet irritation, now seemed perfectly justified. Such was the privilege of true strength. Never provoke someone whose temperament you do not know, lest a sudden fit of ill humor turn you into a missing Nin yourself. At that moment, the ANBU reinforcements arrived. Having requested aid before confirming Orochimaru's identity, Anko had summoned only 2 squads, leaving the ANBU ignorant of the foe's name. A feline-masked shinobi asked, "What is the situation?" Anko replied, "Orochimaru infiltrated the Chunin exams. 3 genin from Grass Village are dead." What? The central tower had heard more what?s today than ever before. The ANBU shock was warranted. Orochimaru's intrusion posed extreme peril. Was his aim to assassinate the 3rd Hokage? Where is Orochimaru? In which direction did he flee? How many accomplices? He acted alone, and has already been repelled by Lin Yang. What? The ANBU recognized Lin Yang. Surveillance missions demanded familiarity with every Konoha shinobi. One couldn't afford to hesitate mid-mission, wondering who just passed by. The lead ANBU mask gleaming fixed Lin Yang with a steady gaze. You repelled Orochimaru. Correct. It truly was Orochimaru. Hey, now that sets off my temper. Oh no, have I unconsciously adapted to this gender? Ah, know what I mean is, could someone be impersonating Orochimaru to sow chaos and conceal a darker agenda? Fine, your reasoning holds merit. So I repelled an enemy claiming to be Orochimaru. No, if the individual I encountered matches the one Lin Yang faced, then it was Orochimaru. I guarantee it. Unless more than one infiltrator entered the grounds. No one doubted Anko's assertion. As Orochimaru's former disciple, she would recognize his unique jutsu. Mistaking him was inconceivable. The ANBU captain instructed his subordinates, report directly to the Hokage. Others disperse and safeguard the examinees covertly. If Orochimaru appears, signal immediately, do not engage. Maintain distance, track him, and await reinforcement. Senior Proctor Anko, does this plan meet your approval? Yes. Let the exam proceed for now. Await the Hokage's final directive. Thus a crowd gathered in the office watching Lin Yang eat while awaiting the 3rd Hokage. Soon the Hokage arrived, accompanied by Kakashi and several other jonin recalled from leave. Entering without preamble, he asked, Anko, can you confirm it was Orochimaru? Absolutely. He activated the cursed seal. Understood. Lin Yang, would you guide me to where your battle took place? Though sovereign of the village, he instinctively tempered his tone with courtesy. Of course. Under the guidance of Lin Yang, the 3rd Hokage and his team quickly arrived at their destination. Looking at the serpent scales and the lingering slime on the massive tree, the 3rd Hokage had already deduced the involvement of Orochimaru, as the serpent from the dragon cave was indeed unique. Observing the numerous large pits and the broken giant trees surrounding him, he understood that these were not the work of Orochimaru, whose methods he was well aware of as his teacher. This had to be the work of Lin Yang's ninjutsu. However, he couldn't comprehend what kind of ninjutsu could cause such damage. There was also the large pit on the ground created by a snake, and the crack that vanished halfway through. What is this? The 3rd Hokage pointed at the large pit on the ground and asked what happened here. Orochimaru summoned a purple snake to hold me off before running, and I pinned its head to the ground with my knife, Lin Yang replied. What about the crack nearby? I saw that the snake was still summoned when I stabbed its head, so I followed up with a water break wave. His Kakashi, who had been on the battlefield, understood Orochimaru's capabilities, realizing that Lin Yang was fighting like Orochimaru himself. Asuma exclaimed, is this how terrifying kids have become nowadays? Is that reasonable? Hong commented, is this what it means to be a genius? Red Bean gazed around in awe, muttering, so strong. The 3rd Hokage looked at Lin Yang with affection, saying, it's wonderful, the younger generation of Konoha is growing up. The exam must continue, but we need to keep a close watch on Orochimaru's movements. The 3rd Hokage established the tone for the upcoming tasks. A few days later, Lin Yang Is there only this few people? Not everyone seems to care about the results. Lin Yang thought there would be many people present. Ha ha ha, the others have other missions, so you weren't scheduled for anything. The third Hokage chuckled. I see. Just then the monitor reported on the exam situation. The second exam has concluded. After confirmation, 21 people have passed. According to the regulations of the Chunin exam, the third exam will host a preliminary round that hasn't been used in 5 years. It seems there haven't been any changes, but that's expected since Team 7 didn't face any defeats later on. Following the third Hokage, they entered the indoor training area where the examinees who passed lined up below. First, congratulations to all of you for passing the second exam. Lin Yang glanced back at Orochimaru, who wore an Otonin forehead protector, and smirked. Did she recognize me? No way. But Lin Yang refrained from making a move. She needed to keep Orochimaru alive for when the plan to collapse Konoha was set in motion. At that time, she would make a dazzling entrance to save the third Hokage, defeat a powerful enemy, and become the hero of the village, securing her ticket on the path to Hokage. Hello everyone, I am Moonlight Shippu. Before we begin the third exam, you must first participate in a preliminary round. This will determine your eligibility for the third exam. Preliminary. Teacher, what does preliminary mean? Why can't we just participate in the following exam directly? Sakura asked, puzzled. The first 2 exams were too easy and there are too many remaining participants, so to reduce the number of contestants for the next exam, we must conduct a preliminary round according to regulations. Why? As the Hokage mentioned earlier, many distinguished guests will be attending to watch, and time is limited. We can't afford delays. Therefore, those who feel unwell or wish to withdraw after hearing this explanation, please raise your hands. If not, we will begin the preliminary round. I forfeit. You are the Konoha medic Kabuto, you may leave. Cough cough. Is there anyone else who wants to withdraw? I forgot to mention this battle will be conducted on an individual basis. Kabuto, why did you do this? Naruto completely ignored what Shippu said. He just wanted to know why Kabuto had agreed to fight him, but then forfeited. Naruto, do not interfere with the choices of other examinees. Lin Yang interrupted the conversation between Naruto and Kabuto before Kabuto could explain. But, no buts. You do not have the right to make choices for others. You are not him, and you do not understand his situation. Likewise, the important Chunin exam for you may not be significant for him. Each person's life is their own. Lin Yang didn't want to change Naruto, but she was simply worried that if Sasuke was under her command in the future, Naruto's words would sway him. That would render her confrontation with Orochimaru pointless. Naruto lowered his head in silence. Kabuto maintained his gentle senior persona and explained to Naruto why he forfeited before leaving the exam hall. Cough cough, is there anyone else who wants to withdraw? With no one else wanting to withdraw, Shippu began to announce the exam requirements. Then let the preliminary matches begin. It will be a Unknown battle format and will be practical combat. Exactly 20 participants, 10 rounds of matches. The winners will qualify for the third exam. Cough cough. There will be no restrictions this time. Battles. The speed of that body flicker technique was astonishing. Though Hong was a Jonin, she realized she couldn't match that speed. As a Genjutsu user, she would be doomed if she faced an enemy like Lin Yang. It might even be faster than Shursui. The third Hokage's eyes lit up. Such talent must be taken under their wing. However, a few outsiders present felt displeased. Maki felt lost, wondering if this operation could really succeed. Only Orochimaru knew that Lin Yang had the Flying Thunder God technique, and that speed was far from her limit, but it was sufficient to deal with Temari, or rather almost everyone present. Temari glared at Lin Yang, who stood atop her fan, looking down at her, boiling with anger. What arrogance to be so cocky after losing the match. Saying that, she retracted her fan and swung it toward Lin Yang, not really expecting to hit her, but merely venting her frustration since Lin Yang was still holding on to someone. If she could just make Lin Yang dodge, it would be a way to relieve her anger. Why can't you think straight? Kakashi thought the Sunanin were out of their minds. On Konoha's turf, it was bad enough to fight so harshly. Given that the opponent had already forfeited, they still attacked, treating Konoha as if it were made of clay. Lin Yang lightly jumped down, using one finger to hold off the iron fan swinging toward her. Nanny. The Sunanin knew how heavy that fan was, and seeing Lin Yang's slender body managing to stop it with a single finger made them break into a cold sweat. Temari was so shocked that she couldn't react. After holding it off, Lin Yang switched from a finger to her palm and gently struck the fan down. Boom! The ground was struck by the fan, creating a massive pit, and a cloud of dust suddenly surged. I didn't expect my opponent to be you, Lady Hinata. Niji brother. Before we start, I want to advise you, Lady Hinata, that you are not suited to be a ninja. Perhaps you should give up. You are too kind, always hoping for peace and trying to avoid conflict, even if it means giving up your own opinions. You lack confidence in yourself, so being a genin is enough for you. However, the Chunin exam requires 3 participants, so you only came to participate because you couldn't find a reason to refuse Niji and the others. That's not true. I want to change myself through my own efforts. Hinata, you truly are the daughter of the main branch. Oh, people cannot change no matter what. It is precisely because people cannot change that there are differences. People are judged based on appearance, intelligence, ability, physique, and character, and they are also subject to judgments from others. It is because of these unchangeable aspects that people have distinctions and endure corresponding pain. Just like how I am from the branch family while you are from the main family, no one can change that. In the end, Hinata did not win against Niji, but Lin Yang was not ready to intervene in the family conflict yet. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future, and after all she was the crown princess, so it was better to let Naruto be the one to care. Hinata was taken away by the medical team. Gaara and Lee stood in the arena. I have no idea about that guy with the melon-shaped head skills, but he definitely can't defeat Gaara, Kankuro confidently stated. No, he is quite strong. Naruto recalled the scene of Lee fighting Sasuke. On the sidelines smack. Lee caught Gaara's scored stopper. You're too impatient, said Shikamaru with a slight smile. Originally Lin Yang wanted to pass a just judgment on Gaara's behavior of sneaking in the competition, but now if pushing Gaara to a breaking point was not worth it, the audience was too few, and there were too many burdens. It would be better to deal with him during the official exam. Round 9 began. Lee continuously attacked, but sand kept blocking his strikes. Lee's incredible speed is ineffective. In Sakura's mind Sasuke was strong, and since Lee was faster than Sasuke, Lee was the fastest of this generation. If even the fastest couldn't touch Gaara then, that was really impressive. How could it be of no use at all? In front of him physical attacks are completely ineffective. There is no need for conscious control. The sand automatically forms shields to protect Gaara. Therefore to this day, no one has been able to injure Gaara, Kankuro explained. Lin Yang patted Sasuke, saying, remember strong metrics truly mean strength. Sasuke was still pondering how he would fight Gaara if he faced him, and was somewhat puzzled by Lin Yang's interruption about strong metrics. For the Shadow Guard team, he had already identified Lin Yang was not stingy with his guidance. That puppet master made it sound like Gaara is invincible, but you must understand that Gaara's strength at this stage is due to his ninjutsu mechanism being ahead of yours, making it feel like you have no way to counter it, just like Lee is experiencing now. However, if your absolute capability in any aspect surpasses his mechanism, then you can win. You mean hitting his sand shield with enough force to shatter it? How could that be possible? No one has ever broken that shield. Kankuro could hardly bear Lin Yang's nonsense, but Lin Yang ignored him. That's the idea, but don't be so limited. Strength can be sufficient up to a certain point, speed can be enough at a certain level, and chakra can also be abundant to a certain extent. Regardless, his shield is essentially ninjutsu. As long as it's ninjutsu, as long as chakra is used, there will definitely be a day it runs out. You see, his sand does not teleport to the attack position, it flies over. So you just need to be faster than his sand. Easy to say. Anyone can talk. We could accomplish Brank missions without any injuries. You're quite noisy. Should I go down and practice with him later? Originally Temari thought there was nothing wrong with Kankuro gathering intelligence, but after just a few minutes how did they all start arguing? So she hurried over to mediate. However, at this time Kankuro had infinite confidence in Gaara's strength. How could that be? How did he pass the exam before? Guy cleverly avoided the question and didn't answer, as the ninja school graduation had too much room for maneuvering and it wasn't suitable for these kids to know about it yet. So as a ninja the only thing he can use is taijutsu, but because of this he can win. Oh, how so? Kakashi also became curious. But teacher Guy, you said that only when those important to me need protection. Don't worry, I've allowed it. Lee was overjoyed upon hearing this and took off the weights strapped to his legs. Just when everyone thought little of it, boom. The weights struck the ground, creating a massive cloud of dust. Go for it, Lee. Lee. 3 punches and a kick completely made Gaara lose his target. In the end, Lee delivered a downward strike hitting Gaara. He doesn't know ninjutsu or jinjutsu, and because of this he can pour all his time, effort, and energy into taijutsu. Although this is all he knows, he won't lose to anyone. Seeing Gaara's defense breached by Lee, Sasuke looked at Lin Yang, saying, you said you could help me gain strength, but I won't be able to beat Gaara in the end, right? Such a small provocation, how ridiculous. Rest assured, I'm definitely better than that snake Orochimaru hiding in the shadows. Lin Yang knew that Orochimaru could hear, and this was to provoke him. She knew that just this statement wouldn't ruin his plans. Hey, I am Sasuke's guiding Jounin, you know. Kakashi saw that his student was about to be taken away and had to speak up. Didn't you say you were a subordinate during the meeting? The boomerang came back to hit him. Seeing Kakashi choked, Lin Yang continued to watch the arena. After Gaara's defense was breached, he finally was no longer standing there with his arms crossed looking calm, but instead assumed a fighting stance. See, I told you, just be faster than the sand. Some people have no experience, but are just confident. Even from a distance Sasuke could see Kankuro's green face. However, he wasn't in the mood to add fuel to the fire. The strength of the two individuals in the arena was putting considerable pressure on him, and it was difficult to say whether he could reliably win against either one. At this moment Gaara was already on the brink of madness. It had been a long time since he felt the pain of being injured. The sand on his face fell away and the sand around his body climbed back up, enveloping him entirely. What is happening? What is that? Naruto asked in confusion. That is the sand armor covered by a layer of fine sand all over his body. It is Gaara's absolute defense. Isn't that completely invulnerable with no weaknesses at all? Naruto, you really don't pay attention in class, do you? Didn't I just say that if the metrics are strong enough it can work? Sasuke instinctively retorted at Naruto. What do you mean? However, the simple-minded Naruto did not realize he was being retorted. What I mean is, as long as your strength is great enough you can crush that armor. Sakura explained to Naruto. Is that all you can do? Gaara was already getting excited. He now hoped that Lee could thoroughly entertain him. Lee looked up at Guy and upon seeing him nod slowly began to unwrap the bandages on his hands. Little Lee began to run around Gaara at high speed. Soon Gaara could no longer see Little Lee's position clearly. Come on, as you wish. In the blink of an eye, Little Lee appeared in front of Gaara and kicked him into the air from below. It's not over yet. Bang, bang, bang. Little Lee kept kicking Gaara into the sky, then wrapped him up with bandages. Hokage Lotus. As the smoke cleared, Gaara lay in a deep pit, while Little Lee crouched beside him. Amazing. You're celebrating too early. Lin Yang poured cold water on Kai in a timely manner. Moi. Indeed, Gaara in the pit began to crumble slowly, turning into a pile of sand. When did this happen? Little Lee should have sensed it. Right when you closed your eyes, Little Lee moved in a moment of pain, Kakashi clarified for his friend. Meanwhile, Gaara had already used Sand Body Flicker to appear behind Little Lee. A massive wave of sand slammed Little Lee against the wall. Due to the tremendous damage from the previous Hokage Lotus, Little Lee now had no ability to evade Gaara's sand. He kept dodging, getting hit, falling down, and getting back up. Suddenly, Little Lee's speed returned. Little Lee is smiling. In such a perilous situation, Sakura couldn't understand why. No, it should be his opponent who is in danger now. The Lotus of Konoha will bloom again. Seeing Little Lee regain his speed, Gaara still didn't believe Little Lee could win. You will perish here. Regardless, this is the final blow. Kai, it can't be. Indeed, that kid has that talent. Talent is talent, but you shouldn't let him use such dangerous techniques. I cannot know what that child means to you, nor can I say much, but you must not go too far, Kai. You've disappointed me too much. You don't understand that child at all. For that child, there are things more precious than life that he needs to prove and protect, and I am merely helping him become the man capable of protecting those things, nothing more. Kai, how many gates can he open? 5 gates. What on earth is the 8 gates? It's a forbidden technique that releases the bodhi's limits, sacrificing life for combat strength, Lin Yang explained aptly. Oh. It is no wonder he became a chunin at such a young age. He knows so much. Kai couldn't help but exclaim. My research on the human bodhi's meridians is deeper than you can imagine. Otherwise, how could my ninjutsu scale be so vast? But the previous Hokage Lotus has already left him severely injured. If he uses an even more powerful technique. Although Sakura did not agree with Lee's declaration, she still considered him a comrade in the village. Kai-sensei, what if Lee opens 5 gates and still fails to defeat Gaara? Instead, he gets caught off guard and ends up paralyzed or even dead. Would Lee accept that? If one day Lee needs the strength to protect those around him, will he regret that he merely risked everything for a trivial exam, leading to the death of his friends, loved ones, and family before his eyes? But upon hearing Lin Yang's soul-searching question, Kai wanted to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. He was Konoha's most outstanding taijutsu ninja and knew how dangerous the 8 gates were. As a jonin, he also understood how powerful Gaara's ninjutsu mechanisms were, especially the thickness of the chakra in his sand armor. Kakashi recalled the helplessness of watching Obito die in front of him, and how Raikiri pierced Rin's body. If only he had been strong enough, such things wouldn't have happened. If he truly lost his strength due to an exam in the village and couldn't protect them, he couldn't imagine what kind of regret he would feel. Lin Yang's question seemed like a low-probability event, but the reality was quite the opposite. If Lee were paralyzed today, he would have to wait at home for the news of his former comrade's sacrifices, powerless to act. Lee is currently 12 years old, he might not regret it. But Kai is not, he is 30. He cannot guarantee Lee's situation 10 or 20 years from now. Doused with cold water by Lin Yang, Kai calmed down. Lee, it's time to stop. Huh, Kai-sensei, why? Lee, look at your forehead protector, it is not meant to shatter in a place like this. Is the lotus just fireworks blooming for the world? No, it is the dawn that cleaves through the darkness in the darkest hour. Youth is not about burning oneself to illuminate the arena, it is about becoming the flame in the night, waiting for the one to be protected to appear. Kai jumped down from the stands to Little Lee's side, pressing his finger against Little Lee's racing heart. Ignite the entire starry sky with this heartbeat. I see now, I understand, Kai-sensei. Remember, Lee, this skill can only be used when protecting others. Hi, Lee, Kai-sensei. The master and disciple embraced each other and cried. The whirlwind. Cough cough, in this match Gaara wins. Humph, boring. Gaara looked at the two and found them glaring. The last match was between Dingji and Toshi, though unsurprisingly Dingji lost again. At this stage, Dingji's skill level was still too low, the numbers weren't enough. Therefore, I announced that the third exam's preliminaries are officially over. The 10 who passed the preliminaries stand on the field. Now I will explain the content of the official match. As I mentioned earlier, you will compete in front of everyone. You represent the military strength of your respective countries, and I hope you can perform at your best. Therefore, the official match will be held a month from now. Isn't it supposed to start right away? Sasuke pondered. This time is actually to allow you to devise targeted strategies. Now each of you will draw a slip of paper from this box. It's to determine the matchups. Take the results to them, whether for strategy consideration or rest. This time is yours to use as you wish. Are there any questions? Nara Shikamaru said. If it's an elimination round, the one who becomes a chunin will be the last one standing. Not necessarily. In the official match, we will evaluate each of your performances to determine if you qualify to become a chunin. So even if we don't pass the first round, we still have the possibility of becoming chunin. That's right, but there's also a chance that none of you will become chunin. Everyone's worked hard. See you in a month. After the announcement of dismissal, Lin Yang walked over to Sasuke. Let's go, the next month will be tough. You won't give up, will you? Unless I die, Sasuke smiled wickedly. Sakura said, Lin Yang, can I join too? I want to get stronger. Is that really about getting stronger? Lin Yang leaned close to Sakura's ears, speaking in a volume only the two could hear. If you truly want to enhance your strength, then come, otherwise I don't have the time to babysit you. Sakura was lost in thought. Originally Naruto didn't want to go, but now that Sakura also wanted to, he had no choice but to go. The sage arts of Mayaboka Mountain are quite important. Ooh, I can't teach that myself, better let Jiraiya handle it. Your foundation is too weak, it's better to let Kakashi Sensei fill in your basics first. I'm not a babysitter. Kakashi said, why do I hear someone taking my students and assigning me work as soon as I arrive? Doesn't that show how impressive you are? The capable take on more tasks. By the way, can I teach Sasuke Raikiri? Moi. The ninjas present gasped at Lin Yang's words. Was the second Hokage that powerful back then? They observed the replication of jutsu effects. So you mean to say that as long as you know the effect of a jutsu, you can use it? Indeed, the essence of jutsu is chakra. As long as one can control chakra, there is no jutsu that cannot be used. Ridiculous bloodline limits also rely on chakra to activate. You won't be able to use them. The match had ended and Kanjiro felt he had succeeded. Bloodline limit. Lin Yang's intention was to sarcastically counter, but to the ears of the third Hokage, it sounded like Lin Yang didn't understand bloodline limits. Bloodline limits are jutsu that can only be inherited through blood relations. Typically, only those of the same bloodline can learn them, originating mainly from organ mutations or the mixing of different chakra attributes. Kakashi added from the side, organ mutations are like the Sharingan or Byakugan. A Byakugan is a mix of different chakra attributes. Sakura suddenly recalled the Byakugan they encountered in the Land of Waves. Exactly. Everyone knows that bloodline limits are a mix of different attribute chakras, but do you know why no one has ever succeeded in using them? Kanjiro continued. Because they don't know the ratio of the mix. One wrong move could wipe them out. Although Lin Yang was too lazy to argue with Kanjiro, she genuinely feared that Sasuke might try it out himself, so she mentioned the consequences. The reas. It's fine, a little preparation won't hurt. We still want to see the young talents of Konoha, Maki said. However, the third Hokage didn't give them that face. Ha ha, when it comes to young talents, you guys from Sunagakure take the cake. Just one Gaara can overshadow everyone. Today I want keep you all, please return. Maki had no choice but to take the Sand Village members away. Orochimaru could only regret not having a Konoha identity back, then it felt like a significant loss. Once the area was cleared, Lin Yang extended her hand, revealing two spheres of chakra in her palm. One a light blue water chakra, and the other a white wind chakra. The two spheres of chakra constantly changed in size, attempting to fuse together. Everyone was taken aback to see such control over different attribute chakras, maintaining stability outside the meridians and adjusting the ratio. Even the first and second Hokage had never heard of such a capability. The third Hokage was too shocked to speak. If Lin Yang could really succeed, it would reshape the understanding of the ninja world. In the past, bloodline limits were the result of mutations in the genes of the first person, allowing the meridians to naturally fuse two types of chakra in suitable ratios. If Lin Yang could achieve this chakra fusion through her abilities, even if the fifth Hokage didn't allow her to become Hokage, she would at least be a Hokage advisor. As everyone was bustling with various thoughts, the two types of chakra in Lin Yang's hand fused together, emanating a chill. The new chakra slowly transformed into a spherical block of ice. Ice release completed. Yes. This is the feeling. The jutsu of Byakugan works like this. Naruto completely failed to recognize how significant this was. He only knew that the ice ball before him was the same as the ice release effect he had seen. Others had a vastly different perspective. If Lin Yang could find the correct chakra mixing ratio for bloodline limits, wouldn't that mean anyone could gain a bloodline limit just by being told? The temptation was immense. The third Hokage said, no one is allowed to speak of today's events. As for the Sound Village and Sand Village, just ignore them. If they ask, play dumb unless they want to go to war. Understood. Everyone understood the importance of this technology and naturally complied. It doesn't matter. The reason bloodline limits can only be passed down through blood is partly due to the unknown chakra mixing ratios and partly because their meridians are not suited for such mixing. Otherwise, it would flow naturally. So even if outsiders knew about it, practicing it wouldn't be easy. Lin Yang felt that the value of keeping this information secret was low. A genius like Senju Tobarama should know that bloodline limits are a mix of chakra. If she couldn't try it herself, could she not use Shadow Clone to test it? However, the second Hokage still failed to leave behind a method for Konoha to cultivate bloodline limits, proving one thing: theory is one thing, but actual usage is another. Knowing it doesn't mean your body is suited for it. Otherwise, with the second Hokage's feelings for Konoha, he wouldn't have left nothing behind. Thus, Lin Yang felt there was no need to be too anxious. Even if she informed other villages, it would be the same. The third Hokage said, that makes sense, but let's delay for a day if we can. Exactly. For now, let's focus on the Chunin exams. Sasuke, tomorrow morning at 7 at the third practice field. I'm not Kakashi. If you're even a second late, I'm going home. Don't worry, you'll be there on time. Lin Yang didn't avoid Sakura, who despite her current infatuation, she was smart and had good chakra control, which could be considered the limit of what an ordinary ninja could achieve. Inheriting the title of Sannin from Tsunade was no problem, but unfortunately her teammates were not human. Yet this was not Sakura's fault. If she could truly endure, becoming her medical chief in the future would be excellent. Who would complain about having too many talented subordinates? Leaving the exam site, everyone had different thoughts. The third Hokage had just left the exam site and arranged for the Umbu to notify the heads of the major clans and elite jonin to gather in the Hokage's office. Everyone, the purpose of gathering you here today is one thing: bloodline limits. Konoha's bloodline clans weren't numerous, most were secret technique clans, so everyone's gaze was primarily on Hinata. No, Lin Yang, you should all know she can develop bloodline limits. What? Impossible. Bloodline limits can only be inherited through blood relations. From the beginning of the records of bloodline limits, it has always been that way. How could they possibly be artificially developed? The office was filled with voices of rebuttal, skepticism, and ridicule. The third Hokage remained calm. Just now in the preliminaries of the Chunin exams, she synthesized ice release right in front of me. The office fell silent, as if a mute button had been pressed. No one spoke. They just stared blankly at the old man with the pipe. Is it true? Hokage-sama. Of course, Kakashi and the others were also there. It's true. In less than 5 minutes, Kakashi's reply dispelled everyone's concerns. I think we should control Lin Yang now, otherwise if others from different villages find out, even if she has no intention of betraying us, she could very well be taken away. By then our losses would be too great. Without a doubt, Danzo was starting to take action. Others had never considered this issue: defection. What for? What the other villages could offer, Konoha could also provide, and what they couldn't offer, Konoha could still provide. If Lin Yang could complete the bloodline limit of the Yuki clan from the Land of Water in 5 minutes, by the time other villages received the news, she would have likely developed all bloodline limits. At that point, who could kidnap her? Now they were all contemplating one question: what could they offer Lin Yang in exchange for a bloodline limit? The third Hokage felt that Danzo had lost his mind. In the current situation, he actually suggested controlling Lin Yang. Did he not know how many people had seen her at the exam site? What did he expect? To kill witnesses to silence them? Fool. The next day at the third training ground, Sakura exclaimed, "It's already 6:59, and yet he claims he isn't like Kakashi Sensei, telling us not to be late, and here he is late himself." Sasuke, however, didn't see any issue with it. After all, they were receiving strength enhancement without any cost. Although it was requested that he become her shadow guard in the future, he had sought this out himself, so being a bit late was no big deal. Besides, what kind of ninja couldn't endure such a minor inconvenience? But Sakura was merely venting her frustrations. After all, as Kakashi's student, she had long since learned to arrive on time, which meant within 4 hours. Who says we're late? It's not even 7 yet. Suddenly a voice came from behind them belonging to Lin Yang. Sasuke's hair stood on end, sensing that there was no sound at all, and suddenly Lin Yang was right behind him. If this had been an enemy, he would have been finished. Sakura, not as composed as Sasuke, yelped and took a step back. "Not bad, you're not late," Lin Yang said, clearly pleased with their attitudes. Their talent was exceptional, and their demeanor sincere, which was excellent. Ignoring the psychological state of the two, Lin Yang decided to begin the lesson and then rest after assigning them tasks. "Before we start training, I need to assess your levels. What is your chakra control like?" During our previous mission, Kakashi Sensei taught us how to use chakra to climb trees. What about walking on water? Walking on water? Like this? Lin Yang stepped onto the surface of the nearby river. This was something Kakashi Sensei had demonstrated when fighting Zabuza. Sakura felt a surge of excitement, realizing this was what they would learn from the start. "I understand now, so pay attention to the upcoming explanation," she said, and both she and Sasuke instantly perked up. Generally, chakra is applied in scenarios involving ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. You are already familiar with ninjutsu, which involves gathering and refining chakra, and then releasing it through hand seals. Question: what is the role of hand seals in this process? Sakura quickly answered: to guide chakra through one's meridians at a specific speed and sequence to assist in releasing ninjutsu. Very good, 1 point for you. Next question: can the same ninjutsu have different seals? This time Sakura hesitated. Instinctively she felt it was impossible, but then she thought that since Lin Yang had asked, the answer must be yes. However, she hadn't figured out why it could be. "What you mean is if the body can remember the way chakra flows, then guiding it isn't necessary," Sasuke deduced. Correct, 1 point for you. Sakura looked at Lin Yang in disbelief. Her current understanding simply couldn't accept this explanation. Seeing her bewilderment, Lin Yang explained, "When you were in school, everyone learned the substitution technique. You've been ninjas for a while now. Have you ever seen a genin use hand seals for the substitution technique?" At this moment, Sakura recalled their mission in the Land of Waves, where they encountered enemies at the start. Kakashi had used the substitution technique to hide, but before that she hadn't seen any hand seal movements. Suddenly it made sense to her. Lin Yang turned. "Do you understand now?" What have you done?" "Just asking if I understand is pointless. If I could figure it out just by watching, why would I need your teaching?" "Forget it, take your time. In any case, you should be able to see now that as long as chakra control is precise enough, hand seals can be completely omitted. Now let's talk about taijutsu. During the process of enhancing the body with chakra, the more accurately the release timing is, the greater the impact will be. Pure physical strength has its limits. Although Lee doesn't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu, it's just that he doesn't control chakra well. However, taijutsu, which allows chakra to cover the body and is honed day after day, suits Lee perfectly. He is undoubtedly a hard-working genius, which is why his taijutsu is strong. However, similarly, if you master chakra control, well, you can achieve the same level of physical strength or even speed as Lee in a short time. Of course, regarding techniques, those must be practiced earnestly every day. Hearing this, both Sasuke and Sakura were no longer sleepy. Could chakra control achieve such a level? Seeing their shining eyes, Lin Yang decided to spark their interest in learning. Let's see, you should be able to tell by looking at my arm that in terms of pure physical strength, I likely don't compare to Lee, but now I will demonstrate what chakra control can achieve in taijutsu. Stand apart a bit further away. Although they didn't quite understand Lin Yang's intention, they moved apart, creating a distance of over 10 meters. Next, we will conduct a model battle. When this shuriken lands, start defending. Try not to let me touch you. With that, he threw the shuriken upwards. The two took battle stances, and Sasuke even activated his Sharingan. The moment the shuriken hit the ground, Sasuke's Sharingan caught a glimpse of a shadow flashing past his eyes, and then Lin Yang had already tapped his arm. So fast. Lin Yang's voice came from behind Sakura. You couldn't even react with your eyes. Lin Yang lightly tapped Sakura's back. Sasuke couldn't believe that the Sharingan failed to capture Lin Yang's speed, especially since it was the legendary eye that struck fear across the ninja world. He was correct in thinking the Sharingan was fine, but the problem lay with him. His stats were too low for the Sharingan's capabilities to manifest. Moreover, even if he could see it, his body couldn't keep up, which rendered it useless. The further away, the longer it takes. Sakura increased the distance. Sasuke immediately devised a tactical retreat, but just as he started to move back, Lin Yang knocked him down with a sweeping kick. When Sasuke got up and looked at Sakura, he found Lin Yang's hand blade already resting on her neck. So what do you think about facing a speed-type ninja? Sasuke approached. There's no way to fight back. Can Lee do this level 2? If he uses his trump card, then yes. Let's not discuss that for now. What you just saw was chakra enhancing physical speed. However, speed needs strength to support it, so essentially chakra enhances your strength. Lin Yang squatted down and pointed a finger at the ground. Crack. The ground split open, creating a fissure wide enough for a person to fit through. This is chakra. That's why I said during the preliminaries, what's important isn't the mechanism of the technique, but the strength of your own fundamental attributes. Do you understand? Sasuke stared at the cracked ground for a while, and then looked at Lin Yang. Lin, why? You have grasped the theory. Now it is time for rigorous training. There are no shortcuts. Only by achieving results can you proceed to the next task. Both nodded in agreement. Your first task is to learn to stand on the water's surface, and then both of you must spar on the water. You are free to use any means necessary. During the training, if you encounter difficulties, help each other to improve your efficiency. Especially you, Sasuke. Don't be proud. I have heard from Kakashi that Sakura's chakra control is the best among the three of you. Alright. Sasuke, caught off guard and blushing, performed a quick display of his skills. Sakura thought, shy Sasuke is great. There is 1 month left until the third exam. You'd better complete your first task within 5 days, otherwise I won't be able to teach you ninjutsu in time. Understood. Take this kunai. Do you see this mark? When you complete the task, activate it with chakra, and I will know. The same goes for when you encounter an enemy. I will be able to come over. Don't overestimate your abilities. I suspect Orochimaru is still in Konoha. He is one of the legendary Sannin and won't give up so easily. Got it. After assigning the training tasks to Sasuke and Sakura, Lin Yang returned to focus on ninjutsu research. Since completing the last mission and receiving her reward, she had bought a house with a yard by the edge of the forest, affordable and spacious. Most importantly, there were no neighbors. This meant Lin Yang could develop her ninjutsu without worrying about. Is there something you need? Normally Umbu don't usually wait at the door for people. Why are they so polite now? Yes, Hokage-sama requests your presence in his office. Then let's go. Lin Yang guessed correctly. After demonstrating the ability to synthesize bloodline limits yesterday, the Hokage should be eager to obtain this technique. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, a gathering of distinguished individuals awaited her. The Konoha F4 were already there. Wow, so many people. Lin Yang, you're here. Come sit up front. Seeing the third Hokage's attitude, Lin Yang knew her guess was right. It was definitely about the bloodline limit. Lin Yang, you are a rare genius in our village, and your talents are not inferior to those of the second Hokage. Indeed. Wait, how can someone be so unhumble? However, the third Hokage was seasoned and not easily affected by trivial matters. The reason we called you is that you demonstrated the synthesis technique of bloodline limits yesterday. We would like to inquire about your current research progress. Regarding this, at present, aside from bloodlines like Byakugan and Sharingan, it is impossible to rely solely on chakra control. Human modification is necessary. I have successfully synthesized all known bloodline limits within my knowledge. As expected of you, we are just about to establish a department for the research of bloodline limits, and you will be in charge. A research department. Oh, I see, you want to replicate Byakugan, right? I understand. After all, battlefield reconnaissance is crucial. No, the Hyuga clan already has sufficient research on Byakugan. Oh, it's not needed. Then I understand it's about Sharingan. However, this is a bit tricky. The Uchiha clan is no more, and only Sasuke remains, who is still weak, just a double Tomo. Oh, you want me to capture Uchiha Itachi, right? No problem, I'll set off immediately, and ensure it's a sure thing. Lin Yang pretended to rise and leave. Wait a moment. Seeing Lin Yang feigning ignorance, Danzo could no longer hold back, and called out to her. The village's opinion is mainly for you to research some fundamental bloodline limits, and leave a method of cultivation for the village, which is also to strengthen the village's power. Oh, to strengthen the village's power. That's a good thing. I have a great idea that can exponentially enhance the village's strength. Let each clan publish their secret techniques, allowing every student in the Ninja Academy to learn them. Trust me, within 10 years, there will be no enemies that can match Konoha in the ninja world. Lin Yang. Danzo's blood pressure spiked instantly. Did he not realize that allowing everyone to learn secret techniques could elevate the village's overall strength? Those clans would never allow their secret techniques to be leaked. Only the techniques that one knows can be called secret techniques. If everyone knows, then what's the point? Therefore, each clan would not permit their secret techniques to be disclosed, even placing prohibitions within their minds to prevent information leaks. What? Are you saying that other clans can hoard their secret techniques without contributing to the village, but my bloodline limit research must be shared? Is it because I am all alone without a clan and you are bullying a weak girl? How shameless. What nonsense are you speaking? Do you not know how to respect your elders? Respect the elders who rob my research results. The third Hokage quickly intervened to smooth things over. Oh my Lin Yang, please don't get agitated. We never said we wouldn't compensate you. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had mentioned this sooner, we could have discussed it all along. Lin Yang sat back down. Since it's your research, you can state your price. I want to be the 5th Hokage. Impossible. You a little brat think you can become the 5th Hokage. Danzo was directly thrown off balance. He had only a few years left to live. If she became the 5th Hokage, what would he do? Becoming Hokage is not something we can decide among ourselves. It also requires the votes of the daimyo and the jonin. I cannot guarantee that for you, so why not choose something else? The third Hokage was not lying to Lin Yang. This was the truth. Generally, the F4 has the nomination rights for Hokage candidates, and the nomination list must first be submitted to the daimyo to review. Once the daimyo agrees, the village's jonin can vote, and only then is it finalized. Thus, the third Hokage truly could not guarantee Lin Yang would become the 5th Hokage. Upon hearing the third's explanation, Lin Yang felt she had indeed been too naive. Ever since gaining power, her mind had clearly started to slow down. Suddenly, Lin Yang sensed chakra invading her mental defenses. After her confrontation with Danzo, Lin Yang had considered how to guard against the Kodoame Tsukumi. In the end, Lin Yang completely covered her brain with a layer of Lightning Release Chakra and gradually increased the amount of chakra. Efforts do not go unrewarded. Everything she did proved useful. Without a second thought, a kunai was launched at Danzo. With a whoosh, Lin Yang had already appeared behind Danzo, pressing the kunai against his neck. Old man, did you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Wait, Lin Yang. The third Hokage was completely unaware of what had just transpired. They had been discussing amicably just moments ago, and now suddenly violence was about to erupt. Lin Yang, are you planning to rebel? Danzo was not the least bit flustered. Instead, he felt pleased. Although the Onsen Atacade Kodoame Tsukumi had been used without effect, Lin Yang's actions clearly indicated her intent to become a rogue ninja, which would allow him to legitimately seize Lin Yang's results. Before the third Hokage could continue to persuade her, Lin Yang swiftly slashed Danzo's neck with her kunai. A corpse fell straight to the ground. Umbu. Capture her. Tsurugi Kyuka and Mito Minju immediately reacted. Capture me. Why? Why? You killed an elder of Konoha. I declare you a rogue ninja. Tsurugi Kyuka directly accused Lin Yang. Who did I kill? Danzo is still standing right there. Lin Yang pointed to Danzo, who was now in the corner of the room. What? The three turned to look, and indeed Danzo was still standing there while the corpse on the ground had vanished without a trace. What's going on? The third Hokage stared into Danzo's eyes. I'm here to explain the Sharingan technique Izanagi. Izanagi? Mizukado and had never heard the name of this ninjutsu despite being an advisor to the Hokage. The Sharingan's ocular technique can record the user's state. For the duration of the technique, regardless of the damage inflicted on the user, even death, they can revert to the recorded state. The only drawback is that a single Sharingan can only be used once. The third Hokage asked, why are you using the Sharingan's ocular technique? Tuanzong fell silent. Initially, the third Hokage had approved Tuanzang's research on the Sharingan, but it seemed now that Tuanzang's actions went beyond mere research. This raised new questions about the Uchiha clan massacre. Let's not dwell on the Sharingan for now. There's a rogue ninja standing right there. Shouldn't we take her down first? Tuanzong knew he couldn't let everyone focus on his Sharingan, so he seized upon Lin Yang's behavior, hoping to control her first. This way he could obtain the training methods for the bloodline limit and then leverage that to negotiate with the third Hokage. Hokage-sama, is it reasonable that the elders want to kill me and I cannot resist? Where does this rogue ninja label come from? What do you mean? The reason I acted just now was that I detected someone casting an illusion on me, an intent trying to infiltrate my mind. It must have been the Sharingan's illusion, right? Regardless, it's you who wants to kill, so it's your word against mine. Alright, since you've already decided to label me a rogue ninja, then you will die today. Using the Flying Thunder God seal left on Tuanzong, Lin Yang thrust her blade through Tuanzang's heart. Clearly Tuanzong had not noticed the seal on him, so Izanagi had not been dispelled. The previous scenario replayed, Tuanzang's corpse began to dematerialize as he reappeared elsewhere. Well, it seems there is more than one Sharingan at play here, but only one eye is wrapped. The remaining one must be on your arm right. Tuanzong, this was becoming clear to the third Hokage. There were indeed villains nearby. Nichijan, you are the sunlit Konoha while I am the root in the darkness. The Uchiha's power must be firmly grasped in the hands of the village, but they are unwilling. Thus I must retrieve it for the village. I am not in the wrong. But if you're retrieving it for the village, why is it that the other three, including the Hokage, are unaware? Lin Yong wouldn't let him off, easily speaking, with feigned moral superiority. The research hasn't succeeded. The power of the Sharingan cannot be extracted, it can only be activated through the Sharingan itself. Of course they don't need to know about that. Alright, you are quite the debater. However, no matter how you argue, you will still die here today. With a bang, Lin Yong split into 4 clones. This time Tuanzong used Izanagi to dispel the seal on him, but it was almost futile. In the small size of the Hokage's office, a single kunai's mark was enough to cover everything. Seeing Lin Yang's clones, Tuanzong took the initiative to attack. Wind release vacuum sphere. The office wall was blown out, creating a large hole. Just when everyone was distracted, one clone dashed out the window and fired a signal flare into the sky. The third Hokage gazed at the rising signal flare, knowing that Tuanzong could not escape today. Meanwhile, the Jounin in the village all saw the enemy's signal flare. Enemy alert. Kakashi never expected that after handing Naruto over to Hibiki yesterday, he would run into an enemy today while trying to purchase the latest edition of Intimate Paradise. He had no choice but to rush over. The leading Jounin from several other teams also abandoned their students and hurried over. Before long, nearly everyone in the village, except for the lower ninjas who were not strong enough, had gathered in front of the Hokage building. Meanwhile, the top of the entire building had already been torn off by Lin Yong and Tuanzong. Kakashi approached the third Hokage. Hokage-sama, what's happening? Sigh. It's nothing. Let's just watch for now. Those with sharp eyes had already noticed Tuanzang's arm. What is that on Tuanzang's arm? A sinister-looking arm filled with a cursed aura hung prominently on Tuanzong. Although many eyes were closed from the few remaining open eyes, everyone could still see that it was a Sharingan. The most shocked were the members of the Hyuga clan. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans were both ocular jutsu clans. The massacre of the Uchiha clan had already caused the Hyuga clan great anxiety. Now seeing the Sharingan which once belonged to the Uchiha appear on a high-ranking member of Konoha, how could they not think further? Other clans were also feeling anxious. If the higher-ups could scheme to obtain the Uchiha Sharingan today, would they also be able to scheme against their own secret techniques tomorrow? At this moment, the clan heads of several families recalled the people Tuanzong had sent to the roots. Could it be that their family secrets had already leaked? Seeing that the village's Jounin had arrived at the building's front, Tuanzong grew increasingly agitated. All his painstaking efforts over the years had been ruined by a yellow-haired girl, and there were only a few Sharingan left. Everyone, rogue ninja Lin Yong is about to kill the elders of Konoha. Are you just going to stand there and watch? Tuanzong used his identity to pressure the Jounin present. However, the third Hokage stood in place without saying a word. No one would heed Tuanzang's words. Moreover, who would dare to help you with all those Sharingan? Tuanzong, I told you that you would die here today, and now you really will. Would release explosion gun tree. Tuanzong had initially intended to conceal his wood release as a trump card for later, but it was now clearly impossible to hide. He decided to use wood release to create an opening to escape. Even if he became a rogue ninja, he could seek refuge with Orochimaru. After all these years, he had quite a few loyal subordinates, and as long as the Green Mountain remains, one need not worry about firewood. Tuanzong, are you going to tell me that your wood release is your scientific achievement? How can you demand I hand over the results of the bloodline limit while keeping your wood release to yourself? The people present understood what had happened upon hearing Lin Yang's words, but why was Tuanzong able to use wood release? The third Hokage knew this, after all the original experimental plan had been approved by him. You wouldn't be using the first Hokage's cellular tissue for your wood release, would you? Lin Yong was unreserved, directly exposing Tuanzang's secret. What? How dare he desecrate the first Hokage's corpse? But you are dying soon. Let me show you what wood release should look like. Wood release cutting technique. Finally, the last Sharingan in Tuanzang's hand closed. How is it, Tuanzong? You don't seem to be in great shape. I don't need your concern. Tuanzong infused wind chakra into the kunai in his hand, forming a long sword, and charged towards Lin Yong. Seeing Tuanzong lunging forward, Lin Yong realized that the other eye of the heavenly god had not yet been used. He was planning to go down together and activate the four-symbol seal. However, Lin Yong was not afraid of Raikiri. A flash of blue light passed, and Tuanzong knelt on the ground, murmuring, Nichi-Jean, it's my turn now, but I still haven't become Hokage. It seems I cannot catch up to you after all. After saying this, he opened his clothes to reveal the four-symbol seal on his body. Lin Yong activated the electromagnetic cannon and threw a flying thunder god kunai into the sky. Tuanzang's body began to spout black blood, gradually drawing the seal in the air. Everyone get away. That's the four-symbol seal. The third Hokage saw that Tuanzong planned to perish with Lin Yong and immediately warned everyone to leave. Lin Yong approached Tuanzong, gently patted him, and sent him into the sky. A spherical four-symbol seal appeared in the air, then quickly vanished as if nothing had happened, leaving only the ruined Hokage building. As they watched the figure of Danzo vanish into the sky, everyone was at a loss for words. Although there were many speculations, it could not be said that what they thought was the truth. Everyone was waiting for the third Hokage to provide an explanation. What was the Sharingan? Why did Lin Yong kill Danzo time and again, yet Danzo kept rising again? What forbidden techniques, unknown to all, could reverse life and death? How did Danzo acquire wood release? Was Lin Yang's claim about the first Hokage's cellular tissue true? However, the third Hokage merely gazed at the sky, silent, his already aging body seeming to age several more years. But Lin Yang did not agree with the third Hokage's actions of continuously shielding his former friend's wrongdoings. Lord Hokage, what should I say about my status as a rogue ninja? Should I prepare to run away, or just go home and sleep? Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise. He had heard of Lin Yang when she entered the village and just witnessed her battle utilizing Flying Thunder God and would release. Moreover, from their earlier conversation, it seemed she could even develop a bloodline limit. Why would such a genius become a rogue ninja? Irika, upon hearing that his student had inexplicably turned into a rogue ninja, could not hold back. Lord Hokage, why is Lin Yang considered a rogue ninja? Hearing his student and Irika's voices, the third Hokage finally snapped back to reality. Oh, Jiraiya, you're back. He then turned to Lin Yang. It's fine, you can go home. There's no such thing as a rogue ninja. Danzo does not represent the village. Alright then. If there was one skill Lin Yang feared the most, it was Koto Amatsukami. The way it was described in the original work made her constantly worried about being targeted, and even wrapping her head in layers of chakra did not provide her with enough sense of security. Having eliminated a significant threat, Lin Yang let out a deep sigh of relief. She used a Flying Thunder God to return home, leaving behind a scene of wreckage and a group of ninjas staring blankly at each other. Nara Shikaku was the first to step forward and asked, Lord Hokage, I would like to ask about the Sharingan in Danzo's hand, and what his would release is all about, and why Lin Yang attempted to kill him. Nara was the most flustered among everyone present, as he originally thought the Uchiha clan was exterminated by Itachi, but upon seeing Danzo, he realized things were not so simple. If there was indeed the Hokage's directive behind this, then the Sharingan appearing on Danzo's arm today meant that the Byakugan could very well appear in Mito Hamura's hands tomorrow. Simultaneously, if what Lin Yang said was true, that Danzo was using the first Hokage's cellular tissue to perform would release, it indicated that the higher-ups were secretly conducting human experiments. What was the most needed material for such experiments? Wasn't it those bloodline limit ninjas? As the head of Konoha's foremost bloodline clan, he could not just pretend he did not see. The third Hokage knew that today's incident would not pass easily. Everyone, let's move to the conference room on the first floor. It is still usable. In the conference room, he continued, I know everyone has many questions, so let's address them one by one. Those on duty, please return to your posts. The village must not be in disarray. A few ninjas exchanged glances and left. Although they were curious, they indeed could not be away from their duties for too long. Then let me explain a bit. First, about the Sharingan. Everyone knows about the night of the Uchiha clan's extermination. At that time, Shizui's death caused great turmoil in the already oppressed Uchiha clan. According to our intelligence, the Uchiha had been plotting rebellion. This was something everyone had sensed back then, but now hearing the third Hokage imply that Konoha was involved in this matter. Originally, the third Hokage wanted to keep this under wraps as much as possible, but Lin Yang knew about the Izanagi of the Sharingan and the first Hokage's cellular tissue. He was uncertain about what else Lin Yang might know. If he concealed the truth and Lin Yang exposed it later, that would be even more troublesome. At the time, Itachi was a member of the Umbu. He approached us before the Uchiha's actions, and Danzo suggested that Itachi and the Root organization collaborate to eliminate the rebels. This matter was indeed led by Konoha. No wonder the Uchiha clan, nearly the strongest in the ninja world, could be exterminated overnight in Konoha without a sound. Clearly there were supporters, and those supporters were Konoha's elders. I feared that a conflict would arise between the Uchiha and the village, resulting in many deaths, so I agreed. We all agreed. Then what about Sasuke? That was Itachi's condition. Good to exchange a brother's life to eliminate his entire clan, huh? Then after that night, Danzo came to me and said that if we could unravel the secret of the Sharingan, Konoha would take a step up. What the second Hokage could not accomplish, how could he? Upon hearing what Danzo had done, Nara felt a sense of regret for the fallen rabbit and fox. Thankfully, the Hyuga clan was low-key enough, though otherwise who would know if the first blow fell upon them. The third Hokage said nothing. The Sharingan on Danzo's arm had already explained everything. So there should not only be Itachi as an Shrank rogue ninja, Danzo should qualify as well. It was true. Although he did not want to admit it, facing the stark reality laid before him, the third Hokage did not know how to argue. No one would believe that he was completely unaware. Wait, old man, what about Orochimaru? Jiraiya suddenly remembered that Orochimaru's defection was due to being discovered for conducting human experiments. Was Danzo involved in this? That's right, it was the research on wood release and bloodline limits. But why? Would you rather desecrate the first Hokage's corpse to research wood release? Jiraiya could not believe that his revered teacher would commit such acts. Because of the Ninetales incident, you all know how many died that day. The fourth Hokage also sacrificed himself because of it. But what if there was the first Hokage's wood release? At that time, the Ninetales could be suppressed upon its initial appearance. It would only destroy some buildings. Danzo had actually been researching this even before the Ninetales incident, but back then it was just a small-scale operation he and Orochimaru conducted in secret. After the Ninetales incident, I approved it. The enemy ninjas captured during missions and death row inmates were all subjected to experiments. Since you were aware of this research, why did Orochimaru ultimately defect? Because they overstepped the line. Orochimaru discovered that the younger a person was, the higher the cell fusion rate, which increased their survival rate. However, whether it was enemy ninjas or death row inmates, there were no children, so they turned their attention to the war orphans of Konoha. So that day I led the Umbu to raid Orochimaru's research base, but Danzo had tipped him off in advance, and he escaped. The once great ninja had died, and the third Hokage who withstood Konoha was no more. After the Chunin exams I will resign. Everyone should elect the fifth Hokage then. The impact of the Danzo incident is immense. Everyone is aware that there are certain things in their village that should not see the light of day. However, it is rare to see someone like Danzo or Hayashi turning against their own. The grand battle at the Hokage building was naturally known to all the villages. That day spies from various villages used all their resources to report back the news of an elder from Konoha being killed by a Konoha ninja. The only regret is that when the third Hokage took the ninjas to the conference room, someone set up a barrier preventing them from hearing the specific details. Otherwise, the matters regarding the Uchiha and wood release would have been enough for everyone to discuss. Iwagakure. Inoki said, how can Konoha create chaos on its own? Father, what should we do now? Should we take advantage of the Chunin exams to intervene? I have said it many times during work, address me by my title. We should not get involved in this chaos. The intelligence indicates that only Danzo was killed with no other casualties, and Sarutobi Hayashi did not participate in the battle at all. Therefore, Konoha merely lost an elder, and it is not wise to approach Konoha at this time. I understand. However, the girl who killed Danzo must be investigated thoroughly. At the age of 12, defeating Danzo certainly marks her as an Onsenama Millennium genius. Moreover, I know Danzo, he is a very cautious and patient individual. The fact that this battle happened so openly must have its reasons. Let those lurking in Konoha find a way to uncover the truth, but be careful to conceal our identities. If we cannot discover the reason for their battle, we should at least gather intelligence on Lin Yang. Do you understand? Yes, father. I have told you to address me as Lord Tsuchikage in the office. Kimogakure. Lord A. This is the latest intelligence from Konoha. The Raikage took the intelligence. Oh, Danzo is dead. Interesting, a 12-year-old, yet another genius. We had someone nearby during the incident. Based on the recorded conversations, this Lin Yang might possess the ability to develop a bloodline limit, and she did indeed use the first Hokage's would release technique afterward. However, it is still uncertain how powerful she is. The degree of power is not important. The mere ability to develop a bloodline limit is significant. Everyone believes that bloodline limits can only be inherited through bloodlines or awakened by oneself. However, if Konoha can truly develop it artificially, if they master would release, how can they not enhance its power? You are right, Lord Raikage. The development of ninjutsu has always been the hardest from 0 to 1. As long as it can be used, its power can always be enhanced. We cannot allow this Lin Yang to live. Tsuchikage was very concerned. Bloodline limit ninjas are the core strength of every village. Once one is born, the next generation is likely to produce a bloodline clan. If Konoha can truly develop it artificially, who would still be Konoha's opponent in the future? You are correct. It's a pity she has already grown. Why didn't we acquire her intelligence when she was in the academy? If only we had captured her earlier. Maki explained, actually we did have some information about her during her time at the Ninja Academy. However, she was unremarkable back then. The only talent she displayed was her exceptional shuriken technique, but she did not show much promise in ninjutsu. However, after graduation, she was suddenly assigned to a protective mission and captured the Byakugan assassin from the Mist Village, which finally brought her into the spotlight. Could it be that Konoha is deliberately hiding this? It's quite possible. The growth of a genius also requires time. It is impossible to suddenly become a genius. Moreover, if she started hiding her talents at 6 or 7 years old in the Ninja Academy, perhaps we need to increase our surveillance on her. Indeed, you make a valid point. Regardless of the possibility, we must prepare ourselves to face a formidable enemy in the future. Maki, go send a document to Iwagakure and ask if they are interested in eliminating Lin Yang. I do not believe that Inoki, that old coot, has no thoughts on this. Understood. Maki took his leave. Back to Konoha. Lord Kazekage, are we still following the original plan? In the room, Maki looked at the calm Kazekage with some concern. The details of the battle from 3 days ago were only now received from the spies. The original plan to collapse Konoha was based on the original intelligence. Now that a young powerhouse has suddenly emerged, what if the illusion cast by Toby fails right at the start? Wouldn't that lead to a total loss? No worries. From the intelligence we received, Lin Yang can be regarded as a strong individual, but not to the extent that it affects our plans. At this moment, the Kazekage's body was already that of Orochimaru, and he was not concerned about Tsunagekyu's situation. His original plan only had 2 objectives. First, kill the 3rd Hokage. Second, obtain Sasuke's body. Now, although Lin Yang has suddenly become a variable, it does not affect my goals. Once the battlefield is separated, eliminating the 3rd Hokage will suffice. As for Sasuke, there will be opportunities to plot in the future. What about Orochimaru? Can his subordinates really hold Lin Yang back? No need to worry. I have investigated his strength. It is reliable. We will proceed according to plan. Tonight we will meet with Orochimaru's people as scheduled. Yes. Though unwilling, Maki knew he had no grounds to refute and could only obey orders. Night quickly approached. Maki stood in the corridor, staring blankly at Gaara on the rooftop across. Is it really okay to just let him be out there? A voice came from behind, belonging to Toby. It's fine. Being too suppressive can lead to problems. At the same time, Gaara, who was emo due to the lack of opponents, suddenly reacted to someone's disturbance and struck out in anger. How incredible. I never expected his true form to be like this. Is that okay? That is from Odo. No worries, he is no longer useful. I used to think he was the best candidate to observe Sasuke's strength. Oh, still not giving up, huh? Is Sasuke's body so tempting to Orochimaru? Who? Maki and Tobi simultaneously drew kunai and assumed combat stances. Lin Yang emerged from the shadows behind. How did you find this place? Come on, just look over there. If I couldn't find it, wouldn't that be a bit unreasonable? Maki turned to glance at the rooftop where Gaara was, and then back to Lin Yang. What brings you here? Nothing much. I heard some commotion over here and came to check it out. But you seem to have a good relationship with our Konoha's genin. Did you meet before? It's rare for a guest from Sunagakure to visit. I'm quite curious about Sunagakure, so I thought I would come and exchange some local customs with you. I see. Then it would be troublesome for you two to come with me and discuss what local customs you talked about. I think that's unnecessary. My students still need to prepare for the Chunin exams, so I will head back now. Before Lin Yang could respond, Maki instantly used body flicker technique to leave, taking Gaara with him. Though confident, Tobi also hesitated to engage Lin Yang and decided to retreat for the time being. However, he knew that his identity was completely exposed now. Until the mission began, he could only remain in hiding. A gust of wind blew as a figure emerged from behind the wall. Cough, cough, why not take down those two? There are many civilians living nearby. Did you see Gaara just now? If a fight breaks out, it would be impossible to control the scale of casualties, especially since it's night and many people are already asleep. They won't even have time to escape. You make a good point. Let's hurry and report to the Hokage and prepare early. Yes, let's go. Hokage office. Oh, what are you two doing here so late? The third Hokage still held a pipe, looking only slightly older, yet diligently working at this hour. Shurfeng approached and shared the intelligence he had just received with the third. It seems that Sunagekyu's intentions are not good. Go and summon all the Jonin, would you? Yes. After Shurfeng left, the third turned to Lin Yang. What do you think of this matter? I stand and observe. I believe Sunagakure is not the main orchestrator. Their infiltration doesn't allow for much action. Oh, what do you mean by that? Hokage-sama, everyone has arrived. Shurfeng entered. Then let's have everyone come in and discuss together. The Jonin, led by Rikuju, stood solemnly in the Hokage's office. Shurfeng, please explain the details to everyone again. After listening to Shifeng's description, the already serious expressions of the group grew even darker. Just now Lin Yang and I were discussing this matter. I'll let her share her thoughts with everyone. Everyone looked with great interest at the 12-year-old girl. I believe that Sunagakure is not the mastermind. Regardless of their plans, they want gain sufficient benefits from them. Why do you say that? Kai asked. Because they lack the numbers. Sunagakure has only sent 30 people. They can't all be elite shinobi, can they? Of course not. If there were 30 elite shinobi, they would just declare war directly, so why bother with infiltration? Exactly, so what they can do won't be on a large scale. They can only focus on decapitating or delaying our combat string. Why? Because with Danzo's death, I won't be able to hold the position of Hokage for long. This is something that all villages should know. The third had already come to terms with it, and did not put any pressure on those below him. He stated the reason directly. Lin Yang hadn't expected the third to adjust his mindset so quickly. Indeed, from this perspective, even if they succeed in decapitating him, no matter who the new Hokage is, a war against Sunagakure would inevitably ensue. Currently, Sunagakure is still struggling due to war reparations. Therefore, unless Sunagakure is confident they can defeat Konohagakure, this action would definitely not be worth it. Rikuju said, I believe Lin Yang is correct. Even if they have amassed troops at the border, Konohagakure won't let them in easily, so they stand to gain nothing from this matter. Yes, so I think Sunagakure's mission is likely the second option to delay. Orochimaru then. Rikuju quickly hit the nail on the head. Exactly. Orochimaru's appearance in Konohagakure must have a purpose, but I don't think that purpose is merely to reminisce with Senior Hondo. And if it really is for Sasuke, that's also unreasonable. They could just kidnap him when he leaves the village for missions. Why bother with infiltration? Thus Sasuke is merely an afterthought. He must have some other main objective. Decapitation, Kakashi speculated. I believe so. Orochimaru must have promised something beneficial to the Kazekage to have Sunagakure hold back our top combat strength while he carries out his decapitation plan. I suspect that Gaara is likely their excuse. Exactly. Just now Lin Yang and I saw Gaara turn into a monster and kill Tors with just one strike. Monster? It must be a tailed beast, otherwise it wouldn't be possible to hold so many of us back. That Kabuto also likely has a task. Lin Yang easily deduced the situation, effortlessly uncovering Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konohagakure. Rikuju, I believe Lin Yang's analysis is quite reasonable, but for now we cannot act against Sunagakure. Regardless, the incident has not yet occurred, and acting now could easily lead to rumors in the shinobi world that we lured people to Konohagakure to kill them, which would be detrimental to our image. Hondo said, but are we just going to wait for them to make the first move? Lin Yang replied, no, once we analyze their targets, their intentions become clearer. For a decapitation, they must confirm the Hokage's location, and lately, when can you guarantee the Hokage's presence? During the third Chunin exam. Exactly. Rikuju said, since we know that Gaara is likely a Jinchuriki, let's arrange a sealing team to follow him. If there are any signs, we can seal him directly. As for the other people from Sunigakure, the Kazekage and Maki will definitely appear at the exam venue, but they won't take action. Although we don't know what Orochimaru promised the Kazekage to bring the One Tail here to create chaos, once they take action, it would be a declaration of war. Therefore we don't need to worry too much about those two in the open. Kai asked, then how will they restrain us? Rikuju replied, hostages. There will be many spectators at the exam venue, and not all of them are shinobi. If they use large-scale ninjutsu to destroy the venue, we must divide our forces to protect them, and at that moment Orochimaru will likely make his move. After everyone finished analyzing, the third stepped out to proceed with the next work deployment. Now urgently recall the shinobi executing missions outside. Yes. Watching the third issue commands, Lin Yang still felt the former might of the shinobi, but alas, he was getting old. Lin Yang knew Orochimaru's original plan, but now with Maki and Kabuto exposed, she wondered if Orochimaru would change his plan. Therefore the third's response seemed appropriate, and Lin Yang didn't intend to say anything more. She would focus on guiding Sasuke and Sakura for the remaining time. As for finding Orochimaru and Kabuto, who can find them? 3 days later, Sasuke and Sakura knocked on Lin Yang's door. Lin Yang gazed at Sakura's radiant excitement and Sasuke's smug confidence. The first phase is complete. Naturally, Sakura was positively buoyant. These past days had been spent in constant companionship with Sasuke, a joy she could hardly contain. Though deeply infatuated, her devotion followed a clear logic. I adore Sasuke. He needs strength, and I refuse to be his burden. I must train relentlessly. Thus, even her romantic fervor never compromised her discipline. As for Lin Yang, so long as their abilities improved sufficiently to serve him faithfully, he cared not at all what they did in private. Very well, let us begin the second phase. Come in. He led them into his personal training ground. Wow, Lin Yang, you actually have a training ground this large at home. No wonder you're so strong. Sakura came from an ordinary civilian supporting Chunin family. Her parents could scarcely afford such space. This was my reward after attaining Chunin rank. Before that I lived in an apartment and trained deep in the forest. Oh, an awkward silence fell. So, are we expected to train with Lee's intensity? Panic flickered across Sakura's face. It doesn't matter, as long as it makes us stronger. A faint eager smile tugged at Sasuke's lips. The path to power lay vividly before him. No, you need not emulate Lee. Had he possessed your chakra control, his sheer diligence would have earned him Jonin rank upon graduation from the academy. You still require physical conditioning, but your regimen differs from his. Then let's begin immediately. Sasuke rose, already preparing to warm up. Not yet. Sakura, go inform your family you'll stay at my place until the third exam. Huh, why? I'll push your body to its absolute limit each day. Trust me, you won't have the strength to walk home. Was it truly that terrifying? Then, will we still train together? Sasuke hesitated, mouth half open, then closed, then opened again. Lin Yang met his gaze. Speak plainly. Will you lower my training intensity? At first Lin Yang didn't grasp the implication. Then it clicked. Sasuke feared Lin Yang might hold back, lest he lack energy to return home. Just move in permanently. We're both orphans. No one worries for us. Sakura's situation is different. Oh, excellent. Train me, without mercy. Sakura gasped in stunned silence. Sasuke, staying at Lin Yang's house. Absolutely not. Sasuke must not live there alone. No problem. I'll tell my parents right now. They'll surely agree. She bolted away at full speed, any thought of exhaustion utterly forgotten. Moments later, Sakura returned breathless. Done. They've agreed. Good. Now let me outline this phase's regimen. First, determine your chakra natures. Lin Yang handed each a sheet of chakra paper. How does this work? Infuse it with your chakra. Observing their results, Lin Yang confirmed Sakura's affinities water and earth. Unsurprising given she rarely employed elemental techniques beyond taijutsu, medical ninjutsu, or summoning. For training, mornings devoted entirely to physical conditioning, afternoons dedicated to chakra-integrated sparring with me. 1 week. Then collapse into unconsciousness each evening and sleep. Sakura stared blankly. Was this blessing or curse? After a grueling day, both lay motionless on the ground, eyes vacant. That concludes today's session. Your rooms are prepared. Rest early. Tomorrow begins at dawn. And don't forget to bathe before bed. Seeing no movement, Lin Yang simply hauled over 2 buckets and doused them. A quick rinse will suffice. Summer nights are warm enough. Oh, and starting tomorrow, consciously channel chakra to protect your muscles. Otherwise, strains are inevitable. Keep pushing. Within a week, Sasuke and Sakura had begun adapting, even thriving, within this crucible. Through shared exhaustion and mutual support, their bond deepened. Not yet love perhaps, but unquestionably forged camaraderie. One morning, as they completed warm-ups for another round, Lin Yang halted them. The Chunin exams approach. You now understand these fundamentals. Master them independently henceforth. Sasuke, today new instruction begins. At last, the day has come. Begin. Earlier I mentioned teaching you Kakashi's Chidori, but that technique demands extraordinary speed. You now possess foundational physical prowess. Henceforth, while mastering the jutsu itself, you'll also channel lightning nature chakra through your meridians, stimulating cellular vitality until you match Lee's velocity. Only then will the technique reach its apex. Other matters can wait. Time grows scarce. And Sakura, I recommend medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu. Why? Your chakra control is exceptional, ideal for such precise, delicate arts. She also possesses outstanding genjutsu aptitude, Sasuke interjected. uncharacteristically and fairly. Lin Yang blinked startled. Since when did training foster affection so swiftly? Less than a month, and he's already advocating for her. Shall I be drinking sake at their wedding next year? You serve as my shadow guard. Can her Jinjutsu ever surpass the Sharingan? Fine, have it your way. I accept. Sakura declared suddenly solemn. I will study medical ninjutsu, and in my spare time refine my Jinjutsu. Ah, excellent. I'll instruct you in ninjutsu, but medical expertise lies beyond my domain. You'll need formal hospital training. I'll request a mentor from the third Hokage. Understood. With Sasuke's curriculum settled, Lin Yang assigned Sakura further physical conditioning, then headed to the Hokage's office. Old man, need a favor. Now you seek help. After failing to locate Orochimaru and Kabuto, the third Hokage's remaining hair seemed perilously thin. Since Sans exposure, they'd grown unervingly docile, offering no leads. Nobles from every nation had arrived in Konoha, flooding his desk with reports. And somewhere within the village lurked and shrank Miss Singnin, still undetected. The Hokage felt certain he'd never live to see the fifth's inauguration. Never mind. He'll appear during the third exam. I'm here to request someone. Someone. Who? Assign a skilled medical ninja from Konoha Hospital as Sakura's mentor. Sagawa Rinō. You intend her for medical specialization. Precisely. Her place in my shadow guard wasn't assured. But recently her resilience and intellect impressed me deeply. Ha ha ha. You're already planning your guard roster. So soon. The fifth Hokage title is mine to claim. The Hokage seat demands more than strength alone. Leave strategy to me. Can you provide the mentor? Of course. But if cultivating shadow guard talent, why not approach Tsunade directly? I haven't the faintest idea where she is. Truthfully, Lin Yang had considered Tsunade, but every day delayed meant a day less for Sakura's growth. Finding Tsunade could take months. Here's an intelligence division report. Sightings possibly linked to Tsunade. You may pursue them. And I'll draft a formal recommendation letter. Take Sakura to Konoha Hospital with these scrolls. Clutching both documents, Lin Yang returned home to resume teaching. On the day of the third exam, although Lin Yang had obtained information about Tsunade from the third Hokage last time, he did not seek her out, considering that Orochimaru was still in Konoha. He was just waiting to crush Orochimaru today. As a grand event in the ninja world, Konoha was filled with the sounds of drums and firecrackers, red flags waving, and crowds of people. Due to Tsu's absence, the battle lineup for the Chunin exam was changed, but this time Sasuke did not arrive late. In the first match, it was still Naruto versus Neji. As the two stood on the field exchanging harsh words, Lin Yang found Ri-Foot. Oh, it's Lin Yang. Hanabi, call me sister. When Ri-Foot saw Lin Yang, he greeted her actively, as he owed Lin Yang a favor. Hello, sister. Hanabikin is so cute. Lin Yang took the opportunity to ruffle Hanabi's hair. Aren't you going to watch the match with your classmates? I came to talk to you, Ri-Foot. Oh, what is it about? What is it about? Lin Yang did not specify, but instead asked Ri-Foot for his opinion on the match. Ri-Foot, who do you think will win this match? Of course it's Neji. Why? He might be the most talented child of the Hyuga clan in nearly a century. I see. I bet on Naruto winning. Because of that thing inside him, Exactly. The third Hokage is here, so it's impossible for him to be unleashed. Who knows, wanna bet something? Looks like that's the reason you came to find me today. What do you want? Neji, if I win, no matter what I do to Neji, you don't intervene. This large bet made Ri-Foot start to doubt if there was a trick involved. Although Neji was a branch family member, he was undoubtedly the first genius of the Hyuga clan. Lin Yang's intentions were too clear, which made Ri-Foot cautious. However, there wasn't much that Neji had that Lin Yang wanted. Suddenly, Ri-Foot had a flash of inspiration. Byakugan. Lin Yang could develop a bloodline limit, and this was not a secret among the clan leaders. Many clans had considered ways to have Lin Yang create a suitable bloodline limit, but after Lin Yang stepped into the spotlight, there were increasingly more matters in the village, and there hadn't been any good opportunities. However, Lin Yang had never successfully developed an organ mutation type of bloodline limit, so her interest in Neji was likely due to the Byakugan. The main family would never give it to her, so she had set her sights on Neji. After realizing this, Ri-Foot unhesitatingly rejected Lin Yang. That's impossible. No matter what, Neji is a member of the Hyuga family, and it makes no sense to casually hand him over to outsiders. I wonder how your brother would feel about that. Relax, don't worry. I'm not interested in your Byakugan. Otherwise Ao wouldn't have brought it back. I could just keep the eyeballs for myself. Ri-Foot thought about it, and realized it was indeed true. At that time, the battle between Lin Yang and Ao had only two participants, and the ability to control chakra to develop a bloodline limit couldn't have suddenly emerged one day. So Lin Yang should have been able to do similar things early on, but still had not obtained the Byakugan, which meant she truly had no interest. Alright, then if you lose, you must give the Hyuga family a bloodline limit. No problem. You are a Taijutsu bloodline family. How about Steel Release, which hardens the body to resist physical attacks? Or Swift Release, which allows for high-speed movement? I still need to discuss this back with my clan. No problem. On the field, Neji had already executed the 64 palms, and Naruto was in a state with no chakra available. Looks like I can now go back and discuss which bloodline limit suits us with the elders. Don't rush. The referee hasn't announced the results yet. Ri-Foot did not refute Lin Yang, but simply smiled broadly. But soon he couldn't smile anymore. It was proven that smiles do not disappear, they merely transfer from one person's face to another. See, what did I say? If that thing could be fixed by you, all the fourth Hokage wouldn't have died back then. Rifoot's face alternated between blue and purple. He didn't expect Naruto to be able to freely use the power of the Nine Tails already. How was he supposed to fight? Soon Naruto lay on the ground amidst a cloud of smoke. While others might not see Naruto underground, Rifoot did. His visual reconnaissance ability was the strongest in Konoha, and he knew that Niji had already lost. Alright, you won, but I need to speak with Niji first. He'll go with you. As Gunma announced Naruto's victory, Niji was carried into the medical room, while Lin Yang and Rifoot had already been waiting here. Can I talk to him alone? Rifoot looked at Lin Yang. Sure. After a while the door opened. I'm done, you can come in now. Lin Yang entered to see Niji gazing out the window at the flying birds with a gentle expression. Looks like you finished talking. Niji, everyone heard what you said during the match. Do you know what you still lack to escape the fate of being a branch family member? The awareness to control my own destiny. No, it's knowledge. Seeing Niji's confused expression, Lin Yang explained, is the curse seal of the branch family something that has always existed in the ninja world? No, it was created by the main family. Since it's a technique created by humans, why can't it be cracked? Over the thousands of years, how many branch family members have there been in the Hyuga clan? How many geniuses among them have succeeded? Niji, I can help you. What? X2 Rifoot never expected that Lin Yang's implication of not interfering in what she did to Niji would mean this. As for whether Lin Yang could crack the caged bird, Rifoot actually had little doubt. At 12 years old, she could use all bloodline limits that didn't require physical organs based on her control of chakra. A curse seal might not be that difficult for her. Back in the day, it was only because the second Hokage had the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan that he was not interested in the caged bird. Otherwise, the caged bird might not have survived even to the second Hokage's era. Now this genius, who far surpassed the second Hokage, said he wanted to solve the caged bird issue, and he was genuinely scared. The disappearance of Niji's caged bird would signify the beginning of the split between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan. Wait, this isn't just about what you do to Niji. This involves the entire Hyuga clan. If the caged bird disappears, it could very well fall into the hands of the enemy. At that point, the enemy would also have Byakugan. Ao gained the title of Byakugan killer precisely because he had Byakugan, and you should understand the importance of Byakugan to a village. Oh, then why not engrave the caged bird on the main family as well? Wouldn't that be foolproof? If the caged bird is engraved, the Byakugan would have visual blind spots, which would reduce combat effectiveness. At this point, Rifoot could no longer concern himself with matters of secrecy. He was simply following the voice in his head that insisted the caged bird must not be broken. He didn't even know why the caged bird couldn't be broken. Lin Yang no longer paid attention to the stubborn Hyuga clan leader, turning to Niji. So what do you think? Have you made your decision? Freedom is right before your eyes. What do you want? Niji understood that there were no free lunches in the world. If Lin Yang helped Sasuke and the others, it was out of camaraderie, but helping him definitely had ulterior motives. I want to become Hokage. I can't help you with that. That's not your concern. From now on, you just need to follow my orders. You have 10 more seconds to think about it. No need. Future Hokage, I agree. Deal. Lin Yang extended her finger to touch the caged bird seal on Niji's forehead, and a white light shone. Lin Yang would certainly not be able to break the caged bird. When F4 previously negotiated with Lin Yang, they originally hoped to exchange the Book of Seals for Lin Yang's bloodline limit, but the negotiation was disrupted by Danzo, resulting in Konoha not obtaining the bloodline limit and Lin Yang not acquiring the Book of Seals. Thus, Lin Yang's knowledge of sealing techniques and curse seals could only be considered adequate. He was still lacking a bit to deal with the caged bird. However, that does not mean the caged bird is invincible. In his previous life, while reading manga, it was mentioned that the caged bird is linked to the brains of the branch family members and can activate remotely to destroy their neural pathways. Lin Yang utilized his chakra to probe the caged bird, feeling the connection established by it. The original plan was to directly strip the caged bird from inside the brain using Lightning Release Chakra, but now it seemed far too difficult and unnecessary. So Lin Yang initiated Plan B, applying an illusion to the curse seal. The curse seal requires chakra from the clan members to be activated, and its mechanism is similar to summoning techniques, with the only limitation being the range of perception. Fortunately, the Hyuga clan does not lack in perception range. However, coincidentally, Lin Yang also knew spacetime ninjutsu, so he layered his own chakra crystal over the caged bird's mark, not to destroy it, but to interfere with its signal reception. After 3 minutes of rewriting work, the caged bird mark on Niji's forehead turned black. Phew, for now this will do. To completely remove the caged bird, you'll have to wait until I become Hokage and obtain the Book of Seals. Niji touched his forehead, then held up his forehead protector like a mirror to look at the mark that had changed from green to black. Is this okay, eh? Lin Yang turned to look at the sweating Hayashi. Then could I trouble Lord Hayashi to give it a try, eh? Hayashi was already drenched in sweat. It was over. The Hyuga clan would be split into two. Should he try or not? If he tried and it truly succeeded, the Hyuga clan would indeed split into two from today onward, unless the main family could eliminate the branch family, but others in Konoha would never agree to that. If he didn't try, he would never know the truth, and he could only avoid using the caged bird in the future. But what was the difference between not daring to use the caged bird and not having it at all? Forget it. He must try. He had to know the reliability of the caged bird. With his sword pointed upward, he realized he couldn't feel the caged bird. Clearly the cursed seal was right before his eyes, and he could reach out and touch it. But he felt nothing, as if it had never existed. Not bad, it seems to have worked. Niji, take a good rest. Oh, I'll go check on Sasuke's match. Thank you. Looking at his uncle's expression, Niji knew he was truly free, and he was unknowingly in tears. After Lin Yang left the room, Hayashi said, Niji, you must not disclose this matter. Who are you? I, Niji, am the right-hand man of the 5th Hokage. What gives you the right to command me? I'm sorry, but I must follow Lin Yang's orders on whether or not to disclose this matter. Hayashi replied, Huh, is that how you're going to use the request? Wake up. You are a member of the Hyuga clan. However, because Hayashi had exchanged his life years ago and was looking at his brother's child, he could not bring himself to exert the authority of the clan head over Niji. Sigh. All right, you get some rest. Oh, I'll go find Lin Yang. Yes. In the audience seats, Lin Yang found Sakura on the stand. Lin Yang, you're here. It just started. Sasuke tested a few moves and hit once, but Gaara doesn't seem very stable mentally. I see, but since he was able to hit, it seems the training was effective. Following that, under Sasuke's taijutsu attacks, Gaara completely wrapped himself in sand, turning into a ball. Looks like it's time to get to work. Work? What work? Sakura didn't understand what Lin Yang was rambling about. It's nothing. If anything happens, remember to protect yourself and assist in evacuating the ordinary people nearby. Are we going to be attacked? Zai. In the arena, Sasuke used Chidori to break through Gaara's defenses. On the stand, white feathers from the Nirvana technique floated slowly down. It seems it has begun. In the blink of an eye, the Kazekage had already taken the Hokage to the central observation tower, where the barrier of the 4 purple flames formation was raised around them. The village was also being ravaged by Orochimaru. Lin Yang increased the power of his radar technique, lightly shocking the ninja trapped in the illusion with Lightning Release Chakra. As for the civilians, they might as well stay asleep, otherwise waking them up would cause even more panic. The people who woke up still didn't understand what had happened, and Lin Yang first flew to bring Sasuke up from the arena. Kakashi said, now issuing a mission, Genma, according to the plan, take the sealing team to pursue Gaara, bring Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Shikamaru. The others will evacuate the spectators while clearing the enemies on sight. Lin Yang, be cautious. Gaara is the Jinchuriki of One Tail, and his strength is not to be underestimated. If sealing is not possible, retreat. Just ensure that One Tail is not in a populated area. Kakashi replied, that's right, One Tail is secondary. If we can seal him, great. If not, so be it. This is the main battlefield. Understood. 6. However, to be safe, Lin Yang still created a shadow clone to follow the group. If things went wrong, he could directly teleport in to take over the battle. After Gunma and several lower ninjas set off, Kakashi and Guy diligently fought alongside the fodder. Lin Yang exclaimed, finally, it's my time to shine. I will become the savior. Can you break that barrier? Several Umbu have already tried to save the 3rd Hokage and were burned to death. Kakashi knew he was better than the Umbu, but he also didn't think the Umbu were that weak. Since they were killed trying to save the 3rd Hokage, he probably wouldn't be able to break that barrier either. No matter how powerful the barrier is, it's just a barrier and ninjutsu. Lin Yang jumped lightly onto the roof, standing outside the 4 purple flames formation. Teacher, it seems someone has come to rescue you again. Inside the barrier, the 3rd Hokage was having a fierce battle with Hashirama and Tobirama. Lin Yang, hurry and support the village. The destruction caused by Orochimaru's giant snake is too severe. Don't worry, Jiraiya is in the village. He'll handle it. Kakashi is overseeing the situation in the arena. Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue and said, so how will you break this barrier? It seems your intelligence work needs to be improved. Didn't I say I can develop bloodline limits? Haha, young man, you don't think bloodline limits are omnipotent, do you? Of course not, but it's enough to deal with you lot. Oh. Dust released detachment of the primitive world. A beam of light surged toward the barrier. Boom. As the barrier shattered, the light pierced through the roof, creating a massive hole. How is this possible? Orochimaru could never have imagined the current situation. Lin Yang not only developed the bloodline limit, but also achieved some results after years of research for immortality, yet he abandoned further studies because they offered little help with longevity. Now you tell me she even managed to create a bloodline elimination. Huh. Orochimaru. This is Konoha. Even if you kill me today, what will it matter? There will always be someone to uphold Konoha's sky. With Lin Yang using Inoki's dust release, the 3rd Hokage's heart, which had sunk, was completely revived. Now he feared nothing. With the barrier broken, the ninjas of Konoha would no longer stand by and watch the 3rd Hokage fight alone. Kakashi and Guy rushed forward to provide support, while the 4 sound ninjas, despite their injuries, stood in front. Kakashi, looks like I underestimated them. Guy, those 2 are yours. I'll take care of these 2. Alright, let's see who is faster. Hey, you're quite motivated today. The kids are putting in so much effort, we adults can't fall behind. Ha ha ha, that's right. The Azure Beast of Konoha is here. On the other side, Orochimaru controlled the 2 former Hokages to protect himself. How can you use dust release? Is that difficult? It's just a fusion of the 3 types of chakra nature. TSK. Now that the barrier was broken, and with Lin Yang such a monster, he had no idea how many bloodline limits she had mastered, and now there was an additional bloodline elimination. No matter how confident Orochimaru was, he did not believe he could single-handedly break through Konoha village, especially not when Konoha's top combat powers were almost all present. It seems this plan has failed. Let's meet again next time. Sarutobi Sensei, Jinjutsu Dark Walking Technique. Controlling the second Hokage, he activated the Dark Walking Technique, causing everyone present to lose their vision. Wanna run? Earth Release Heaven Descending Cover. The Dark Walking Technique, which deprived sight, was practically ineffective against Lin Yang, who had the radar technique. So Lin Yang directly used Heaven Descending Cover to try to pin Orochimaru here. Everyone was fighting in the dark to see who had the greater disadvantage. As a massive dome descended, the entire central watchtower was enclosed within. Are you trying to leave me here? Of course. After all, you're in Shrank Rogue Ninja. Such a great achievement shouldn't go to waste. The current Hokage is here as well. Let me see if you really have this capability. With just these two defective products, would release Birth of the Forest. Instantly inside the Heaven Descending Cover, thick branches moved like octopus tentacles roaming around and attacking Orochimaru. This is troublesome. This guy is completely unaffected by Jinjutsu. Seeing the Dark Walking Technique was useless, he decided to cancel it, focusing all his energy on sensing the situation within the Heaven Descending Cover, now being entirely blind on his own end. Guy, hey Kakashi, how's the situation? I can only rely on my ears for a rough idea. Lin Yang's would release is chasing Orochimaru, and the two former Hokages are protecting him. Damn it, I can't help at all. No, we can help. Lin Yang wants to keep Orochimaru here. Besides Lin Yang, only my Sharingan can see. Next, just follow my lead. If we can hold the two former Hokages for a moment, Lin Yang can take Orochimaru. Okay, leave it to me. What should I do? Quick. Ha, no problem. 8 gates, 6th gate open. Just as the reanimated Tobirama used water release water severing wave to cut through the branches rushing at him, he was suddenly kicked away by Guy, who charged out of the darkness. If it were Tobirama, he could have reacted and countered, but the Tobirama controlled by Orochimaru was unable to. Just as Orochimaru regained his focus to control the reanimated Tobirama for a counterattack, a bolt of lightning sliced through the body of the reanimated Tobirama. Well done. Would release Silent Killing Binding Technique. For branches bound Orochimaru's limbs, preventing him from forming hand seals and moving. Lin Yang did not let down her guard. She used Flying Thunder God to arrive beside Orochimaru and directly sealed his chakra by pressing his acupuncture points, leaving a Flying Thunder God mark. Old man, come over and help seal. Hearing the voice, the third Hokage approached Orochimaru based on the sound. 5 elements seal. With a whoosh, as Orochimaru's chakra was sealed, the reanimation was also lifted. This should be enough, right? Lin Yang released the Heaven Descending Cover, and everyone finally saw the light again. For now, this is sufficient. It can only temporarily disrupt his chakra. Next, we need the sealing team to reinforce the seal. Kakashi Sensei, I leave this to you. I'm going to check on Sasuke and the others. Okay, go ahead. After watching Lin Yang use Flying Thunder God to leave, the third Hokage turned his attention back to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, do you harbor hatred toward me? Sensei, what's the point of saying this now? You went to such great lengths to come to Konoha. It seems that killing me is your only goal. After the reanimation was lifted, 2 corpses of the sound ninjas appeared. Even to the extent of playing with the lives of your subordinates. The lives of my subordinates. Don't say such boring things. Orochimaru, do you know why the 4th Hokage is not you? Moi. From the day you became my student, I noticed the malice and ambition in your eyes. I realized it, yet I pretended not to see. In that war-torn era, you were a talented genius, so I hoped you would be the one to inherit my power and will. But my naive thoughts back then have led to the current situation. What good is it to say this now? Since you've recognized your mistakes, why not kill me? Kakashi. No, Lin Yang said she has seen your escape techniques. Killing you now might just allow you to revive elsewhere, so let's seal you for now. Again, that Lin Yang. She deserves to die. But at this moment, Orochimaru was truly powerless to resist and could only let the sealing team apply the seal on him. On the other side, as Lin Yang just landed with Flying Thunder God, she saw Shikaku standing in the forest laughing maniacally. Roar, perfect timing. Lin Yang. What? Naruto did not understand how Lin Yang suddenly appeared. Ignoring Naruto, Lin Yang first rescued Sakura from the tree. Indeed, even with enhancements, facing Shikaku was still too early for Sakura. Perhaps in another 5 or 6 years she could attempt it. Lin Yang, what is that thing? At this moment, Sasuke was in a bad state. He had tried various long-range and close-range ninjutsu, even casting Jinjutsu on Gaara with his Sharingan, but nothing worked, as if the Jinjutsu was lifted the moment it succeeded. That is a tailed beast, the one tail from Sunagakure. This area is no longer your concern. I'll leave it to me while you go capture Tamari hidden over there. Can you really handle it? Naruto was a bit worried about his classmate. Don't worry, Ashi is much more reliable than you. After saying that, Sasuke took Naruto to find Tamari. Shikaku, is it? Let me have a go at you. You are fortunate to be the first in the entire ninja world to experience this ninjutsu. Ninjutsu Divine Punishment. Ninjutsu Heavenly Punishment. Countless black iron sand erupted from the ground, forming several gigantic arrowheads. Why is she using magnetic escape? Despite being besieged by Naruto and Sasuke, Tamari remained focused on the battlefield where Gaara was. Oh, do you still have time to be distracted? Sasuke quickly dashed in front of Temari, delivering a series of lion's barrage strikes that knocked her to the ground. After binding her, all three turned their attention to Lin Yang and Gaara's battle. Temari did not struggle. She knew that Gaara was the core of this battle. Even if she could escape back, it would be meaningless. Perhaps the village would punish her, so she decided to wait for Gaara to deal with the three. After the iron sand formed the arrowheads, several lightning rings began to flicker in the air. What is this? The arrowheads passed through the lightning rings, and the iron sand started to turn red and fuse together. It melted. Why can iron sand melt without fire or contact? Temari, who had the most contact with iron sand among the group, still could not comprehend the principle behind it. Next, a water membrane appeared in front of each arrowhead, causing the arrowheads to emit waves of white mist as they cut through the air. Wind release vacuum sphere. Shikaku blew away the mist that obstructed their vision, revealing the enormous arrowheads glimmering with cold light in the air. In truth, Lin Yang also did not understand metal thermal processing. He had only seen videos of forging competitions, knowing that one must first heat the metal and then soak it in water or oil. As for why, Lin Yang didn't know, but ultimately the strength of the arrowheads did not affect the strength of a ninjutsu. After all, even a large piece of iron, no matter how dull, could still cause considerable damage when smashed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a dozen arrowheads shot towards Shikaku, piercing several holes into its body in the blink of an eye. I will kill you. Let's see you try. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A wooden dragon about the same size as Shikaku emerged from the ground and coiled around it. Tisk, I still need to practice my chakra control. Looking at the size of the wooden dragon, Lin Yang wasn't satisfied, but Shikaku thought otherwise. Wood dragon, what is your relationship with that man? It panicked as forgotten memories surged back to attack it. It hadn't been struck by Hashirama, but it knew that the Nine Tails had. Though it had always been at odds with the Nine Tails, it recognized the latter's strength. The kind of power that could pin the Nine Tails to the ground was now coiled around itself. Shikaku could feel the chakra flowing out of its body. Why? I am a tailed beast. Why is the chakra of a tailed beast depleting so quickly? Lin Yang did not possess sealing techniques like the adamantine sealing chains, so the only method available for now was to use the wooden dragon to drain Shikaku's chakra until he could return to Gaara's state. As for Sunagakure wanting people that could wait for later negotiations. No, I cannot just sit here and wait. Shikaku decided to unleash one final attack to determine the outcome. Yin-yang chakra began to gather in front of Shikaku's mouth in a fixed ratio, gradually forming a purple-black sphere. Upon seeing the tailed beast ball, Lin Yang immediately launched a flying thunder god kunai toward Shikaku. Snake Dragon Rat Horse. Lin Yang opened a space-time barrier in front of him to catch the incoming tailed beast ball. Shikaku thought, why can this technique devour my tailed beast ball? But it quickly realized this wasn't devouring at all. Before Shikaku could comprehend what was happening, the tailed beast ball suddenly appeared in front of it and struck heavily. The tailed beast ball sent Shikaku flying several kilometers before exploding violently, creating a mushroom cloud. Earth release, earthquake nucleus. Lin Yang lowered the position of himself and his companions below ground to avoid the shockwave. While it didn't matter to him, he still had to protect the captured enemies as they would be bargaining chips in the future. Having taken a direct hit from a tailed beast ball, Shikaku, or rather Gaara on Shikaku's back, was jolted awake from its slumbering technique. The group returned to the ground and marveled at the long trail left by Shikaku's body being propelled forward. However, Temari had no time to marvel. The sky fell as Shikaku had actually been defeated. The Shikaku that could only be suppressed by their father, the Kazekage and Sunagakure, had fallen. And it had happened in Konohagakure. What should we do? Can we take this opportunity to escape and bring Gaara with us? But when she glanced at Lin Yang, who was sneering at Gaara, Temari immediately dismissed the thought. This was not an enemy she could handle. Lin Yang saw that Shikaku had returned to the seal and used the flying thunder god to bring Gaara back. Sasuke said, as expected of you. Are we going back to the village now? Yeah, let's go back. The village should be about ready too. The group quickly returned to the village, conveniently taking the already downed Kankuro along with them. As for Shino, they decided not to disturb the father-son activity. Upon returning to the village, the third Hokage swiftly suppressed Sunagakure's plot, as there were only about 30 enemies. This was the center of Konoha. They couldn't stir up much trouble. With this battle alone, Lin Yang had made a name for herself by punching Orochimaru and kicking Gaara. The third Hokage looked at Gaara in Lin Yang's hands and asked, is this a tailed beast? Yes, it's a chibi. I released the Jinchuriki from the sleeping state, using the Jinjutsu. Kakashi looked at the three Kazekage children and said, next it's time for negotiations with Sunagakure. Yes, leave this matter to me and the other two advisors. Everyone else, start planning the village's reconstruction work. Old man, I want to take a look at the sealing book. Sure, you can go to my office and get it. I still need to escort Orochimaru until the sealing is completely finished. Alright. Lin Yang handed Gaara over to the sealing team and immediately set off for the Hokage's office. Kakashi said, Lord Hokage, does this mean you want her to become the 5th Hokage? Not necessarily the 5th Hokage, but she can definitely become Hokage. Not only can she develop her bloodline limit, but now there's even bloodline elimination. At just 12 years old, she can suppress a tailed beast all by herself, even if it's just a chibi. I'm old, but it's time for me to retire. Well, I could be fine with anyone taking the position. At this moment, Lin Yang in the Hokage's office finally obtained the sealing book she had longed for. Although she had a golden finger, there was no difficulty in using ninjutsu. However, when it came to sealing techniques and curse seals, Lin Yang had virtually no relevant knowledge. This left Lin Yang with a golden finger, but unable to maximize its effect. She opened the sealing book and headed straight for the 8 trigrams sealing technique. Shape chakra into specific geometric structures to form an energy cage or labyrinth, then place this cage over the enemy's meridians to influence the operation of their chakra. This is interesting. If that's the case, this sealing technique might not be very difficult after all. Having obtained the sealing book, Lin Yang finally embarked on her path towards becoming Hokage. 3 days after the Chunin exams concluded, Lin Yang had become the new hero of Konoha, protecting the village. The brilliance of that dust release became the object of admiration for countless children. Although they did not witness the scene themselves, the ninja parents incessantly spoke of how one should aspire to be like Lin Yang, which made the entire village aware of his glorious deeds. Moreover, not only had he captured the Shrank rogue ninja Orochimaru and protected the 3rd Hokage, but he also secured the Jinchuriki from Sunigakure. Lin Yang's status in Konoha was undoubtedly on the rise. The only issue was that everyone had yet to decide on a nickname for Lin Yang. While Konoha was rejoicing, things were not as comfortable in Sunigakure. Hirako said, "Sister, what should we do now? Lord Gaara is dead and Iai and the others are still being held in Konoha." To begin with, Maki had suggested that Temari and Kankuro leave first, knowing that the higher-ranked ninjas would remain in the village to minimize disaster. No one would pursue them. Only a group of lower-ranked ninjas could spare the effort, allowing him to delay in the examination venue long enough to retreat with Toby. He executed the plan flawlessly. The Hokage was captured by Orochimaru, and although Lin Yang later intervened, killing the Hokage was not the goal of Sunigakure. Whether they succeeded or failed was inconsequential. He had bought enough time and was ready to retreat. But who would have thought that the one-tailed Jinchuriki trio would be captured alive in Konoha? God knows how crushed he felt when Chiyo asked him where Gaara was. Chiyo said, "At this point, we cannot confront Konoha Hiden anymore. Spread the word that it was all part of Orochimaru's scheme." He killed the Kazekage and disguised himself as him, intending to destroy the friendship between the Fire and Wind countries by assassinating the Hokage. Throughout this incident, Sunigakure has been deceived by Orochimaru, and we will compensate for the damages caused to Konoha during this event. Konoha will likely demand a high price for this. Chiyo replied, "There's nothing we can do about that. With the Kazekage gone and Shikaku missing, we truly cannot afford to engage in war with Konoha at this time." "All right, who will negotiate?" Chiyo said, "I will go personally." Maki protested, "Lady Chiyo, that's too dangerous." Chiyo shot a fierce glare at Maki. "If you had checked on the situation of Gaara and the others before you returned, perhaps they would have already been rescued, and now you're worried about danger." However, this was a matter of information disparity. Chiyo did not have a clear understanding of Lin Yang's strength. Even if Maki knew, he would not be able to rescue them. Chiyo stated, "The moment we breached Konoha's borders, it was already a declaration of war. And without a doubt, we have lost this battle. My going is merely to show goodwill. As for whether it is dangerous or not, I don't care anymore since I don't have many years left to live." Chiyo instructed Hirako, "While I'm away from the village, you will oversee the situation." "Understood, sister." "Maki, I'll trouble you to serve as the captain of the guard once more. Please ensure sister returns safely." "Yes." Chiyo had arranged the village matters and set off that afternoon. With a rapid march, she arrived at the gates of Konoha in just over a day. Shirayuki stopped Chiyo and the others, saying, "Wait, where are your documents? I am Chiyo of Sunigakure. Please inform the Hokage that I have urgent matters to discuss." Chiyo's name was well known, and Shirayuki did not dare to delay, prompting Genjutsu to keep watch at the gate while he rushed to inform the Hokage. "Oh, have you come so quickly? Please take her to the reception room, and also bring both elders with you." "Yes." "Kumogakure, Lord Raikage, Sunigakure's mission has failed. This is the report we have gathered." "Oh." Chiyo is negotiating personally. "Yes." Suchikage said, "Lord Raikage, it seems this is not just a simple matter of Orochimaru playing tricks on Sunigakure. Indeed, otherwise Chiyo wouldn't have gone herself. Regardless, whether she goes or not does not change the outcome of Konoha demanding a high price, so there must be something she can only retrieve personally. What could it be? I believe it might be the Jinchuriki." "The Jinchuriki? Do they dare to let the Jinchuriki enter Konoha with only 30 ninjas?" "Exactly. When the conflict erupted at the examination venue, our intelligence personnel saw Gaara and the others leave first, followed by Uchiha Sasuke and his team. Considering this could be a good opportunity to capture the Sharingan, our people followed, intending to take Uchiha when they were both injured. However, they encountered Konoha's Aburame Shino along the way. By the time they escaped and arrived at Gaara's battle location, the fight had concluded, but the intelligence personnel sensed a clear residual chakra from the tailed beast bomb, and the destruction at the scene supported this conclusion. Combined with Chiyo personally negotiating in Konoha, I believe Konoha has captured the one-tailed Jinchuriki. I remember now, Gaara is that child we previously speculated to be the Jinchuriki, right?" "Exactly. Their village's secrecy is not very well done, just like Konoha. Almost every ninja tells they." "Yes." Meanwhile, Inoki of Awagakure is not a hot-blooded youth. He understood what Kumo was trying to do when he saw they did nothing. "This generation's Raikage is truly cunning, waiting for me to mobilize while he reaps the benefits. How naive. Father, isn't this a good opportunity? Both Konoha and Tsunagakure have suffered blows, and Tsunagakure even lost their Jinchuriki. I already said in the office call me Tsuchikage. This cannot be considered a good opportunity. Tsunagakure has no value in starting a war. Although Konoha suffered an attack in the center of the ninja village, the intelligence description suggests that the Hokage seemed to have been prepared and did not sustain significant casualties. Conversely, most of the ninjas from Tsunagakure who entered were nearly wiped out, and none from Otogakure were left. If we were to wage war against Konoha now, Tsunagakure would certainly stand with Konoha for the sake of the Jinchuriki. Besides, it is unclear whether Kumogakure intends to steal our home or help us fight Konoha, so let it be. I understand the Hokage, he was indeed a hero in his youth, but as he ages he is becoming more indecisive. He does not want war, while Tsunagakure will certainly not relent, so the Hokage will return the Jinchuriki to them, and the ninja world will revert to its previous state of balance. I see. Sigh. At this rate, when can I retire? Inoki felt he might die exhausted in the position of Tsuchikage. Do you dare to come back? Uchiha Itachi. Naruto glared at the man in the black cloud-patterned robe before him, and judging by Sasuke's reaction, he was certainly an enemy, so it was time to act. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Wait. Sasuke reached out to stop Naruto. Naruto, confused, asked, "What's wrong, Sasuke? Isn't he the enemy? This matter must be handled by me personally." Fine. Naruto realized he couldn't assist Sasuke, so he dispelled his clones. Sasuke, you've only been training seriously for less than 2 months. I don't think you can beat him right now. Lin Yong knew Sasuke was fired up, and while she couldn't dissuade him, she couldn't let him rush in blindly either. She had to splash some cold water on him. I know, but I can't just pretend I didn't see it. Since I happened to run into him, let me see how far off I am now. Alright, well, back you up from the sidelines. Thanks. You're welcome. Sasuke turned to Itachi. What are you doing in Konoha? The Sharingan, huh? And he really does look a lot like you, the shark-faced man remarked. He is my younger brother. I heard that the Uchiha clan was completely wiped out. And it was you who did it. Naruto suddenly realized that this was the man Sasuke had always wanted to kill. I did as you instructed. I have always hated you. I live to kill you. Sasuke unleashed his Chidori at full power and charged forward. Itachi reached out to restrain Sasuke's hand, but having faced this same technique countless times under Lin Yang's training, Sasuke was not going to let Itachi have his way. With his other hand, he aimed a kunai at Itachi's outstretched arm. Such small movements couldn't escape Itachi's Sharingan, but at that moment, in an attempt to appear cool, he kept his other hand hidden in his robe. There was no way to grab the kunai and block the Chidori. If he blocked the Chidori, he would be stabbed by the kunai. Itachi had no choice but to step back and create some distance. It seems you have grown a bit over the years. That's not your concern. Just clean your neck and wait for me to take your head. Sasuke saw that he still couldn't injure Itachi with the speed of Chidori, so he voluntarily canceled the ninjutsu to conserve chakra. Since close combat wasn't yielding any advantages, he could only create some distance and wait for an opportunity to strike. Having Lin Yong, a master of shuriken, around during his time at the Ninja Academy, Sasuke's shuriken technique was much stronger at this point in time compared to the original story. Dozens of shuriken flew out, sealing off Itachi's movement trajectory. Itachi watched in shock. After a few years, Sasuke's shuriken technique had reached such a level. However, trying to defeat him with shuriken alone was just a dream. Grasping the kunai that fell from his sleeve, Itachi blocked the shuriken that was heading straight for his face, and with just 2 turns he evaded the threatening attacks. Just as Itachi prepared to counterattack, the number of shuriken in the air suddenly doubled. Nani? Shuriken Shadow Clone. Itachi never expected Sasuke would actually learn the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Why didn't he use it against Gaara? Or did he use it, but White Zetsu didn't report it? But now was not the time to ponder that. Facing the overwhelming shuriken, Itachi quickly used a crow clone to escape. Realizing that Sasuke's strength might be much greater than he had imagined, Itachi decided to hold back less. Sasuke also didn't think Itachi would be unable to evade the Shuriken Shadow Clone, so he had already launched a wave of attacks right from the start. Lightning Release Spiderweb lightning spread out from beneath Sasuke's feet. Just as Itachi substituted himself, he saw the lightning on the ground, and in midair, turned to plunge his katana down, stepping on the hilt. TCH. Sasuke thought this series of attacks would at least keep Itachi occupied, but to his surprise they were all neutralized. Itachi was also secretly shocked. No, I know Sasuke's talent level very well. Could it be that Kakashi is an exceptionally good teacher? Or has Konoha reformed its teaching methods? How could someone so young possess such exaggerated strength? But there was no time to think about it. Itachi knew that if this continued, he would be at a serious disadvantage. He had come to capture the Nine Tails. Now if this went on, neither of them might be able to leave. Fire Release Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Dozens of fireballs flew towards Sasuke, and during the past month Sasuke had been training his body using Lightning Release Chakra alongside Lin Yong. His speed was already beyond that of an ordinary Chunin, and these ninjutsu, which were about the same speed as Shuriken, posed no threat to him. After dodging and weaving, Sasuke used the Dragon Fire Jutsu. In the blink of an eye, a line of fire crossed the ground between the two. Water Release Water Dragon Bullet. The Water Dragon and Fire Dragon collided, filling the forest with steam. Wind Release Violent Wind Dance. Lin Yong blew away the mist and patted Sasuke on the shoulder. How does it feel to have fought? Very strong, but I feel I have a chance. Alright, confidence is a good thing, but let's call it a day. The shark-faced man on the opposite side saw that Itachi was done and prepared to take action. Jiraiya said, "You two are not here just to see your brother, right? Your target is Naruto, isn't it?" Naruto exclaimed it. "Me." The shark-faced man replied, "Taking Naruto is the highest order given by our organization, Akatsuki. Then it looks like I can only take care of you two." Itachi said, "Let's go." "Why?" "With your eyesight." Itachi said nothing and turned to leave. "Hey, don't you two look down on me too much." Lin Yang stood in front of Itachi. So fast, Itachi felt that Lin Yang was faster than Shisui, possibly even on par with the fourth Hokage. "Are you determined to keep us here no matter what? You are what I leave for Sasuke, so you can go, but he must stay." "Oh, you are quite bold for such a young age." The shark-faced man pointed his weapon at Lin Yang. Lin Yang completely ignored him. "So have you thought it over? To protect your partner?" Protecting him was a certainty. Itachi still liked working with Kisame. Kisame was much more normal than others in the organization. Itachi stood there in silence, and Lin Yang understood his choice. "Jiraiya-sensei, please protect them. It might get a bit noisy soon." "Don't worry," the Toad Sage. Just as he finished speaking, two kunai flew out. Even if it's a feint, isn't it a bit too weak?" Kisame scoffed. "Whoosh, is this what they call ignorance is bliss?" Lin Yang's voice came from behind Kisame. "Impossible. How did she get here?" ZZZZ. Lin Yang's hands crackled with lightning as she thrust towards Kisame's back. Kisame quickly turned around and desperately raised his weapon to block in front of him. As long as he could make the blade touch her, absorbing Lin Yang's chakra, she would be no threat. ZZ. The bandage on the blade was shredded by Chidori, revealing the deep blue blade within adorned with terrifying barbs. My Samahata can cut through and absorb chakra. How does it feel to sense your chakra fading away? Do you dare to come back? Uchiha Itachi. Naruto glared at the man in the black cloud-patterned robe before him, and judging by Sasuke's reaction, he was certainly an enemy, so it was time to act. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Wait. Sasuke reached out to stop Naruto. Naruto, confused, asked, "What's wrong, Sasuke? Isn't he the enemy? This matter must be handled by me personally." "Fine." Naruto realized he couldn't assist Sasuke, so he dispelled his clones. "Sasuke, you've only been training seriously for less than 2 months. I don't think you can beat him right now." Lin Yang knew Sasuke was fired up, and while she couldn't dissuade him, she couldn't let him rush in blindly either. She had to splash some cold water on him. "I know, but I can't just pretend I didn't see it. Since I happened to run into him, let me see how far off I am now." "All right, we'll back you up from the sidelines." "Thanks. You're welcome." Sasuke turned to Itachi. "What are you doing in Konoha?" "The Sharingan, huh? And he really does look a lot like you," the shark-faced man remarked. "He is my younger brother. I heard that the Uchiha clan was completely wiped out. And it was you who did it." Naruto suddenly realized that this was the man Sasuke had always wanted to kill. "I did as you instructed. I have always hated you. I live to kill you." Sasuke unleashed his Chidori at full power and charged forward. Itachi reached out to restrain Sasuke's hand, but having faced this same technique countless times under Lin Yang's training, Sasuke was not going to let Itachi have his way. With his other hand, he aimed a kunai at Itachi's outstretched arm. Such small movements couldn't escape Itachi's Sharingan, but at that moment, in an attempt to appear cool, he kept his other hand hidden in his robe. There was no way to grab the kunai and block the Chidori. If he blocked the Chidori, he would be stabbed by the kunai. Itachi had no choice but to step back and create some distance. "It seems you have grown a bit over the years. That's not your concern. Just clean your neck and wait for me to take your head." Sasuke saw that he still couldn't injure Itachi with the speed of Chidori, so he voluntarily canceled the ninjutsu to conserve chakra. Since close combat wasn't yielding any advantages, he could only create some distance and wait for an opportunity to strike. Having Lin Yang, a master of shuriken, around during his time at the Ninja Academy, Sasuke's shuriken technique was much stronger at this point in time compared to the original story. Dozens of shuriken flew out, sealing off Itachi's movement trajectory. Itachi watched in shock. After a few years, Sasuke's shuriken technique had reached such a level. However, trying to defeat him with shuriken alone was just a dream. Grasping the kunai that fell from his sleeve, Itachi blocked the shuriken that was heading straight for his face, and with just 2 turns he evaded the threatening attacks. Just as Itachi prepared to counterattack, the number of shuriken in the air suddenly doubled. Nani? Shuriken Shadow Clone. Itachi never expected Sasuke would actually learn the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Why didn't he use it against Gaara? Or did he use it, but White Zetsu didn't report it? But now was not the time to ponder that. Facing the overwhelming shuriken, Itachi quickly used a crow clone to escape. Realizing that Sasuke's strength might be much greater than he had imagined, Itachi decided to hold back less. Sasuke also didn't think Itachi would be unable to evade the Shuriken Shadow Clone, so he had already launched a wave of attacks right from the start. Lightning Release Spiderweb. Lightning spread out from beneath Sasuke's feet. Just as Itachi substituted himself, he saw the lightning on the ground, and in midair, turned to plunge his katana down, stepping on the hilt. TCH. Sasuke thought this series of attacks would at least keep Itachi occupied, but to his surprise they were all neutralized. Itachi was also secretly shocked. No, I know Sasuke's talent level very well. Could it be that Kakashi is an exceptionally good teacher? Or has Konoha reformed its teaching methods? How could someone so young possess such exaggerated strength? But there was no time to think about it. Itachi knew that if this continued, he would be at a serious disadvantage. He had come to capture the Nine Tails. Now if this went on, neither of them might be able to leave. Fire Release Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Dozens of fireballs flew towards Sasuke, and during the past month Sasuke had been training his body using Lightning Release Chakra alongside Lin Yang. His speed was already beyond that of an ordinary chunin, and these ninjutsu, which were about the same speed as shuriken, posed no threat to him. After dodging and weaving, Sasuke used the Dragon Fire Jutsu. In the blink of an eye, a line of fire crossed the ground between the two. Water Release Water Dragon Bullet. The Water Dragon and Fire Dragon collided, filling the forest with steam. Wind Release Violent Wind Dance. Lin Yang blew away the mist and patted Sasuke on the shoulder. How does it feel to have fought? Very strong, but I feel I have a chance. Alright, confidence is a good thing, but let's call it a day. The shark-faced man on the opposite side saw that Itachi was done and prepared to take action. Jiraiya said, "You two are not here just to see your brother, right? Your target is Naruto, isn't it?" Naruto exclaimed it. "Me." The shark-faced man replied, "Taking Naruto is the highest order given by our organization, Akatsuki. Then it looks like I can only take care of you two." Itachi said, "Let's go." "Why?" "With your eyesight." Itachi said nothing and turned to leave. "Hey, don't you two look down on me too much." Lin Yang stood in front of Itachi. So fast, Itachi felt that Lin Yang was faster than Shisui, possibly even on par with the fourth Hokage. "Are you determined to keep us here no matter what? You are what I leave for Sasuke, so you can go, but he must stay." "Oh, you are quite bold for such a young age." The shark-faced man pointed his weapon at Lin Yang. Lin Yang completely ignored him. "So have you thought it over? To protect your partner?" Protecting him was a certainty. Itachi still liked working with Kisame. Kisame was much more normal than others in the organization. Itachi stood there in silence, and Lin Yang understood his choice. "Jiraiya-sensei, please protect them. It might get a bit noisy soon." "Don't worry," the Toad Sage. Just as he finished speaking, two kunai flew out. Even if it's a feint, isn't it a bit too weak?" Kisame scoffed. "Whoosh, is this what they call ignorance is bliss?" Lin Yang's voice came from behind Kisame. "Impossible. How did she get here?" ZZZZ. Lin Yang's hands crackled with lightning as she thrust towards Kisame's back. Kisame quickly turned around and desperately raised his weapon to block in front of him. As long as he could make the blade touch her, absorbing Lin Yang's chakra, she would be no threat. ZZ. The bandage on the blade was shredded by Chidori, revealing the deep blue blade within, adorned with terrifying barbs. My Samahata can cut through and absorb chakra. How does it feel to sense your chakra fading away? My Samahata can cut through and consume chakra. How about that? Can you feel the chakra draining away? The expression on Kisame's face shifted from a confident smile to one of disbelief as it transitioned to Lin Yang's face. How is this possible? Why do you still have chakra? The Chidori continued to press against the Samahata, with constant lightning striking the blade. The sentient sword began to wail in pain. Kisame immediately recoiled. Keep screaming, keep screaming." Lin Yang mocked while spinning a kunai in her hand. TCH. At this moment, Kisame finally began to take his opponent seriously. Previously, he thought Lin Yang was all show, capturing a big Orochimaru only to be taken down by Itachi in one hit, and then capturing the One Tail, which was just a one tail, while he was still an incomplete beast. However, this Chidori made Kisame realize that he was up against a tough opponent. But it didn't matter. It's not like having a lot of chakra was anything special. That said, Kisame still decided to go in and weaken Lin Yang with Samahata. Weakening his opponent, even slightly, would be advantageous. With a powerful downward strike aimed at Lin Yang's head, Lin Yang chose not to block, but instead used the body flicker technique to rush forward. Seeing this, Kisame was thrilled. He halted Samahata in midair and pulled back, aiming to slash Lin Yang. But ultimately his speed fell short. Lin Yang had already reached Kisame's front, grabbing his pulled back wrist and leaving a flying thunder god mark before dodging to the side. You guys remember, when you don't have intel on your enemy, never let them touch you like right now. Even in battle, I haven't forgotten to cultivate my subordinates' abilities. I truly am a good leader. Kisame didn't know what Lin Yang had done, but from her words, he could be certain that he had fallen for a trap. "Itachi, let's withdraw. We lack intel, and continuing to fight is unfavorable for us." Although Kisame felt somewhat reluctant, he understood that Itachi was right. The first lesson of a ninja's career is the importance of intel. "Withdraw. From the moment I encountered you, there was no escape for you." Whoosh. Lin Yang instantly appeared before Kisame, stabbing her kunai into his chest. "What a..." Lin Yang was fast, he could understand that, but it was so fast he couldn't react at all. He couldn't comprehend it. Itachi, Flying Thunder God. At this moment, the benefits of being a seasoned ninja from the great hidden village came to light. As soon as Lin Yang attacked, Itachi recognized this as the Flying Thunder God technique of the fourth Hokage. "I told you can leave, but he must stay." Kisame, is that the technique of the yellow flash? Itachi, correct. It's a space-time ninjutsu. It is said that once the mark is placed, it cannot be removed unless the user dies. As long as chakra and sensory range support it, the user can appear next to the mark at any time. Kisame, since I can't escape, let me take two people with me to hell. Understanding the effects of the Flying Thunder God, Kisame realized that any linear attack was futile. He now had to use a large area attack to restrain Lin Yang, otherwise he had no chance of victory. Water Release Great Waterfall Technique. The moisture in the air quickly condensed, gradually forming a massive waterfall rushing down. Earth Release Earthquake Core. Lin Yang raised the ground to evade the impact of the water flow, quickly transforming the elevated land beneath everyone into an isolated island in the water. At this moment, Itachi also understood Kisame's intent. The first step of the tactic had succeeded, trapping the Konoha ninjas on the water island, while the surrounding water would turn the battlefield into Kisame's home ground. Itachi decided to expand their advantage, releasing fire release techniques towards the surrounding water surface. Fire release Great Dragon Fire Technique. The accumulated water around them turned into thick vapor under the scorching flames. As the dense fog formed, Kisame's figure gradually disappeared. Lin Yang, be careful, it's the mist concealment technique. Jiraiya warned, fearing that Lin Yang would suffer due to her lack of ocular techniques. The one you should be careful of is him. He knows I can sense the flying thunder god mark on him, so the mist concealment technique is aimed at you. Protect those few. Be wary of him taking hostages. Taking advantage of Lin Yang's distraction and Jiraiya's attempt to prevent Kisame from taking hostages, Kisame unleashed his strongest ninjutsu. Water release Great Exploding Water Shockwave. The water left by the Great Waterfall technique suddenly surged upward, forming a gigantic water prison that enveloped everyone. Team 7 and Niji, lacking the ability to fight in water, could only hold their breath and move toward the edge of the water prison. But the water prison seemed to follow them. No matter how they swam, it felt like the boundary was not getting any closer. On the contrary, Lin Yang felt she was close to escaping. I thought you wanted me to fight with you in the water, but it turned out to be about taking hostages. Lin Yang flew directly next to Kisame and stabbed him. Clang, a huge red skull appeared, blocking Lin Yang's kunai. How long can you hold your breath in the water? At this moment, Kisame had already merged with Samehada, while Itachi was also wrapped in Susanoo, providing himself with oxygen. Thus, the Konoha side found itself in a situation where they had to end the battle before running out of oxygen. But coincidentally, this time Kisame's opponent was Jiraiya, a ninja nicknamed the Sage of Toads. Summoning technique. A gigantic toad appeared, swallowing several people whole. Inside the toad's mouth, hey, lecherous sage, Lin Yang is still outside. Enough, you don't need to worry about Lin Yang's strength. Bottom feeder, just stay put, we are the ones who are a burden once we get out. Earlier, when Sasuke asked Lin Yang how long it would take to surpass Itachi, Lin Yang said at least 2 to 3 years, so now he was gradually calming down. But when Naruto heard this, he couldn't hold back. What did you say? Do you want to fight? Bang. Sakura punched Naruto down. Stay still. Outside, Susanoo swung its sword, and Lin Yang directly used Flying Thunder God to block Kisame. Seeing Lin Yang approach, Kisame was delighted and immediately activated the water prison technique to trap her. However, as soon as Kisame raised his hand, Lin Yang struck first. Wood release insertion technique. Swish, thin wooden spikes pierced several large holes in Kisame. Taking advantage of Itachi's lack of an attack route, Lin Yang pinned Kisame down. Ice release, ice prison. The surrounding water rapidly transformed into ice, freezing Kisame inside and turning him into a frozen shark. Naturally, the technique maintaining the water sphere was also dispelled. Lin Yang landed and looked at Itachi. So what now? You can leave, and I can act like you were never here. On the other side, Jiraiya sensed that the battle outside had ended through the toad dispelling the summoning technique to let everyone out. Itachi was now troubled, wondering how to begin using the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although he had just used Susanoo, he hadn't utilized Tsukuyomi or Amaterasu yet. His body was already showing signs of illness. If he exhausted his eye power now, his eyes might not last until the battle with Sasuke. However, if he didn't use it, although he could see that Kisame was trying to break the ice release by absorbing chakra, Itachi's Sharingan showed no signs of the chakra above the ice release diminishing. It was no use. One use of Tsukuyomi and one use of Amaterasu would be the maximum support I could give you as a teammate. It's not worth risking everything here. If this doesn't save you, then let that Madara find a chance to rescue you later. How can I just watch you take my teammate away? Amaterasu. Amaterasu. Itachi knew that attacking the ice prison at this moment was futile. First, he had to interrupt the caster's chakra supply before Kisame could hope to escape. Lin Yang saw Itachi's eyes transform from the 3-demo to the Mangekyo and immediately closed his eyes to blur his figure. However, a jet of black flame from Amaterasu ignited directly from Lin Yang's sleeve. The fire spread rapidly. Lin Yang decisively activated his lightning release armor and used a kunai to slice open his sleeve. This ghost skill ignites directly on the target. How did those characters in the original story manage to dodge it? It's simply impossible to defend against. After dodging an Amaterasu, Lin Yang let out a heavy sigh of relief. It was truly terrifying. At first, Lin Yang thought Itachi was preparing to retreat, but who could have anticipated that he would suddenly fight for his life? In that case, he had to be cautious of his eye techniques. According to Lin Yang's memory, at that time the Raikage lightning release armor was ineffective against Amaterasu, resulting in the loss of an arm. However, Naruto's Ninetales chakra cloak could indeed withstand the flames of Amaterasu. The only difference between the two was that one was human chakra and the other was tailed beast chakra. In that case, the difference must be between Yin release and Yang release. Since the Sharingan is Yin release chakra, he would use Yang release chakra as armor. Lin Yang used wood release to create a suit of wooden armor resembling Gaara sand armor to defend against Amaterasu's attack. As for Tsukuyomi, it could only be resolved by closing his eyes, but with the assistance of radar techniques, there was no problem. With Lightning Release Chakra Mode activated, Lin Yang charged forward with a powerful punch. Itachi's taijutsu was indeed impressive, but it was no match for Lin Yang in this state. He could barely dodge. Seeing the punch miss, Lin Yang spun around and swept. Itachi was sent flying, crashing heavily against a distant rock. Taking advantage of Itachi's moment of being down, Lin Yang pursued with a Rasengan. However, Itachi had prepared a substitution technique the moment he hit the rock, evading this lethal strike. As expected of Itachi, just as Lin Yang was reflecting, he suddenly sensed a surge of chakra. The space beside the ice prison began to distort and morph, gradually forming a vortex that sucked the ice prison in. Itachi remarked, "It seems we have one." The newcomer was Obito, who had been following Itachi and Kisame during their mission. At first he enjoyed watching Itachi teach his brother a lesson, but when Lin Yang subdued Kisame, he could no longer smile. So he hurried back to summon reinforcements, and the only one who could arrive so quickly was Obito, who possessed space-time ninjutsu. Itachi, showing mercy is not your style. Obito slowly emerged from the void. Sharingan. Jiraiya and Sasuke both noticed the masked man's eyes. "Who are you? Why do you have a Sharingan?" Sasuke asked in confusion, given that only he and Itachi were left from the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya, aware of Danzo's actions, thought it might not necessarily be a member of the Uchiha clan. He considered whether the Sharingan was given to him by Danzo in collusion with the Akatsuki. "Me. I am Uchiha Obito." "Stop talking nonsense. Uchiha Obito is long dead." Jiraiya dismissed this claim. It doesn't matter. "Itachi, let's go." Seeing Obito arrive, Lin Yang realized that this was as far as they could go today. After all, Kimui's mobility was too strong, making it impossible to catch him, so it was better to conserve energy. However, Obito's arrival also provided Lin Yang with ideas for developing jutsu. Since chakra consumption was not an issue, he could learn from Konan to create explosive tags, transforming into a human-shaped Katyusha and opening the eyes of the ninja world. Obito and Itachi left, but Kisame already bore the Flying Thunder God seal, so it was not a total loss. Unfortunately, he hadn't tagged Itachi. Since Itachi was injured, the two did not rush on, but instead found a cave to recuperate. "This is really unlike you, Itachi, to be in such a sorry state." "Then I must ask how your intelligence works." "Oh, why didn't you tell us Lin Yang can use Flying Thunder God? Otherwise Kisame would never have engaged her up close." "Alright, no need for infighting now. First unfreeze Kisame, then report to the leader." Soon the members of Akatsuki appeared in the cave in a colorful illusion. Pain said, "There was a problem with Itachi and Kisame's mission to retrieve the Nine Tails. Itachi, please explain the situation to everyone." The Nine Tails has been confirmed to be with Naruto Uzumaki and Konoha, but he is now being protected by Jiraiya and Lin Yang, and we were unable to succeed. Pain responded, "After all, they are powerful ninja, known as the three legendary Sannin. It's normal for you to fail the mission." No, Jiraiya did not engage. He mainly protected several accompanying genin. The one we fought was Lin Yang. "Oh, I heard her intelligence at the Exchange Bureau. It seems she was the one who captured the One Tail previously." "That's right, as she alone suppressed the fully tailed beast One Tail." Zetsu confirmed this intelligence. Moreover, from this encounter it can be confirmed that Lin Yang should be able to use all bloodline limits with an astonishingly vast amount of chakra. Indeed, my shark skin absorbing chakra had no effect on her. Her chakra was like the ocean, inexhaustible and endless. Such an incomprehensible amount of chakra combined with Flying Thunder God along with bloodline limits as support is indeed difficult to deal with. Although Obito hated the fourth Hokage for not protecting Rin, well, he had a high regard for his strength, having once been marked by the Flying Thunder God technique. Haiden asked, "Is that the Flying Thunder God technique of the fourth Hokage known as the Yellow Flash?" "Yes." Pain replied. "In that case, we shouldn't rush the tailed beast recovery. Exposing ourselves in front of the major ninja villages is still too early. Let's execute the first two phases of the plan first." Haiden, how is the organization's funding looking? Haiden said the funding required for the first phase is too much and a lot has been used for the Rain Village. Konan stated, "As the leader of the Rain Village, we cannot allow the villagers to suffer." Pain responded, "Alright, the Rain Village is our foundation, so spending is necessary. However, in the future Konan should inform Haiden in advance so he can have a plan." "Understood." Zetsu, keep an eye on Lin Yang, who find an opportunity to eliminate her. "Huh, me. You just need to bring back intelligence. I will arrange for support for you." "Oh, that's fine, alright. That will be all for now, meeting dismissed." Meanwhile, Lin Yang and his group arrived at the entrance of a large casino. Is Lady Tsunade really going to be in a place like this? Sakura felt as if her idol had fallen from grace. After all, she was the best medical ninja in the shinobi world. How could she be in a casino? She must have come to rescue someone. But unfortunately, that was not the case. As they entered, they saw a wealthy and generous blonde woman, one foot on the table, waving money and shouting loudly. "She hasn't changed a bit over the years," Jiraiya chuckled as he walked towards the woman. "You lecture a sage, didn't you say she was in the same class as you? Why does she look so young?" "Oh, that's the effect of her technique. It allows her to retain the appearance of someone in their 20s. There's such a technique. Then I must become her disciple," Sakura resolved. "Although I don't lack chakra, this youthful effect is indeed quite tempting." Lin Yang was also contemplating whether to learn a sealing technique to remain forever 18. "No, why am I having such thoughts about girls?" Before Lin Yang could dwell on it, Tsunade's voice reached her. "What are you doing here?" "The village sent me to find you. The teacher is preparing to step down. Tsunade took her foot off the table. Let's find a place to talk slowly. Then let's go eat barbecue. It's been a long time since I had it, Lin Yang suggested. Who is this little brat? This is Lin Yang, the candidate for the 5th Hokage, who captured Orochimaru, she said, extending her hand towards Tsunade. Oh, you captured Orochimaru. Tsunade seemed skeptical. When they were Lin Yang's age, they had only watched Jiraiya throw shurikens. That's right, and I also captured the One-Tail. Tsunade turned to Jiraiya. What she said is true, and I also killed Danzo. Well done, little brat. After losing her brother and loved one, Tsunade left the village unable to tolerate Danzo, making a mess of Konoha. Hearing Lin Yang claim she had killed Danzo felt like she had struck the royal flush. Lin Yang's accomplishment immediately made Tsunade determine that she was a good child, pulling her into a hug. Since you want to eat barbecue, let's go eat barbecue. Jiraiya, you pay. Oh, why? Because I just lost a bet. Then Lin Yang wouldn't. What are you saying? How can you expect a child to pay? She's already a jonin. Being a jonin is just her strength. You're not a child anymore. How can you quibble with a teenager? Let's go. What are you mumbling about? Nothing, let's go. I've been here before. There's a barbecue place up ahead that tastes pretty good. Even though Jiraiya was displeased, he could only voice it in his heart, feeling sorry for his wallet. At the restaurant, all right, tell me, what does it mean that the old man is stepping down? Jiraiya briefly explained the events of this time to Tsunade. Then let Lin Yang become the 5th Hokage. Being young is not an issue. Let them guide her more. I believe in her talent. See, I told you it would be easy to choose me. Lin Yang raised her drink in a toast to Tsunade. If the other villages see we elected a 12-year-old Hokage, they will look down on us. Let them look down, then Tsunade replied nonchalantly. Then they will take the opportunity to start a war. Lin Yang stabbed her chopsticks into the table. Isn't that just right? We can defeat them all at once. Do you know how many people would die? Jiraiya said sternly. Lin Yang helplessly implied, I won't even have to lift a finger. When I reach the right age, everyone will think I'm not easy to bully, right? But without bloodshed, no matter how strong you boast, the enemy will still look down on you. However, Lin Yang knew she couldn't persuade Jiraiya, so she chose to remain silent. Jiraiya thought Lin Yang was listening and turned to Tsunade. Come back with me and succeed as the 5th Hokage. Not a chance. Only an idiot would want to be Hokage. You brat. Naruto shouted and was about to punch Tsunade, but Jiraiya held him back. Let me go. I want to teach this old hag a lesson. Lin Yang didn't stop him. After all, she had claimed to be a candidate for the 5th Hokage. Who was he cursing? But knowing Tsunade's situation, Lin Yang chose not to intervene and let Naruto go. Jiraiya hung Naruto in the air. Letting Tsunade run for Hokage is a decision made by the village. It's not up to you, a genin, to cause a scene. Niji said, if that's the case, I think a 12-year-old Lin Yang is more suitable to be Hokage than 50-year-old Tsunade. Sasuke nodded. Sakura said, wasn't I here to become a disciple? How did this turn into an attack on Tsunade? What am I supposed to say? Lin Yang said, no matter if you want to be Hokage or not, you have to come back to Konoha with me. Huh? Do you expect me to just go back because you said so? You really are stubborn. How about this? Let's have a fight. If I win, you come back with me to teach this girl medical ninjutsu. And if you lose, he is expected of the Sannin. You are quite confident. Don't call me that. All right, if I lose, I'll give you the training method for wood release. Wood release. You can use wood release. I'm just a bloodline scientist. I can use any type of chakra-based bloodline limit. How about it? With wood release, the Senju clan might just rise again. Tsunade was somewhat swayed by these words. Although it was Tobirama who scattered the Senju clan, she didn't quite agree with it. You scattered the Senju, but what about other ninja clans? They still hold tightly to their bloodlines and secret techniques, while the Senju were scattered for nothing. Forget it, I don't even know where the Senju clan members are anymore. Then how about this? If I lose, I'll give you 5 million Ryo every month. 5 million Ryo. Where are you getting that much money? That's none of your business. What do you think of the conditions? Looks like you're very confident, little brat. Against an old gambler who's been away from the battlefield for decades, why wouldn't I be confident? All right, I agree. Okay, I won't take advantage of you. Let's sober up and find a spacious place to fight tomorrow morning. It's fine. This little bit of alcohol is nothing. No need. You don't want to sober up, but I want to sleep a bit longer. All right. With that, the group returned to the inn. Niji said, isn't that fine, Lin Yang? After all, she's Tsunade, one of the Sannin. Don't worry. Orochimaru, the other Sannin, was also defeated. Tsunade is no different. That's true. Let's not talk about this for now. Sakura, you need to watch and learn well during tomorrow's battle. Her fighting style is very suitable for you, relying on chakra control to execute powerful physical attacks. Oh. Okay. If she loses, will she really accept me as her disciple? Lin Yang, you have to beat that old hag up tomorrow. How dare she insult the Hokage? All right. Early the next morning, Lin Yang led Tsunade to the battlefield of the legendary 3 ninjas. Now that the 3 ninjas could no longer fight, this venue was just right. Even summoning all 3 of their spirit beasts wouldn't make it crowded, allowing Lin Yang to fully showcase his abilities. How do you find this place? Is it completely flat? That wouldn't be fair to you. I heard you primarily rely on the Flying Thunder God technique, right? Lin Yang shot a sidelong glare at Jiraiya. Do you even want her to go back? Well, she asked me, how could I not tell her? Humph. Turning to Tsunade, he reassured her. Don't worry, using the Flying Thunder God is simply because it's effective. It doesn't mean I lack other methods. Then let's get started. The two faced off as Lin Yang raised his hand to form the stance for the opposing seal. Tsunade initially didn't react. Haha, it's been so long since I last saw this seal that I almost forgot it. After saying that, she also formed the opposing seal and then charged at Lin Yang. She knew that Lin Yang was a speed-type ninja, so she had to limit him right from the start, otherwise once he caught his breath, it would be her turn to struggle. Watching Tsunade's fist approach, Lin Yang prepared to deflect the attack. But just as he was about to make contact with her fist, a bright glow of chakra erupted from it. Tsunade was aware that Lin Yang could use Flying Thunder God, so she naturally wouldn't give him the chance to mark her. With no other choice, Lin Yang utilized his Flying Thunder God Kanai to teleport a few meters behind Tsunade. The movement of the Flying Thunder God wasn't precisely to the mark, but rather within a radius of about 5 meters. It could go beyond that range, but it would be hard to control. Would release 4-pillar prison. Several wooden pillars shot up from the ground surrounding Tsunade. However, before they could seal her in completely, she punched the ground. Bang! The ground around Tsunade cracked like a spider web. Lin Yang was already prepared for this. He had never assumed a single technique would trap Tsunade. Earth Release Yellow Spring Swamp. The shattered ground accelerated the success rate of the jutsu. Tsunade quickly sank into the swamp, unable to exert her strength. Summoning Jutsu. With a burst of white smoke, a gigantic slug appeared above the swamp. Wow, what is that? It's so slimy. Naruto was currently in a state of criticizing everything about Tsunade, including her summoned beast. The newly summoned slug was somewhat pleased. It had been a long time since Tsunade had called it out. Even a solitary slug wanted some company occasionally. Lady Tsunade. It's been so long since we last met. Are we facing an enemy? No, it's just a little brat from the same village who's trapped me. Impressive indeed. Slug acid secretion. Yes, Lady Tsunade. But just as Tsunade was forming the seals to summon, Lin Yang had already thrown his Flying Thunder God Kanai around the perimeter. Now he just needed to be careful not to fly into the area with acid. Boil Release Skillful Mist Technique. You can spray acid, right? So can I, but it's been diluted and aerosolized. However, Lin Yang did reduce the power somewhat. After all, he was here to invite a teacher, not to fight an enemy, so there was no need to go all out. Tsunade immediately sensed that the mist was corrosive. She channeled her healing technique to restore her body and then directed the slug to move out of the acidic mist's range. No wonder you can be a candidate for Hokage. This level of strength is indeed worthy. Then you might as well concede quickly. Dream on. Saying this, she directed the slug to press toward Lin Yang. Lin Yang remained unfazed, throwing Kanai at Tsunade. Knowing she could not let Lin Yang's Kanai approach her, Tsunade threw shuriken in midair to intercept them. Yet Lin Yang still shifted to the position of the Kanai. However, he didn't directly attack Tsunade, but instead threw a shuriken to each side. After shifting to the positions of the 2 shuriken, he then threw out another shuriken. After several shifts, the sky above Tsunade was filled with shuriken. Soon Tsunade understood what he was doing. Each shuriken in the air represented a potential location for Lin Yang to appear like countless shuriken launchers continuously firing shuriken at her. But Tsunade did not possess the formidable shuriken techniques of the Uchiha clan and quickly found herself overwhelmed, having to let the slug carry her rapidly toward one direction to break free. Finally able to catch her breath, Tsunade realized she was at a complete disadvantage against Lin Yang. When your attacks can't touch the enemy, discussing strength becomes meaningless. But does that mean she had to concede directly? That would be too embarrassing. At this point, Lin Yang had already used magnet release to retrieve all the shuriken. Seeing this scene, Tsunade felt even more burdened. How on earth could she fight against this? As a taijutsu ninja, encountering such an enemy meant she should give up on the mission. Jiraiya now had a new understanding of Lin Yang's strength. Based on the mechanics of ninjutsu with Flying Thunder God as a foundation, he could combine it with Shadow Clone to deploy various bloodline limits and develop different strategies, making him practically invincible. In terms of chakra, it was impossible to see an end. In just this short time, he had used Flying Thunder God over 100 times, yet there were no signs of chakra depletion. This amount of chakra felt more absurd than that of the Uzumaki clan. If it weren't for the lack of that distinctive red hair, Jiraiya would have suspected Lin Yang was some kind of Uzumaki descendant. Oh wait, it could also be from the Senju clan. While Jiraiya was still speculating about Lin Yang's origins, Tsunade continued to struggle. Do you want to continue? How about we do a tabletop exercise? Your slug has almost tilled this entire area already. Of course we continue. I refuse to believe your chakra can last that long. You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin, will you? Lin Yang used magnet release to control the shuriken and Kanai continuously flying towards Tsunade, attacking like waves crashing one after another. This time Tsunade was utterly disheartened. Although Lin Yang's displayed skills were not enough to kill her on the battlefield, she equally had no means to defeat Lin Yang. Most crucially, Lin Yang could easily outlast her. At this point in the battle, her physical stamina was nearly exhausted. If she continued, she would have to release the seal, but even if she did, it wouldn't help. She still wouldn't be able to hit him. Now she truly understood why other villages had clearly stated that as long as they saw a flash of yellow light, they could abandon the mission. This was not something an ordinary person could handle. Alright, I concede. The shuriken in the air flew back to Lin Yang and were sealed back into the scroll. Then I'll take my leave. We'll set out tomorrow to return to the village. Beside them, Shizen looked relieved. Since leaving Konoha, Lady Tsunade had been in a daze, but now someone had finally motivated her to return to the village. She would also have a younger apprentice, which was wonderful. Turning to Sakura, she extended her hand. Hello, Sakura. It seems I will be your senior from now on. Hello, Senior Shizen. Please take care of me. They found Tsunade and successfully had Sakura become her apprentice. After a few days of sightseeing, they returned to Konoha village. During their time away, Naruto learned the Rasengan and Lin Yang taught Sasuke the electromagnetic cannon. Now Sasuke can use this ninjutsu to enhance the unpredictability of his Uchiha Shuriken technique. In fact, Lin Yang believes that this ninjutsu is best suited for Niji with his Byakugan, as it can effectively scout with Byakugan and then utilize the electromagnetic cannon for strikes beyond visual range. By attaching an explosive tag to a kunai, even if it doesn't hit, the explosive tag can be detonated directly, making for a perfect tactic. Unfortunately, Niji's chakra affinities are only fire, earth, and water, so they would need to explore other tactics. Meanwhile, Sakura has been learning medical ninjutsu under Tsunade for the past few days, and even Tsunade couldn't help but praise her as a natural medical ninja. With Tsunade's return to Konoha, the selection process for the 5th Hokage is about to officially begin. In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage along with 2 advisors and the current candidates for Hokage that everyone can accept are present. Of course, Lin Yang insisted on being there. The 2 elders of Konoha do not agree with Lin Yang becoming the 5th Hokage right now. They suggest he should intern for 3 years first, and when he turns 15 they can discuss it again. By then, everyone from other villages will know Lin Yang's capabilities, which would help deter threats. However, today they were convening to discuss candidates, and this guy just showed up uninvited. How did the word get out? 2 hours earlier, Lin Yang was at the training ground with Sasuke and Niji discussing which ninjutsu Niji should learn to maximize the advantages of his Byakugan's visual range. Suddenly, Sakura arrived. Huh. Aren't you supposed to learn medical ninjutsu from Tsunade this morning? Lady Tsunade said the Hokage called for her to the office, so I came to find you first for combat training. He'll learn medical ninjutsu in the afternoon. Moi. Did she say what the old man wanted? No, but I ran into Kakashi Sensei on the way, and he seemed to be heading to the Hokage's office as well. Is it about the Hokage election? Niji speculated. Then why didn't they call me? And maybe you're still too young. They all acknowledged her strength, but no one genuinely believed she could be Hokage right now. Niji, you and Sasuke keep her searching. Since Sakura is here, let's see if she has any good ideas. He'll join in for the fun. Okay. Thus Lin Yang ended up at a meeting that she wasn't invited to. Hizashi Gate Flame and Koharu. What can we do? We were hoping Lin Yang would provide the village with a bloodline limit, so let's indulge her. The 3rd Hokage said the reason I called you all here is mainly regarding the 5th Hokage. Lin Yang snorted lightly, holding her head high. It should primarily come from the 3 of you, with Lin Yang serving in the Shadow Guard. Before Lin Yang could object, Kakashi spoke first. I think Jiraiya Sensei and Tsunade Sensei would be very suitable. They have made great contributions and are powerful. As for me, I'm not suitable. My prestige isn't enough to command respect. The 3rd Hokage replied. Tsunade, actually both the 2 elders, and I think you should take on the role of 5th Hokage. I don't want that. I came back to teach because I lost a bet not to become Hokage. Jiraiya had reported this to the 3rd Hokage when they first returned. Tsunade, I'm getting old. The village needs young people to carry it forward. Are you going to watch as your grandfather's hard work in establishing this village goes unguarded and is divided among other nations? Let Lin Yang do it. Doesn't she want to? Plus her strength is formidable. She's too young. The village has just been invaded and can't withstand another major war. Konoha needs someone with strength and prestige to maintain order. Then let Jiraiya take the position. Haha, Tsunade, you know my situation. I'm still looking for the child of destiny. You only think about that child of destiny all day. Tsunade couldn't help but scold him. As an intelligence officer, he should focus on gathering information instead of chasing after a child of destiny. Can the words of that giant toad be taken seriously? In fact, the 3rd Hokage and the others never really considered Jiraiya for the position of Hokage, as his personality is too laid back and not suitable for the role. Although the Hokage can be said to be the strongest in the village, in fact the paperwork is much more demanding. The 3rd Hokage has hardly fought since he became Hokage, except for the current Konoha collapse plan, with the last time being over a decade ago during the Ninetales incident. So it can be said that everyone agrees on Tsunade becoming the 5th Hokage, but there's just one final issue. Tsunade herself does not want to take the position. Lin Yang saw that without Naruto's verbal persuasion things were still not going well. Forget it, if she doesn't want to be Hokage, then I have no choice but to step up. Everyone present tacitly pretended not to hear. Alright, so this is how we're playing it, huh? Lin Yang directly used the Flying Thunder God to return to the training ground. She understood the higher-ups' decision not to select her as Hokage. If she were in their shoes, she wouldn't have done so either. However, although the time to become Hokage was delayed, she could start laying the groundwork for other matters. For instance, to capture the tailed beasts that can be captured. As for now, it seems like the 3 tails or some tailed beasts are still in a wild state. Sakura asked, why are you back so soon? What happened over there? Nothing much, just the Hokage selection. But it seems like I won't have a chance this time. Let's not talk about that, Niji, come here. She called over Niji. I invented a ninjutsu that suits you well. Oh. Every time Lin Yang teaches Sasuke ninjutsu, it's impossible not to feel envious. Although the Hyuga clan has its own legacy, the limitations are too great. Most of their skills are close combat techniques. There's only one technique, the 8 trigrams empty palm, that can strike from a distance, but it consumes a lot of chakra, and the range isn't even that far. Having a pair of Byakugan that can see several kilometers away, they can only serve as battlefield scouts. This time Lin Yang finally arranged a ninjutsu for herself, and there are no weak techniques among those she provides. Last time I assessed your chakra affinities, they were fire, earth, and water, so I designed a ninjutsu that can combine with Byakugan for long-range sniping or fire coverage. Oh, is it really that impressive? Yes, first create flames of high temperature, then use earth style to compress the soil into high-density crystal projectiles, sealing fire style techniques within. Finally, use water style to form one or more rotating water rings that push the projectiles outward. Before launching, you can use water style to make the projectile spin for more stable flight. Although Neji and Sasuke are both genuine geniuses, your principles sound simple, but actual implementation is not easy at all. Forget it, it's hard to understand just by listening. Let's find a place for me to demonstrate it to you. Forget it, it's hard to understand just by listening. Let me find a place to demonstrate for you. Lin Yang led a few people to the sacred ground of the Hokage duel, Valley of the End. Next, I will demonstrate the effect of this ninjutsu. Lin Yang extended one hand, a flicker of flame began to dance in his palm, gradually growing larger before being compressed. After a dozen rounds of compression, the flames began to turn white, and Lin Yang stopped. Then, with a tremor of the ground, a half-human-sized block of earth in the shape of a shell floated up, enveloping the flames in front of Lin Yang, gradually solidifying until its surface began to reflect light, hovering in front of him. Lin Yang pressed his palm against the tail of the shell, saying, "Seal. See, this is how it's done. Next, we just need to throw it out." Then Lin Yang created a water ring in the air. How do we launch this thing? You need to reach into the water and feel it. Lin Yang reduced the speed of the water flow in the ring. The water flows from the outside in. Exactly. Now I've reduced the flow rate. The flow speed determines how far your shell can fly. Lin Yang placed the shell in the center of the water ring. Whoosh, the shell flew out from the center of the water ring, landing on the opposite bank. Bang. The shell exploded, scattering the outer layer of earth while flames poured out, creating a sea of fire on the ground. This. So powerful. Now the few of them were no longer the ignorant genin, they understood the might of this ninjutsu. With the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, they could truly achieve a strike before the enemy even saw them. However, Sakura still found it a bit difficult to comprehend. While this ninjutsu was indeed strong, the actual effectiveness and the difficulty of mastering it were completely disproportionate. Noticing the confusion on Sakura's face, Lin Yang continued, "What you just saw was a demonstration of the basic principle. Now let me show you the final effect. Ninjutsu Crystal Rock Flow Fire." This time the flames did not emerge from Lin Yang's palm, but were generated directly in midair, densely packed in an unknown arrangement. Then each flame was wrapped in earth blocks, sealed, and launched. At that moment, the three of them witnessed what it meant for stars to fall like rain. After one round of attack, the opposite bank was engulfed in a sea of flames. If this were a battlefield apart from the powerful ninjas, the rest would likely be consumed by the inferno. What do you think? My concept is to first use the Byakugan to identify the target, then cover the enemy camp with multiple rounds of crystal rock flow fire, leaving no grass behind. Neji stared blankly at the opposite bank, knowing Lin Yang was right. If this skill were to cover the area round after round, indeed, nothing would remain, and with the scouting range of the Byakugan, the enemy would only know the direction of the attack with no clue about the precise location. In other words, as long as the enemy's command post or camp location was identified, they could be wiped out directly. Sasuke remarked, "But this technique must consume a lot of chakra, right? The chakra consumption is primarily concentrated in the first stage, where the flames need to be continuously heated. This requires generating flames constantly and compressing them, which not only consumes a lot of chakra, but also demands a high level of chakra control. Neji, can you handle it?" A man cannot say he cannot do it. I, Neji, am the first genius of the Hyuga clan in nearly a century. If I can't develop ninjutsu learning, it would be a joke, and I can't let down my title of genius. No problem, I will definitely learn it. Great, today you should go learn some basic fire release techniques from Sasuke. I've also taught Sakura 2 water release techniques. Oh, just learn the simplest ones. Putting out the fire on the opposite side will count as practice. He'll research the ceiling problem and give you the scroll tomorrow. You can take your time to cultivate it. Okay. After giving the training instructions, Lin Yang returned to the Hokage office. Why are you back again? Now only the third Hokage remained in the office. Nothing much, I just developed a new ninjutsu and recorded it in the sealing book. Oh, let me see what ninjutsu it is. The third Hokage walked up behind Lin Yang to see what she was recording in the sealing book. The third Hokage, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, was not someone who lacked discernment. Upon seeing Lin Yang write down the process for unleashing the ninjutsu, he could already imagine the effect when it was activated. If we had your ninjutsu during a war, how many fewer people in Konoha would die? I can't help it, I can't control when I was born. Wait, don't you have any cultivation methods for this? I haven't figured that out yet. Oh, I just used it today, and I haven't even thought about the seals. Then why are you in such a hurry? Clear the place first, go back and think about it. I'm fine. Just as Lin Yang was closing the sealing book and preparing to leave, she suddenly thought of something and turned back. By the way, has Tsunade still not agreed to be the 5th Hokage? I'm very stubborn. Jiraiya said he would try to persuade her again. Alright. Lin Yang also realized that her team's strength was somewhat lacking and that they needed time to grow. However, Tsunade would be a reliable 5th Hokage. It was just a matter of time before Naruto could use his mouth to persuade her to take over. Next, she needed to gather support from various clans. First, she needed to resolve the caged bird of the Hyuga clan. Since Lin Yang received the sealing book, she had been researching the cursed seal part, and could say she had basically figured it out. The only remaining part was the integration of the cursed seal and the eyes. Once it involved medical issues, Lin Yang was at a loss, so she had been waiting until now. However, since Tsunade was temporarily uninterested in being the 5th Hokage, she might as well come and work for me. Lin Yang arrived at Tsunade's house in the Senju clan. Knock knock knock. Who is it? The one who opened the door was Shizun. Lin Yang, welcome. Are you here to see Lady Tsunade? That's right, I need her help with something. Please come in. Following Shizun into the house, Lin Yang saw Tsunade drinking. What are you here for? I don't want to be Hokage. It has nothing to do with being Hokage. Oh, I need your medical knowledge. Oh, is someone injured? No, I want to make the caged birds of the Hyuga clan disappear. Do you know the consequences of doing this? What consequences could there be? It's just the branch family of the Hyuga clan. Do you think the main family will allow you to do this? What? Can they kill me? That depends on whether their fists are hard enough. It hasn't even been a day and you've gone from wanting to be Hokage to a potential rogue ninja. Rogue ninja. I'm just helping my comrades in the village gain freedom, and I touched on the interests of certain people and faced attacks, so I was merely defending myself. So will you help or not? You know, it's not just the main family that won't allow it, the village won't either. Then let's change the method, require the entire Hyuga clan to have the caged bird seal, and I think the village should have no problem with that. Forget it, I'm just a medical ninja. Let's go take a look. Following Lin Yang to the training ground, she saw Ning Ci practicing the fire release technique diligently. When did the Hyuga clan start learning elemental ninjutsu? The scene before her was indeed shocking. Over the years in Konoha, she had never seen a member of the Hyuga clan use ninjutsu. Whether on the battlefield or during training, they always relied on their Byakugan and engaged in physical combat. The current function of the Byakugan is too limited, leading to a very low potential for the Hyuga clan's strength. Therefore, I developed a new ninjutsu to complement the Byakugan, but it requires elemental ninjutsu to cast. I will show you this ninjutsu when the opportunity arises. Did you develop this ninjutsu? Then I am indeed a bit interested. Lin Yang called Ning Ci over. Lady Tsunade, Ning Ci respectfully bowed. Facing the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world who was very likely to become the 5th Hokage, Ning Ci held great respect. Tsunade nodded to Ning Ci and then looked at Lin Yang. Have you resolved the curse seal part? Yes, but part of the curse seal is linked to the optic nerve, and I am not very confident about that part of the nerve. I see. So what should we do? Do we need to perform surgery? I don't have the Byakugan, and without opening up the brain, I definitely can't know the specifics. Can't we input chakra and rely on it to sense the internal condition of the body? Of course not. The nerves are not like meridians. The energy contained in chakra could very well damage the nerves. Lin Yang had assumed too much. She sensed the connection with the optic nerve through the curse seal, so she was actually feeling what was linked through the curse seal, not truly sensing the nerve. At that moment, Lin Yang thought of a powerful medical diagnostic device from her previous life MRI. I have an idea. We can create a magnetic field using magnet release, and then use lightning release chakra to emit pulse signals that cause the hydrogen atoms in the body to resonate. We can use sensing ninjutsu to receive the electromagnetic signals released by the human body and convert them into images. But the human body is so complex. How do you know which part the return signals are coming from? It's simple. We scan layer by layer like slicing. What we see is always the signal from that specific slice. Even Tsunade was taken aback by Lin Yang's imagination, but did this idea have potential? Tsunade believed it did and was worth a try. I think it's feasible to go ahead and try it. Lin Yang walked in front of Ning Ci. Don't circulate chakra, don't resist, just relax. Then she turned to Sasuke and said, in a moment use lightning release to sense the electrical signals returning from Ning Ci and display them to Tsunade through Jinjutsu. Since it was the first experiment, Lin Yang decided to leave the Jinjutsu part to the Sharingan, as it would produce the best imaging effect. If that didn't work, she could figure out how to do it herself. Alright, a pair of scarlet Sharingan opened and looked at Tsunade. Tisk being watched by the Sharingan is quite uncomfortable. Even so, Tsunade did not resist and entered Sasuke's Jinjutsu space. As Lin Yang's magnet release passed layer by layer over Ning Ci's caged bird seal, Tsunade also saw image after image in the Jinjutsu space. Although they were all cross-sectional images for the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world, converting these images into three-dimensional representations was a piece of cake. Seeing the intertwining of the caged bird seal and the optic nerve, Tsunade furrowed her brows. So can you see anything? This ninjutsu is excellent, it's very clear. Part of the curse seal is physical, like wires connecting to the optic nerve. Connecting it is easy, but removing it is difficult. If we can't lift the curse seal through the technique, forcibly detaching it will damage the optic nerve. That's settled then. Oh, I've resolved the curse seal part, but I don't know how to detach it. That's up to you, Lady Tsunade. You really are impressive. Oh, let me show you the power of the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world. The depth of the curse seal isn't very deep. Oh, we can perform the surgery here. The chakra scalpel can operate directly inside. Tsunade had Ning Ci lie down on the ground. Lin Yang placed her hand on the caged bird seal. Then let's begin. Release. It might hurt a bit, but no matter what happens, hold on, and don't move, Tsunade said from the opposite side with both hands placed on Ning Ci's temples. Yes. Although Tsunade's words were a bit frightening, freedom was just within reach. No matter what risks there were, Ningxiai would not give up this opportunity. Finally, after an hour of surgery, the caged bird seal disappeared. Sakura handed her mirror to Ningxiai. Looking at his forehead in the mirror, which was completely empty, Ningxiai couldn't help but laugh. Ha! With that laugh, you wouldn't happen to have Uchiha blood, would you? Although she teased, Lin Yang could understand Ningxi's feelings. Anyone would feel uneasy with a bomb in their head that could be detonated by others. Now that the bomb was finally removed, releasing some tension was to be expected. Alright, the surgery is complete. I'm heading back now. As for how to handle the Hyuga clan, you can figure that out yourself. You guys remember, don't expose me, Lin Yang said. Rest assured, Lady Tsunade, even if I die, I won't expose you. Am I Ningxiai such a treacherous person? It's just a death. Choosing to die with loyalty and righteousness is completely different from dying under the control of your clan. After Tsunade left, Lin Yang looked at the three. Ningxiai, Sasuke, you two come with me. We're going to visit the Hyuga clan and pay a visit to Elder Hisashi. Sakura, continue practicing here. Am I not going? Aren't I going? Sasuke and I have no family, and Ningxiai has already distanced himself from the Hyuga clan. You're different, you still have family. If I remember correctly, your father is a chunin in logistics, right? He is likely to be targeted in the future, so you'd better not go, Lin Yang said as she led the two out. Wait. I want to go too. Are you sure? I am Lady Tsunade's disciple, and even if my parents knew, they wouldn't allow me to abandon my companions and hide behind. Then come along. The four of them arrived at the gate of the Hyuga clan. Ningxiai knew why they were there and deliberately didn't wear his forehead protector. His bare forehead felt like a sharp sword piercing the Hyuga clan's nerves. Before long, the clan leader and the elder arrived at the gate with a group of clan members. Ningxiai, what is this? The elder Hinata Some pointed at Ningxi's forehead, already at a loss for words. Hinata Hisashi had anticipated this situation during the third Chunin exam, but did not expect it to happen so quickly. Lin Yang, what brings you to the Hyuga clan today? Hisashi knew that Lin Yang was the one calling the shots and completely ignored Ningxiai. Lord Hisashi, please don't be so formal. Well, I came today to discuss the future of the Hyuga clan with you. Lord Hisashi, there's no need to be so formal. I came today to discuss the future of the Hyuga clan. Wait, Niji, what happened to your head? Before Hisashi could speak, the elder had already interrupted, unable to believe what he was seeing. The most reliable seal of the Hyuga clan, the caged bird, had actually been broken. Just look at the expressions of the branch family members around, and you can tell that the branch family has become disunited. Who is this? Lin Yang turned to Hisashi and asked. I am the elder of the Hyuga clan, Hisashi Hyuga. Oh, the elder, could you please refrain from interrupting my conversation with your clan leader? Do you not understand the slightest bit of respect for your elders, eh? So I forget it, Hisashi. I originally wanted to give the Hyuga clan some face, but since it has come to this, let's not talk anymore. Wait, what are you going to do? Hisashi could not discern Lin Yang's intentions, but he could see that the negotiation was falling apart, and Lin Yang was prepared to overturn the table. Hello everyone from the branch family. Lin Yang created a platform for himself using the Earth-style nucleation. I am Lin Yang. You may know me, or you may not, but that is not important. Today I am here to save you. Lin Yang, are you out of your mind? Zongming could no longer contain his anger. Do you know what the caged bird means to Konoha? It signifies oppression, it signifies a cage. It signifies safety. Do you know what happens if a pair of Byakugan falls into enemy hands? Then why doesn't the main family use the caged bird? The main family exists to protect the Byakugan. You see, this is the main family. Lin Yang did not continue debating with Zongming, but instead looked around. They pride themselves on being the guardians of the Byakugan, but what about you who are marked with the caged bird? During times of war, these guardians only need to hide in the clan's territory sipping tea while you fight on the battlefield. Your parents, children, and siblings will die in battle. And all of this is because the main family, which shares your blood, controls the caged bird. Blood is shed by you, lives are lost by you. But in the end, what do you gain? Your children will still bear the mark of the caged bird, becoming their servants for generations, sacrificing their lives for them. Is this what you desire? Lin Yang, shut up. Zongming could no longer bear to listen to Lin Yang's reckless words and charged onto the stage, intending to subdue him. Sasuke and Niji would certainly not allow him to interfere with Lin Yang, stopping Zongming in his tracks. Dare to block me. 8 trigrams air palm. Heavenly return. Niji blocked the attack of the air palm, creating an opportunity for Sasuke. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball flew towards Zongming, but Sasuke's current strength was still not a threat to an experienced Jonin, even if this Jonin had been out of the battlefield for a long time. Another air palm dispersed the great fireball. But that was just a distraction. Lightning release, super electromagnetic cannon. Shuriken surged like waves from all directions towards Zongming. Faced with the accelerated Zongming, Niji could only awkwardly respond with Heavenly Return. But Heavenly Return could not be maintained indefinitely, while Sasuke could keep throwing Shuriken. Shuriken Shadow Clone. Sasuke intensified his assault. Zongming's frail body simply could not withstand such a wave of attacks. He needed to break through and engage in close combat with Sasuke. As Heavenly Return came to an end, he shot out an air palm toward Sasuke, clearing the shuriken in his path before charging out. But how could Niji allow him to do as he pleased? He stepped into the middle of the path. You are overestimating yourself. Do you really think that just because you are called a Onsen century genius you can defeat me? Niji ignored him, slightly sidestepping to reveal Sasuke, who had already appeared behind him. Sharingan. Before Zongming could even close his eyes, he was dragged into the illusion of the Sharingan. Damn it, an illusion. Break. Sasuke's eye technique was not yet sufficient to control Zongming for long, but that brief moment was enough. Just as Zongming broke the illusion, he saw Niji's finger already pointing at the vital point on his chest. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, 2 palms. You want escape. Having only struck 2 points, it was not too late. His strength and experience were above his opponent, allowing him to break through the 64 palms. Zongming raised his hand to block, but found his arm entangled in steel wire without knowing when. Sasuke stood behind Zongming, tightening the steel wire in his hand. Since you were caught in an illusion, it must be put to good use. 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Zongming spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Hisashi, are you just going to watch? Hisashi knew that Zongming hoped for him to intervene, but he exchanged glances with Lin Yang. He understood that if he intervened today, not to mention whether he could win the first issue, was that it was very likely that he would not be fighting Lin Yang alone. Previously, the caged bird was impossible to break, so the grievances of the branch family could be suppressed. After all, the branch family had already been marked with the caged bird and would not be able to rebel. But now Lin Yang could lift the caged bird seal, so the branch family was very likely to fight desperately for the next generation, and even if the branch family did not rebel now, Hisashi could not guarantee they would not secretly seek out Lin Yang. The branch family outnumbered the main family too much to monitor them. As for letting the village monitor them, that was even more absurd. Every clan in the village was waiting for Lin Yang to bestow a bloodline limit to the branch family, and no one would support their own. Lin Yang, what do you really want? The first round of negotiations had already collapsed, and Zongming's defeat had given Lin Yang more leverage. In this second round of negotiations, Hisashi had no room for choice. Let the branch family gain independence. What is there to discuss? The final outcome is still the same. Hisashi did not understand why Lin Yang was doing this. If he had said it directly upon arrival, Zongming would have still come to fight him. Was there any need for negotiation? Of course it is different. Your attitude determines whether the branch family and the main family coexist in the future, or if I will take them and eliminate the main family today, making them the sole legitimate clan. Are you planning a rebellion? Although Elder Zongming no longer had any chakra to draw upon, he still radiated an imposing aura. The Byakugan is also an important strategic resource for the village. I cannot make that decision alone. We should invite the Hokage and the advisors. Haha, very well, let's wait for the Hokage to arrive before we continue. Soon the Hokage arrived with 2 advisors and the entire Jonin class, including Jiraiya and Tsunade. The third Hokage could not act carelessly. Konoha had won the past few ninja world wars largely due to the outstanding contributions of the Hyuga clan. Sensory ninjas are extremely difficult to cultivate, but the Byakugan is different. As long as the members of the Hyuga clan open their eyes, they can continuously increase their sensing distance under fixed training conditions. This allowed Konoha to achieve a one-way transparency in battlefield sensing, enabling them to win many battles. However, almost all who went to battle were from the branch family. To prevent the Byakugan from leaking out, the main family stayed within Konoha, which was clearly unfair to the branch family. Now that there was a method to lift the caged bird seal, if the main family was dissatisfied and defected, Konoha's battlefield intelligence advantage would be lost. Would it be necessary to eliminate the main family to prevent future troubles? The Uchiha clan was already gone. If the Hyuga were gone as well, they might as well abandon the village, constantly dealing with their own people. Thinking of this, the third Hokage shot a harsh glance at Tsunade. Tsunade looked puzzled. Lin Yang, what are you doing? Third Hokage stepped forward first to confront Lin Yang, a gesture of respect toward Elder Zongming. My close friend Niji has long suffered under the caged bird curse seal. I watched his torment with anguish in my heart. After relentless effort today, I have finally succeeded in removing it from him. But is Niji the only one among the Hyuga clan enslaved by this seal? No. Are these people enemies? No. They are our comrades in arms, our fellow villagers. The will of fire forbids me to stand idly by while such a curse afflicts those who fight beside me. That is why I am here today, to liberate them. Yet as you see, Elder Zongming refuses to relinquish his privileged status as a superior. He is resolute in continuing to oppress his own comrades, even kin bound by blood. Lin Yang, you slander without evidence. Without the caged bird seal, if a Hyuga falls in battle, their Byakugan may be seized by the enemy. Do you grasp how gravely this would compromise our battlefield advantage? What? So there is such profound reasoning behind it. Then Hokage-sama, I propose that every member of the Hyuga clan, both main and branch families, receive the caged bird seal as a precaution. We must prevent another Mist Village Byakugan assassin from emerging. Impossible. Why not? This way no Byakugan will ever fall into enemy hands. Each eye remains safeguarded. Moreover, oppression would cease to exist. If everyone bears the seal, then no one truly bears its burden. Hokage-sama, this cannot be done. The seal creates blind spots in the Byakugan's field of vision, diminishing combat effectiveness. Nonsense, Zongming. You're being unreasonable. After all, the main family never enters frontline combat. You're shielded by others. It is the branch family who forms the vanguard. Surely they deserve unimpeded vision most of all. Third Hokage, Lin Yong. This matter is deeply complex. We must deliberate carefully. The Hyuga tradition spans nearly 1,000 years. It cannot be undone in a day. So then am I expected to watch helplessly as fellow villagers entrust their very lives to another faction, with no recourse, no defense? Is this still Konoha? Is this still the will of fire? Did the first Hokage envision a village where citizens oppress one another? Oh, damn brat. How did I never notice your razor-sharp tongue before? Hokage-sama. You must uphold justice for us. Zongming wailed, his voice raw with desperation. Hokage-sama, if both main and branch families receive the caged bird seal, I willingly accept it again, for the sake of the village. Niji stepped forward in support of Lin Yong. Indeed, we agree. The main family must bear the seal too. Yes, if it is meant to protect the Byakugan, then every Hyuga must bear it. As Niji spoke, branch family shinobi across the square erupted in chants demanding the same seal be placed upon the main family. Huh. Zongming, glaring at the nearest branch family shinobi, instantly activated the caged bird seal. An agony piercing straight to the soul sent him collapsing to the ground. Lin Yong moved like lightning, appearing before Zongming in an instant, and slammed his Rasengan into him. Boom. Zongming was hurled backward unconscious and fate unknown. Everything unfolded too swiftly. With Lin Yang's current speed, even Might Guy would need to open his fourth gate just to keep pace. Before the onlookers fully registered what had happened, Zongming was already airborne. Tsunade rushed forward to assess his injuries. She knew full well the destructive force of the fourth Hokage's Rasengan. Combined with the Flying Thunder God technique, it was this very technique that earned its wielder the epithet, Yellow Flash, compelling foreign nations to abandon missions upon sighting him. Lin Yong, striking down my clan's senior elder within Hyuga lands. Do you truly believe I as clan head am irrelevant? Hayashi activated his Byakugan, eyes locked onto Lin Yong, poised to strike. Zongming assaulted a Konoha shinobi openly before witnesses. So now you presume the Hokage holds no authority. Oh, have you become the Hokage's voice now? Absurd. Does merely claiming to be clan head grant you authority over the entire Hyuga clan? Asked the Hyuga present, whose cause commands greater support, yours or mine. Hayashi turned. Only a handful of main family members stood behind him, while the branch family filled the space almost to overflowing. Hyuga comrades, you hear your clan head claim he speaks for you, but I do not believe it. I refuse to believe you would willingly endure such subjugation, such enslavement. Equal treatment. Equal treatment. In that moment, every branch family shinobi, since they stood at a historic crossroads, within Hyuga history itself. To miss this chance meant their children would remain caged birds for generations, bodyguards, sacrificial shields bound forever to the main family. Hayashi-sama, can you truly speak for the Hyuga now? Lin Yong tapped Hayashi's arm, leaving behind a Flying Thunder God mark. What do you intend? Here's my proposal. Those willing to renounce the caged bird seal may leave the Hyuga clan entirely, forge independent lives. Those who remain may continue residing in Hyuga lands under your leadership. Cough, cough, you're dreaming. Zongming, barely revived by Tsunade's healing, recoiled at Lin Yang's audacious proposal. Unthinkable for a Hyuga senior elder to accept. Old man, you think I lack the power to kill you outright just now? I'm giving them choice, not you. Your voice carries no weight here. The Byakugan is vital to the village. Its users must remain within the Hyuga clan. Hokage-sama, you've been listening all along. I never said those who renounce the seal would become missing mean. I only proposed they live independently outside the clan structure. At that moment, third Hokage wanted nothing more than to strangle Lin Yong. Had he recalled the Hokage's presence when launching that Rasengan? Now suddenly he remembered. Yet third Hokage was in truth eager to facilitate this change, and the reason lay in the Chunin exams. During Niji's match, he publicly exposed the main branch hierarchy before the entire shinobi world, revealing a critical truth: it wasn't death alone that erased the Byakugan, but death with the caged bird seal. Niji made the branch family's resentment toward the main family unmistakably clear. Any observer could perceive the chasm of discord between them. Lately, third Hokage had received numerous intelligence reports other villages were secretly approaching branch family members, seeking to lure them away and preserve their bloodline. This method offered near zero-cost acquisition of the Byakugan. For the caged bird seal is an artificial curse, not inherited through blood. Thus, children born to branch family parents bear no seal at birth. Outside Konoha, they possess the Byakugan in its full, unbound form. The Uchiha, another Konoha ocular clan, had faced similar schemes. Yet as founding pillars of the village, they held deep pride. Thus, rival villages' efforts failed repeatedly. But the branch family's plight revealed an opening. Other villages whispered, look how your blood kin treat you. Your own village offers no redress. Come to us instead. Though we cannot remove your seal, your children will never endure your suffering. They will be free. Better then to proactively abolish the seal, rather than wait for the branch family to be poached. At least this way the village's reputation would remain intact, as if the Hokage himself had performed a final act of wisdom before stepping down. With that thought, third Hokage spoke. Though they are Hyuga branch family, they are also Konoha's comrades. The will of fire does not condone controlling allies through cursed seals. Let each decide their own path, stay or depart. Hokagesuma's wisdom is unmatched. A wave of cheers rose across the square. Hayashi knew the tide had turned. His authority was irrevocably broken. Half a month passed. I'm finally back. Woof. It seems even Akamaru misses home. This mission took way too long. Thankfully, we all have scouting methods, otherwise who knows how long those mountain bandits would have evaded us. Indeed, but thanks to that I also found quite a few good bugs. Alright, since the mission is over, let's all head home first. I'll submit the mission report, and tonight I'll treat everyone to barbecue. Sounds great. After saying that, Hong walked towards the mission building. Then I'll head home first. Yoshino, goodbye Akamaru. Okay, see you tonight. This time Team 8's mission was to eliminate the bandits around a town. According to their investigation, it was actually an inside job. Calling it a combat mission was more like solving a case. Although Hong had seen through it early on, it was still a task for the lower ninjas, and they needed to train more. Hinata returned to the clan grounds with a heart full of joy, but as soon as she entered, she sensed something was off. Why are there so few people today? Is there some major mission going on? Or is there some activity in the village? After walking for a while, she finally encountered a clansman. Lady Hinata. The other party bowed respectfully. Hello, is there a mission or some activity in the village? I see many people are not around. About that, you should go back and ask the clan leader. He genuinely didn't know how to explain this situation, as a small fry saying too much might cause trouble. I see, thank you. Hinata returned home with a heart full of confusion. I'm back. Upon entering, she heard her father's voice coming from the training ground. Stand steady on your legs, put more power forward. Arriving at the training ground, she saw Hayashi guiding Hanabi in her training. Hayashi said Hinata has returned. Yes, father. Hanabi, take a break for now and chat with your sister for a bit. Yes. Something was off, extremely off. Why was father so gentle today? Father. What is it? Did something happen in the village? Did you go straight home after returning? Yes, Teacher Hong said she would submit the mission report and asked us to head home first. We would gather again for dinner. I see, come here, let me tell you about the events of the past half month. The caged bird has been freed. During the Chunin exams, Naruto had said he wanted to become Hokage and break the Hyuga clan's rules. Yet before even becoming a Chunin, the caged bird was already gone. Yes, now only the main family remains in the clan grounds. The branch family has left, and there will be no more main and branch families in the future. Lin Yang really is something. That's impressive. Hinata's impression of Lin Yang was still that of a powerful peer. She never expected that after one mission, he had already begun to dismantle the largest ninja clan in Konoha. Also next week is the inauguration ceremony of the 5th Hokage. The 5th Hokage. Did I just return after a year of missions? It hasn't been long since the Chunin exams. How could the 5th Hokage be assuming office already? The fact that the 3rd Hokage was stepping down was something all the Jonin knew, but since the lower ninjas had little standing, it wasn't until recently that Tsunade had started showing up frequently that they realized. Teams like 8, which executed missions outside, were even more cut off from information. I want to go see Niji, is that okay? After hesitating for a moment, Hinata still voiced her thoughts to her father. Go ahead. Hayashi wasn't surprised by Hinata's request. After the preliminaries, Hong had already come to tell him about the situation during the matches. Now that he knew Niji was no longer under the caged bird, it was only natural for her to want to see him. Arriving at the residential area of the branch family, it was different from the Hyuga clan grounds. Here, everyone seemed to be in high spirits. They had lived for so long and finally felt what freedom was. Oh, is that you, Hinata? Although Hinata was the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, she had always been well-behaved since childhood with no airs of a typical heiress. She was gentle and kind to others, so even among the branch family, everyone liked her very much. Excuse me, where is Niji? Niji should be at the training ground at this time. If you go down this road, turn left at the second intersection, and you'll see him. Thank you very much. No problem, no problem. In the original story, this time was when the Sound Four were supposed to take Sasuke away, but in the recent plan to destroy Konoha, even Orochimaru was caught by Lin Yang. So now, it could be said that nothing was happening. Originally, Lin Yang planned to have a few people take on some tasks for training, but it coincided with Tsunade's inauguration ceremony, so he thought it best to practice a bit more and head out after the ceremony. After Hinata arrived at the training ground, she saw Team 7 and Team 3 engaged in a fierce battle. Lin Yang, Kakashi Gai, and Jiraiya were on the sidelines enjoying barbecue. Hey, Hinata's here, come have a bite. Lin Yang called for Hinata to sit down. Hinata saw Niji training and had to greet a few teachers before waiting. You probably haven't had lunch, yet wait, I'll get some food for you. Oh, it's fine, no need. I just want to say a few words to Niji, and then I'll head back. No problem, no problem. Saying that, Lin Yang went into the house to get food. Guy asked, have you been home already? Yes, father has already told me. I know Niji has been living in pain all these years. Now that Lin Yang has finally freed him, I am truly happy. Wow, what a touching youth. Unfortunately, there was no Lee to share in the embrace. While they were chatting, the battle on the field also came to an end. Niji said, Lady Hinata, what brings you here? Hinata gently bowed. Niji, congratulations. Niji was taken aback for a moment, then smiled slightly, thank you. The members of Team 3 were also relieved to see Niji no longer harboring ill will towards Hinata. Niji's previous hostility towards Hinata was merely a transference of his resentment towards Hayashi. Now, without the hatred for Hayashi and no more caged bird, how could he have any ill will towards this little sister he grew up with? Considering Hinata's appetite, Lin Yong thought for a moment and decided to directly bring over the freezer. Naruto exclaimed, Lin Yong, there's so much. We can't possibly eat it all. It's not for you, it's for Hinata. Baka, how could a little girl like Hinata eat that much? Well, that is indeed a bit exaggerated, Kakashi said, looking at the freezer full of food, struggling to hold back his laughter. At this point, Hinata had already transformed into a steam engine, starting to smoke. Lin Yong hugged Hinata and said, Hinata, see, this is what we call being uneducated. We shouldn't learn from them in the future. Kakashi never expected that one day the term uneducated would be used on himself. But it wasn't really his fault. Kakashi hadn't researched the fundamental principles of bloodline limits at all, or rather no one in the ninja world had. Guy simply couldn't criticize Niji's teacher and was also not familiar with him. He thought it was inappropriate to comment on a little girl's appetite upon their first meeting. Naruto asked, what do you mean? Since you sincerely asked, I will generously tell you. Do you see these eyes? I see them. Hyuga's Byakugan, Kakashi-sensei, I mentioned it during the Chunin exams. Byakugan as a bloodline limit carried by a specific organ, its power is determined by the purity of the bloodline. When I studied bloodline limits, I sensed the purity of the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. Hinata's eyes have a purity unmatched in the entire clan. That's impressive, but what does that have to do with her appetite? Chakra is converted from the bodhis energy and mental energy. The amount of chakra her Byakugan requires is extraordinarily large. Based on my observations, her Byakugan requires at least 5 to 6 times the amount of food as a chunin to sustain it. Hinata stared blankly at Lin Yong, recalling how she once asked her father if she could eat a few more bowls of rice, noticing the barely perceptible frown on Hayashi's brow. She had always been warned to never ask for more food in front of outsiders, lest she lose the Hyuga family's dignity. All those years she had forced herself to go hungry, just to be a qualified eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. She always thought it was because she was too greedy, but today she learned that it wasn't her fault at all. It was a blessing from heaven, a necessity for her eyes to function. Hinata gently smiled and said, then I won't hold back. Thank you, Lin Yong. No problem, eat well and drink well. I won't let you go hungry. This meal allowed Hinata to showcase the true value of her bloodline limit. A week has quickly passed. Although there were no battles with the 3 Sannin and no betting on Naruto's Rasengan, during this time Jiraiya took every opportunity to show Naruto off in front of Tsunade. Eventually, Naruto found a chance to use his verbal skills to persuade Tsunade to take on the position of the 5th Hokage. Today marks Tsunade's inauguration ceremony. The village specifically checked the records at the mission center to find a time that accommodates as many people in the village as possible for the ceremony. Tsunade's ascension can be said to be the will of the people. Not only did the ninjas in the village agree, but even the daimyos were delighted. After all, she is the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage. It was also the appearance of the daimyos that made Lin Yong realize that before she could become Hokage, she needed to find a way to seize the financial power of Konoha. Maintaining the village's operation through financial allocations from the daimyos like Konoha is currently doing would definitely be detrimental to her goal of unifying the ninja world. As for directly eliminating the daimyos through force, Lin Yong had considered it, but she worried that killing the daimyo of the Fire Country might cause other daimyos to feel threatened and unite against her. It wasn't that she couldn't defeat them. Lin Yong felt that even Kaguya could be confronted. However, if she were to eliminate everyone, what would be the point of her being a lone commander? Thus, Lin Yong changed her strategy: first seize financial power, then become Hokage and render the daimyos powerless, issuing decrees without name and paying respects without acknowledgement. Arriving in front of the Hokage building, Lin Yong watched a group of ninjas bustling around, unsure of what they were busy with. The inauguration ceremony for the Hokage was so simple. What was there to prepare? Over here, Kakashi was in charge of security. Upon seeing Lin Yong arrive, he walked over to assign her a task. The 3rd Hokage's order today, you are in the security team. Huh. No one told me this. Lin Yong suspected that Kakashi, unable to stand seeing her doing nothing while he had to work, was deliberately concocting a lie to trick her. The truth was that Lin Yong guessed correctly. The 3rd Hokage believed that with Konoha's elite gathered for the 5th Hokage's inauguration, there would be no trouble. Given Konoha's current configuration, one would need to unleash the Nine Tails to make a scene. Therefore, he hadn't assigned Lin Yong any work, as she was still a child despite her strength. Kids, after all, should enjoy their youth and play more with their peers. Kakashi thought that having such a powerful person as Lin Yong on security duty was a waste. He could at least give her a prime viewing spot. Was this really assigning work? No, this was a benefit. Kakashi had no guilt about it. Really, the 3rd Hokage just came by and noticed more people than expected. He felt the security force was still insufficient and wanted me to contact you since you had no task. I figured you would come, so I didn't call for a signal from the messenger hawk. Though Lin Yong still looked skeptical, she felt Kakashi probably wasn't bored enough to trick a child, so she agreed. Alright, so which area am I in charge of? You go to the rooftop. The 5th Hokage will be giving a speech up there, and you'll be able to provide immediate support if anything happens. Okay, I'll head up first. Seeing the excellent junior have a job and a great viewing position, Kakashi smiled with satisfaction. Upon reaching the rooftop, the 3rd Hokage said, Lin Yong, you're here. Stand over here. He guided Lin Yong to the edge of the railing. As the appointed 6th Hokage of Konoha, she needed to take this opportunity to feel the moment of a Hokage's inauguration. In Lin Yang's mind, she thought, alright, it seems this really is a task arranged by the 3rd Hokage. This spot does cover the entire block. Teacher, the 3rd Hokage looked at his proud disciple. Although she still appeared to be in her 20s, she had actually saved countless ninja lives and achieved remarkable military feats in 2 wars. The ceremony is about to begin. Are you ready? There's nothing to prepare, let's start. The 3rd Hokage walked to the railing, and the crowd below the Hokage building gradually quieted down. Fellow villagers of Konoha, I am the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. 41 years ago, my teacher Senjutobarama stayed behind alone while facing the pursuit of the Cloud Village and passed the title of Hokage to me. In these 41 years, many things have happened. We experienced another ninja world war where many lost their families and friends, but with the will of fire we overcame formidable enemies. We also awaited our 4th Hokage, but unfortunately fate was unkind, and that disaster 12 years ago took him from us. Now I have grown old, but wherever Konoha's flames dance, the fire continues to thrive. The light of the fire will keep illuminating the village and allow new leaves to sprout. Tsunade stepped forward. Tsunade stepped forward, and the 3rd Hokage turned to place the Hokage hat on her head. Go ahead. From now on, the village will be entrusted to you. Yes, teacher. Tsunade stood at the front, heralding the dawn of a new era. From today on, I will govern Konoha village. I am the 5th Hokage. As Tsunade's words fell, cheers erupted from below, reaching for the skies. Tsk tisk, is this the 3 Sannin? It must be said that Itachi was at least correct in his understanding of the Hokage. It was not that becoming Hokage would earn everyone's recognition, but that gaining everyone's recognition was necessary to become Hokage. While Lin Yang pondered whether to provoke a war and gain some military merit, an Umbu arrived beside the 3rd Hokage. The 3rd Hokage raised his hand to stop the other from speaking and pointed towards Tsunade. The Umbu lowered their stance, hiding in the shadows behind Tsunade. Hokage-sama, Orochimaru has vanished. Tsunade remained unfazed, continuing to wave at the villagers while saying, send Kakashi, Ibiki, and Lin Yang to investigate what happened. Understood. Lin Yang, who had overheard, immediately followed the Umbu to find Kakashi and Ibiki. What happened? Kakashi asked. The Umbu replied, during a scheduled patrol of the prison, we discovered that Orochimaru's cell was empty. Ibiki, who was very familiar with Konoha's prison, questioned, how could he escape without a sound? Was there no commotion at all? Kakashi responded, he was probably waiting for the Hokage's inauguration ceremony, when nearly everyone was at the Hokage building making enough noise to cover his actions. The Umbu added, no, the guards had no sense of anything unusual. Hearing this, Lin Yang could basically guess who was behind it. Regardless, we should hurry to the scene and see what's going on. The others nodded and quickened their pace. Upon arriving at the prison, they found it surrounded by Umbu. The seals on the prison door are intact, Lin Yang noted. There are no signs of physical unlocking, Kakashi added. And there are no signs of a struggle, Ibiki noted. As expected of Orochimaru. No, it wasn't Orochimaru who escaped, it was a jailbreak. Moi, why do you say that? Ibiki was somewhat confused. It wasn't uncommon for a powerful ninja like Orochimaru to have some means of escape. On our way to meet Tsunade, Jiraiya and I encountered Itachi and Kisame. We had already subdued Kisame, but another member of the Akatsuki appeared, claiming to be Uchiha Madara, wielding a space-time ninjutsu that allowed him to appear wherever he desired without contact, and he could even take others with him. I suspect he was the one who rescued Orochimaru. Kakashi replied, the Akatsuki, huh? What do they want with Orochimaru? Not long after following the end of the Hokage inauguration ceremony, the 2nd Hokage, along with the Hokage advisors Jiraiya and Nara Shikaku, all gathered together. Given the uncertain situation, Tsunade decided to send most of the ninjas back to various parts of the village to prevent the enemy from using diversionary tactics. She took along the Jonin team leaders and Jiraiya. With the 2 Hokages, the 2 Sannin, an advisor from Konoha, along with Kakashi and Lin Yang, they should be able to handle any issues that arise. Tsunade asked, what's the situation? Ibiki replied, Lin Yang suspects she was rescued by the Akatsuki. Lin Yang then shared his speculations with Tsunade. Uchiha Obito. Jiraiya appeared somewhat worried. If it can't possibly be Uchiha Obito, Tsunade directly dismissed this notion. Why not? Uchiha Obito is the only one capable of fighting against my grandfather. He is extremely arrogant, so someone who doesn't even dare to show their face is definitely not him. I agree. After all, he was one of the founders of Konoha alongside the god of ninjas. How could he need to wear a mask? Tsunade turned to Lin Yang and asked, you fought him last time, what was it like? I never fought him. He only appeared to take Itachi and Kisame away, showing up out of nowhere without any prior indication. However, during the spatial transfer, his speed was not as fast as the Flying Thunder God technique, and a spatial vortex would form at the location where the ninjutsu was activated and where he appeared, taking about half a second. If the attack speed is fast enough, it is possible to strike him. Since we don't understand, let's proceed this way for now. The Akatsuki's goal is the tailed beasts. Jiraiya, you are Naruto's master, keep an eye on him. Rest assured, Jiraiya replied. Lin Yang, Orochimaru has always coveted Sasuke's body. Now that he has escaped, we can't be sure when he will try to abduct Sasuke again. Don't worry, I left a Flying Thunder God mark on Sasuke. Right now Sasuke is just bait, I'm not afraid of Orochimaru not coming. Alright then, let's leave it at that. The group disbanded. Sunashir approached Lin Yang and said thank you. I just dismantled the Hyuga clan and he comes to thank me. This old man isn't being sarcastic with me, is he? Well, my Chidori isn't a bad idea either. The day before yesterday Niji came to see me. That's when I learned how hard Hinata has been working. Although there are no restrictions on her eating at home, I know her personality. She wouldn't dare eat more after I said that. Well, that's fine. Girls are sensitive. As parents, we should communicate more with our children. Sai Hinata's mother passed away early, and she is my eldest daughter, originally meant to be the heir of the Hyuga clan, so I have been somewhat lacking in concern for her, but... What are you trying to say? But isn't this Hinata's responsibility? Isn't it? That's not incorrect. Well, that's fine now, there aren't many people left in the main family anyway. However, Lin Yang wouldn't say this out loud, as they are still a large clan, and he would still rely on them for future endeavors. After briefly communicating with a few clan leaders, Lin Yang continued to develop his own ninjutsu. In a cave in the land of rain, Orochimaru said, let's discuss your conditions. It's a pleasure to talk with someone intelligent. You wouldn't be saving me out of the friendship we had when we worked together before, would you? Humph. Obito let out a soft snort. You are merely a group of tools in my plan. Where's the friendship with you? Naturally, I'm here to conduct some research. Bloodline limit. Exactly. In the past, Obito did not care much for bloodline limits since he possessed the Sharingan and would release. However, based on the intelligence he obtained from Zetsu, seeing Lin Yang develop large-scale ninjutsu using bloodline limits, Obito couldn't help but feel intrigued. With this ability, capturing tailed beasts would be effortless. Moreover, his own offensive ninjutsu was somewhat lacking. Seeing that Orochimaru had been captured, he thought he could rescue him to see if he could be of use. If not, he could have Zetsu keep an eye on Orochimaru daily and exchange information for gold, allowing Konoha to chase after him every day. It seems the leader is unaware that you saved me. Orochimaru felt something was off. From his previous experience in the Akatsuki, he knew that Nagato was very hands-on when assigning tasks to his subordinates. If it was Nagato who had sent him to do this, he would have directed Obito to bring him into the Akatsuki to discuss rather than allowing Obito to talk to him like this. That's right. Saving you is my personal decision and has nothing to do with the Akatsuki. But why do you think I can research bloodline limits? In the past, I thought bloodline limits were either dependent on genetic inheritance or physical composition, or else they were due to innate mutations. However, Lin Yang's appearance made me realize that while bloodline limits are a gift from heaven, they are still a technology we can master. He had never thought about it carefully before. Didn't the second Tsuchikage's dust release allow someone without bloodline ties like Inoki to learn it? I'm not as talented as Lin Yang. That really doesn't sound like you, Orochimaru. No worries, I can provide you with an endless supply of Zetsus bodies for experimentation. If you need bloodline ninjas, I can try to capture 1 or 2 for you as well. That's acceptable, but I have conditions too. Speak up. You need to provide me with funding to support my other research and help rescue my people from the Sound Village. That's fine and that's not difficult. But how long will it take for you to deliver results? Research is unpredictable. Alright, don't play tricks. No matter where you are, I can find you. Rest assured, I still need your funding. Just like that, 4 people were quietly taken away from Konoha's prison. In the Hokage office, bang. Tsunade slammed her fist on the table, shattering it into pieces. Damn it. What? Is Konoha's prison made of paper? They can come and go as they please. Who can be contained? Call the sealing team here. Yes. Not long after, a few unfortunate members of the sealing team arrived at the office. Tell me, what are your plans? At this rate, we might as well convert the prison into a hotel. At least we could earn some money. The sealing team leader felt ashamed, but what could he do? The person in Konoha who was best at sealing jutsu had died over a decade ago. He was merely thrust into the role of leader, using the same sealing techniques they had always used. What did I do wrong? The enemy is just too strong, what can I do? However, some things cannot be said to the leader, so he could only sincerely admit his mistakes. Hokage-sama, I sincerely apologize, my skills are lacking, resulting in significant losses for the village. I didn't bring you here to apologize, I want solutions. I heard from Ibika-senpai that Lin Yang shared intelligence last time indicating that the enemy possesses space-time ninjutsu. Yes, that's correct. It's space-time ninjutsu of the Sharingan. You see, it's not just space-time ninjutsu, it's space-time ninjutsu of the Sharingan. What merit do I have? It's like this, Hokage-sama. The seals in the prison are the same ones that Konoha has been using. Previously, there had never been an issue with prisoners escaping using space-time ninjutsu, so Konoha doesn't have corresponding sealing techniques. Moreover, no one in the sealing team knows space-time ninjutsu, so... You want support? Yes. If we could have Lin Yang assist us in developing some sealing techniques, that would be great. I heard he knows the Flying Thunder God technique, and is the only one from Konoha who has fought against the enemy. Sure, no problem. With that, Tsunade wrote a letter for the sealing team to take away. Lin Yang's home. Knocking on the door. Who is it? Upon opening the door, a white-haired figure in a mask smiled at the entrance. Oh, Kakashi-sensei, I come in. Lin Yang led Kakashi into the reception room and sat down. Did you come to find me for something? It's about Orochimaru's escape. Did Tsunade not say to leave it at that? It's not about the method, it's about the person who broke him out. Lin Yang understood, it was about the Sharingan. Do you have any clues? Can you describe his space transfer process in detail? While there was a vortex that appeared in midair, it was faster when absorbing others, but slower when absorbing oneself regarding the pattern of the Sharingan. Lin Yang dipped her hand in the water from the teacup and sketched the pattern of the Kimui Sharingan on the table. When using ninjutsu, the Sharingan takes on this appearance. I see. Kakashi felt a mix of emotions he couldn't quite grasp. Why? Why would Obito's eyes appear? Didn't Obito already die? Did an enemy acquire Obito's eyes? Then why hide his face? If it's Obito and he hasn't died, why doesn't he come back to find them? Kakashi's mind was a tangled mess. Do you recognize these eyes? The response to Lin Yang was the same Sharingan, the same ocular technique. A vase behind Lin Yang disappeared into the air with a vortex. I see. Noticing Kakashi's silence, Lin Yang asked, what do you plan to do now? Keep it a secret? Or should we tell the fifth Hokage? Lin Yang didn't mind, as she already knew who it was, and even the weaknesses of the ocular technique. Kakashi rubbed his face. I will inform Lady Tsunade. It's fine if you want to keep it a secret, I won't say a word. No, this is important information for the village, it cannot be concealed. Since you've made up your mind, I will accompany you. Thank you. As they stepped out, they encountered the sealing team, looking for Lin Yang's help. Oh, Kakashi-senpai, you are here too. Oh, our long time no see. Indeed, indeed. Lin Yang Jonin, hello. I am Aura Yohiro, the captain of the sealing team. Ah, hello. What brings you here? It's like this. Aura Yohiro explained to the two what had just happened. Lin Yang said, it seems that the Akatsuki and Orochimaru have reached some kind of agreement. Kakashi replied, these four individuals should be part of the conditions. Aura senpai, let's go to the fifth Hokage and report this, we happen to have some new information. Off. Oh, alright. Aura Yohiro was actually reluctant to go to the Hokage's office at this time, fearing that Tsunade's anger hadn't subsided. However, since new information had come in, he had no choice but to go. Hokage's office. Knocking on the door. Tsunade looked up, seeing Aura Yohiro return. Her anger flared up, and she prepared to scold him, but then noticed Kakashi and Lin Yang behind him. Is there something wrong? Aura Yohiro instinctively stood behind the two, pretending to be a tree. Lady Tsunade, I may know who kidnapped Orochimaru. Moi. Tsunade stared at Kakashi for a moment. Is it the owner of that Sharingan? Indeed, it's Uchiha Obito. Gather the Jonin squad. Yes. A member of the Umbu disappeared in an instant. Before long, all the Jonin of Konoha gathered. Tsunade briefly outlined the current intelligence. What does everyone think? Guy said, could it really be Obito? But I can't imagine that Obito has turned into this kind of person, Red said. Actually, we shouldn't assume this person is Uchiha Obito right away. Lin Yang and Kakashi's deduction is based on the premise that someone took Obito's eyes and had no need to hide their identity. In fact, this person claims to be Uchiha Madara, likely wanting to exploit Madara's reputation for some scheme, naturally not wanting to be seen. That's right. I believe what Rika said makes sense, Asuma added. Lin Yang and Kakashi had not analyzed the correct answer. Lin Yang's analysis this time was akin to presenting the answer while discussing the problem, forcing it. However, she was only 12 years old. Oh, what could go wrong with a mistake? Kakashi, on the other hand, was flustered. Now that he had calmed down, his intelligence regained its high ground, and he began to consider this possibility. Riku said, however, since we know who the owner of these eyes is, we can actually test it out. Tsunade asked, what do you mean? Now let's issue a warrant with Uchiha Obito listed as an Shrank Rogue Ninja along with his image. If the Akatsuki knows his true identity, it means they need Uchiha Madara's identity, which would lead to a period of calm. But if the Akatsuki is unaware of his true identity, it proves they have also been deceived by him. Is he who needs Uchiha Madara's identity. The Akatsuki cannot allow someone who fakes their identity to remain in their ranks after they seize the Rain Village from that demigod. At this point, he could only find a reason to convince the Akatsuki leader or provoke a battle. But regardless of the scenario for us, it would only cost a warrant. Mito's Fire said, that's right. Now that the enemy has shown themselves, we have no reason to do nothing. A test would be good, and we could also sell some intelligence for profit. Tsunade replied, let's hold off on selling intelligence for now. Kakashi's eyes are the same as his. Selling it would mean selling out our own info. However, I will issue the warrant now. Aura Yohiro said, since Kakashi-senpai's eyes and his abilities are the same, doesn't that mean we can test our seals at any time? Lin Yang responded, that might not work. The last time we fought Itachi, he used his Sharingan techniques several times, and then his eyes started bleeding. Thus, using ocular techniques must be very damaging to the body. This is still Uchiha's body, and Kakashi is not a member of the Uchiha clan, so the side effects of using ocular techniques would be even greater. My suggestion is to design the seal first, use Flying Thunder. Tsunade said, let's proceed with Lin Yang's plan regarding the sealing. Everyone please pay extra attention to any reports related to the Akatsuki while on missions, especially around the Rain Village, to see if any battles have occurred. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Riku added, wait a moment. As everyone prepared to leave, they turned back at this call. Could this Sharingan be related to that night 12 years ago? After Riku's words, everyone suddenly reacted. After the night of the Nine Tails disturbance, the Uchiha clan situation in the village had been deteriorating. However, Uchiha Fugaku insisted that the Nine Tails had nothing to do with them, and they were all busy evacuating the crowd, giving each of them a solid alibi. Now, with one more stray Sharingan appearing, what Fugaku said was likely true, it's just that no one believed it. Tsunade said, go call the teacher. Yes. The third generation had already heard the situation from the Umbu on the way here. As soon as they entered the office, Tsunade couldn't help but ask, Master was the enemy of the fourth Hokage, using time-space ninjutsu that night as well. I don't know. Minato kept the enemy outside the village while we were busy dealing with the Nine Tails, and didn't see the enemy controlling it. However, the fact that they could silently infiltrate the place where Kushina was giving birth without triggering any barriers or being detected by the Umbu suggests that it must have been time-space ninjutsu that accomplished this. Did Minato's team not return to collect the bodies after completing their mission? I sent someone, but since it was the Sharingan, we didn't find any bodies. We believe the enemy took them. Fugaku told me not to worry. The Sharingan cannot be closed forever unless it has the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. It will continuously consume the user's chakra and mental energy, so it was left unresolved. But how could the fourth Hokage not? Enough. These speculations are meaningless until we catch the enemy. Let's first issue a wanted notice for information on the Akatsuki organization. Seeing that everyone was preparing to salt Kakashi's wounds, Lin Yang timely changed the topic. Tsunade said, "Alright, everyone get back to your tasks. Lin Yang cooperate with Owatori Yuhiro to improve the sealing technique. Let's conduct experiments in the prison first, and see if we can modify it into a barrier to prevent the enemy from entering the village directly." Understood. Considering that improving the sealing technique isn't something that can be done in a day or two, Lin Yang discussed it with Yuhiro and decided to start tomorrow. She planned to set the training plans for her 3 little subordinates today. On the way home, she called the 3 of them to the training ground. Next, I have a task of unknown duration, so I need to set the direction and tasks for your training. That way you won't be lost when I'm not around. Sakura, you'll focus on strengthening your medical ninjutsu, as well as learning water barrier earth submersion and refining yin sealing. The first 2 ninjutsu should be cast within 2 seals. As a medical ninja, you need some self-defense capability to block enemy attacks and retreat quickly using the terrain. Got it. Niji, continue practicing crystal fire flow, speeding up the generation and compressing the flames. Besides that, it'll teach you another ninjutsu. This is a combination ninjutsu, also used for large-scale attacks, called heat-sealed cage. First, use earth release to fill the air with nanometer-sized particles, then ignite them using fire release. The principle of action is quite similar to ash accumulation burning. Then why not learn ash accumulation burning directly? Because ash accumulation burning has too small of a range. Let's demonstrate at the Valley of the End. With a whoosh, Lin Yang used the flying thunder god to bring the 3 of them to the Valley of the End. As Lin Yang clapped his hands on the ground, a yellowish mist slowly rose, but it was actually solid particles at the nanoscale. The concentration was just too high, making it look like mist. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Lin Yang created 4 shadow clones around the 3 ninjas. Ninja Art, 4 purple flames formation. A purple light curtain enveloped the 4 of them. Watch closely. Lin Yang gathered energy and jumped into the air. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. A fireball smashed into the mist on the ground. The moment the flames touched the mist, it seemed to turn into oil, and with a loud explosion, a sea of flames erupted. Hiss. Terrifying indeed. Sasuke did not expect fire release combined with earth release to have such a tremendous effect. Shouldn't wind release be more effective? Wind fuels fire. Today earth release works, and tomorrow water release can work too. Water release, Great Waterfall Jutsu. Thankfully, the Valley of the End had no shortage of water, and Lin Yang extinguished the flames. The fire was extinguished, but visibility was obscured by steam. However, among those present, only Sakura needed to see, so it wasn't a big problem. This is the scroll of training methods. Take your time to read it. Finally, Sasuke, I want to teach you another bloodline limit technique. Lin Yang, why don't I get one? Hearing Lin Yang give Sasuke a bloodline limit technique, Sakura's eyes turned green, although they were already green, and she immediately hugged Lin Yang's arm and shook it. Don't rush, don't rush. Sasuke has the Sharingan, so it's relatively easier for him to copy. Once he can learn it, he'll arrange it for you too. Hee, I knew you were the best. Lin Yang looked at Sasuke. The bloodline limit technique I am teaching you this time is storm release, used by the 4th Raikage's subordinate Durui. It's composed of lightning and water chakra. The lightning provides the destructive power, but as you should know from your usual lightning release, it's hard to control the direction. Therefore, by adding water chakra, it can flow freely like water. It gives the lightning guidance capabilities. Before using the ninjutsu, you need to learn to combine storm release chakra, but this process is very dangerous. If you're not careful, you might die. So what do you think? Will you learn it? As long as I can get stronger, I'm not afraid of dying. Good. Activate your Sharingan and get ready to copy. Lin Yang first guided the lightning chakra to form a chakra ball outside his body, then slowly injected water chakra into it. As the water chakra increased, the chakra ball began to take on the appearance of being wrapped in black lightning. This is storm release chakra. I've written the specific proportions in the scroll. Now raise a storm release ninjutsu, storm release, lightning, cloud resonance. It can be said to be both offensive and defensive. By forming a cumulonimbus cloud with storm release chakra around oneself, it can entangle around to prevent enemies from approaching, or can be used to stab and attack like Chidori. With proper control, it can be shot out like a bow and arrow. Don't worry, I will ensure you complete this ninjutsu before your task ends. I'm looking forward to your results, but don't aim too high. Steady and steady wins the race. Sakura, keep an eye on those two. If they get injured, you can practice on them. Sakura grinned mischievously at Sasuke and Niji. Niji said, we are already mature ninjas, of course we know to protect our bodies. Sasuke added, that's right, I'm not that idiot Naruto. That's good. The training content during this time is these. If there are tasks, focus on them. Outdoor training is also very important. Take this kunai. What's this? Niji asked, having never seen it before. This is a kunai for the Flying Thunder God. If you encounter a life-threatening situation, use chakra to activate it. It'll sense your location. Of course, if you're too far away, I can't appear immediately. You'll need to buy some time. Don't die too quickly. Thank you. After giving these instructions, Lin Yang went to the sealing class the next day to begin the improvement of the sealing technique. After 4 months of relentless efforts, the improvement of the barrier technique has finally been completed. Although it cannot yet cover the entire Konohagakure, it can certainly cover the prison. Lin Yang stepped out of the dungeon and stretched. I should be awarded the Konohagakure Dedication Award. Just as Lin Yang was about to head home to rest, a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared before him. The Hokage wants to see you. Moi. Is it about the sealing technique? Senior Depu Yuhong should have reported it already. I'm not sure about that, but the Hokage specifically asked for you to come. Alright then. Whoosh. Lin Yang didn't wait for the Umbu and directly used the Flying Thunder God to teleport to the Hokage's office. When did you leave a mark in my office? During the last meeting you kept calling me in, so it was convenient to leave a mark. This is the Hokage's office. So what? It will belong to me from now on. Remove your mark. I won't. The facade was gone. He was done pretending. Being invincible is so lonely. Tsunade really had no way to deal with her, so she could only let her have her way. Forget it, I called you here mainly to discuss the matters of the bloodline limits. In the mission completed by Team 7 last week, according to Kakashi's report, Sasuke used the wind release technique from the Hidden Cloud Village. That's right, I taught him that. How much can you provide the village in terms of bloodline limits? As long as they don't require specific mutations of bodily organs to activate, I can provide any bloodline limit, but for example the Sharingan or Byakugan cannot be included. So you can provide it in terms of ability, but not in terms of willingness. I'm also willing in terms of feelings. After all, it's the village I grew up in. Then what's the issue? You wouldn't want me to work for free, would you? Of course not. Shizen called the 2 elders and the teacher over. It seems Tsunade has decided to finalize this matter directly. After a while, a few people finally arrived. The third Hokage said, I'm already retired, can't you all just decide things on your own? It was obvious that he had just been dragged out of bed and was still grumpy. Old man, stop complaining. This is serious, you have to be here. Alright, go ahead, he said as he silently lit his pipe. I just had a discussion with Lin Yang about the bloodline limits for the village. Other than bloodline limits that require organs to adapt, she can provide them. The purpose of calling everyone here is to discuss her conditions. Just as Narashikamaru was about to speak up about how they couldn't ask for money for the village, the moment when Danzo died suddenly flashed before her eyes, causing her to swallow her words. Seeing that no one opposed, Lin Yang spoke up. From the current perspective, I want money. How much? Tax-free. Tax-free. That's right, my shops don't collect taxes. You know that taxes are collected by the daimyo. We have no power to decide how taxes are collected. Well, that's probably not my concern anymore. Alright, I will talk to the daimyo about it. Don't worry, you won't lose out. Besides the bloodline limits, I can also offer an additional curse seal technique improved from the caged bird and tongue curse techniques. If a ninja who is trained in the bloodline limit is captured or dies, the curse seal will activate, destroying their brain and erasing all knowledge related to the bloodline limit. Won't that be inappropriate? They are all my comrades. You didn't say anything when Hinata marked the caged bird on the 3-year-old branch family child. Now that I'm marking every person learning the bloodline limit equally, you speak up? If you don't want the mark, you can choose not to learn it. Tsunade intervened. Let's set aside the curse seal matter for now. It can be discussed and voted on in the Jonin meeting later. There's no time to waste. I'll head to the capital to request it from the daimyo now. Isn't it enough with just the 2 of them? Why do I have to go? Since Sarutobi Hiruzen retired, he spent his days tending to flowers, walking monkeys, and occasionally teaching Konohamaru, enjoying the bliss of family life. Life was simply too comfortable. It was easy to fall from frugality into luxury, but hard to return to frugality from luxury. Now asking him to return to the Hokage position was simply asking for his life. It's just a few days, we can take our time getting there, but on the way back Lin Yang can use the Flying Thunder God to bring us back directly. Fine, remember to bring us Suma. He has been a guardian of the 12 ninjas and has some connections with the daimyo. Let's go. Shizen inform Asuma. We'll meet at the village entrance. Goodness, they're really jumping right into it without any buffer time. Obviously Tsunade didn't give Lin Yang any time to rest and headed straight to the village entrance. My life is truly hard. After receiving the order, Asuma hurried over at the fastest speed, and the 4 set off towards the capital of the Land of Fire. Capital of the Land of Fire. As expected of the capital, it's truly prosperous. Lin Yang had never seen the capital of the Land of Fire in the original work and had never thought of coming here in this life. Upon arriving, it became evident that as the economic and political center of the Land of Fire, it was indeed much stronger than Konohagakure. Let's go. We should first check with the daimyo to see if we can meet today. If not, we might have to stay for a day or 2. Why wouldn't we be able to meet? Doesn't the daimyo have no work? Right, but that's why they occasionally go out to play, so they might not be at the daimyo's residence. Tisk. But that's the daimyo. Make sure to be respectful when the time comes. After such a long time together, Tsunade realized that while she thought she treated the daimyo and nobles casually enough, Lin Yang had reached another level, making the nobles seem less important than commoners in her eyes. Alright, as long as he doesn't cause trouble. I'm here as the Hokage, so I have to maintain some face no matter what. The four were quite lucky. The daimyo immediately summoned them. The development of the situation was remarkably smooth. Although the daimyo is nominally the highest authority of the Land of Fire, everyone knows that the truth lies within the range of the tailed beast's attack. Moreover, this matter wasn't something Lin Yang was forcing them to do, but rather a transaction one based on attacks that didn't even exist yet. Such a lucrative deal, the daimyo agreed without a second thought. After the matter concluded, the daimyo said, Tsunade, it's been years since you last visited the capital. Let me treat you properly and stay for a couple more days. But the village. It's fine, isn't Hiruzen still here? And the two elders. What's there to worry about? I agree. Just in time, I can write the scrolls over the next couple of nights. Tsunade was quite tempted. It had been a long time since she had a good drink and bet freely, but she glanced at Asuma. So we're staying for 2 days? Asuma had been guarding the daimyo for so many years. Could he not see through Tsunade's little thoughts? Let's stay for 2 days. I also need to meet some friends from my time as a guardian ninja. Tsunade finally convinced herself that it wasn't that she insisted on staying, it was just that everyone happened to have matters to attend to, and she was merely being considerate towards her subordinates. Thus the four began to enjoy the decadent daily life of the nobles. Corruption, extreme corruption. Lin Yang stayed for 2 days and finally gained a tangible understanding of what the nobility of the ninja world truly is. It must be said that the Hokage has high morals, wielding immense power, while still adhering to the lifestyle of a ninja. This daimyo must be publicly named. He cannot be left unexposed. That morning, Lin Yang brought the scroll he had hurriedly completed to Tsunade's room. Upon entering, he was immediately repelled by a wave of overwhelming alcohol odor. Wow, you haven't just been drinking in this room for the past 2 days, have you? Tsunade groggily woke up. Lin Yang, what brings you here? Get a grip, you're the Hokage, how can you be in such a state? What can I do? The village won't let me drink, and here Asuma is watching me, not letting me into the casino. These are my only 2 hobbies. As she spoke, Tsunade unexpectedly began to tear up. Alright, that's not my concern. Here the scroll for the bloodline limit technique. Moi. It seemed that upon triggering some key phrase, Tsunade activated her medical ninjutsu to cleanse the alcohol from her system. In no time, she transformed back into the formidable Tsunade of the legendary 3 ninjas. Let me take a look. Lin Yang examined the scroll closely. It really does even include wood release. The bloodline limit technique that once altered the dynamics of the ninja world was now in his hands. Don't have too high expectations for wood release. Why? The truly powerful one was Senju Hashirama, not wood release. If the first Hokage had used fire release, it would have been the strongest technique in the ninja world. If anyone else were to wield wood release, they wouldn't be able to leverage such an advantage and could even be suppressed by fire release. Although a bit disappointed hearing praise for her grandfather from possibly the most talented person since Konoha's founding still made Tsunade somewhat happy. It's fine with the training method for wood release, I will eventually find a genius. As long as their combat strength doesn't have to match my grandfather's, reaching Kakashi's level is already impressive to me. Kakashi is also a rare talent. Lin Yang couldn't help but remind her. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of wood release? You make a fair point. Alright, since everything is settled, let's head back. They'll take you back, and then I'll go handle some matters myself. What matters? Aren't I opening a shop? I need to gather some startup funds. Fine then. Tsunade didn't plan to pry too much, or as long as Lin Yang didn't intend to defect, he could do as he pleased. This was the treatment given to geniuses. Calling over Asuma and Shizen, Lin Yang directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to send the 3 back to the Hokage's office while he stayed behind. Alright, time to make some money. As for where to make money quickly, it had to be at the exchange. A mysterious underground organization that dared to place a bounty on the son of the 3rd Hokage. The finance minister of the Akatsuki, which aimed to overturn the ninja world, had to obediently follow the rules here. Lin Yang was also curious about how much of a bounty he could bring in here. After some investigation, he located the exchange situated in the forest near the capital. Initially, he thought such underground organizations wouldn't have a fixed base, but would rather operate in temporary locations for quick escapes. However, Lin Yang clearly underestimated the background of the exchange. This exchange was evidently a long-term establishment, with the wood used to build it showing signs of rot. It had brazenly existed for so long near the capital of the Land of Fire without any action from the 12 Guardian Ninja or Konoha. The identity of the financial backers was quite clear. It could only be said that the 5 great countries needed the existence of this exchange. Lin Yang walked through the door. Behind the counter sat a smug man. This is no place for children, you go home, he said, clearly unimpressed by the child despite seeing the forehead protector. Your service attitude is lacking. You should make customers feel at home, do you understand? Lin Yang pulled out a chair and sat down beside the man. Such a confident demeanor made the man feel a bit insecure. What do you want? Let me first see if there's a bounty on me. The man looked at the girl before him with some skepticism, wondering if this child could actually have a bounty. Though doubtful, since geniuses occasionally popped up in the ninja world, he couldn't afford to offend anyone. The man still brought out the bounty list. What's your name, Leaf Jonin Lin Yang? Upon hearing this name, the man finally remembered who this person was. When he first received the list, he had commented that another genius had emerged from Konoha, then dismissed it. He never expected the person to appear in front of him today. Quickly flipping to Lin Yang's page, he handed it over. Lin Yang took the list and said, "Oh, bounty for a dead body is 100 million Rio, and for a live capture it's 150 million Rio. Not bad, but it seems everyone is more interested in eliminating me than obtaining the bloodline limit techniques." Now that Lin Yang had a plethora of bloodline limit techniques, it was no secret. However, the other 4 ninja villages had never considered capturing him alive. Possessing a bloodline limit technique made one a formidable figure in the ninja world, and Lin Yang was uncertain how many he truly had. All he needed was to find an opportunity to eliminate them without being overly ambitious. "Boss, I want to discuss something with you. First of all, I'm not the boss. Secondly, what do you want to discuss? It's nothing, just a title. You see, my bounty is 150 million. If you capture me, you get that money, but then I might escape with the money you just earned. I could leave you 20 million. How does that sound?" The man across from him looked at Lin Yang in disbelief. If it were that easy, the exchange would have gone bankrupt long ago. "You think too much. That's impossible. Capturing a target requires them to be completely incapacitated, and the employer must inspect the goods. Oh, I didn't realize your system was so regulated." Oomph. The man seemed a bit proud, though it was unclear what he was proud of. "So does your exchange usually keep so much money on hand? What if someone comes to deliver and you don't have enough money?" "Don't worry, no matter which target you take down, we always keep the bounty for the highest target in every exchange. We can definitely pay it out unless all 5 of the top targets on the list are taken down at once. But even then, it just means moving some funds from other exchanges. I see your strength is formidable indeed, quite impressive. Haha, you're still young, but understand the principles well. If you take down a target, you can come find me. I can notify you of new orders before they're listed. No need, just bring out the money." "What money? What about the goods you brought? Let me tell you in advance, your earlier method won't work." "Goods? Do I need goods to get money? I'm here to rob you. Hand over the money." "Do you know what you're doing?" "Of course I do. It's black against black. Do you want to be hunted down by the entire ninja world?" "Don't worry, not a single fly will leave this exchange today. No one will know." Lin Yang had already isolated the area with the 4 red yang formation before entering the exchange. Moreover, the modified 4 red yang formation had been lowered below the tree line, and Lin Yang had set up trap-like illusions using wood clones to prevent anyone from entering. If he were spotted, it wouldn't matter. After all, the existence of the exchange was not publicly supported, and Lin Yang had nothing to fear. "Looks like I've underestimated you," the man said, standing up and drawing a katana from beneath the table. "Oh, so desperate. Did the exchange office's owner promise you something? Or do you have leverage over you? And if you steal the money, I'm as good as dead, even if you spare my life. And perhaps you should first assess whose strength is greater, yours or the exchange office's anyway. Dare you compare yourself to the exchange office? And very well. It seems you truly seek death." Ni's opponent drew his blade and slashed sideways. Lin Yang raised a kunai to block with one hand while the other circled wide, aiming to seize the blade's spine. But the man refused to comply. He swiftly retreated, widening the distance between them. Quick reflexes, then try this. In whoosh. In 3 flying thunder god kunai shot forth. The man swung his sword midair, cleaving each kunai from its trajectory, his lips curling faintly upward. Not particularly impressive. In shum. In Lin Yang wasted no breath on banter. He instantly teleported before his foe kunai, aimed straight for the heart. Nanny. Nas, the kunai pierced through fabric and sank inward. A sharp metallic clang rang out, like steel striking steel. Instantly, the flying thunder god kunai reverted to its original position. I'd wondered why a shinobi running an exchange office wore no forehead protector. Turns out you wear one over your heart instead. In huff. No wonder you're the prodigy with a 100 million Ria bounty. 2 moves nearly ended me. In Lin Yang activated magnet release, attempting to manipulate the metallic plates embedded in his opponent's body, but nothing responded. Magnet release proves useless. So it isn't metal after all. In, no wonder bloodline limits are so coveted. You saw through it at once. But can you deduce what it truly is? In hardened flesh of such density and speed, unlikely to be earth release. Among known bloodline limits, only steel release and Shikatsu Miyaku come to mind. Oh, not only do you possess a bloodline limit, you even recognize its nature. Ni's trump card exposed. The man ceased hiding. He tore off his shirt, revealing a slab of white bone across his chest. Do you truly believe that bone can withstand my assault? And then test it. And he discarded his sword and extended a blade forged from bone from his elbow, then charged. And before he closed the distance, Lin Yang already sensed the weapon's razor-edged lethality. In, truly a bloodline limit I cannot replicate, but its practicality remains severely limited. In Lin Yang stepped back sharply. Boil released mist of deception. An acidic mist erupted from his mouth, flooding the entire chamber in an instant. And the bone armor began dissolving. Yet the man leapt upward without hesitation, bursting through the roof into the open air. He stood panting heavily upon the empty ground outside, acutely aware 10 more seconds within that mist would have sealed his fate. Emerging had cost him dearly, several fragments of bone sacrificed to force his way out. Lin Yang emerged calmly. In silent now. I preferred your earlier arrogance. Do restore it, please. NTCH. As he stepped outside, the man immediately noticed the crimson barrier. Though unfamiliar, he knew instinctively, given his opponent's prowess, such a technique could not be breached mid-combat. Escape was impossible. Only all-out combat remained. First he fired finger bones like bullets, then seizing the opening he lunged forward. As Lin Yang observed, Shikatsumiyaku granted immense power, but only at close range. Its reach was negligible, its utility narrow. Earth release, earth flow wall. Na wall of earth surged upward, intercepting the flying finger bones. Earth release, earth dragon spear. Dozens of jagged spikes erupted from the wall, spearing toward the man. Clang. Though he deflected Lin Yang's assault, cracks spiderwebbed across his skeletal plating. Lin Yang landed atop the earthen wall, gazing down. So this is its threshold, still insufficient. Damn you. Enough. I tire of this game. Two kunai magnetically accelerated shot forth. Shum. Lin Yang reappeared behind his foe, raising Gan. Boom. The man crashed deep into the earth, exhaling his final breath. Inside the exchange office, Lin Yang searched methodically, uncovering 2 sealing scrolls. Upon unrolling them, both overflowed with stacks of currency. So he spoke truth after all. Though short of her bounty, the sum totaled precisely 100 million ryu, proof enough of the exchange office's formidable resources. Yet for Lin Yang's purposes it remained inadequate. In consulting the exchange office's internal map, she commenced her systematic raid. The daimyo's residence and, my lord daimyo, the exchange offices near the capital have been almost entirely plundered, and the messenger knelt trembling at the foot of the dais. Can you identify the perpetrator? Not yet. Incompetent. The daimyo sat in silence for a moment, then commanded, dispatch letters. Invite the daimyos of the other 4 nations for a visit. Yes, my lord. Also reinforce the remaining exchange offices. Even if robbed, I demand to know who dared lay hands upon them. Yes, my lord. The forests of the land of Fire in Kakazu and Haiden wandered aimlessly, having already scoured for exchange offices. All were shuttered. Each site lay in utter ruin. Haiden, you claimed exchange offices wield great power, and insisted we abide by their rules when exchanging bounties. Yet everyone we found has been ransacked in Kaku. How could he possibly know? Who acts with such reckless abandon? If even one witness escapes uneliminated, our future earnings vanish. Is this not sheer self-destruction? Haiden paid no heed to Kakuzu's silence. Pressing on, judging by the scenes, the staff weren't especially formidable. Couldn't we simply seize the funds ourselves? Far quicker than hunting bounties one by one. In Kaku, do not rush to conclusions. Many powerful shinobi once held that very belief, only to meet their end. And Haiden, but you fought the first Hokage yourself. The shinobi god himself. Can any exchange office rival such a legend? At those words, Kakuzu bristled. Was this mockery? He resolved to demonstrate unequivocally the caliber of warriors who stood shoulder to shoulder with the shinobi god. An exchange office. Was I truly unable to defeat it? No, I chose restraint. The Akatsuki must remain hidden until our coffers are full. This is strategy, not weakness. This is hibernation, understand? Truly an idiotic follower of Jashin, obsessed solely with ritual. In the end, the weight of the organization rests solely upon Kakuzu's shoulders. Now alarmed, Kakuzu led Haiden from one exchange office to the next, until finally they encountered one still operating. They'd intended to storm in immediately, but upon crossing the threshold, Kakuzu sensed something deeply amiss. Traditionally, exchange offices employed only 2 or 3 attendants, since bounties targeted elite shinobi business remained sporadic, requiring minimal oversight. Yet this office teamed with over 20 individuals. Kakuzu froze. Though immortal, what if they possessed sealing techniques? Clearly this force existed solely to counter the very raider who'd shattered the others. Yet what now? His boasts had already echoed far, and intelligence on the enemy remained non-existent. Victory remained uncertain. Haiden, ha ha ha. So many people. The almighty Jashin will surely rejoice. Kakuzu. Exhausted. Let it all end. Oh, are you two planning to rob us at the exchange of gold? Ha ha ha, that's right, you will obediently become the offerings for Lord Evil God. Kakuzu quickly stopped Haiden, explaining, No, my brother here is a bit slow in the head, he wants to fight everyone he sees. But he's strong, so I always bring him along. Don't worry with me here, it's fine. The people from the exchange of gold looked at Haiden, and indeed thought he didn't seem normal. Moi. Kakuzu, why are you being so cowardly? Didn't we agree to rob them and take their money? Kakuzu ignored him, staring at the person in charge of the exchange of gold. Don't mind him, I'm here to check the new bounties and update my bounty handbook. Seeing Haiden about to say something, Kakuzu directly covered Haiden's mouth. What are you doing? Are we not going to continue living? After robbing today, what then? Where will you get money from? If you don't manage the household, you won't know how precious grain is. If you keep this up, I'll tell the leader to let you go get money. Kakuzu hurriedly took the new bounty handbook and brought Haiden out. Is this what it's like to be a powerhouse from the same era as the god of ninja? What do you know? This is called having a big picture view, do you understand? Big picture view. Yes. Flipping open the bounty handbook, he looked at the bounty for Lin Yang, as usual. This was currently the highest bounty, and although he was tempted, he never had the chance to act. This guy is like a bound spirit staying in Konoha village without moving. Why doesn't he go out of the village to do missions to become a jonin? It's too ridiculous. It's all your fault for disturbing me, I completely forgot to ask for intel. Kakuzu left Haiden outside and returned to the exchange of gold again. Each time Kakuzu generously buys information from the exchange of gold. Only by knowing the target's location or movement trajectory can it be easier to find them in order to exchange for more bounty money. In business, one cannot be too stingy with costs. I want recent intel on Lin Yang, mainly his movement trajectory. 10 million Ryo. Huh. If you don't want to sell, just say so. The son of the third Hokage is only 35 million Ryo. The number one bounty can't be the same. Tisk, fine then. Thank you for your patronage. Kakuzu took the scroll and walked out. Why did you go back again? Of course, to buy intel. Kakuzu opened the scroll in his hand. Lin Yang was still in the capital of the Land of Fire yesterday. And he was alone. 100 million Ryo, I'll take it. That's 100 million. A target of this level doesn't come around often. How long do I have to work to save enough? Opportunities are fleeting. Ooh, I must go. Haiden, let's go. I've found a great offering for you. Oh, then let's hurry. At this moment, Lin Yang was roasting meat in the forests of the Land of Fire. Counting the money he had managed to grab over the past few days, it amounted to about 500 to 600 million. That is enough to impact the economy of a major nation. Originally, he wanted to get more, but seeing that the exchange of gold had raised their security level, he gave up. Crops must be harvested in batches. One cannot finish everything at once. At this moment, Lin Yang suddenly sensed two people rapidly approaching him. Looking at the roasted meat in his hand, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If they fought, it would cool down, and reheating it would ruin the texture. Wasting food is sinful. When he finally saw the figures of the two, Lin Yang realized they were indeed coming for him. That huge scythe and the Akatsuki attire, even a child could tell who they were. Gentlemen, what brings you here? We'd like to borrow your head for a bit. Sigh, this is the downside of being unknown. How everyone thinks I'm easy to bully. The exchange of gold is like this, and so are you, Akatsuki. I see, no wonder you've been out of the village for so long. Aren't you afraid? I'll spill the beans. Go ahead and say it. You go see if people believe a rogue ninja like you robbing the exchange of gold, or believe in me, the one most likely to become the 6th Hokage, robbing the exchange of gold. Tisk. Sometimes having a bad reputation can indeed be useful, but this matter is truly embarrassing. It's hard to explain. Oh, it's completely unexplainable. Forget it, it doesn't matter who it is. Today we are here to collect you. Then come on. Lin Yang had been fighting with the people from the exchange of gold these past few days, greatly increasing his combat experience. The overall tactical process is to use Flying Thunder God in conjunction with everything. This jutsu is simply too effective. The enemy has no way to deal with it, unless they have the speed of Reikage, otherwise they can only run. No wonder people say to give up the mission when encountering a yellow flash. Haiden raised his scythe and pointed it at Lin Yang. Are you Lin Yang? I've heard that you have many bloodline limits. Lord Evil God should be very satisfied with this offering. Lin Yang thought for a moment and decided to take out Kakuzu first. In games, one often prioritizes taking out ranged enemies. It's a common consensus. Ignoring what Haiden was saying, he activated Flying Thunder God and shot towards Kakuzu. How underestimated I am. Kakuzu, having lived since the Warring States period, is a ninja with rich combat experience. Unfamiliar with his opponent, he wouldn't allow the enemy's weapons into his vicinity. Thus, he threw a kunai that intercepted Lin Yang's kunai mid-flight. However, what he lacked was experience in battling someone who could use jutsu without consuming chakra. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. In the forest, 200 shadow clones appeared simultaneously, throwing shuriken at Kakuzu and Haiden. Shuriken shadow clone jutsu. The shuriken rained down like a torrential downpour. Wind release pressure damage. A gust of wind blew towards the shuriken in the air, but Lin Yang wouldn't let it go as he wished. Lightning release electromagnetic cannon. Taking advantage of the wind, not reaching the shuriken, yet he began to accelerate the shuriken with electromagnetic force. Although the wind release didn't stop them, it did slow them down. Earth release, earth flow wall. The shuriken attacks were all blocked. However, Lin Yang's tactical goal was achieved. As long as the Flying Thunder God kunai could reach within 5 meters of the enemy, Lin Yang could fly over. The thin earth wall was just over 2 meters high. Whoosh! Lin Yang flew directly behind Kakuzu, placing a hand on Kakuzu's head, leaving the Flying Thunder God mark, then quickly retreated. The battle is over. You now have two choices. One is to surrender and come with me, after which I'll send you back to the Land of Water to exchange for some goods. The other is to be killed by me right here. I am immortal. Do you think it's so easy to kill me? Not that easy. Kakuzu learned from Itachi that Lin Yang had mastered Flying Thunder God, but for a ninja, no matter what the enemy did, one must not panic first. Fire release fire style. At the same time, another mask quietly unleashed a fake shadow behind him. Lightning cutter. In the sea of flames, there was no trace of Lin Yang, but within Kakuzu's heart, Lin Yang's hand was present. Damn, is it really impossible to guard against this, eh? Jiaodu only knew the name of the Flying Thunder God technique, but had never faced it directly. Now that he truly encountered it, he realized how troublesome it was. He never expected Lin Yang to master such a high-level ninjutsu at only 12 years old. Faden, pay attention. This opponent is not easy to deal with. Jiaodu knew that once he was marked by the Flying Thunder God, the only way to survive was to kill Lin Yang. Oh, then I should be excited. The Flying Thunder God she mastered is much faster than body flicker technique, allowing her to reach any marked location in an instant. I've already been marked by her, as has your scythe. Be careful of her sudden appearance. You've seen quite a bit, huh? Have you crossed swords with the 4th Hokage? Not really, but I have seen Senju Tobarama use this technique. This was a lie, simply a bluff using the information given by Itachi. So you survived? Not bad. Kid, you have a lot to learn. Then let me show you the new tactics the fourth Hokage developed for the Flying Thunder God. Upon hearing this, Jiao Du immediately turned around, but unfortunately Lin Yang did not fly behind him. Instead, she appeared right in front of him. You guessed wrong, spiraling sphere. After a cloud of dust, Jiao Du detached himself from the tree. His torn robe could no longer conceal the mask on his face. It seems that this mask is your secret to immortality, isn't it? The situation was critical. If he didn't come up with a plan soon, he would be finished. However, Feiden's close combat attacks were not fast enough, making him a living target against the Flying Thunder God. His own ninjutsu did not have high-speed attacks. There was only one path left to take. Feiden keep attacking her without stopping. With both of us against her, her chakra will eventually run out. Hearing this, Lin Yang almost laughed. Endurance and chakra. Even if the Sage of Six Paths came, he would have to bow to me. Jiao Du directly activated his Earth Grudge Fear mode. He knew that he had to continuously use ninjutsu to force Lin Yang to activate the Flying Thunder God, thereby exhausting her. Such a powerful space-time ninjutsu could not be used freely without a price. The chakra consumed would certainly be substantial. However, he could never have anticipated that there existed someone who could use ninjutsu without consuming chakra. In his Earth Grudge Fear state, Jiao Du swung his 8 black tentacles, constantly sweeping the surrounding space. Seeing no opportunity for close combat, Lin Yang had to change her strategy. I originally wanted to be a warrior, but you left me no choice but to become a mage. She split into 4 clones using the 4 red yang formation to prevent the 2 from escaping. Then using magnet release, she controlled a piece of iron or underground to lift herself into the sky. Ninjutsu Crystal Fire Flow. From the ground, cannonballs continuously shot up towards the immortal duo. The sound of explosions echoed endlessly with rising earth walls and other ninjutsu trying to resist Lin Yang's bombardment. But it was destined to be futile. After an hour of bombardment, the land within the barrier had been completely turned over, making it impossible to recognize any semblance of a forest. When the fire finally extinguished, Lin Yang slowly descended. Looking at the remnants of Jiao Du's shattered pieces in the ruins, Lin Yang concluded that Jiao Du was surely dead this time. Beside him, Feiden was nowhere to be seen. However, based on the ground's meat paste and bone powder, Lin Yang deduced that this must have been Feiden. According to her memories of Feiden, losing his head was not a problem, so even though he had been blown to this state, Lin Yang could not guarantee he would not come back to life. After some thought, she decided it was safer to seal him away. She separated the meat and bone powder into 20 portions, sealing each in a scroll. Very good, I'll study where to throw them, so they won't be found later. Lin Yang suddenly had a bold idea. Once she became Hokage, she would vigorously develop technology. If they could create rockets, they could completely exile them into space. However, it was not too strong. Even if revived, it would not cause much trouble. With things nearly wrapped up, Lin Yang decided to head back to the village first to prepare for her unification endeavor. Meanwhile, Zetsu watched the entire battle unfold. It was absurd. How could anyone have such a vast amount of chakra? Moreover, the ninjutsu developed had such tremendous power. He hurried back to the Akatsuki to report to Pain. Conan said, "Is she really that powerful?" She faced Jiao Du and Feiden, yet came out unscathed, killing both of them. Pain replied, "Conan, don't worry, they can't defeat God." Conan continued, "But Jiao Du is dead. What about the organization's funding?" It was found out it's Lin Yang. "Oh, is she the one who discovered the methods to train bloodline limits?" "Exactly. Then let's raise her bounty again." "Raise it? It's already at 120 million. Even Jinchuriki don't have such a high bounty. Adding such a significant amount to the exchange point might alert others to our connection with it. So what? At that time, we'll just say it was some impetuous brat's doing. Give him a beating or revoke his noble status, and it'll all blow over. Are you willing to go that far?" This time, Lin Yang didn't just steal money. She took away the exchange point's prestige. Everyone knew that there was money in the exchange point, but no one had ever robbed it. Why? Isn't it because everyone knows that the exchange point is not to be trifled with? Now that 4 exchange points have been robbed, and we have not reacted at all, not only can't we catch anyone, but we can't even raise the bounty. Won't that encourage anyone to come and rob us? I agree, the credibility of the exchange point must be safeguarded. I agree too. I agree. Alright then, it seems everyone agrees, so let's directly double the bounty. For Lin Yang alive or dead, it's 200 million. Thus the entire ninja world learned about a bandit from Konoha who had robbed 4 exchange points and escaped unscathed. The exchange point could only raise the bounty and was powerless to punish Lin Yang. More and more people were tempted by the 200 million bounty, and the exchange point made a hefty profit by selling information on Lin Yang. Lin Yang spent 3 days earning enough startup capital and then directly returned to Konoha village. The constant wars in the ninja world ultimately stemmed from Konoha occupying the most fertile land in this world. The land of fire can be said to lack nothing. Fertile fields, water, and minerals are all abundant. Looking at the other 4 great nations, they may be called great, but in reality they can be understood as having been driven to uninhabitable lands by the land of fire. In the land of wind, there is only endless yellow sand, and food must be imported year-round. The land of earth survives by selling minerals, and its meager food production barely keeps starvation at bay. In the land of lightning, apart from thunderstorms, all that exists is thunder. The only advantage is the long coastline. Although agriculture cannot be developed, the fishing industry is still viable. Moreover, they focus on technological development, which makes them relatively better off. The land of water is surrounded by water on all sides, but domestically there are only mountains and islands. The constant fog due to the ocean's obstruction severely limits communication with other villages, and imported goods become extremely expensive due to logistical issues. Thus, the previous two ninja world wars were, to put it bluntly, fueled by the jealousy of the other nations towards the land of fire. When Senju Hashirama was still alive, they dared not make a move, but the day the god of ninjas died, the mountain over the four great nations vanished. This was followed by a continuous outbreak of 3 ninja world wars. Now that Lin Yong has money, she decides to start with food. With money, she can buy land and use wood release to accelerate crop growth, not fearing the control of the 4 great nations. By then, even the daimyo would have to bow respectfully upon seeing her. She arrived at the Hokage's office. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yong politely tapped on the door. People always have extra patience for beautiful women. Come in. After entering, Lin Yong saw the notable figures of Konoha gathered there. Looks like something big is happening. Isn't it because of you? Take a look. Lin Yong took the information that Tsunade handed over. My. Did you discover it so quickly? So it really is your doing. Yeah, I'm short on money. You shouldn't be short on money, but why do you need so much? I'm going into business, but I'm here to buy a large piece of land to grow food. Grow food. Although Lin Yong wanted to conduct research and experiment with new ninjutsu, or even cultivate her own forces to build a base, Tsunade could understand. It was just the idea of farming that she couldn't comprehend. Why would a perfectly good ninja want to farm? Considering the current economic situation in the ninja world, countries do not have the concept of economic warfare. However, even though Tsunade didn't understand, she respected it. Alright, as long as you pay, I can give you the land. Thank you very much. Also be careful, your bounty is the highest since the establishment of the exchange for gold. That just means I'm not strong enough. Oh, otherwise why haven't they placed a bounty on the first Hokage? Well, you do have a point. Alright, where do I go to get the land? Shizun, please help Lin Yong with the paperwork. Understood, Lady Tsunade. Following Shizun, they went to the administrative department. Which piece of land do you want? Is this location okay? Lin Yong pointed to the midpoint on the line connecting Konoha and the land of frost. This spot is almost equidistant from the land of wind, the land of earth, and the land of lightning. As for the land of water, it can't be helped. They can manage however they like. This location has similar logistics costs no matter which direction goods are sent. Initially, Lin Yong wanted to use the Flying Thunder God technique to create a teleportation array for shipping, but then she thought if someone were to rob the goods, she could directly take action, and she would have a reason. Thus, when selecting a base location, she naturally sought an area with lower logistics costs. The staff looked at Shizun, and after she produced the Hokage's authorization document, they nodded at Lin Yong. This land is currently a forest, undeveloped and uninhabited. No problem, I have 500 million Ryo. How much can I buy? 500 million Ryo. Are ninjas really making that much money now? How infuriating. Why don't I have that talent? Despite feeling frustrated, her professional ethics compelled her to answer Lin Yang's question first. Having obtained the land, she had long dreamed of, Lin Yong planned to find her little followers. Just then, Team 7 and Team 3 had just returned from a mission. Under Lin Yang's guidance, Sasuke, Sakura, and Niji have become much stronger than in the original story. Although Sasuke did not obtain a contract with the Dragon Cave, Lin Yong felt it wasn't a big deal. After all, once Sasuke reaches the 6 paths level, he won't need that thing, and he wasn't going to learn sage arts anyway. Lin Yong definitely did not hinder his future. As a result, during missions, Naruto uses Shadow Clone, and Rasengan Sasuke wields the Sharingan and Wind Release, while Sakura combines her incredible strength with sage arts. Ordinary rank missions have become almost devoid of difficulty. Moreover, Team Guy has also received epic enhancements. Niji no longer has visual blind spots, and he is compensated for Team 3's lack of long-range ninjutsu attacks, while Lee is uninjured and can continuously provide equipment support. The strength of these two teams has far surpassed that of other teams. First, Lin Yong found Team 7 at the training ground. Yo, Sakura, Sasuke. The 3 were practicing with Kakashi. Whether it was Lin Yong and Jiraiya stealing Kakashi's usual guidance work or something else, now Kakashi occasionally also conducts practical training. Seeing Lin Yong approach, Kakashi found an opportunity to step down. Oh, Lin Yong here to find Sasuke and Sakura. Then let's leave it at this for today. Sasuke's wind release is becoming increasingly proficient. Sakura's incredible strength is formidable, and Naruto's chakra seems endless, making it so that he now has no time to indulge in romantic escapism while training with Team 7. Just as Lin Yong had something to attend to, they all went their separate ways, each returning home, for she wanted to catch up on her reading. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi used the body flicker technique and vanished before Naruto could express his grievances. Lin Yong felt no guilt whatsoever. What could Kakashi teach them? If they truly wanted to learn, they should seek out Jiraiya, the true #1 teacher in the ninja world. Sasuke, Sakura, let's go. Oh, I bought a piece of land, and from now on we'll have a base. My goals will embark from here. Oh, speaking of which, you haven't told me what your goal is yet. Are you aiming to become Hokage after all? Sasuke revealed an expression of as expected. I will definitely become Hokage before you. Yes, let's keep it a secret for now. Let's go find Niji first and discuss it together. What about me? Naruto suddenly became confused. Wait, as soon as I mentioned wanting to become Hokage, you all start forming a little group and leave me out. Sakura asked, don't you need to go find Jiraiya Sensei for training? The pervy sage said he had something to take care of and sent me here. Don't you need to find Lady Tsunade? No, Lady Tsunade assigned me the task of mastering sage techniques and completing the Een sealing technique first, and then I can go find her for further training. Oh, the Een sealing technique, which consumes no chakra. Lin Yang almost forgot about it. She needs to go find Tsunade to trade for one. In case she researches and develops a technique to shake the stars in the future, having more chakra is always a good thing. Then let Naruto join us. After all, you have nothing to do anyway. Yage. The few of them then found Neji training in the new Hyuga clan territory and headed to the starting point of Lin Yang's conquest of the ninja world. A group of people arrived at a forest. According to the map, this is the place, one said. Is there anything special here? Naruto wondered, not understanding why they traveled so far, just to reach a forest with nothing in it. There's nothing special, I just bought it, another replied. Why would you buy such a piece of land? Sakura also couldn't comprehend. Lin Yang had houses if he wanted them, training grounds at the Inn Valley, and what need did he have for wood? Impossible. Because I want to farm. Farm. Exactly. Next I want to talk about my ideals. Seeing Lin Yang's serious demeanor, the other three apart from Naruto realized that this was a very important moment. Sasuke and Sakura sat down directly on the ground while Neji leaned against a nearby tree. Naruto was puzzled. I want to unify the entire ninja world. There will no longer be 5 great nations or small countries, only one nation. Sakura felt her head buzzing. Unifying the ninja world. What does that mean? To become one nation? Is that even possible? Even without these small countries, just the 5 great nations alone, something that even the god of ninjas couldn't achieve back then, and you want to do it. Sasuke was eager. This was indeed a significant matter for the Uchiha clan. Lin Yang was impressive. How could such a powerhouse be satisfied with merely the position of Hokage? Even Neji felt a surge of excitement. At that moment, he had already broken free from his cage. Unifying the ninja world seemed entirely feasible. Naruto probably understood the idea of unification, but he still didn't grasp the difficulty of the task at hand. So how does this relate to farming? Naruto, you say ninjas have the ability to change the world, yet the ninja world is still engulfed in war. Why can't there be peace? Facing Naruto, Lin Yang decided to persuade him from the perspective of peace and love. He wasn't sure other arguments would resonate with him. At this moment, Naruto had only been a genin for a year. He had never contemplated such questions. Seeing that Naruto was at a loss, Lin Yang continued. Why do we learn ninjutsu? What is the purpose of this heavenly gift called chakra? To protect our comrades. This time Naruto did not hesitate. But what if the entire ninja world became one nation? Wouldn't they all be our comrades? Would we still need war? Naruto stared wide-eyed at Lin Yang, feeling that something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what. The books that Naruto hadn't read began to backstab him at this moment. But that didn't matter. Unification was certainly a more advanced state than the current situation. Even if some ambitious individuals wanted to seize power, the duration of peace would surely be longer than it is now. Noticing that Naruto was deep in thought, Lin Yang began to explain his earlier question. I am strong now, but is my goal to kill all ninjas? Naruto started to shake his head. Exactly, my aim is to ensure a lasting peace in the ninja world. But can the feudal lords and nobles of each nation accept giving up their comfortable lives and the power they hold? Naruto continued to shake his head. Do you know where the food we eat comes from? This time Naruto stopped shaking his head. It's grown by farmers in the fields. So can you not eat? Of course not. Then think about it. If you were a farmer, could you grow crops faster than my wood release technique? If you can't, could your grains be cheaper than mine? Naruto began to shake his head again. Would you continue farming? I might look for another job. After all, farming won't earn money anymore. Exactly. This way, whether the ninja world can be fed will depend on me. If they don't accept unification, I could just cut off their food supply. Wouldn't that lead to unification? Naruto pondered. Of course, implementing this wouldn't be so simple, but there was no need to burden Naruto with too much. He was young and might not be able to bear it. The more tasks he took on, the sooner he would understand. For now, it was enough to make him understand the importance of food. Sasuke and Neji were indifferent. As the saying goes, if one person eats their fill, the whole family won't starve. Sasuke didn't need to say more, and Neji, having lost both parents and belonging to a divided Hyuga clan, was well suited for such grand ambitions. However, Sakura was different, as she was the only one present with a happy family and both parents. Sakura could see through it. This was definitely not so simple. The feudal lords would never relinquish their power. Lin Yang's food supply would merely become a target for the lords to wage war, leading to an unimaginable large-scale conflict in the ninja world. Would the feudal lord of the fire country even become her enemy one day? Lin Yang could tell from Sakura's expression what she was concerned about. When that day truly comes, if the feudal lord of the fire country is wise, they might offer some money. If not, then some means would have to be employed to make them wise. Lin Yang could guarantee the safety of Sakura's family, but if she herself wavered, it would be troublesome. So she needed to come to her own conclusions. Lin Yang, can I discuss this with my parents at home? Sure. As for leaks, Lin Yang was not worried. Parents would keep secrets for their children. Moreover, this secret wouldn't need to be kept for too long. With wood release, supplying food to a small nation would likely take only a week or two. By then, the entire ninja world would know what she was doing. Anyone with sense should be able to deduce her intentions. If the food route doesn't work, then they would revert to the most primitive method, fighting from the beginning to the end from south to north. First go to the land of whirlpools and occupy the islands, then conquer the land of water, move north to the land of fire, advance west to the land of wind, control the continent, and finally swallow the land of earth and the land of lightning. Sakura returned home with Lin Yang's words. Both parents were resting today and were somewhat surprised to see Sakura back so soon. Sakura, didn't you say you were going to train? Why are you back so soon? Mom, Dad, I have something to tell you. Seeing Sakura's expression, they both knew this might be a significant matter. Sakura sat down and recounted what Lin Yang had said in the woods. Sakura's parents were not like these kids. Even if they weren't professionals, they could understand the potential impact of this matter and the dangers their family might face. The room was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. After a while, Sakura's father Haruno spoke. Sakura, no matter what decision you make, your father will go all out to support you. What are you saying? Do you know how dangerous this is? Haruno was completely worried about her daughter. In the worst-case scenario, their daughter could become a rogue ninja, and they had no strength to protect her. Haruno did not respond to his wife's concerns, but merely looked at her. Sakura didn't know how to choose. She believed Lin Yang's words were correct. Although there would still be wars in the future, it was already a significant improvement compared to the current situation where battles occurred every decade. But before that, how many people would have to sacrifice on the battlefield? As a medical ninja, she dared not imagine what kind of scene that would be. In the past, no matter what kind of mission it was, she felt that defeating or even killing enemies was just because they were the bad guys. But this time, Sakura did not know who the real bad guys were. At that moment, Mei suddenly spoke. Yes, parents shouldn't become obstacles for their children. Sakura, go ahead. No matter what decision you make, we won't hold you back. Sakura hugged her parents, and without needing to say anything, everything was already said. Sakura returned to the gathering point in the forest, and as soon as she arrived, she saw a 5-story villa with a large courtyard. Did I take the wrong path? No, while waiting for you, Lin Yang said that this will be our base from now on, and since it's inconvenient without a house, we built one. Lin Yang had sensed Sakura's return and sent Sasuke to meet her. Can such a large house be built so quickly? It's Lin Yang's would release, it's quite convenient. All right. Sasuke led Sakura to the hall on the first floor. The others were waiting here for Sakura to return. Sakura sat down across from Lin Yang. Lin Yang, my parents agreed. Lin Yang remained silent, waiting for the rest of Sakura's sentence. But I have a question, is this considered just? Of course not. Lin Yang responded without hesitation, surprising Sakura. She had thought Lin Yang would find some justification to convince her, helping her overcome this mental barrier, but she did not expect him to outright deny it. Ultimately, there will be many sacrifices on the road to unify the ninja world, and wars will erupt. But regardless of whether it's for future peace, all of this stems from my personal ideals that should have nothing to do with others. Thus, these people die because of me, and their families are shattered because of me. But I still have to do it. Over 60 years ago, the first Hokage ended the chaotic warring states period by himself, but did peace come? No, Uchiha Madara left, and war erupted once more in the ninja world. In the 17th year of Konoha, the first great ninja war broke out due to tailed beasts. After the first Hokage suppressed it and distributed the tailed beasts to end the war, in the 37th year, the second great ninja war broke out, and the second Hokage fell. In the 48th year, the third great ninja war broke out. Do you see? Now even 20 years of peace is a luxury in the ninja world. Therefore, I want to turn this ninja world into a nation. They can scold me, but I am not afraid. I know that at least I can bring everyone 100 years of peace. The sin of taking their lives, I will bear alone. Sakura looked at Lin Yang, who seemed to be glowing. What do you mean you bear it alone? I promise to be your shadow guard. How can it be counted as just you? Sasuke felt like he was really getting to know Lin Yang now. That's right, the ninja world should have some different voices. Naruto couldn't hold back. But why must we start a war? Can't we all sit down and have a good discussion? The others ignored Naruto and were waiting for Sakura's decision. I understand now, let me lend you a hand. Hearing Sakura's response, Lin Yang smiled and turned to Naruto. What you said makes a lot of sense. Before I act, feel free to try to see if you can make everyone coexist peacefully. If it can be done without bloodshed, I would naturally welcome it. Naruto nodded. Since everyone has decided, let's teach everyone something new. Sakura Niji, how is your chakra control ability now? The two demonstrated their current precision in chakra control. Very well, today, I will teach you the training methods for bloodline limits. First, Niji, your chakra attributes are fire, earth, and water. Considering your skill characteristics, I have chosen boil release and lava release for you. Boil release allows chakra to transform into high-temperature steam, which not only can conceal tracks like the hidden mist technique, but also burns enemies in the steam. And since you have Byakugan, the limitations of vision are meaningless to you, making it just right to suppress the enemies. The second lava release can transform chakra into magma to increase attack power, usable both at range and in close combat. I can teach both, but greed leads to failure. Personally, I still recommend you choose one. Niji now deeply understood what it meant to be greedy, having previously only practiced the Hyuga clan's gentle fist. With his talent, he quickly became one of the strongest in the Hyuga clan. Later, with the new techniques developed by Lin Yang, the practice time for gentle fist naturally shortened. However, the new ninjutsu genuinely filled in his shortcomings, so it wasn't a loss. If he were to train 2 bloodline limits simultaneously now, he would truly end up knowing a bit of everything, but mastering nothing. After some consideration, Niji chose Boil Release, which was more fitting for his current tactical system. Sakura, based on your chakra attributes, I think the bloodline limit most suitable for you is Wood Release. Edge. Wood Release. The first Hokage's Wood Release. That's right. The world believes that Wood Release is a bloodline limit composed of water and earth attributes, but in reality the ability to create living trees contains Yang Release Chakra, and the immense vitality within Yang Release Chakra is the root of Wood Release. I heard from the 5th Hokage that your medical ninjutsu talent is said to be the strongest since her time, and medical ninjutsu uses Yang Release Chakra. Alright, Wood Release it is. After setting the training plan for the 2, Naruto asked, what about me? What about me? Your current task is to learn to control the chakra of the 9 tails within your body. It's far stronger than you imagine. Oh, Lin Yang, what about farming? Should we go on a mission? Why go on a mission? Just do it yourself. Ooh, it's something a ninjutsu can solve. Ninjutsu. To farm. Of course, it's just farming a chakra is actually such an inconvenient thing. Indeed, after Ashura was gone, chakra had all been used for fighting, and people had lost the consciousness of using chakra for production. Wind Release Wind Blade Technique. A barrage of wind blades swept out directly, cutting down the trees in the forest. Alright, you all train at the base. I'll go find someone to sell these logs. During the following time, the remaining few experienced what it meant by the productivity enhancement brought by ninjutsu. When lacking manpower, use Shadow Clone. When lacking axes, use Wind Release. When lacking hose, use Earth Release. A single person mastering ninjutsu can achieve in one day what an ordinary family can't accomplish in a year. Although general ninjas cannot squander chakra like Lin Yang, even purely physical capabilities are not something ordinary people can compare to. Thus, in just one afternoon, Lin Yang finished processing 20,000 acres of land, and even the cut-down trees were taken away by Lin Yang. After all, relying on ordinary people to carry such huge logs would take 2 months to finish. While Lin Yang was building the base, Naruto had indeed gone to find Jiraiya early. Seeing that Niji and Sakura had both gained new powers, he couldn't sit still. However, when he told Jiraiya about the events that occurred at the base that afternoon, Jiraiya could no longer remain calm. He had been desperately pursuing the child of destiny in the ninja world for the sake of world peace, yet you planned to start a war before even becoming Hokage. That can't be, so Jiraiya decided to have a talk with Lin Yang. The next day, Jiraiya followed Naruto to Lin Yang's farm. Looking at the endless fields, Jiraiya realized that Lin Yang truly intended to control the entire world through grain. In the past, he could not have imagined such a method, but after Naruto relayed Lin Yang's strategy to him, he understood. However, he did not comprehend why someone could be so malicious. But that was not the purpose of his visit today. He needed to stop Lin Yang from embarking on the path of war. Today, the others from the 3rd team were also present. Due to the large size of the farm, they decided to call the remaining 2 over for training, which also provided a good challenge for Niji and Sasuke. Kakashi was surprised to see Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, what brings you here? Kakashi, I have something to discuss with Lin Yang. Lin Yang is over there in the field guiding Sakura. Let me take you there. Thank you very much. As for Lin Yang guiding Sakura, it was certainly not about how to plow the fields, but rather about how to use Wood Release to speed up crop growth. Lin Yang, we need to talk. Lin Yang turned to look at Jiraiya and Naruto beside him, probably already guessing what Jiraiya intended. Sure, let's talk here. Jiraiya looked around at so many people and felt it was not very appropriate. He was not afraid of them leaking information, but aside from Kakashi, they were all genin, and if any issues arose during the mission, the information could be inadvertently disclosed. As if seeing through Jiraiya's thoughts, Lin Yang said, it's fine. They are also very reliable companions. Well, okay then. The few of them directly sat down in the field. Lin Yang, do you think what you are doing is right? Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing it. But this will cause many deaths. What, are there not enough people dying in the ninja world? But those are wars that had to happen. You are actively provoking war. When have I provoked war? Just because I farm, does that mean I am provoking war? You know that the feudal lords and nobles of all countries won't just sit back and watch. When you monopolize all the grain in the ninja world, they will definitely take action against you. So who is to blame? Isn't it them who took the first action? I just want to provide cheaper grain for the ordinary people of the ninja world to ease their survival pressure. What have I done wrong? Jiraiya was completely at a loss for how to refute this statement. Jiraiya, do you know how those ordinary people without ninja abilities live? Since they cannot become ninjas, they must farm, but where does the grain they grow go? It doesn't end up in their own stomachs. It is all taxed away by the feudal lords. But can the feudal lords actually consume that much grain? Guess where all that grain ends up? It goes into the stomachs of us ninjas. Every 20 years, the entire ninja world erupts into a senseless war, consuming the grain that these ordinary people have labored to grow and the innocent children who have barely begun to grow. What do we gain from it? But what if the ninja world were just one country? The people of the wind country wouldn't have to remain in that barren desert, trying various ways to wage war to seize food. The people of the rain country wouldn't have to live under constant rain. They could experience sunshine in other places. In a single country, we could even use ninjutsu to modify the terrain, channeling the water from the rain country to nourish the land in the wind country. Now tell me, where is the problem? But Jiraiya thought of Yahiko and the others 3 children who had lost their families due to war and banded together to survive. He wondered how they were doing now. Lin Yang was not in a hurry watching Jiraiya search for words. Meanwhile, aside from Niji, the others from the third team were dumbfounded, not understanding what this discussion was about. Unification. Turning the entire ninja world into one country. Xiao Li's mind was completely blank, unable to comprehend. He felt that Lin Yang made sense, but also thought provoking war was wrong, still struggling with it. Kakashi, as a seasoned jonin, did not struggle too much. He quickly realized that unification could reduce wars, and reducing wars would allow more people to survive. Do you know that the ninja world has 3 great sacred places? These sacred places have existed since the time of the Sage of Six Paths. Really? Naruto exclaimed from the heart, surprised that there were still powers from the Sage of Six Paths era. One of those sacred places is Mount Myaboku, which is where my summoned beast resides. The Sage of Mount Myaboku gave me a prophecy. When I become a capable ninja, I will take on a disciple, and this disciple will bring about change to the ninja world. So what? Just because I am not your disciple, you think my actions are not correct? Just because it doesn't align with your frog sage's prophecy? Why should his prophecy be the absolute truth? But that frog sage has existed for over 1,000 years. Jiraiya, I came to this world to rebel against these so-called fates. Destiny will never become a shackle on me. If you want to find your prophetic child, that's fine, but just don't come to influence me. But you can't provoke war and drag innocent people into it. So are you planning to fight me here? Jiraiya shook his head. You haven't done anything yet. Do I won't make a move against you? As if you could defeat me if you did. Just in time. Naruto also needs to improve his strength. Take him out to see the ninja world ravaged by war and oppression. You will change your mind. Alright. Jiraiya took Naruto away. Kakashi asked, Lin Yang, what did Lord Jiraiya just say? That's right. People from all countries in the ninja world speak the same words and use the same currency. Why should there be so many separate countries? I will unify them into one country. I understand. Kakashi said nothing more, just took Xiao Li and Tian back. That night, lying in bed, Lin Yang realized that her strength was still insufficient. With the boost of her golden finger, she was merely at the super shadow level. In the Akatsuki organization, there was an absolute Obito who was truly unpredictable. If they were to collect the tailed beasts and release Kaguya, then without reaching the level of 6 paths, she would have no ability to resist. She had to find a way to break through to the level of 6 paths. As for the method, Lin Yang raised her hand to look at her palm. Different colored chakra appeared in sparkling points, constantly trying to merge, yet separating again. Finally, the 7-colored light slowly dispersed, and Lin Yang fell into a dream. 2 years have passed. Lin Yang has become a renowned agricultural tycoon in the ninja world. Over these 2 years, Lin Yang has flooded various countries with hastily ripened crops at low prices, squeezing out the local markets and acquiring land and grain companies. Now it can be said that Lin Yang decides what you can eat. Meanwhile, her underlings are each shining in their own right. Several of them have acquired new titles such as the Reedy Demon, the White-Eyed Killer in Steam, and the Medical Pillar, among many others. However, every time they hear such titles, they feel like cursing, asking, what's wrong with you? Is your village's ninja school only teaching ninjutsu and not cultural subjects? These titles are just too awful. In the past, what you called the Konoha White Fong Body Flicker Technique and Yellow Flash were all quite good, weren't they? Why has it become so lame now? But no matter what, gaining fame is ultimately a good thing. Over the past 2 years, Lin Yang's focus has been on enhancing her strength, constantly pondering how to break through to the 6 paths level. Finally, an epiphany led her to Kaguya. Thousands of years ago, Kaguya consumed the chakra fruit, becoming the first person in the ninja world to possess chakra. Thus, it can be inferred that the starting point of everyone's chakra actually lies in this fruit. The chakra that splits into 7 elemental attributes. Both she and Kaguya possess chakra of all attributes, meaning that Kaguya can use bloodline limit techniques, and so can she. As a result, Lin Yang traveled to the land of whirlpools, creating 500 clones, with each taking turns and assigned tasks, dedicating 2 years to a single goal, discovering how to combine these 7 types of chakra into a bloodline limit. Without a golden finger, it would have been a struggle even if Kaguya herself were here. However, at least the effort has paid off, as the stability of chakra fusion has been increasing. Moreover, she has made new breakthroughs in various Doton techniques, such as dust release. Originally, dust release could only project a cubic form or a conical shape, like the second Shurikenjutsu technique. Now she can make dust release manifest in any form, including creating a protective shield that envelopes her. Not only that, but the activation speed has matched that of the Rasengan, allowing for instantaneous use, resolving the issue of high damage but high startup time. Currently, in the ninja world, she is truly invincible. Even Madara wouldn't stand a chance. No one is allowed to dance in front of Lin Yang. Moreover, from her perspective, it won't be long before the bloodline limit will succeed, at which point she will become the only 6 paths level ninja in the current ninja world. At that time, regardless of who the enemy is, they will die the moment they show themselves. Rain Hidden Village. Over the past 2 years, Scorpion and Deidara have worked hard for the organization, achieving significant results. The organization's economic development has shown a good trend. In light of this, I announce that we will now enter the second phase of our operational mission to capture tailed beasts. Is this day finally here? Since Deidara took on the job to make money for Kakuzu, he has transformed from a cheerful young boy into the current brooding middle-aged figure. His originally dark eye sockets now seem to have dark circles that radiate a faint bluish hue. Scorpion, with his puppet body, shows no visible signs of fatigue, but his current inability to speak reveals the high intensity of his work. In truth, they were not in such a hurry. However, after evaluating Lin Yang's strength, Obito and Black Zetsu believe that if she continued to grow like this, by the time she reached the golden age of 30-something, Obito would nearly be 50, and even now it's difficult to fight. Things would only get worse. Thus, the two of them tried every possible means to persuade Pain to squeeze Deidara and Scorpion for more work. Yet Pain was extremely confident, fully believing that Lin Yang was no threat. But Black Zetsu knew what he cared about. Every time he saw Deidara and Scorpion wanting to take a break, he would pull out various news from the 5 great nations, telling them, how much longer are you going to wait? Every day you delay, the entire ninja world suffers another day of pain. Don't you want peace? How can we expect peace if we are this lax? So although Conan felt a bit sorry for the money-making duo, Pain believed Black Zetsu had a point, and they were not allowed to rest. In response, Deidara just wanted to curse. Originally, Kakuzu and Haiden were both immortal, while Scorpion used puppets. Although the puppeteer also consumes chakra, I am the one who is genuinely using chakra to explode people. Furthermore, Lin Yang frequently raided the exchange, and while the exchange was unable to offer higher bounties, no one had the strength to capture Lin Yang, causing the exchange to truly turn into an underground organization. Thus, every time Deidara and Scorpion captured someone, they still had to investigate to find the location of the exchange. This only compounded the already limited energy of the two. Now facing Pain's statement, Deidara felt no emotional upheaval and just wanted to hasten to the next phase. Capturing tailed beasts was much easier than making money. Seeing that no one else was speaking, Pain continued to assign tasks. Our target this time is the One-Tail. Absolute, please share some intelligence. Yes, the One-Tail Jinchuriki Gaara is currently preparing to take over the position of Kazekage and can freely manipulate sand to attack. Currently, Kankuro and Temari serve as bodyguards, and the defense is considered average with ranged attack capabilities. In that case, let's push Deidara and Scorpion a bit more. Those capable should take on more work, Obito suggested at the right time. Why don't you go? I see your abilities are quite suitable, Obito. After saving Itachi and Kisame 2 years ago and revealing his abilities in front of Lin Yang, he later saved Orochimaru and was put on the wanted list by Konoha. This caused his hidden identity as Uchiha Madara to be completely compromised. However, to conceal his Senju cells, he still wore a mask. Isn't that just how it is? Those capable take on more work. Leader, I also suggest sending Obito. Even if the mission fails, Gaara won't be caught. Scorpion was also tired. The puppets don't tire, but he does. Pain thought about it and agreed. Indeed, the Akatsuki organization was short on personnel and couldn't afford to lose more. Even if Obito couldn't win in direct combat, there would still be opportunities. Well, let's do it this way, Obito, you go. All right. Then Pain looked at Itachi and Kisame. Currently, our organization is lacking manpower. Absolute told me that there's a rogue ninja from Konoha named Bairu, a rare talent for collecting bloodline limits. You two go check it out and see if you can recruit him into the organization. Okay. Kisame responded while Itachi remained silent, which was taken as agreement. Now we stand at a crossroads of fate in the ninja world. You all will be the initiators of this transformation. Let's go. In the office of Laying, Lord Laying, here is this year's logistics bill. Laying took the document handed over by Ma Bai and began to read. The price of food has dropped significantly over the past 2 years. I remember last year's logistics expenditure was considerably reduced. Indeed, the price of grain across the entire Lei nation has decreased, allowing many ordinary people to live better lives. I see. Has the land become more fertile? I wouldn't know. The economic matters have always been managed by the daimyo's mansion. Should I investigate? Yes, please do. There are no free lunches in the world. There must be a reason behind this. Understood. Laying furrowed his brows as he looked at the document in his hands. Something is amiss, very much so. If food remains this cheap, why would the Lei nation need to find ways to extract money from my everyday? Before long, Ma Bai returned. Lord Laying, according to the procurement department 2 years ago, a group of merchants opened a grain store in the village. Their prices were only half of what other stores charge, so they quickly captured the entire market. Then the procurement department saw how good the prices were and negotiated for large-scale purchases. Do you know who the owner of that store is? They do not know. I've already instructed the intelligence department to investigate. Send the Umbu to investigate and do it quickly. A sense of unease grew stronger. He felt as if he had fallen into a trap. The next day, the investigation results were out. Lord Laying, that group of merchants is from Mai, and the grain is transported from Lin Yang's farm. Lin Yang. Something is wrong, absolutely wrong. Mai wouldn't be so kind. Gather Shi de Li Tuda and Bai to come over. Understood. In no time, the office was filled with people. Everyone speak up. Although the pressure on logistics has decreased and ordinary people's lives have become easier, I feel there is a conspiracy here. Mai would never be so benevolent. Everyone present speculated about Mui's intentions with the utmost malice. After a while, Tuda seemed to have thought of something. Ma Bai, how much land are we still farming ourselves? Hey. As expected of a courtier who assisted the third, laying his long-term experience in handling internal affairs led him to quickly identify a possible key point in this matter. Ma Bai quickly found the data. Over the past 2 years, the self-cultivated grain production of the Lei nation has decreased by 90%, and the remaining 10% is still from those who cannot abandon their fields to seek a living. AI immediately realized the severity of the problem. This bastard, she wants to control our food supply. She expressed disbelief. So that means she started this 2 years ago. 2 years ago, she was only 13 years old. How could such a young girl possess such a venomous heart? The inherently evil Lin Yang. Lord Lei Ying, what should we do now? This question left Lei Ying at a loss. Should they prohibit the import of grain? That won't work. He can't bear the consequences of rising grain prices. Even if they were to take action, it would require the daimyo to handle it. Force the villagers to farm. That doesn't seem feasible either. Originally, Lin Yang exported a lot of grain, and if they increased production, the prices would drop even further, making farming a form of forced labor. Wait, forced labor. AI felt a spark of inspiration illuminate his thoughts. In that case, let's bring out the prisoners to farm the land. We cannot let the village's food supply rely solely on we must have our own reserves. However, there aren't enough prisoners. What about the other ninja villages? We are much farther from Mai than the Earth Nation and the Wind Nation. Haven't they been selling grain to them? They have sold everything. Almost all of the grain in the ninja world comes from Mai. Would release indeed, quite convenient. Ma Bai, go contact Tsuchikage and Kazekage and tell them I have important matters to discuss. The long-standing isolationist policy of the Water Nation allowed Lei Ying to directly skip over them. Yes. At that moment in the Tsuchikage's office, due to the similar management structures, Tsuchikage had also received the procurement financial report yesterday. However, only he could handle matters in the Earth Nation, and he had not noticed anything until he happened to overhear a shop owner in the village say, Mui's grain is indeed of good quality at a low price, which raised his alertness. After calling up the price records of food in the Earth Nation and the cultivation situation in his own country, he realized the severity of the issue. What a sinister scheme. Father, is there no way to counter this? There is. What method? For example, spend money to buy all of her grain until she runs out of stock. Once the grain prices rise, naturally people will start farming again. Alternatively, impose higher taxes on Lin Yang's grain so that her grain's price in the Earth Nation is the same as that of our own cultivated grain. However, as soon as this was suggested, Oyamaki knew this method was simply talk. There would be too many problems in practice. Buying grain would only mean that the Earth Nation's finances couldn't possibly fill the gaps in the opponent's chakra, ultimately leading to a situation where they couldn't sustain their own funds, and the other party would earn money and continue to expand production. Increasing taxes might be a method, but this is the ninja world. There are plenty of ways to bypass you. Sai, I need to talk to Mai. At that moment, Kuratsuchi walked in. Old man, the village of Yunin sent a ninja eagle saying that Lei Ying has important matters to discuss. If it seems Lei Ying isn't just a musclehead, or ask where the meeting will take place. On the other side, in the Kazekage's office, Gara, from now on you are the Kazekage. This journey has not been easy, and I hope you can lead Sunagakure to greater heights and glory. Yes, Kyo-sensei. Gara took the Kazekage hat from Kyo's hands. Isn't there a need for a formal inauguration ceremony? Temari asked, puzzled. Wouldn't holding a ceremony to enhance cohesion be a good idea? Moreover, it's the inauguration of the Kazekage. How could there be no ceremony? No need, let's keep it simple. Regardless of whether it's good or bad, everyone knows me. Over the past 2 years, my actions have been observed by all. There's no need for a ceremony. However, Gara, once despised by the villagers, is now loved by them. He understands that ceremonies serve no purpose. Only the deeds he accomplishes earn him their support. Ding dong, ding dong. Come in. Maki walked in. Lady Chiyo, news from Yunin village. Now Gara is the Kazekage. Kazekage-sama. Gara took the letter and read through it. The letter only mentioned a matter of great importance concerning the fate of several nations, but did not specify what it was, so he had to ask Chiyo for her opinion. It should be about food-related issues. This matter was actually first discovered by Sunagakure, because among the several nations, the Wind Nation truly has no land for farming, thus relying heavily on imports for food, making them the most concerned about grain prices in the ninja world. However, when grain prices first dropped 2 years ago, Chiyo and Hozuki, who were managing Sunagakure at the time, thought it was due to good harvests in other countries. As grain prices continued to fall, they quickly identified the problem and discovered Lin Yang's involvement. Knowing this, what can be done? Even Shikaku cannot defeat them. Regardless of whether Lin Yang is present, they must still buy from outside. It makes no difference. At least now it's a bit cheaper. At worst, they could raise prices and initiate a war to seize it. It has always been this way over the years. Gara nodded at the speculation as well. Recently, there haven't been any major events in the ninja world. The only thing that could impact a nation's fate is this. But that said, it has nothing to do with the Wind Nation. Just as he was about to refuse, Chiyo spoke first. I suggest that the Kazekage should go. If you do not hold an inauguration ceremony, this is also a great opportunity to make an appearance, showcase your charisma, and warn them that Sunagakure now has a Kazekage. That makes sense. Let's ask Yunin what their plan is. Understood. Given the gravity of the situation, the Raikage proposed a meeting with the three shadows themselves. However, when it came time to decide on a location, the parties began to pull in different directions. Considering the neutral nation of the Iron Country, it was too close to Konoha. It was decided to hold the meeting in one of these three countries, but the other two were uneasy. Ultimately, the Wind Shadow firmly declared that the meeting would take place in the land of the craftsmen. If you think it's too far, then you can discuss it among yourselves. A Sunagakure will not participate. After all, those with nothing to lose fear nothing. The Reikage didn't mind much. After all, traveling by sea was an option. The Tsuchikage, however, was troubled as the land of rain lay along the mandatory route. It could either be through the land of rain, the land of fire, or the land of wind. No matter whose territory they passed through, he felt it was unsafe and would likely be ambushed. Should they go directly to negotiate with Konoha? That wouldn't do either. It was inappropriate to go directly to the enemy without negotiating with their natural allies. At their age, they shouldn't still be engaging in covert infiltration. In the end, Inoki relented. Land of the craftsmen. Gentlemen, I trust one need not elaborate further. Konoha's ambitions are glaringly obvious, and we must devise a strategy for counteraction. Gaara and Inoki remained silent, waiting for AI to continue. However, if AI had further details, he wouldn't have sought them out for a discussion, so the atmosphere remained tense. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Zetsu and Obito noticed this was a prime opportunity. Originally, the two were monitoring Gaara, looking for a moment to seize the tailed beast when he was alone. Unexpectedly, they caught wind of this summit among the three shadows and decided to observe the meeting to gather intelligence before determining when to strike. Looking ahead, it was clear that the three major nations were dissatisfied with Konoha. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to incite war? A vortex suddenly appeared in the air. The guard teams of the three shadows quickly positioned themselves in front. A masked man stepped out. Upon seeing the black robe adorned with cloud patterns, Inoki immediately recognized him. The Reikage glanced at Inoki before turning to Obito. Who are you and what do you want? I merely noticed that you all seemed troubled and came to offer my assistance. Oh, although this person exuded an air of peculiarity, the three shadows decided to first hear what he had to say. Ultimately, the greatest issue you three face is not food, but Lin Yang's wood release. As long as she possesses her wood release, the yield of food will not return to its former levels. Know that Haruno Sakura also has wood release, and according to our intelligence, Tsunade seems to be attempting to cultivate it as well. How frustrating. Why can someone create a training method for a bloodline limit out of thin air? Please, can we replace the word blood in bloodline limit? What does this have to do with lineage? Seeing the persuasion fail, Obito quickly changed his approach. That's fine, we can pressure Konoha to have Lin Yang negotiate with us. We can find an opportunity to kill her. Even if the food issue remains unresolved, obtaining her corpse and extracting knowledge about the bloodline limit would surely give us a greater advantage when we decide to go to war in the future. This struck a chord with AI and Inoki. Currently, the food issue clearly had no solution aside from raising taxes. However, if they could directly eliminate Lin Yang, even if they didn't acquire knowledge about the bloodline limit, they would still weaken Konoha's strength. When the time finally came to wage war for food, it would be easier. However, Gaara seemed less interested at first. He had genuinely been defeated by Lin Yang and felt he could not win a second. He believed Sunagakure would ultimately gain the least. Obito seemed to see through Gaara's thoughts. Doesn't the Wind Shadow wish to secure arable land for the land of wind? Once Lin Yang is dead, we can unite to wage war on Konoha. At that point, it would be 3 against 1. As long as we can fight, we can demand Konoha cede a piece of land to you. Gaara's interest was piqued. This time, he was genuinely tempted. Obito quietly waited for the others to contemplate. Suddenly, AI launched an attack, throwing a punch at Obito, while Darui unleashed wind release to block Obito's retreat. However, the Reikage's body passed right through Obito without causing any harm. As the Reikage struck, Gaara summoned sand to pounce on Obito, while Inoki soared into the air, preparing to unleash dust release. A room filled with yellow sand gathered around Obito, enveloping him. Dust released disintegration of the material world. A radiant white cube struck Obito, who was encased in sand. As the light gradually faded, the sand disappeared, and half of the ground was gone, the gap, smooth like a mirror. Yet the masked man stood still, unperturbed. So how did I perform? Tell us your plan. The three shadows returned to their seats. First, we pressure Konoha, claiming that Lin Yang's grain exports are causing domestic farmers' crops to go unsold. We demand negotiations, but ensure the Hokage is not present. This is not an agreement with Konoha, but with Lin Yang regarding the distribution of shares and taxes on imports. At that point, you all send your elders first, set up barriers in the meeting hall, and as soon as Lin Yang arrives, the three of you can combine forces to kill her. As for the intelligence in our minds, we will share it. Oh, so it seems that only you from Akatsuki will show up. There are others interested in bloodline limits besides you and me. Orochimaru is one of them. Orochimaru is also part of Akatsuki. He used to be, now he is merely in a cooperative relationship with me. Orochimaru's reputation as one of the legendary three still loomed large. He had achieved many great feats on the battlefield. Although he later became a rogue ninja, one's status as a rogue doesn't diminish their power. However, wasn't Orochimaru captured by Lin Yang the first time? Back then he was alone. Now we have 3 Shadows 6 guard teams, 1 legendary 3 and me. How strong could Lin Yang possibly be? Is the god of ninjas still alive? With this lineup, even if Hashirama were to come, it wouldn't matter. The Reikage felt there was some truth to Obito's words. However, Inoki could not remain silent. Reikage, you are still young, there are some things you should not say lightly. Although he had never fought Hashirama, he had personally witnessed and fought against Madara Uchiha, who had been defeated by Hashirama. Do you think the title God of Ninjas was self-bestowed by him, Hashirama? In his day, the God of Ninjas subdued all 9-tailed beasts by himself. Fearing that the Reikage might not have a clear understanding of Hashirama's strength, Inoki kindly provided a relatable comparison. Cloud Village, after all, possessed 2-tailed beasts. Upon hearing that one person subdued 9-tailed beasts, he gained a clear understanding of the God of Ninja's power. Well, then it's even less likely that Lin Yang would walk away unscathed. She is only 15, I don't believe she possesses the strength of the God of Ninjas. Although Gaara did not wish to reignite conflict, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He could find a way to keep Lin Yang alive. If she survived, there would be no war, and each side could obtain what they desired. As expected of me, the plan is in motion. However, before the plan even began, the three shadows encountered their first challenge. Where do you think is the most suitable battlefield? Based on the current intelligence, Lin Yang almost possesses all bloodline limits, so we need to avoid locations that would allow her to leverage the environment. The Land of Wind won't work, there is a lot of sand iron beneath the sand, and she can use magnetic escape. The Land of Lightning won't work either. The thunder hasn't stopped in the sky, and when she uses lightning escape techniques, she just needs a bit of chakra to summon lightning and control it, extending her combat duration. AI and IAI Luo both looked towards Inoki. Inoki really didn't want to place the battlefield in his own country, but there was no choice. The environment of the Land of Earth had the least benefit for Lin Yang. Alright, but there are many minerals underground in the Land of Earth. I can't say how much magnetic escape can be utilized, so don't blame me later. There's no other choice. Her bloodline limit is too comprehensive. We can only choose an environment that makes her as uncomfortable as possible. Besides, the sand used by the Wind Shadow is all from his own gourd, while my main attack method relies on my own ninjutsu and doesn't depend on the environment. The Land of Earth is your home ground, maximizing our advantages. That's right, and if the rocks are shattered to a certain extent during the battle, I can also control them like sand. Then let's settle on the Land of Earth. They'll go back and find a better location to notify you. That works, but to prevent Lin Yang's escapability from being too strong, we need to deploy some of our own troops on the outskirts. Upon hearing this from the Reikage, Inoki snorted coldly. They hadn't even begun to fight, and already there was suspicion among themselves. It was a wonder anything would get done. No problem, of course, I will choose a location near the border to facilitate everyone's encirclement. As expected of a powerhouse from the same era as the God of Ninjas, your considerations are thorough. Having achieved his goal, the Reikage was generous with his praise. Inoki returned to check the map, while the Reikage and Wind Shadow returned to send diplomatic letters. Hokage Office. Tsunade looked at the joint statement of the three great nations and the invitation for talks, with Lin Yang feeling a bit overwhelmed. Tsunade finally understood why Lin Yang inexplicably wanted to plant trees. It turned out she was planning this not paying taxes. If those people hadn't come to her, she wouldn't have known. If Danzo were still around, he wouldn't have made such a mistake of not keeping an eye on his own people's industries. Tsunade was still too kind. However, she definitely couldn't attend this talk. It was unlikely anything good would come from these three villages gathering together. Since they wanted to talk, they should come to Konoha for the discussion. Going out was not an option. So she had Shizen reply to the three villages, either come directly to Konoha or don't talk at all. Although the three shadows felt a bit regretful about not being able to deceive them, at least there was something to discuss. The four parties agreed to start negotiations when Lin Yang returned to Konoha. However, the three shadows were not discouraged. When Lin Yang returned, even if the negotiation location couldn't be set in the Land of Earth, it could be set in the Land of Grass, but it definitely couldn't be Konoha. Since the three didn't know how long they would have to wait, they decided to station their troops at the border to reduce the travel costs. The shadows could just return to their offices. Obito, unlike the three great nations, had no reason to wait for a talk with Lin Yang. He was simply taking a shot in the dark. Since he hadn't hit the target, he would continue with the original plan to capture the One Tail. As for why Tsunade didn't ask Lin Yang, the person involved, for her opinion, it was because Lin Yang was not in Konoha at all. Lin Yang's golden finger could not increase her maximum chakra capacity, so she needed a large power bank. 2 years ago, she obtained the Een sealing technique from Tsunade, but as a sealing technique, there was a limit to the chakra storage capacity. Lin Yang currently has one on her forehead and one on each arm. Although they are all full, no one would refuse more chakra. She originally thought of making another one, but felt that it would look awkward no matter where she placed it, so she thought of the tailed beasts. According to Lin Yang's memory, at this time the three tails should still be in a wild state. So she set out to capture the turtle. Lin Yang was really curious about Kagaya's combat power and was looking forward to encountering her after completing her chakra return. After wandering in the Land of Water for nearly a month, Lin Yang finally found the location of Isabu. The creature was sleeping peacefully at the bottom of the lake, and she felt a bit guilty for wanting to capture it. Lightning Release Lightning Fish, a fish formed from yellow lightning dove towards the bottom of the lake. Bang! The originally calm surface of the lake suddenly exploded. Disturbing my sleep. A huge turtle with 3 tails emerged on the surface of the water. Oh, 3 tails, Lin Yang greeted it, believing she was being friendly. However, in Isabus' eyes, it was clearly a provocation. For you, another human coveting the power of the tailed beasts. Watch me teach you a lesson. Wait. I'm not here to fight, I'm here to offer you a job. Nice words, but you just want to seal me and use me. No need to say more. Prepare to take your shot. Water release water bullets. Aisabu continuously spewed out huge water orbs. Dust release dust cutting. This was a ninjutsu developed by Lin Yang after entering a new stage of dust release inspired by other anime she had seen in her previous life. She transformed the form of dust release into a wall in front of her capable of blocking attacks, while not obstructing her vision, which was very convenient. The water orbs struck the white light curtain as though they had vanished. It seems that unless I give you a good beating you won't listen to me properly. Aisabu saw that its water bullets were ineffective and immediately tensed its body, launching a tailed beast version of a body slam, intending to crush the ninja before it. Water release water cutter. A high-pressure water flow rushed towards Aisabu. In less than 2 seconds, Aisabu heard the sound of its shell being cut open and immediately jumped to the side. Now Aisabu realized the reality. This time it had encountered a tough opponent, but so what? Just because you are strong must I bow my head? Don't underestimate the tailed beasts. Tailed beasts will never be slaves. Tailed beast ball. Yin and Yang chakra gathered and expanded in Aisabu's mouth. Ice release one-horned white whale. A white whale made of ice charged up from the bottom of the lake beneath Aisabu's abdomen, its massive horn jabbing up into Aisabu's chin. Meanwhile, the freshly formed tailed beast ball shot up into the sky. Lin Yang glanced at the direction the tailed beast ball was flying and thought, well, that's the mist village. Oh, I won't worry about it. Since you refuse my good intentions, don't blame me for being rude. The lightning chakra mode was fully charged, and Lin Yang instantly appeared on Aisabu's back. I want to see just how thick your shell really is. Dust release mountain splitter. A blade of chakra composed of dust release glimmered in Lin Yang's hand as she struck down towards one of Aisabu's legs. There was no obstruction, as if a hot knife cut through butter. After Aisabu's leg was severed, chakra erupted from the wound. The immense pain made Aisabu struggle on the water's surface. Can we now have a proper conversation? Sure. Lin Yang had Aisabu hold its severed leg in place and used the palm healing technique to reattach it. After all, it was a collection of chakra, so there was no need to consider anatomical structure. It was many times easier to repair than a human body. This time, Aisabu learned its lesson. It knew that if the woman before it had just struck its head, she could take its life at any moment. Alright, now let's talk about your new job. Alright, let's discuss your new role. Aren't you supposed to seal me and make me a Jinchuriki? Absolutely not. Sealing you inside my body would mean you'd see everything. Disgusting. Then you're after the tailed beast's power, aren't you? Besides massive chakra reserves, what other power do you even possess? My shell is tough. Excellent. No further explanation needed. First, introduce yourself. What's your name? Not for ceremony. Lin Yang had simply forgotten the Three Tails name. You may call me the Three Tails. Did Hagoromo Otsutsuki refer to you the same way? Yes. Let me outline your current predicament. There exists a shinobi organization called Akatsuki gathering the tailed beasts to resurrect the 10 tails and fulfill their ultimate design. What? Resurrect the 10 tails? Precisely. And your fate, should that occur, is self-evident. As for me, I intend to prevent them from capturing any tailed beast. In truth, she felt no particular concern. So, what difference does it make whether you capture me or they do? A profound difference indeed. There is in fact another method to foil their plans. Simply sever your head. Before you regenerate, they cannot possibly seize you. Die once, behead once. Repeat endlessly. They will never succeed. Kisame found it peculiar in the Pure Land. It was the Shinigami seated upon the throne, not her. Under my protection, you'll only need to lend me chakra occasionally. No sealing required. You'll retain full freedom. And if you wish to enter a hidden village, merely shrink your form. Having just delivered veiled threats, the ensuing generosity felt especially alluring. Outmatched in combat, and yet offered such favorable terms, consent was hardly unreasonable. Very well, I shall accompany you. I am Aisabu. Then allow me a formal introduction. I am Lin Yang. Let us sign a summoning contract. You may remain here while I'll summon you when needed, and should you face peril, you may reverse summon me. Learning that a peerless protector now stood between him and imminent capture, Aisabu accepted without hesitation. While Aisabu pledged his allegiance to Lin Yang, Shikaku stood on the verge of abduction. After the first phase of the Hongmin banquet plan failed, Gaara, fearing an ambush by the Tsuchikage, immediately hastened back towards Sunagakure. The contingent originally assigned to execute the encirclement remained behind under Chiyo's command as rear guard. Yet in sheer mobility, he stood no chance against Obito and Zetsu. Before Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro could even cross the border of Tsuchi, no Kuni, Obito intercepted them. True to form, traitors have no honor. Temari bristled at Obito's audacity, a single man daring to block 3. Does he truly think so little of me? Obito barely registered the barb, mere breeze brushing his cheek. Is this all you've got? Try something with actual bite. No more words. I have no interest in idle chatter. Kazukage-sama, you will accompany me immediately. Oh. Gaara studied his opponent carefully. Last time both the Raikage and Tsuchikage struck him, yet inflicted no wound. That must be the intangibility ability listed on Konoha's most wanted scroll. The trio had initially assumed the technique possessed limits. Yet their combined assault proved utterly futile. They now knew otherwise. Now they could only curse their own hesitation. Had we pressed harder, then perhaps He refused to believe such an intangible art could be wielded without constraint. It must bear restrictions. I seek only the tailed beast within your body. Your companions hold no interest for me. Come with me now, and they will suffer no harm. Ha ha ha. How terribly confident you are. Kankuro deployed his puppets. Temari unfurled her iron fan. Both stepped before Gaara, shielding him. How arrogantly you presume. Obito advanced slowly toward Gaara. Shoo! Sand erupted from Gaara's gourd, solidifying midair into hundreds of sand shuriken converging from every direction. Obito walked onward unblinking, as Gaara had foreseen. Each shuriken pierced cleanly through his body, leaving no trace. Temari and Kankuro exchanged grim glances. If nothing lands, how can we fight? Steady yourselves, create distance and maintain relentless assault. Seek the flaw. Understood. 2. All three leapt backward. Wind release, wind cut. As the razor-edged gust surged forward, Kankuro's puppets unleashed volleys of concealed projectiles. Every strike passed effortlessly through Obito's form. Just as the trio prepared their next barrage, Obito dissolved into a spiraling vortex. Seeing him vanish, they instantly pivoted back to back, facing outward in tight formation. Above us, Obito descended like thunder, arms transforming into sharpened wooden spears aimed straight at their hearts. Gaara's sand surged upward, coalescing into a flawless shield that ensnared the wooden spikes mid-thrust. Now attack. Temari and Kankuro tilted their heads skyward, launching simultaneous strikes. This impact, real, yet in the next breath, poof, Obito dispersed into a wisp of white smoke. A shadow clone, a fire-release storm of blazing whirlwinds. A colossal vortex of flame erupted behind them. Kamaitachi. Temari spun, unleashing a hurricane force gale from her iron fan. The infernal vortex slammed against the wind wall, shuddering as though striking immovable stone. Obito burst forth from the conflagration, rushing straight at them. Watch out. 2 more behind us. From the moment Obito first employed Kamui, Gaara had saturated the entire battlefield with sand, to sense every spatial fluctuation. The instant 2 Obitos manifested behind them, Gaara detected them without delay. Truly worthy of the Kazekage title, he murmured, but his feet never slowed. Unable to discern which was real, each chose one to confront. Kankuro's Obito evaded his puppet's strike, closing the gap in an instant. Crimson Sharingan locked onto Kankuro's eyes. Genjutsu flared. While Kankuro stood paralyzed, Obito struck, would release piercing spears. Spear-like wooden thorns shot toward Kankuro's heart. At the final instant, a veil of sand interposed itself. When Gaara turned to face his original adversary, he found only empty air. The wooden spears now encased in sand lay utterly still. Obito vanished from Gaara's perception. Be wary, I can no longer sense him. As the two scanned frantically, the earth beneath Temari and Gaara erupted, spitting forth a single lethal wooden spike. Temari reacted instantly, slamming her fan forward to intercept. She suffered no injury, but the force hurled her violently backward. A chilling realization struck her. Gaara, look out. By the time Gaara sensed Obito's presence behind him, the spatial vortex had already enveloped him, whisking him away. Damn it. Temari slammed her fan hard into the ground. Fury burned, but she knew hesitation was fatal. The enemy would grant them no grace. She rushed to dispel Kankuro's Genjutsu. Once freed, he rested briefly, then regained full mobility. We must report this to Lady Chiyo, immediately. Chiyo, monitoring Iwagakure's movements at camp, went pale upon hearing the news. 3 years ago, captured by Konoha. 3 years later, seized by Akatsuki. And 3 years hence, will Madara Uchiha claw his way from the grave to claim you again? Our newly appointed Kazekage has accomplished precisely one task, and hasn't even finished it yet. Why must my life be so cruel? Of course, she voiced none of this aloud. She exhaled softly, resigned. We require reinforcements. Temari, you will go to Konoha. Request Tsunade's aid. Terms are negotiable. An ill-fated campaign indeed, still dreaming of seizing land from Konoha while losing its own Jinchuriki. With no time to spare, Chiyo ordered immediate retreat to Sunagakure, awaiting Konoha's swift reinforcement. An eagle's cry ripped through Konoha's night. Could that be the fastest messenger hawk from Suna village? Something serious must have happened to decode it and deliver it to the Hokage at once. A plea for aid from Suna village was laid before Tsunade. The Kazekage had been abducted. Though this would be an opportunity to weaken Suna, the Akatsuki scheme, one that required gathering the tailed beasts, was far more dangerous than a single Kazekage. He had to be rescued. Shizen, which squads are currently without missions? Team 3 and Team 7 are in the village. Send them both. Understood. Before long, Kakashi and Kai arrived at the Hokage's office with Teams 7 and 3. It seems the Akatsuki have already set their plan in motion. Kakashi nevertheless felt confident between the two squads nearly every shinobi was at the Jonin level. Such a formation would be enough to win a war against some lesser nations. Then what are we waiting for? Move out at once. The longer we delay, the greater Gaara's peril. Naruto and Gaara, both Jinchuriki, could deeply empathize with each other's plight. Tsunade nodded. Check your tools and depart, the sooner the better. Understood. A day later, Temari was met halfway by reinforcements from Konoha. She had intended to deliver the message by Hawk herself, and if Tsunade refused, wait until she could speak in person on arrival at Konoha. No wonder she was the shinobi world's greatest medical hand. A healer's compassion indeed. Thank you all for your help. Temari felt a touch embarrassed. The Kazekage had been ambushed while returning from engagements with Konoha shinobi, and yet they came without grudges to assist. Tsunade's thoughts were not at all what Temari imagined. Temari beat herself with remorse. It's all right. After the Kazekage vanished, did you manage any pursuit? Where is he now? We could not follow. The enemy employed space-time ninjutsu, and he simply vanished. Ah, that complicates matters. There is no other way. We can only hope he did not go far. Do you have any personal item of Gaara's that still carries his scent? Something that bears his scent. How about the Kazekage's hat? That will do. Temari withdrew Gaara's Kazekage attire from the scroll. As the leader travels constantly and often cannot wear the large hat, she had stowed it away for this mission. Summoning jutsu. With a wisp of white smoke, a pack of ninkin appeared before them. A little bull terrier wearing a forehead protector actually spoke, "Yo Kakashi, a mission for us. Thanks Pakin. We're tracking, but he was taken by space-time ninjutsu. We'll have to search methodically." No problem. After sniffing the hat, the hounds dispersed to search. Let's rest here for a while. When the ninkin find him, the summoning will be lifted. All right. Back in Konoha, another day passed. Lin Yang returned to the village only to discover her little attendants were nowhere to be found. She went to ask Tsunade about the situation. The Kazekage was taken by the Akatsuki. Why does this feel earlier than I remember them moving? Could it be because Naruto returned sooner? That's right. I sent Team 3 and Team 7 to support Suna. Oh, then I should go and see for myself. That's unnecessary. It's not that I'm worried about their mission. I'm curious what they intend to do with the tailed beasts. Is that so? Very well. If we have more intelligence, it will aid our future strategy. But they've already been gone 2 days. By now, they have likely engaged the enemy. No matter, it takes me only 2 hours to reach Suna. Will you use the Flying Thunder God all the way? Won't that consume too much chakra? No need, I'll show you. Lin Yang led Tsunade to a forest using the Flying Thunder God. What are you doing here? Taking a plane for takeoff. Lin Yang drew iron sand from beneath the ground with magnet manipulation, shaping it into the form of an airplane. As for aerodynamics, that is immaterial. The design favored brute force over finesse. As for propulsion, of course, chakra provided the power. Lin Yang had once studied the basics of a turbofan engine. While she could not reproduce one exactly, chakra could accomplish the compression and combustion of incoming air. None of it posed a problem. Tsunade watched the iron sand behemoth lift slowly into the air. Indeed, it rose like a vertical takeoff craft. Then she heard the cylinders beneath the wings inhale and roar, pushing the craft forward. As the plane accelerated and vanished into the distance, Tsunade finally understood how Lin Yang could reach Suna in 2 hours. Wait, and then? Do I run back to the office myself? Damn brat. An hour and a half later, Lin Yang hovered above the Kazekage Tower. Enemy attack. The Suna barrier squad sensed the defense being struck and torn open by something, and they sounded the alarm. Because she was close to the target, Lin Yang slowed the craft and descended onto the Kazekage Tower roof. She was greeted by a hail of concealed weapons, ninjutsu, and poison needles, all of which were stopped by iron sand. Magnet release. Stand down. At present, Lin Yang was the only one in the shinobi world known to wield magnet release. She was a summoned ally and must not be treated lightly. Indeed, when Kankuro saw Lin Yang, he relaxed. Hello. Thank you for your support. Are you the only one here? Me alone. Didn't you see the earlier reinforcements? Kankuro shook his head. No. Perhaps Temari met them along the way. Missed them, huh? What a nuisance. For a moment, Lin Yang had no good way to locate everyone. It seemed only a mass search would do. Multi-shadow clone technique. Countless shadow clones sprang from Lin Yang and scattered in every direction. Seeing Lin Yang raise a hand and summon 1,000 clones, Kankuro thought how fortunate the ambush had failed. Otherwise, who was ambushing whom might have been anyone's guess. Found them. Do you want to come with me? No, I must remain in the village to guard against a sneak attack. Very well, I'll go then. Thanks. With that, Lin Yang used Flying Thunder God to arrive beside the rescue squad and dispelled her clones. How is it? Did you find him? Lin Yang asked for intelligence at once. In her memory, they had located Gaara because Deidara had flown away with him, leaving a continuous trail of scent. This time he was teleported directly by Obito with Kamui. The scent was discontinuous, so Lin Yang could not be certain Kakashi and the others had located Gaara. We found him this dawn. We were hurrying back when we saw your shadow clone and stopped. Excellent. Then let us move out. Intruders have arrived. Copy Ninja, Kakashi, Might Guy of the Azure Storm, and their respective teams. Rin Yang and Temari have also come. Due to the disappearance of Kakuzu and Haiden, the Phantom Dragon 9 prison seal, which should have taken 3 days and nights, now requires 5. Moreover, when Toby first brought Gaara here, he struggled to subdue him immediately. Only after waiting half a day for Deidara and Sasori's reinforcement did he finally knock Gaara unconscious. Pain was deeply displeased, but had no choice. They were critically short of capable personnel. Let me handle this. I've long wished to test my strength against Might Guy of Konoha, the Azure Storm. Then Itachi shall accompany you as well. After all, his younger brother is present too. Itachi glanced briefly at Zetsu, then gave a quiet nod to Pain. Elsewhere, Itachi and Kisame, who had just been performing the sealing jutsu, now stood squarely before the rescue team. They had not abandoned the seal. This was merely Pain's chakra transfer technique, using living sacrifices to create identical bodies for combat. These clones could even replicate the original's bloodline limits. Itachi. Sasuke instantly activated his triple Tomo Sharingan. Ranton Laser Circus. Beams of searing light erupted from his palms, guided with uncanny precision, enhanced further by the Sharingan's predictive vision. Itachi evaded frantically, but Sasuke granted him no respite, drawing his blade and charging forward. Seeing Sasuke rush ahead, Naruto and Sakura feared he might recklessly fall into a trap and immediately joined the assault. Kisame meanwhile had no time to monitor Itachi's battle. With Itachi engaged against Team 7, Kisame suddenly found himself outnumbered 7-10. Is this truly my burden to bear? Wasn't the plan 7-on-7? And Sasuke, still so impetuous after 2 years. We're here to stall time, not rush headlong into battle. Couldn't we at least exchange words first? This was now perilous. The memory of Rin Yang nearly capturing him last time remained vivid. Though capture wasn't imminent this time, neither could he stall much longer. No choice remained. Press forward regardless. Sukin Great Waterfall Technique. First flood the battlefield, dividing it with torrents. If Itachi concluded his fight swiftly, he could reinforce here. Kisame needed only to maneuver within the water and delay them. Yet clearly he'd learned nothing from his prior defeat. Hayaton Absolute Zero. In one sweeping arc, chakra-infused ice froze the surging waterfall midair, solidifying it utterly. Rin Yang observed Kisame with quiet fascination. Let's see what else you've got. Oh, you've divided the field, but aren't you worried those 3 children will be slain by Itachi Sensei without your support? Worried. As long as the 9 tails remain sealed within Naruto, there's nothing to fear. Moreover, none of these 3 could be silently eliminated, even by a mere 30% power clone of Itachi wielding the chakra transfer technique. You'd do better to worry about yourself. Though still curious to see what tricks Kisame might unveil, that remark jolted Rin Yang. He remembered Gaara couldn't wait. In an instant he appeared before Kisame. Kisame swung his sword Samahata downward with crushing force. Doton Dust Blade Slash. A blinding white blade of pulverized earth cleaved Kisame and Samahata cleanly in two. The chakra transfer technique dissolved, revealing an ordinary shinobi's form. So this was some secret technique, capable even of replicating chakra volume and weaponry, Kakashi murmured awestruck. Move, reinforce them. Swift victory is imperative. As the team surged past the ice wall, they beheld Itachi already cornered, driven to the edge of survival. Mokuton Earth Spikes. Countless blunt, densely packed spikes erupted from the ground, not designed to pierce flesh. Shinobi routinely channel chakra into their souls for protection, making penetration nearly impossible. Guided by Rin Yang, Sakura reconfigured the jutsu, leveraging would release his chakra absorption trait to drain opponents' reserves, while simultaneously using the spikes to heal allied fighters. Truly a flawless support technique. Already operating on only 30% of its original chakra, the clone now faltered, movement becoming increasingly labored. Naruto's shadow clones relentlessly restricted Itachi's mobility. Seizing the opening, Sasuke struck Raiten Lightning Spear. A bolt of pure lightning pierced Itachi's chest. Like Kisame's case, the face was unmistakably another's. Naruto stared at Sasuke. You knew all along. From the very first Ranton attack, if it were truly him, he'd have charged forward, not retreated. But wasn't his mission to stall us? Because he feared this body would be slain instantly if it rushed in, rendering stalling impossible. So this couldn't be him. I see. Having confirmed the Itachi clone was neutralized, Rin Yang signaled the rescue team to accelerate their advance. They soon reached the ceiling site. Pakken pointed, he's behind that boulder. Thank you. You may return. Poof. Guy lunged forward. A straight punch aimed at the massive stone behind the Torii gate. The impact yielded no resistance, like striking liquid surface. A barrier. Yes, the 5-seal barrier. We must locate and remove all 5 talismans simultaneously to dispel it. Niji, your eyes are needed. Understood. But as Niji prepared to activate his Byakugan, Rin Yang raised a hand. That's too slow. Every barrier has a threshold. I'll shatter it. Rising atop iron sand, he hovered midair. All of you step back. Doton Mountain Splitting Axe. A colossal axe forged from dust release slammed onto the talisman inscribed upon the boulder. The talisman held for less than 2 seconds, then disintegrated along with the boulder itself. Incredible. Only now did Temari grasp the true scale of Rin Yang's power. Entering the cavern, the rescue team stood frozen before the monstrous outer path demonic statue. Gaara. Naruto and Temari spotted him suspended midair, his one tail being forcibly extracted, and dashed forward to save him. Seeing the sealing ritual, doomed Pain issued his command, Tobi, evacuate the Jinchuriki. Not so fast. Ninpo Forbidden Sky. This was the spatial restraint seal jointly developed by Rin Yang, conscripted against his will, and Captain Yahiko Aura of the Sealing Division, specifically designed to counter space-time ninjutsu. It locked ambient spatial conditions, rendering them immune to dimensional manipulation. TCH. Unable to escape via Kimui, and lacking confidence to extract Gaara under such scrutiny, Deidara and Sasori offered little reassurance. He doubted either could best Rin Yang alone, let alone against Kakashi and Guy combined. Yet youth often defies wisdom. convinced heaven bows to them and earth yields second. So many spectators, come to witness my art. Deidara plunged his hand into his weapon pouch, withdrew clay, and pressed it into the mouth embedded in his palm. Suddenly, 3 tiny clay birds burst forth, soaring toward the rescue team. Explosions are art. Huh. A concussive blast of flame and shrapnel roared across the cavern. As flame seized everyone's attention, countless grasshoppers, silent and unseen, had already swarmed across the floor. A mere trick wind release, cutting whirlwind. With a confident smile, Deidara looked at the grasshopper that had already landed at his feet. Huh. However, the expected explosion did not occur. When you shout out the name of your skill with overwhelming momentum, but it fails to activate, you can only experience one feeling: embarrassment. Especially awkward. What's going on? Lin Yang had already directed the lightning chakra into the ground at the first sight of Deidara. For human-sized electric currents it may not mean much, but for a grasshopper-sized explosive clay, it's extraordinarily effective. At this moment, Deidara finally noticed the electric current on the ground. Damn, it has the information leaked. I suggest you stop struggling. If you surrender now, you can avoid bodily harm, and I might even send you back to Awakens. Go die who wants to go back to Awakens. Then today you really won't be able to leave. Obito shouted, stop looking, act quickly, or we'll all be done for. Fire release, great fireball technique. Obito was the first to attack, trying to split the battlefield and take them out one by one with the great fireball, but Kakashi, who had been watching him closely, would not let him have his way. Water release, water wall. Scorpion, not hiding anything, summoned the 3rd Kazekage puppet directly. Iron Sand World technique. Sakura stepped up, wood release, wood wall. Vines quickly grew from the ground to block the iron sand attack. Rasengan. Naruto charged towards the 3rd Kazekage puppet from behind a vine shield, but unfortunately, he was thrown away by the iron sand controlled by the opponent. Taking this opportunity, Sasuke activated his Lightning Release Chakra Mode and charged towards Deidara, knowing that the opponent's clay would lose its effectiveness against Lightning Chakra. He had nothing to fear. At the same time, Sakura used would release Earth Spike to weaken the enemy. Moreover, the narrow terrain of the cave restricted Deidara's mobility provided by the flying birds. In terms of physical prowess, he was completely no match for Sasuke and could only continuously release grasshoppers around to use small explosions to interfere with Sasuke's movements. Guy knew how troublesome Obito's abilities were and directly opened the 5th gate to launch an attack on him. Although each attack got through, Lin Yang had previously told them that intangible ninjutsu couldn't possibly be limitless. With continuous attacks, there must be a time when he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. Originally, Lin Yang wanted to tell everyone directly, but he had been in the ninja world for over a decade, and such minor details were indeed hard to remember, so he could only inform them that there was a time limit. Everyone recognized Lin Yang's understanding of ninjutsu. Thus, Kakashi, Guy, Lee, and Neji continuously attacked Obito with their physical techniques, while Tintin dealt damage through long-range attacks whenever Obito moved out of the 3-man attack range, ensuring that he remained in an intangible state. Lin Yang looked around and found himself doing nothing. Well, since the 5th Kazekage was lying there, he might as well treat him. After a simple examination of Gar's condition, he found that he was slightly weakened due to the extraction of the tailed beast, but the tailed beast had not been completely extracted, so he wouldn't die. He performed the healing technique to stabilize Gar's condition and then fed him a soldier pill. Temari stayed nearby to protect him. The opponents currently fighting on the field have increasingly larger attack ranges. They don't let Gaara get caught up in it. That said, with Gaara already unconscious, would the sand still automatically protect him? Should he give it a try? However, seeing Temari's worried expression, he decided against it. After all, he was a good person. Lin Yang was not worried at all about whether the rescue team could deal with these 3 individuals in the cave environment. With Sakura's would release and Sasuke's storm release, Deidara and Scorpion would not be able to escape. As for Obito, with 4 masters of physical techniques attacking continuously, plus a weapon expert covering for any gaps, victory would soon be in sight. He also rarely took on the role of providing logistical support. Suddenly recalling something, he shouted to the few people who were in the midst of fierce battle, "Leave everyone alive except for Obito, they are useful." As soon as he said this, Deidara was the first to object. Stop underestimating people. In order to prevent the opponent's lightning release from hitting his clay, Deidara continuously released flying bird clay darting through the air and waiting for an opportunity to explode. Damn it, Sasuke, don't you have any wide-range lightning release you can use in the air? There are too many of them. Sasuke ignored Naruto. There was still standing water on the ground from the water wall Kakashi had just released. The cave was too small for him to dare use large-scale lightning release for fear of hitting his teammates. However, the enemy had no such concerns. Deidara was not worried about accidentally blowing up Scorpion and Obito. He was frantically releasing small bombs. Although their power was not great, even minor damage still counted as damage, not to mention that the C1 chakra level damage was certainly not small. Scorpion knew that to escape now they still had to rely on Obito, otherwise it would be difficult for the 3 of them to break through. Although the 4 masters of physical techniques might not be able to help much, that girl who kept throwing ninja tools could be dealt with. Controlling the magnetic release, Scorpion directed the ninja tools thrown by Tintin towards Sakura. Nanny, why can he control my ninja tools? It seems that as a puppet made from the 3rd Kazekage's body, he had magnetic release in life and can control iron sand, Kakashi explained to Tintin during the chaos. Tintin fell completely silent. Her ninja tools were not devoid of non-metallic weapons, but they were all close range, and charging in would only complicate matters for the other three. But if she continued to release ninja tools, they would turn into attacks against Sakura, so she had no choice but to cease her actions. However, this also gave Sakura an opportunity to attack. Would release 4-pillar prison. The wood trapped the third Kazekage puppet. If you think this will win, you are too naive. When the wood appeared, Scorpion quickly controlled the chakra threads to avoid it. Although the puppet was trapped, it did not affect Scorpion's control. The iron sand shaped into a trident came crashing down on one corner of the 4-pillar prison. Taking advantage of the huge dust cloud, Sakura called out, would release Great Forest Technique. The dust obscured the view, and Scorpion completely failed to react, while Sakura could sense Scorpion's position through the ground spikes. Branches wrapped around Scorpion's body, leaving him completely immobilized. Seeing Scorpion being controlled and Deidara being suppressed, Obito, who was unable to protect himself, began to consider fleeing. Even if Scorpion and Deidara were captured, it would be fine. If he died here, what would happen to the infinite Tsukuyumi? There was still the world of Rin waiting for him to create. At this moment, the trapped Scorpion suddenly exploded, and a person jumped out. There's still someone inside. It was Sakura's turn to be surprised. Obito was also taken aback. What a small fry, he even hit a teammate. He almost made me abandon my allies to achieve greatness alone. I haven't fought with this body in a long time. The back of the scroll shattered and ultra-high temperature flames erupted from the conduit in his palm. Would release wood stake wall. A row of wooden stakes formed an archway in front of her, but Sakura's wood release was not the same as Hashirama's. It could not withstand such high temperatures and was about to be burned through. But the wood release provided Sakura with the time to form hand seals. Water release water wall. When the high-temperature flames collided with the water wall, a large amount of steam was produced. Seizing the opportunity, Deidara fled towards Scorpion. Obito also wanted to escape, but couldn't. Kakashi could see the color of Obito's chakra in the mist with his Sharingan. Neji could directly see through the dense fog with his Byakugan, and Guy could listen to Kakashi's movements to deduce Obito's situation. Although Lee could not keep up with Guy's pace under these circumstances, Obito had no choice but to keep moving, attempting to find a chance to catch his breath. As Deidara moved, he formed a C2, a rare opportunity to create a large explosive. A passage must be blasted open. A being in the cave was too disadvantageous for him. The giant dragon had just been conjured when Deidara, without any pause, commanded it to spit out explosive clay. Flames erupted in the cave and explosions occurred everywhere. Boom. The cave finally collapsed. Deidara leaped onto the giant dragon and soared into the sky. With a sharp sound, Sasuke's Chidori pierced the dragon's wing. Although it could no longer fly, Deidara's Scorpion and Obito managed to escape. Kakashi and the others' attack was interrupted, finally allowing Obito to breathe a sigh of relief. He had almost been forced to use his Anaji. Obito, can you use your space-time ninjutsu now? Not yet, keep running, we need to get outside the range of the ninjutsu. Without a second thought, the three of them turned and ran, and Lin Yang understood their thoughts. While pursuing the rescue team, they released their ninjutsu. Every time they approached the edge of the void, Lin Yang would reinforce the void again. Obito could no longer hold back and stopped in place. This Catan mouse feeling was unpleasant, especially when he was the mouse. Now that they had reached an open area, there were more options available. Seeing that Deidara and the others wanted to keep running, Obito spoke up. In terms of speed, you can't outrun Lin Yang. She not only has flying Raijin, but also the magnetic release bloodline limit that allows her to levitate and fly. Yet we are still running. Can you guess why? Deidara did not want to run anymore. Scorpion, cover me for a moment. Scorpion nodded and took out a scroll. 100 machine manipulation. Looking up at the hundreds of puppets dressed in red robes, Lin Yang turned to a few of her subordinates. So what do you think? Want to give it a try? Originally, Lin Yang had come to see the outer path golem, but as soon as she took a glance, the battle broke out, and the golem had been summoned somewhere. With nothing else to do, she decided to train a few of her subordinates. Neji declared with determination, of course we should give it a try. Sasuke remained silent, drawing his sword and stepping forward. Sakura immediately unleashed ninjutsu, earth release, iron prison. The ground sank into a massive pit, surrounded by iron walls. Initially, Sakura had learned this ninjutsu to set up a temporary battlefield hospital, but she never expected her first use in battle would be to create an arena. Naruto, unwilling to fall behind, shouted, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kakashi glanced at Obito again. After attacking for 4 minutes, although he hadn't made contact with the ethereal form, Obito's anxious running suggested he was close. Kakashi and Guy exchanged glances, confirming their strategy through eye contact. Guy charged ahead with a wood-style whirlwind, which Obito dodged by phasing through. Kakashi appeared from behind Guy, joining him in a flurry of attacks. Having grasped the general timing, the two did not need to conserve energy for testing anymore, nor did they require Neji and Lee's assistance. Feeling the relentless assault from the two, Obito looked puzzled at. No way, how can you be so in sync with him? Just a glance, and you know what to do. However, Lin Yang had yet to make her move, and Scorpion and Deidara were nearly cornered. Obito hesitated, debating whether to leave. Seeing the hundreds of puppets floating in the air, Neji turned to Sakura and said, fall back and protect everyone. Sakura and Sasuke, having seen Neji's heat prison before, quickly retreated. Although Naruto was confused seeing Sasuke and Sakura retreat, it was safe for him to do the same. Even though Scorpion was now in a puppet body, he still felt numb. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Why are you all so afraid? Just how much more do you have hidden? Niji pressed one hand to the ground. Ninjutsu heat prison. Scorpion commanded his puppet to charge at Niji. Deidara was desperately consuming clay. Just as the puppet was about to reach him, Niji jumped backward and upward. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Boom. Scorpion was completely dumbfounded. Was that the great fireball jutsu? Did you think I haven't seen the great fireball before? Who are you trying to fool? The sea of fire surged forward and Scorpion had no choice but to use the newly summoned puppet to block in front. Fortunately, Deidara's technique was also nearly complete. Scorpion maneuvered the puppet to flank Sasuke, and the two seized the opportunity to ride the giant dragon into the sky. Hurry, they're about to escape. Then let's try this crystal rock flow fire. Whoosh. Projectiles continuously emerged from the ground and shot towards the giant dragon, exploding in midair, restricting its movement. Try this one. Realizing they couldn't escape, Deidara changed tactics, commanding the dragon to fly back and drop clay dolls from above. The dolls gradually enlarged in the air. The explosion radius of C3 was substantial enough Deidara planned to detonate it just outside the range of Chidori. But suddenly a wooden stake lifted beneath Sasuke, propelling him upward. Deidara momentarily failed to react, and C3 was seized by Sasuke's Chidori. Scorpion raised his hand and spewed flames. Naruto leapt out from behind Sasuke, following the wooden stake. Rasengan. Bang. The Rasengan struck the giant dragon solidly. The giant dragon crashed to the ground. Meanwhile, Obito assessed the situation and decided to retreat for now, as leaving would allow him to avoid future troubles. He phased directly underground, letting Zetsu take him away. As Deidara and Scorpion landed, they immediately searched for Obito, calling for help. Unfortunately, all they saw was Obito abandoning them. Lin Yang pinned Deidara to the ground with several shurikens, then electrified the ground to prevent his self-detonation. Then she spoke. So do you still want to struggle? Scorpion coldly glared at Lin Yang. I never expected to be cornered by a bunch of kids like this. Hey, you look like a kid yourself. Oh, Naruto protested indignantly. Why say so much? Just kill me already. Then you'll be disappointed if for now you're not dying. Next we'll see how Awakens and Tsunagakure respond to you two before deciding. Lin Yang approached and extracted Scorpion's core, then sealed both Deidara's and Scorpion's chakra with two Bagua seals. Alright, mission accomplished. Let's first send Gaara and Temari back to Tsunagakure. The group returned to the cave and found the two. Before Temari could speak, Lin Yang preempted her. The mission is complete, but these two are our captives. As for the third Kazekage's puppet, we'll discuss it with you in Konoha once Gaara is better. Temari wanted to argue, but knew she had no standing to do so, so she could only nod in acquiescence. Come on, I'll take everyone back to Tsunagakure first. Are we going to teleport all at once? Wouldn't that consume too much chakra? Kakashi felt that using flying Raijin like this would be too taxing on Lin Yang. As for whether or not they left a mark in another village, he didn't care. Once they were in the village, leaving a mark was quite normal. Today I'll show you a new ninjutsu. Saying this, a heap of iron sand slowly formed into an airplane. Alright, get on the plane, we're taking off. Lin Yang returned to Shine Village with the group. It was the familiar aircraft in the familiar location. This time the ninjas of Shine Village did not take action. Kanjuro was somewhat excited. Lin Yang had returned with this thing again. A powerhouse of this level wouldn't dare to flaunt themselves if they had failed their mission right. That would mean the mission succeeded and Gaara was brought back. Sure enough, the first to jump down was Shoju, carrying Gaara on his back. Although Shikaku had not been completely extracted, it still placed a tremendous burden on Gaara's body, who was still in a deep sleep. Gaara. Kanjuro immediately stepped forward to take Gaara from Shoju. Chio heard the commotion and came out. Seeing that Gaara was safe, she thanked the people of Konoha. Thank you all for your timely assistance. This favor will be remembered by Shine Village. However, before she could finish her words of gratitude, a white-haired figure descended from the aircraft. Konoha White Fang. How dare you come to Shine Village? Today I will take your head as an offering for my son and daughter-in-law. Chio threw a punch. Naruto dodged to block it while Sasuke kicked out with a whip-like leg. Although Chio blocked Sasuke's attack, she was still sent flying a distance. Just as she prepared to launch another attack, she found herself entangled by wooden restraints. Wait. Kanjuro and Shoju were both overwhelmed. Oh, what are you doing? They just rescued the Kazekage, and you're going to attack them directly. Is this bait too big? Using the Kazekage as a trap. Shoju saw that the others were already in combat readiness, her arms spread wide to stand between the two groups. Everyone calmed down. There must be a misunderstanding. She understood the combat strength of these people. If a fight broke out, even if they ultimately won, Shine Village would likely suffer great losses. But the most critical issue was that they might never receive missions again. If today you dare to use the Kazekage to trap and eliminate Konoha's team, tomorrow will you seize the employer's property under the pretense of completing a mission? That's right. Lady Chio, say something. Kanjuro watched as this old lady failed to explain, feeling quite anxious. Konoha White Fang, what audacity. After killing my son and daughter-in-law, you dare to appear before me. Konoha White Fang. Guy knew of the incident where Shikaku killed Kyo's son and daughter-in-law. For this, Chio had even organized an ambush for revenge, but it had failed. Upon hearing this, Kakashi understood why Chio was taking action. It's fine. I just mistook you for someone else. Kakashi waved his hand to relax everyone, then spoke to Chiyo. I am not Konoha White Fang. Chiyo then took a closer look at Kakashi. Indeed, although he resembled him, his demeanor was still somewhat different and his face was covered, making it hard to discern his age. At this moment, Sakura finally released Chiyo. I apologize everyone. I lost my composure. It's fine, it's fine. Although being killed by the enemy on the battlefield is a normal and reasonable occurrence, having one's own father kill the other side's child, and now that person is standing right in front of you, Kakashi felt somewhat awkward. After settling Gaara, both sides moved to the conference room. First, I must thank Konoha for their generous assistance. Now that the Kazekage is unwell, I represent Shine Village as his advisor to express our gratitude. You are too polite. Kakashi, as the captain of this operation, was fully responsible for all activities, including diplomatic matters. As for the issue of remuneration, we will discuss it with the Hokage later. For now, please stay in Shine Village for a couple of days. All expenses incurred during this time will be covered by us as a token of our gratitude. But isn't this just a token of gratitude? What can you consume in Shine Village? However, Lin Yang still refrained from rubbing salt in their wounds. He had already silenced Shine Village. If he mocked them again, even Lin Yang would feel it was an act of wickedness. Kakashi also realized that Chiyo intended for them to stay until Gaara woke up, as only then could the mission be considered complete. But since they offered a way out, he accepted it. Shine Village might not have much to consume, but they did have mines. Since Niji was also present, they could buy ores. Perhaps they might find some good chakra metals. Thus, both sides reached a consensus amidst laughter and chatter. The rescue team sent a mission status report to Konoha and settled in. Kakashi took Niji to scour the stone trading market. Guy and Lee booked a training ground for 24 hours without interruption. Sakura was in charge of treating Gaara. The poison of Shine Village was indeed quite potent, but it was too specialized. Their medical skills could only be described as good, but they were still quite lacking compared to Sakura, the disciple of Tsunade. Sasuke and Naruto were responsible for ensuring Sakura's safety. As for Lin Yang, he roamed around the land of wind looking for places of value, considering what he could trade for with the scorpion and the third Kazekage puppet. Or perhaps he would take Lulan to see what the dragon vein was all about. 3 days passed quickly, and Gaara finally woke from his coma. The familiar ceiling. Turning his head to look at the bedside, familiar faces. Wait a minute, Naruto. Naruto, why are you here? Gaara, you're awake. That's great. Sakura, Gaara is awake. Sakura, yawning, came out from the adjacent resting room. She approached to check Gaara's physical condition. Everything seems fine now. You just need to rest well from here on out. At this moment, Gaara understood that it was Konoha that had rescued him. With the Kazekage awake, the people of Konoha were also preparing to return to the village. In these 3 days, Chiyo had already learned about the scorpion and the third Kazekage. She originally wanted to take advantage of the fact that a few people were still in Konoha to return, but unexpectedly Kakashi kept deferring, claiming he didn't have the authority, insisting on waiting for the Hokage's decision. The previous ambush designed for Lin Yang had not yet passed, and now this incident had occurred. Their situation was becoming increasingly difficult. Before departing, Lin Yang found Gaara. Aren't you going to prepare anything for your return to Konoha? Did you come to find me for something? Nothing, just came to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. A heart-to-heart talk? That's right. What do you think of the current ninja world? I don't know. Then let me ask you again, why does the ninja world keep breaking out in wars? Isn't it because your land of fire occupies the best resources? What do you mean by this question? Is it a mockery? Gaara remained silent, but Lin Yang could somewhat guess what he was thinking. Many people in the ninja world held the same view. Do you want the people of the land of wind to enjoy the same living environment as those in the land of fire? Gaara was somewhat surprised and glanced at Lin Yang. How is that possible? Even if you allow us to move everyone over, it would be impossible to accommodate so many people, right? There's nothing impossible. Heaven has bestowed upon us the remarkable ability of chakra to change this world with our own hands rather than watching the endless yellow sand do nothing. What do you mean? If I had the ability to transform the environment of the land of wind, allowing everyone to have a better life, would you be willing to support me? Elaborate. The rain country borders the wind country, yet that land is perpetually shrouded in rain, where many may never witness a sunny day in their lifetime. So you wish to transport the water from the rain country to the wind country? Exactly. Then wouldn't the wind country have its drinking water and irrigation completely in the hands of the rain country? What if they poison the water? That's why I want to completely annihilate both the wind and rain countries. Hearing this, Gaara was already prepared to take action, yet Lin Yang remained standing in place, gazing into the distance, showing no intention of launching an assassination. Why? I want to transform the entire ninja world into a single nation. Even Gaara the Kazekage was taken aback by Lin Yang's bold vision. Imagine if everyone belonged to one nation, would the rain and wind countries still harm each other? Gaara felt Lin Yang had a point. But why should the fire country absorb the other nations instead of the other way around? Because I am strong. Doesn't that mean there will still be wars? So let me ask you first if you agree the wind country can be spared from the ravages of war and fewer lives will be lost. Your reasoning, even if I agree the higher-ups of Sunagakure will not. What do you think of your childhood? Gaara was shocked. Oh, what's wrong with this person? Just because I disagree with your idea, you poke me in the chest. Yet Lin Yang seemed oblivious to his expression and continued, what do you think is the root of your childhood suffering? The Ichibi. No, it's the demand for tailed beasts to become weapons. Even if it weren't the Ichibi, it would be another tailed beast. But what does this have to do with your idea? When there is only one nation in the ninja world, will tailed beasts still be weapons? We could confine the tailed beasts and exhibit them. Forget it, just an example. I'm not really going to do that. Gaara imagined the scenario. Lin Yang described no borders, everyone free to go anywhere, and no more Jinchuriki. Perhaps after decades or a century, people could truly set aside hatred and live together. As for the tailed beasts, they would surely still be controlled and sealed within Jinchuriki, but it's just a grand vision. While Gaara has just become Kazekage, it's easy to fool him. It won't be so easy later. Let's go. You might have a misunderstanding about the tailed beasts. I'll show you the real tailed beasts. Lin Yang placed his hand on Gaara's shoulder, and with 2 instances of Flying Thunder God, they traversed the entire Fire Country and arrived in the Water Country. Does this mean that in a battle you can reach the battlefield from anywhere within 5 seconds? Gaara now understood what Lin Yang meant by, because I am strong. The two stood on the sea. Lin Yang sensed there were no people nearby, and summoned summoning technique. Ishii was originally enjoying fish at the bottom of the lake, suddenly summoned, though displeased he still came. These two don't seem to be fighting, why call him here? This is the 3 tails. Exactly. Tailed beasts can actually be summoned. With Gaara's limited experience, he could hardly imagine that tailed beasts could sign summoning contracts. Are they really that easy to communicate with? Actually, your Ichibi can also live freely like it, residing in the desert without disturbance, and only summoned when encountering enemies. But if everything is unified, where would be the enemies needing tailed beasts? Perhaps aliens might attack in the future. How can someone be so grand in aspirations yet so naive, even mentioning aliens? Doesn't he realize how ridiculous that sounds? The Ichibi within Gaara sensed the presence of Ishii. Hey kid, is that the 3 tails outside? Let me say a few words to him. Gaara glanced at Lin Yang. Surely someone who could tame the 3 tails wouldn't fear the Ichibi, especially with the 3 tails helping. Thus he activated the sand coffin technique as sand continuously eroded Gaara's body, gradually expanding until the Ichibi manifested. Ah damn, it's so much water. The water made the Ichibi feel heavy and uncomfortable. But a chill swept over, and the water surface beneath froze into ice, followed by a layer of vines creeping over. Thank you. The Ichibi showed the most basic respect to the human who had signed a summoning contract with Ishii. Who knows if this person relied on charm or strength to sign the contract? Better to play it safe. Ishii, you actually teamed up with a human. Ishii glanced at Lin Yang, saying she is different from other humans. Ishii does not covet my power. Though the Ichibi wanted to retort, the memory of being beaten last time was still fresh, so it held back. Ichibi, do you want freedom? The Ichibi looked at Lin Yang full of doubt. It didn't believe Lin Yang would risk Gaara's life for its freedom. Of course, it's not about extracting you, but unsealing your power. However, whether you can come out depends on Gaara's agreement. How about that? It was tempting since Hashirama captured them and distributed them to various villages. It hadn't felt freedom. Initially, the Sage of 6 Paths told them that humans and tailed beasts could understand each other and coexist peacefully, but decades of imprisonment had made it start to doubt the Sage. Today, the opportunity for freedom was right before its eyes. All right. Then you go back first. I will have another talk with Gaara. After Gaara awakened, Lin Yang mentioned the promise made to the Ichibi. But isn't it dangerous that the tailed beasts can come out at any time? Don't think of the tailed beasts as evil. They are aggregates of chakra, not malicious beings. They have their own preferences and habits. It's just that the first Hokage forcibly imprisoned them. Seeing Gaara still hesitant, Lin Yang added, it's fine. I'll lend you my Flying Thunder God Kunai. You've already experienced that speed. If the Ichibi misbehaves, just call me, and I can come anytime. Holding your kunai means you can come and go from Sunagakure as you wish. Then how about this? Let the Ichibi release a small portion of chakra in the form of a clone to exist outside your body, while the rest remains sealed inside. How does that sound? In this way, the Ichibi gained a bit of human trust, and the human also gained a bit of the Ichibi's trust. Upon returning to Sunagakure, a raccoon covered in cursed seal patterns stood on Gaara's shoulder. What are the tailed beasts? They are the nightmares of countless people. The villagers of Sunagakure watched as their Kazekage walked down the street with the Shikaku, the beast that had haunted their dreams, perched on his shoulder. Though the Shikaku was now only the size of a cat, no one dared to underestimate it. The higher-ups of Sunagakure rushed to the streets to see what was happening upon receiving the news. The Shikaku had appeared, and not only that, it was simply standing on Gaara's shoulder without making any movements. No one would believe it unless they saw it with their own eyes. After all, it was a tailed beast, not a kitten or puppy. How could it be so well-behaved? However, when they truly came face to face with Gaara, they had no choice but to believe it. The Shikaku found the expressions of these humans amusing. You sealed me, controlled me to be your weapon, yet you are terrified of me. Indeed, not every human can face a tailed beast like that. Little ghost Lin Yang. What are you all staring at me for? Want to die? The crowd was on high alert, with Chiyo even drawing her kunai. All right, Shikaku, stop causing trouble. They just need time to adjust, Gaara said. Humph. The Shikaku still honored Lin Yang's agreement, and upon hearing Gaara's words said nothing further, turning its head to the side. Is this Shikaku so easy to talk to? Could it be that the Kazekage found a summoning beast that looks like Shikaku to scare us? No, that can't be. There is no one in Sunagakure opposing the Kazekage. Why would it randomly scare us? Oh no, it really is the Shikaku. Chiyo found it most unbelievable. Being older and having gone through much, she had participated in the suppression of the Shikaku since the era of the Jinchuriki. She believed she understood the Shikaku very well. But now seeing the Shikaku before her, she had to doubt whether she was under a Jinjutsu. Realizing that the Shikaku really had no intention of causing harm, the crowd temporarily lowered their guard. Kazekage-sama, where did you just run off to? A few of the higher-ups from Sunagakure were originally planning to hold a meeting to discuss the rewards for Konoha and the return of Sasori and the third Kazekage. The third Kazekage's magnetic release was of no consequence as Konoha had it themselves now, and after so many years the secrets in the third Kazekage's mind had already become outdated, so they weren't worried. It was merely a bonus. However, Sasori was different. According to the information from Temari, he could control hundreds of puppets at once. If that puppet technique were to fall into Konoha's hands, it would truly be disastrous. So they had to argue for Sasori's case. Everyone had been searching for the Kazekage for half a day without finding him and was preparing to ask Kakashi for help when they realized they hadn't left yet. Lin Yang, however, had no idea what they were thinking, or otherwise she would have regretted not keeping Gaara for a few more hours. I went to the land of water with Lin Yang to resolve the issue with the Shikaku, Gaara said, still not revealing the matter of the Wind Country's capitulation. The crowd was secretly shocked. So the Shikaku on Gaara's shoulder was Lin Yang's doing. If she could summon the Shikaku, could she also summon the Nine Tails? It seemed this negotiation would be costly. The next morning the Konoha team arrived at the gates of Sunagakure. Gaara and the others came to see them off. Thank you all for your hard work this time. Please send my regards to the Hokage. Understood. Safe travels. Thank you. Lin Yang held Sakura's hand with one hand and raised the other. All right kids, line up. The teacher is ready to take everyone home. What are you doing? Kakashi said, feeling embarrassed. It's fine, I can run back by myself. It was too shameful. Didn't they know family matters should not be aired in public? The Kazekage was still right here. They were pulling off a stunt behind his back. Lin Yang had no other thoughts, purely because the Flying Thunder God required a chakra link. She suddenly remembered how the teacher in her childhood kindergarten used to take the children like this every day. Fine, if you don't want to, then forget it. Sakura grabbed Sasuke's hand. Come on, hurry up. Lin Yang is going to use so much chakra to bring so many people to Konoha. Don't make it harder for her. Tion's eyes lit up, grabbing Niji and holding onto Lin Yang's other hand. Exactly, don't make it harder for Lin Yang, let's go. But Naruto immediately noticed the problem. Sasuke, you bastard. How can you hold Sakura's hand? Humph. However, Sasuke didn't want to pay him any mind. Among the crowd, a guy with bushy eyebrows felt a sense of loss. Although Kakashi and Guy wanted to take another flight, they were asking for help to bring them back to the village, so it was inappropriate to make demands, and had to accept. Whoosh, the Konoha rescue team vanished. Kazekage-sama, what is Lin Yang's Flying Thunder God capable of? Maki, as a high-ranking member of Sunagakure, was still keen on intelligence regarding potential enemies. Lin Yang could take 9 people with her at once, which meant on the battlefield, she could bring 9 powerful allies to support. Yesterday, with 2 uses of the Flying Thunder God, I went from Sunagakure to the land of water. Hiss, the temperature in Sunagakure broke the historical record for this time of year. In 2 months, it will be the Chunin exams. Temari, you should head to Konoha then. Before you go, let's discuss what we can offer. The last incident might be brought up by Konoha. Understood. Meanwhile, Lin Yang led the group directly to the Hokage's office. Tsunade was in a meeting discussing the Chunin exams, when suddenly the meeting table was filled with people. Even Guy, the cheerful and sunny boy, felt awkward enough to dig his toes into the ground. Sitting at the meeting table, Akane watched Guy's toes twitching wildly. Guy, maybe you shouldn't dig at your toes anymore. Guy's toes began to dig faster and harder. Sakura and Tion were transported to the center with Lin Yang and pretended to be ostriches, pretending they didn't exist. Only Naruto and Lee looked confused. Hey, this is the Hokage's office. Oh, Tsunade, you're here. We finished our mission. Lin Yang. Tsunade slammed her fist on the table, which couldn't withstand her strength, and shattered. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I'm used to flying alone. Lin Yang came up behind Tsunade and calmed her. Seeing the faces of the team only filled with embarrassment, and hearing Naruto say they had finished their mission, it seemed there were no issues. In the future, no one is allowed to fly directly into the Hokage's office. Alright, next time for sure. Since you're all here, find a place to sit. In 2 months, it will be the Chunin exams. Let's discuss how to handle it. Naruto, you can go out. Huh? What do you mean, huh? You're just a Genin, you can't leak the exam questions. You can go home now. Naruto. The Chunin exam is once again hosted by the Hidden Leaf Village and the Sand Village, while the other 3 nations only send Genin to participate in the examination. They do not particularly care about the events organized by the Hidden Leaf. As for whether one can become a Chunin, that is not solely up to the Hidden Leaf to decide. Lin Yang has no desire to take on any responsibilities. During her first Chunin exam, she was only interested in Orochimaru. Now, there is no need for that. The food supply has been monopolized to a large extent, effectively sidelining the daimyo. The next step is to have her own subordinates to overshadow the Hokage. Ever since Lin Yang's base was established, it has almost become a refuge for those who do not fit in with the Hidden Leaf. Initially, only the branch family of the Hyuga who had been caged helped out, but later various individuals were drawn in, such as Nara clan members wanting to be the best Inazuka clan members who love cats, and Aburame clan members who prefer physical combat without raising insects. Lin Yang accepts everyone without reservation. She does not believe that one must follow the path of their ancestors simply because they were born into a family. How everyone should have their own choices. She even built an underground training ground reinforced with barriers. Although the barriers are not invincible, to break them would require at least the strength of a jonin, and her subordinates are not yet at that level. A ninja's strength is partly their own, but a significant part also relies on external tools. Lin Yang decided to take advantage of the time before the Chunin exam to commission some weapons. As Naruto prepares for the Chunin exam, Lin Yang brings Sakura, Sasuke, and Neji to the land of crafts once again after more than 2 years. In terms of the quality of ninja tool manufacturing, the Uchihas contracted Ninja Cat clan might be strong, but what Lin Yang needs is a large-scale supply of weapons, which requires the artisans of the land of crafts. The group arrives at the land of crafts. They buy a kunai and the most bizarre weapon from each shop. After purchasing the goods, Lin Yang teleports directly to the land of Whirlpool. As soon as they land, the three see countless versions of Lin Yang emitting various colors of light, occasionally accompanied by explosions or other unexplainable phenomena. Indeed, to expedite the research on bloodline limits, Lin Yang added another 20,000 clones. This kind of pure computational work is quite suited for her current situation, as it does not consume chakra. She can simply create more shadow clones. When the space runs out, she might consider conquering a country. Lin Yang, how can you create so many shadow clones? Sakura only knew Lin Yang was strong, but she didn't expect her to be this strong. Whether Naruto could even produce this many shadow clones was uncertain. Could Lin Yang's chakra be greater than the combined total of Naruto and the Nine Tails? However, she wisely refrained from asking what the shadow clones were doing, as it was evident they were developing some advanced ninjutsu. It's nothing, just that my chakra is a bit more abundant than yours. Lin Yang led them to a somewhat less crowded beach to test the weapons and see which artisan had the best skills. With the help of her clones, they quickly selected a small shop. Although there were only a father and son inside, the ninja tools they produced were of the highest quality among all the ones they had purchased, and their ability to create unique ninja tools was also impressive. Of course, it might also be because of the low production volume, which ensured quality. In any case, they had found a qualified supplier. The next day, Lin Yang approached the shop owner. "Hello, ninja masters, were the weapons you bought yesterday useful? Do you want to buy some more?" The shopkeeper had a strong impression of the group: Sakura with pink hair and green eyes, Neji with black hair and white eyes, Lin Yang with black hair and blue eyes, while only Sasuke looked the most normal with black hair and black eyes. Of course, he would turn into black hair and red eyes when angry. Moreover, since the shop's business was originally not busy, it made it easy for the owner to remember them. "Yes, the quality of the weapons you made is excellent, so I have a list I would like you to create. I wonder if you can manage it." "No problem. I can't speak for anything else, but when it comes to crafting ninja tools, I am an expert." "All right, what's your name?" "My name is Mukamura Yuji." "Mukamura, this is the design for the weapons I want to create. Take a look and let me know how long it will take to make them." Mukamura Yuji took the blueprint, seeing it depicted some steel tubes, springs, and such. Although he didn't know what they were, for as long as the client had a demand, he just needed to make them. In response to the master, "Since this is the first time making it will take about 10 days. "All right, I will stay at the inn over there for these 10 days. Once you finish, send someone to find me. Oh, I am Lin Yang." "Understood, Lin Yang-sama." It felt a bit strange to be called Sama, but Mukamura Yuji didn't correct him for now, as he had yet to pass the test. Lin Yang did not have to wait 10 days. On the 7th day, Mukamura Yuji sent his son Mukamura Kaizuke to inform Lin Yang that the weapons were ready. The group returned to Mukamura Yuji's shop. "Are these the new ninja tools you made? Do they need to be assembled?" "Exactly. I finally designed this after 3 years of hard work." When Lin Yang first arrived in the ninja world, she wanted to create one, but the details were too unclear, and an automatic structure is not something simple. Fortunately, she had her versatile shadow clones. After more than 3 years of development work, she finally figured it out. From the initial steel tubes filled with gunpowder to adding parts based on the scientific videos she had watched in her memories, employing an unknown number of people, she finally replicated a pistol. Ninjas often overlook the importance of weapons in personal combat due to the existence of chakra. The speed of the bullet from a pistol is faster than that of kunai and shuriken. Although bullets cannot curve and cannot hit enemies behind trees, it's not a choice between a pistol and shuriken. Both can certainly be placed in a scroll for use. Once the pistol was assembled, Lin Yang carefully felt the cold touch of the steel. It was beautiful, too beautiful. "Sasuke, let's settle the bill and go try out the weapons." Since Lin Yang is not a chemistry expert, even though she knows the structure of bullets, she cannot produce powerful enough gunpowder or reliable primers, so she thought of a way to use ninjutsu instead of gunpowder. The Lightning Release Super Electromagnetic Cannon is an excellent ninjutsu. It only requires inscribing the technique on the body of the gun, and the user just needs to inject chakra into it. The bullet is still loaded automatically by the gun structure. The realization of this technique was inspired by the scientific ninja tools seen in her previous life in Naruto, but she still cannot create a universal scientific ninja tool that could replace ninjutsu scrolls, as she can only inscribe specific techniques on specialized weapons for use. However, even so, it was sufficient. Finding a small grove, Lin Yang gazed at a leaf on a distant tree. "Sasuke, let's have a competition. You use shuriken, and I'll use my new ninja tool, aiming for that leaf on the right side of that tree. What do you say? If my shuriken technique is much stronger than it was back then, you better be careful." "Don't worry, Neji, you referee. Alright, I will throw this stone up, and when it lands you both can strike. Niji tossed the stone into the air, and Lin Yang raised her hand to aim while Sasuke did the same. Bang! The stone hit the ground. Virum! The bullet shot out accelerated by the electromagnetic track, and before Sasuke could throw his shuriken, the leaf had already vanished. How about it, are you convinced? Sasuke has submitted. Not only Sasuke, but everyone has submitted. It's astonishing how quickly this happened. Ooh, I haven't even swung my hand yet. The trajectory of the bullet in the air is impossible to discern. Although it is a ninja tool, its speed is already comparable to a rank ninjutsu. While it is possible to dodge by observing the opponent's fingers, this speed would be difficult for even a mid-level jonin to evade. Moreover, it doesn't stop there. To maintain such a small size while possessing such speed is indeed remarkable, isn't it? The three of them looked at Lin Yang with eager expressions. Actually, we can inscribe the shadow shuriken technique on the muzzle of the gun. With this, not only will the speed be fast, but the quantity will also be substantial. If this is equipped, how would the opponent dare to show their face? They might just hide behind the earth flow wall and cast ninjutsu. Niji suddenly thought of something. Lin Yang Mukai Yuji has seen the design drawings. Don't worry, I will bring him back to Konoha. After testing the handgun, Lin Yang returned to Mukai Yuji's shop. Lord Ninjas, has there been a problem with the newly forged ninja tools? Mukai Yuji asked nervously. No, the ninja tools are forged excellently, which is why I invited you to Konoha to help me forge ninja tools. Rest assured, your salary will not be less than what you earn in the land of crafts, and I can permit you to bring all your family members along. Well, I only have one son, but I have been running this shop for a lifetime. Seeing Mukai Yuji still hesitating, Lin Yang no longer wanted to wait. I will ask you one last time, will you go or not? I can also help you get the shop to Konoha. Looking at the cold expressions of the two handsome men behind Lin Yang, Mukai Yuji knew that if he refused again, it would be unwise. I will go. Since Lord Lin Yang has arranged it, I will definitely go. Sai, how can we ordinary people stand against ninjas? Although Mukai Yuji complained inwardly, he dared not voice it. After the father and son packed their luggage, Lin Yang grabbed them and flew back to his base using the flying thunder god technique. The Mukai father and son, being ordinary people, were bewildered as they landed, spinning around to take in their surroundings. Have we already arrived in Konoha? So fast. Alright, stop looking. There will be plenty of time in the future. You made a very wise choice. You have already seen my ninja tool design. If you hadn't come, I would have had to find a way to erase your memory. Gulp, Lord Lin Yang is back. Narashika greeted Lin Yang as he approached. This person is the oddball among the Nara clan. All the children of the Nara family are unwilling to play with him because of his strong ambition. If he didn't have that pineapple hairstyle, he might even be suspected of having different bloodlines. But he wants to improve, so after hearing about Lin Yang's achievements, he decided to follow Lin Yang. Narashika had just been promoted to Chunin a year after Shikamaru. Although his intellect does not match Shikamaru's, he is still outstanding, managing the base's affairs meticulously for Lin Yang. As his chakra affinities are wind, fire, and Lin Yang prepared the blaze release for him. With the natural intellect bestowed by the Nara clan and his driven personality, he is now trained in blaze release to a considerable level. Lu Jing, you arrived just in time. This is Mukai Yuji, who will be the head of our ninja tool department from now on. All ninja tool forging matters will be handled by him, and you will initially teach him a bit. Then Lin Yang introduced Mukai Yuji to the basic situation of the base and the main management personnel. Alright, from now on you just need to focus on forging weapons in Konoha. I have some large ninja tool design drawings. I look them over and start crafting, and remember to leave space for the inscription techniques. Understood, Lord Lin Yang. Rain Village. New member Balahu was brought to the Akatsuki by Itachi and Kisame to attend his first internal meeting. Deidara and Sasori have also been captured, Conan said somewhat helplessly. Our Akatsuki's finance department seems to be cursed. It always targets those who are trying to make money. Although a fair amount of money had been saved previously, Conan had misappropriated funds to purchase explosive tags, which consumed a lot. Now the finances of Rain Village can only be described as barely manageable. Payne was also quite troubled. His grand undertaking had not even formally begun when he started losing personnel continuously. Now there are not many capable individuals left. The only usable combat power typically consists of Obito, Itachi, and Kisame, and now they have gained Bailu. Fortunately, although the one tail was not fully captured, they managed to acquire a portion of its chakra, which can be utilized for the time being, and if that doesn't work, they can consider a second capture. The two tails and eight tails are both in the Cloud Village, so there is no hurry to take action. If they push the Cloud Village too hard, executing the capture plans for other tailed beasts will become very difficult. The nine tails in Konoha is similarly a concern, along with the four tails and five tails in the Stone Village. It seems that the only easy targets left are the wild three tails and the seven tails in the Mist Village. It's decided, we will first capture the wild ones. Our previous plan to capture the one tail failed, but our ambitions cannot be halted. I have decided that we will first go after the currently wild three tails. This task will be assigned to Obito and Bailu. Oh, is there a mission right after arriving? Originally, Bailu had heard how powerful and impressive the Akatsuki was before coming, thinking that it must be filled with experts. However, upon actually arriving, the leader and assistant did not leave, and there was only one intelligence officer, and aside from him, just three combatants. How is this configuration supposed to make a name for itself in the ninja world? Have these three people already become that strong? Although he had some doubts about the future of the Akatsuki, Bailuhu still accepted the mission. After all, his research on bloodline limits really needed this platform. The Akatsuki captures tailed beasts, and during normal times, he can also ask his teammates to help him find the locations of bloodline limit users. Currently, the number of bloodline limits in the ninja world is quite substantial, especially in Konoha, where many bloodline limit users have suddenly emerged. He had attempted captures several times, but many Konoha ninjas had used some technique to take their own lives before being captured, and he couldn't retrieve any information. Later, Bailuhu changed his strategy, attempting to hypnotize those he encountered to investigate if there were special aspects of their bloodlines, hoping to directly transplant body tissue to gain bloodline limits. However, this was also ineffective. The bloodline limit provided by Lin Yang, rather than being called a bloodline limit, would be better described as a composite release technique. But Bailuhu did not lose hope. He felt that there must be some secrets involved. Thus, he struck a deal with the Akatsuki, helping them with chores while they occasionally assisted him in capturing people for research. What a pity! If Orochimaru were also in the Akatsuki, it would be perfect. The meeting concluded, and Obito, Pain, and Kakuzu gathered together. The Three Tails is currently submerged in a sea area of the land of water rarely surfacing. Obito glanced at Pain, his meaning clear. It was time for the newcomer to show his worth. Pain shrugged nonchalantly. I can force it out. Currently, Pain only possessed 3 bloodline limits: Wind Release, Dark Release, and Swift Release. If it was merely about forcing the Three Tails out, Wind Release would suffice. Obito nodded, realizing that the newcomer had some potential. With a flick of his power, Obito transported himself and the others to the intel location. Is this the spot? Kakuzu sensed the position of his clone and pointed into the distance, that direction 5 kilometers away. Upon reaching the surface of the water above the rocky outcrop, Pain made his move. Wind Release Lightning Stream. A black-blue beam shot from Pain's hand, piercing straight toward the seabed. Moments later, the once tranquil water surface began to churn violently, creating massive waves. The three quickly retreated to maintain distance. Another human coveting the power of a tailed beast. So this is the Three Tails. Obito felt a twinge of sadness, seeing the Three Tails. Once Rin had been its Jinchuriki, yet now, while the Three Tails remained, Rin was no longer. Thus, the Three Tails must become the cornerstone of a world that would recreate Rin. Surely, it would be pleased to give its life for the revival of its former Jinchuriki. It was Pain's first encounter with a tailed beast, and he could sense the endless chakra that was as vast as the ocean. However, possessing Dark Release and Swift Release, he felt no fear. He could absorb chakra attacks with Dark Release and evade physical attacks with Swift Release. Three Tails, if you don't want to suffer, come along quietly with us. So cocky. Kakuzu was confused. Why were there so many reckless individuals in the past 2 years charging at it with such confidence? Watching from the side, Kakuzu and Obito exchanged glances. Aren't you going to use the Sharingan to control the Three Tails? The newcomer allows me to observe. Let's see how it goes. Kakuzu was not very convinced, evidently doubting Obito's intel. Kakuzu launched 3 water iron cannons. Pain did not dodge or evade. He raised his hand, revealing 2 diamond-like marks in his palm. Dark Release Absorption Hole. The water sphere approached Pain's hand and was bizarrely absorbed into his palm. My turn. The 3 massive water spheres that had just flown over were returned in the same manner. Oh, this technique is interesting. Obito nodded in appreciation. Although Kakuzu's water spheres were immense, they were ineffective against Pain's sturdy exterior. I see. Absorb ninjutsu and return it. Then physical attacks would be the only option. Kakuzu sidestepped, swinging his tail toward Pain. Pain scoffed, merely letting out a cold grunt. He activated Swift Release, not retreating, but charging directly at Kakuzu. Kakuzu's tail attack missed entirely. Pain's speed was too fast, and Kakuzu couldn't keep up. He could only flail his limbs and tail in a futile attempt to halt Pain's advance. Even so, Pain found an opening in Kakuzu's defense and slipped beneath his abdomen. Got it. Wind Release Lightning Stream. The same technique, but at a different distance. The wind release released close to him, surged toward Kakuzu's abdomen. Unfortunately, as a large turtle, Kakuzu's abdomen was also protected by a hard shell. Though its strength was somewhat diminished, it was not a simple ninjutsu that could penetrate it. Pain retreated, creating distance from Kakuzu. It seems you lack the decisive ninjutsu to determine the outcome. The masked man remained silent, only critiquing. Pain rolled his red eyes dismissively. Then let me show you my true power. Zimao Chunin. Wind Release, Storm Ghost Dragon. The originally cloudy sky began to gather dark rain clouds. Though Kakuzu was a tailed beast, he wasn't foolish. He sensed the chakra in the air manipulating the rain clouds. Although he had never seen the technique before, it could affect the weather, indicating its formidable power. He had to interrupt it. Kakuzu curled his body, rolling toward Pain like a wheel. However, his speed was far too slow for Swift Release. After 4 consecutive attacks, he achieved nothing. The thunderclouds in the sky formed a massive vortex. To be the first enemy of this technique, you should feel honored. Kakuzu realized that something disastrous was about to occur. Even if it was embarrassing, he had no choice but to seek Lin Yang's help. Reverse Summoning Technique. Boom! White smoke dissipated, revealing Lin Yang holding 3 colored pills, gazing at Kaku. However, Lin Yang immediately sensed the thunderclouds above. Water Release Great Waterfall Technique. A massive wave nearly 50 meters high surged upward. Ice release absolute 0. Before the seawater even began to fall, it was already frozen midair, forming an ice mountain that appeared to have a cave. Boom. A thick bolt of lightning struck down from the thunderclouds, hitting the peak of the ice mountain, cleaving a portion of the ice above Lin Yong and Kakuzu. Lin Yong recognized this technique reminiscent of a Qilin. It was Pain's. He turned to look for his companions, only to find that everyone had vanished. In the distance he shouted, "What are you doing? We are on the verge of success. Why take me away now?" Just as Lin Yong appeared, Obito activated his Kimui to take Pain away. Fortunately, Lin Yong had faced the Three Tails upon arriving, otherwise with the space restriction activated, he couldn't fathom how to escape across the vast ocean. Pain had not endured Lin Yang's beatings. He thought of her merely as a 14 or 15-year-old girl and questioned what threat she posed. Even the legendary Sannin, who he had long envied for their talents, had only achieved the Sannin title in their 20s. What was there to fear? 3 against 1, the advantage was mine. Obito found it difficult to explain Lin Yang's strength to him. If he told the truth, it made him seem weak, but if he didn't, he feared Pain might walk into danger. Pain noticed Obito's apprehension towards Lin Yong and disdainfully remarked, "I've heard of her. She possesses nearly all bloodline limits, but she uses ninjutsu, while my dark release can absorb ninjutsu." Obito's eyes lit up at this realization. Wasn't this a natural counter to Lin Yong? It seemed the advantage was indeed on his side today. However, Kakuzu interrupted with a cold splash of reality. Lin Yong may still have other hidden cards, though no one has ever forced her to unleash her full power. This statement successfully calmed Obito's racing mind. There was no choice. Kurozetsu could no longer watch as these individuals threw themselves away. With not a single tailed beast captured, they had already lost 4 key players. If this continued, how could he hope to resurrect his mother after Lin Yang's demise? But she was only 15 years old. How many years would he have to wait? Kakuzu did not want to wait any longer. He had endured for 1,000 years, finally seeing a genius like Uchiha Madara with success within reach. How could he afford to wait any longer? He had already survived for 1,000 years and did not care about enduring this moment, avoiding the spotlight. Forget it, as long as the Three Tails remains in the wild, we still have a chance. Kakuzu, keep an eye on Lin Yong. The moment she leaves the Three Tails side, we will capture it, and this time we will use the Sharingan directly. No problem. Kakuzu felt that the child had grown up, learning the virtue of patience. What was the person just now wearing? A black outfit with red clouds. This is the Akatsuki organization I told you about. It seems they thought they could capture you before you had a Jinchuriki. Moreover, there were still 2 people who hadn't made their move. They were just watching from the side. Lin Yong analyzed that as soon as he arrived, the person ran away, so Obito must have come along. The Sharingan. If they control Gifu, wouldn't there be no chance to release the reverse summoning? Suddenly, a flash of lightning crossed Lin Yang's mind. Wait, why didn't I gather all the tailed beasts or Jinchuriki before Akatsuki instead of trying to stop them from collecting the tailed beasts? A good idea, let's do it. There is a person in Akatsuki who controlled the 9 tails with the Sharingan to attack Konoha about 16 years ago. I estimate that after I return, he will come to directly control you. So come back with me to Konoha, and I will find a Jinchuriki for you. We can ask Shikaku for a sealing technique allowing you to split off a portion of chakra to live outside, without having to stay in the Jinchuriki's body every day. In the end, the Jinchuriki will receive chakra, and I will gain safety and freedom. Everyone will have a bright future. After Gifu agreed, Lin Yong sent a shadow clone back to the village to brief them, to prevent a tailed beast from suddenly appearing and causing chaos. After a while, the shadow clone's consciousness returned, and Tsunade instructed her to bring the 3 tails to meet at the Valley of the End. Alright, let's go. With a hand placed on Gifu's shoulder, they flew directly to the Valley of the End. Gifu's body crashed into the water, creating a massive wave. However, the people on the surrounding shore did not care. It was just a small splash, quite laughable. Tsunade was about to approach the 3 tails for a conversation when Kakashi reached out to stop her. "Lady Hokage, let me go first." Tsunade smirked. "I am the Hokage." She pushed Kakashi's hand aside and walked toward the 3 tails. A person and a tailed beast faced each other over the water, neither speaking. Nearby, Naruto asked, "Hey kid, is that the 3 tails outside?" "Huh, what does that have to do with you? You brat, are you after the power of the 3 tails? If you undo the seal, I can help you." "Cut it out, we don't need that. The 3 tails has already agreed to become a Jinchuriki." "What? How is that possible?" The 9 tails was baffled and greatly shocked. How could there be a tailed beast that willingly became a Jinchuriki without wanting freedom? Had it gone mad? Believe it or not, don't even think about unsealing it. Tsunade saw that the 3 tails had no intention of conversing with her and turned to Lin Yong. "Who do you want to be the Jinchuriki?" "Sakura Haruno." This kind of thing definitely had to benefit her little follower. Once she becomes a Jinchuriki, she will transform into a medical ninja with the protection of tailed beast chakra and the ability to perform large-scale healing with wood release. So powerful. A top-tier support, essentially a mobile battlefield hospital that comes with offensive capabilities. Perfect. Sounds good. Shall we start the sealing right away? No, let Sakura get familiar with it first. It's best if the tailed beast and the Jinchuriki can coexist harmoniously. Alright, are you sure it won't be a problem like this? Lin Yong looked up at Gifu. Gifu sensed Lin Yang's gaze. "Human, don't imagine us tailed beasts to be as cunning as you are. Since we agreed, we won't go back on our word. TCH. Although Tsunade wanted to refute the three-tails statement, she couldn't bring herself to do so. Deceiving enemies was one thing, but even tricking a turtle was too pathetic. Sakura was called over by Tsunade to stand in front of Gifu, and seeing the tailed beast in front of her with eyes larger than her own, she felt a bit nervous. But she still took the initiative to extend her hand. "Hello, I am Sakura Rinō." The three-tails looked at the pink-haired girl, but in its mind it was thinking of Lin Yang's figure. Could it be that the people around her treat tailed beasts like this? The three-tails moved its front paw forward to touch Sakura's hand. "You can just call me Three-Tails." Don't you have a name?" Lin Yang had not told Sakura about the tailed beasts, and during the rescue of the Kazekage Chiyo, did not provide any heartfelt explanations. She was also hesitant to ask Naruto, fearing it would touch upon his inner pain. Thus her understanding of tailed beasts was quite shallow. However, she never expected that a tailed beast that had lived for over 1,000 years could actually be nameless. "Of course I have a name, I will tell you at the appropriate time in the future." Gifu said this while glancing at Lin Yang. Lin Yang understood its meaning, but she did not intend to give Sakura any hints. After all, it was best for them to truly share their hearts. "I see, okay then." Sakura felt a bit disappointed, but could understand after all having been used as a weapon by humans for so many years, some hostility was to be expected. Back on the shore, Tsunade started assigning tasks. After all, a tailed beast was now in Konoha's hands, so it had to be taken seriously. Kakashi Akatsuki now assigned tasks to Team 7 and Team 8. During this period, you are responsible for protecting Sakura Haruno and the three-tails' safety, preventing Akatsuki from stealing the tailed beast. Understood. Ohura Yahiro, cover the Valley of the End with a barrier as much as possible to prevent enemies from sneaking in. Understood. The Nine-Tails incident seemed to linger in their minds, and Ohura Yahiro understood the importance of his task. If the three-tails were controlled by the Sharingan again, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, the Valley of the End was still a bit away from the village. Meanwhile, the White Zetsu monitoring Naruto sent information back to Obito. Obito was starting to doubt whether the infinite Tsukuyomi plan could succeed. Relying on his Kamui, he could come and go freely in the ninja world. Now that damned Lin Yang had created a barrier technique that actually restricted him. Moreover, the three-tails was going to be sealed by Konoha. Now all the tailed beasts had Jinchuriki. It seemed he could only target the softest targets first, either the 6 tails from the rogue ninja or the 7 tails from Takigakure. After receiving the information, Pain naturally convened a meeting as usual. The technique of the astral projection was activated. 7 illusory figures stood on a giant fingertip. This time the capture mission of the three-tails has failed again. Why not just use the Sharingan? Pain could not understand why they couldn't manage to capture a tailed beast. Showing off, they just had to show off. Well, look at what happened to a good opportunity was squandered. Obito was also at fault and couldn't say anything, but who would have thought that someone would not seal the tailed beast after capturing it, but instead sign a summoning contract? And shouldn't this blame fall on Zetsu? Information work is so crucial, and you still manage to make mistakes. If I had known earlier, I would have directly used the Sharingan. Thinking of this, Obito glanced at Zetsu. Zetsu noticed Obito's gaze. Having lived for over 1,000 years, he could tell the difference in that non-accusatory look. The question is, can you blame me? The three-tails hides in the water every day, it can sense natural energy. The best I could do was to keep track of its location. Did you really expect me to report on its daily activities? Pain was oblivious, but Konan had noticed the small movements between Obito and Zetsu. Sai, why has it started to fall apart internally? After settling, Sakura and Gifu, life once again returned to its mundane routine. A month later, the Chunin exam arrived as scheduled. The representatives from Sunagakure, led by Temari, arrived at Konohagakure. Tsunade naturally met with this steadfast ally of the Leaf Village at the first opportunity. After a brief discussion about matters related to the Chunin exam, the conversation inevitably turned to the captured Scorpion from Konoha and the third Kazekage's puppet. Konoha had not ceased its research after obtaining Scorpion's core. If he were merely an ordinary captive, that would be one thing, but the interrogation department had their methods to extract information. However, the issue was that this being was not human. The Yamano family was also at a loss, as there was surely a spirit within the core, yet it appeared to be sealed by a special layer from the outside. Thus, they sought the sealing class for research, but the sealing class stated that this seal combined aspects of biological technology. In the past, this matter could have been entirely entrusted to Orochimaru, but now he was nowhere to be found, making it impossible to capture him. Ultimately, Konoha's puppet technique was too outdated, relying heavily on conjecture for many fundamental principles, which significantly increased the difficulty of breaking the seal. Although given Konoha's talent pool, they could undoubtedly crack it, time was insufficient. It had only been 2 months since they obtained the core, and the prospect of deciphering Sunagakure's most talented puppeteer's ultimate secret felt overwhelming. Now, with the main parties arriving, continuing the research would naturally be quite difficult. However, Tsunade still hoped to buy some time, just in case one of the researchers had a sudden breakthrough tonight. Tsunade remarked, "Our esteemed guest, you traveled such a long way, why rush to work? We recently opened a new hot spring in Konoha, and it's truly wonderful. Let's go relax and enjoy for a couple of days. All expenses will be on us." The Sunagakure delegation internally scoffed, wondering why she hadn't considered this when they had just arrived and immediately started working. But circumstances were against them. They had to hold back. What if Konoha decided to destroy the core without further ado? After arranging accommodations for the Sunagakure delegation, Tsunade called the Jonin to her office to ask for their opinions. Upon hearing Tsunade's concerns, everyone felt it was best to delay if possible. After all, since they hadn't explicitly refused, Sunagakure would not be able to use this as a pretext for war. Moreover, this involved rogue ninjas, and Konoha could be considered entirely on the side of justice. If Sunagakure wanted to retaliate, they would have to come and fight. Their top combat power was insufficient. Although intelligence indicated that Shikaku was gradually integrating into Sunagakure, it was likely he could be deployed at any time. However, Konoha had also gained the Three Tails. After a month of mutual understanding, Gifu had tentatively acknowledged Sakura and completed the sealing ceremony. They were not afraid at all. Lin Yang was indifferent, stating that puppets like Scorpion, despite being a genius, would not be much of a threat against the current Konoha. Furthermore, Sunagakure would struggle to find another puppeteer of such talent. After finalizing their strategy, everyone was about to disperse. Then Yuzuki Yugao walked into the office saying, Hokugesima Awagakure and Kumogakure have sent word that both Kage will personally lead their teams to participate in this Chunin exam and will be arriving shortly. I can guess Awagakure's involvement likely for Deidara, but what about Kumogakure? Shizune found this puzzling. Tsunade, however, recalled the previous meeting where the three Kage had invited Lin Yang for discussions. Perhaps Kumogakure decided to join because Sunagakure and Awagakure were both present. The reality aligned closely with Tsunade's thoughts. Originally, Lin Yang's merchant convoy was supposed to deliver a batch of grain for sale. The convoy was traveling by sea when they encountered a storm. The escorting personnel were all ninjas, but the strongest among them was merely a chunin unable to withstand the forces of nature, resulting in a situation where the people were fine, but the ship was not. A ship full of grain was lost just like that. Normally, such logistical issues wouldn't be a major concern. However, this was grain. The next batch would take nearly a month to transport back and forth. This led to a dwindling food supply in Kumogakure, with no new grain arriving, and the village's arable land mostly converted to cash crops. As a result, the price of grain in Kumogakure skyrocketed day by day. A week before the grain was due to arrive, panic set in, with civilians frantically stockpiling grain and ninjas of all ranks continuously requesting leave from the village to travel or undertake missions, all in hopes of bringing back some grain. Faced with this, the Raikage dispatched the fastest ninjas from the village equipped with storage scrolls to meet the merchant convoy along the trade route. If not for the fact that the heaven-sent technique couldn't be activated anywhere, the Raikage would have considered going himself. They finally brought the grain back just before the village ran out of supplies. This made her realize just how important Lin Yang's role was in the ninja world. Immediately afterward, they ordered the village to expand its granary construction, ensuring at least a year's worth of food storage. That way, even if Lin Yang did not sell them grain, they would still have a year's worth of supplies to wait for their fields to yield enough crops. Of course, this was only if Konoha did not take the opportunity to wage war. As for launching a war to seize grain, Konoha had gained a significant number of bloodline users, and having lost stable food supplies, it would be better to avoid conflict. Therefore, this Chunin exam had to be discussed. As for that, Tsuchikage, handling the return of prisoners of war was not typically his responsibility, but he had no one capable of managing this task. His son was not very bright, and his granddaughter had a fiery temper. However, Deidara was still his disciple, and even though he was a rogue ninja, he should return to Awagakure for judgment rather than remain in Konoha. It seems the lineup for this Chunin exam is quite formidable. Both the Tsuchikage and Raikage are coming personally. Then it looks like we need to showcase our strength. By the way, is Naruto still a genin? That level of strength is still just a genin. Suddenly, the jonin present seemed to recall something, and all turned their gazes to Lin Yang. Why are you looking at me? Why are you looking at me? You don't actually intend to let Jiraiya take Naruto on a 2-year journey, just to ensure he doesn't get stuck at the Chunin exam, do you? Were they just waiting for him to return to participate in this Chunin exam? Lin Yang had not thought that far, as she simply felt that she was not particularly adept at teaching students like Naruto. Sakura, Neji, and Sasuke were all serious scholars, though once the principles were explained they could practice independently, and Sasuke had the Sharingan, making it even easier. Naruto, on the other hand, struggled. His theoretical knowledge was too limited. You had to design teaching activities for him first, then let him practice gradually. Thus, to prevent Naruto from falling behind, she let him accompany Jiraiya for training. While organizing the Chunin exam, Tsunade had also heard Kakashi speak about Lin Yang's bold theories, so she added, "Let's call Temari back later. I believe this exam should primarily focus on friendly exchanges and discussions." Tsunade entrusted the tasks of the Chunin exam to Shikamaru and Temari. Shikamaru complained about the hassle of work, but had never made any mistakes. The ninja of Konoha and the princess of Sunagakure spent every day discussing how to torment the lower ninjas, making them feel the pain they once endured. 5 days before the Chunin exam, Tsuchikage and Raikage finally arrived at Konoha. Inoki had also heard about the events in Kumogakure and was deeply concerned. Iwagakure's situation was not good either. The economy of the Land of Earth relied on mining with little arable land. Now, under the pressure from Lin Yang, it was in even worse shape. Upon arriving in Konoha, the two did not immediately seek out Tsunade, but met privately at an inn first. "Tsuchikage, you must have heard about the situation in Kumogakure by now," said Inoki. "Yes, I never expected it to reach this point without anyone noticing," he replied. The first Hokage had would release, but he never used such means to control other nations. Before Lin Yong, only Hashirama possessed would release, but his nature was pure and he never employed such tactics. After him, no one had the ability to do so, leaving several nations oblivious to the possibility when grain prices fell. This had given Lin Yong the opportunity. It's too late to discuss these matters now, or we should think about what to do next, Inoki said, and the others present fell silent. As the old adage goes, when neighbors store grain, I store weapons, neighbors are my granary. But the current issue is that Konoha is strong, firmly seated at the top of the ninja world. They are not easy to rob. Let's raise taxes, Darui suggested, having thought of no other alternatives. However, the black soil before him showed no mercy. I have 9 ways to secretly transport grain. 9 ways. Then what do you propose? Lin Yang's exported grain is only about 1/10 of our price, but if we raise taxes I suspect she could lower the price even more. None of us knows where her chakra limit lies, Tsuchikage said, a hint of worry in his voice. What do you think, Tsuchikage? Reikage was already contemplating a direct military solution at this point. As long as Lin Yong dies, and the grain output declines, everything will return to the previous state. Although Sakura also possesses would release based on reports from ninjas on the battlefield, her would release likely cannot supply the entire ninja world. This is in Konoha, Inoki said, understanding the battle intent in Ace eyes, yet he still tried to cool down Reikage's anger. I know, so my target is not her, but the merchant convoy. Inoki quickly grasped Reikage's thoughts. Plunder the merchant convoy, then lure Lin Yong out, and look for an opportunity to kill her. Alright, then the negotiation will continue tomorrow as planned, and let's see if we can find out her true intentions. Once the Chunin exam concludes, we'll commence our actions. Yes, the temporary alliance between the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning was thus established. As for the Land of Wind, the 3rd Kazekage mysteriously disappeared, the 4th Kazekage was assassinated, and the 5th Kazekage was kidnapped. What purpose do they serve? Sending hostages to Konoha. The next day, in the guest room of the Hokage Tower, Tsunade, Inoki, and Ai sat around a round table. Lady Tsunade, besides the Chunin exam, we also wish to discuss another matter with your village, one of them said, while Tsunade feigned ignorance. What is it? You should know about Lin Yong managing a farm in Konoha, he continued. Yes, I approved the land for her at the beginning, she replied. However, her grain products have severely impacted our local market, causing many farmers to go bankrupt because they cannot sell their crops. We hope you can restrict Lin Yang's export quota. That's difficult, Tsuchikage. You know as well as I do that as Kage, we only have authority over military matters. I truly have no way to do this, and you may not be aware, but years ago Lin Yong even received a special permit from the daimyo. All her commercial earnings are tax-exempt. Hearing this, both Kage were shocked. Did the daimyo of the Land of Fire actually allow her to go this far? But in reality, the daimyo wished to devour her flesh, drink her blood, and grind her bones to dust. However, upon seeing Sakura standing behind Tsunade, Inoki suddenly understood this privilege must have been obtained through the bloodline limit techniques. But judging by the Hokage's attitude, she should also support Lin Yang's actions. After all, if such a talent emerged under her command capable of controlling the lifeblood of other major countries without bloodshed, she would definitely support it wholeheartedly. Seeing that the negotiations had broken down, there was nothing more to discuss. They would prepare for an assassination directly. In that case, I and Tsuchikage will not disturb you any longer. I hope everyone performs well in the upcoming Chunin exam, said Inoki. Naturally, they replied. Exiting the Hokage Tower, Ai looked at Inoki. I knew it would end like this. Let's return and deploy our personnel. Let's do that. These few days can be a holiday, and we can observe how the young people from various villages perform. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was notifying Lin Yong that the new weapon she requested had been completed. Simply put, it's a rocket launcher. The crystal flame technique is indeed powerful and very suitable for large-scale use on the front lines, but it is demanding on the user. Those with poor chakra control cannot seal the fire release technique inside. Those with insufficient chakra cannot use it on a large scale, losing the essence of the ninjutsu itself. Thus, Lin Yong provided the design to Mukamura Yuji, attempting to turn this ninjutsu into a ninja tool. Now that it has been completed, it only requires a ninja with fire release to input fire release chakra, and then use the pre-engraved sealing technique to seal the fire release with the sealing technique set to deactivate after a predetermined time, achieving an explosive effect. This significantly reduces the requirements for the user. In open battlefields such as deserts, Gobi, and grasslands, it can produce tremendous results. Seeing the finished product before her, Lin Yong was overjoyed. Just in time for the Chunin exam, she could showcase it grandly in front of all the nations. She hurriedly packed it into a scroll to present it to Tsunade. After hearing Lin Yang's introduction of the rocket launcher, Tsunade couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly a great invention. With this divine tool, we need not fear any enemies in the future." Exactly, so I've decided to add a segment to this Chunin exam to demonstrate it. Moi. How will you demonstrate it? Set up a course for the candidates, then use a rocket launcher to randomly bombard along the way and see who reaches the finish line first. Alright then, so you haven't given up on that idea from before. No, absolutely not. This is too dangerous. What danger can there be? It's just one device. The speed of the shells in the air isn't fast, and a qualified lower ninja can definitely dodge it. The important thing is to show our strength to the other nations. That still won't do. Everyone heard you speak at the last Chunin exam. If something goes wrong this time, it won't matter if it was unintentional. It will be seen as deliberate. I oppose it. Both Tsuchikage and Reikage are here this time clearly with ill intentions. If we don't show our muscles now, when else will we? Tsunade, you will regret this. Lin Yang, I am the Hokage. Oomph. With a bang, Lin Yang stormed out. The Chunin exam proposed by Lin Yang proceeded without any ripples. Our swift examiners took on the role of ensuring safety during the battles. Whenever someone was about to suffer serious injury or death, they would rush in to intervene and announce the result of the match. Though many ninjas managed to survive, some were ungrateful. There were many complaints such as this: is my baiting strategy? Isn't it inappropriate for you to suddenly appear and intervene, declaring me the loser of the match? Yet Konoha turned a deaf ear. At first the Reikage mocked what kind of excellent ninja can Konoha cultivate with such gentle methods. However, after hearing that Lin Yang had once offered advice, he fell silent. I thought you were too weak, but it turns out you are too ruthless. This Chunin exam also allowed Naruto to indulge in the thrill of playing the underdog. Due to his travels over the past 2 years, Naruto had hardly taken on any missions, so the participants in this Chunin exam did not really know him. Moreover, there was no informant like Toby selling information, so every opponent who saw Naruto thought he was a rookie. After all, a 15 or 16-year-old ninja still being a Genin was quite telling. Yet one by one they were thoroughly defeated. Thus it was as expected that Naruto became a Chunin. At this point, the strongest in the ninja world was finally not a Genin anymore. Just when they thought the Chunin exam was over, Tsunade called Lin Yang to the office. Upon entering, Lin Yang noticed that not only Tsunade was present, but also Kakashi Gai and several individuals from Awakens. So this is Lin Yang, truly a young achiever unlike these two from my household. Owanoki offered a compliment to set a positive tone for the upcoming negotiations. The old man has a good eye. Unable to contain herself, Kuratsuchi exclaimed, how rude. Lin Yang glanced at the speaking girl. So this is the Tsuchikage's granddaughter. Lin Yang walked around the table to examine Kuratsuki's legs. I'm not as good looking as mine. Hey, what do you mean by that? If you have the guts, come out and challenge me. Though Lin Yang said nothing, Kuratsuchi still read her thoughts from Lin Yang's gaze. Owanoki had no intention of stopping Kuratsuchi. He had been looking for an opportunity to test Lin Yang's strength. Now it was served up on a platter, allowing for better troop deployment. As for whether Kuratsuki's loss would affect morale or international image, that was not the focus at the moment. After all, the major ninja villages had been overshadowed by Konoha's genius for many years. Adding 1 or 2 more didn't matter. The more debts, the less worry, the more lice, the less itch. But Lin Yang had no intention of fighting Kuratsuchi. You should just give up, or if we really fight, call your grandfather over. Oh, so confident at such a young age. Owanoki could now be said to be one of the top 2 strongest current Kage. With the most destructive dust release in the ninja world and the ability to manipulate rock, he had maximum mobility. Although the intelligence reports indicated that Lin Yang had also used dust release during Orochimaru's attack, Owanoki was skeptical that a young man under 20 could match him in dust release. So Lord Tsuchikage, do you want to give it a try? Seeing Lin Yang's confidence, Owanoki decided to hold back for now. The opponent might have unknown trump cards. Even if he were to tie, that wouldn't be acceptable. Unlike Kuratsuchi, he was the Tsuchikage and must win. No need, the old man is here as a guest. It would be inappropriate to engage in combat with the host. As Lin Yang took his seat, Tsunade explained her intention for summoning him. The Tsuchikage wanted to exchange prisoners to retrieve Daidara, and they were negotiating terms. However, Tsunade suddenly thought of Lin Yang, who was cunning enough to ask if there was anything else he desired. Of course, such talk could not be voiced in front of the Tsuchikage. This coincided perfectly with Lin Yang's intentions. He had just finished making a new weapon and was worried about the supply of chakra metal being insufficient. Then how about chakra metal? This Hokage has already requested it. That was based on previous demands set by the Hokage. We just successfully developed a new weapon yesterday, which requires a large amount of chakra metal, so I'm requesting double. Kuratsuchi remained her usual self. Do you know how rare chakra metal is? You just casually ask for double. Owanoki raised his hand to stop Kuratsuchi. As Kuratsuchi said, chakra metal is indeed very rare, even we find it difficult to gather that much. However, Owanoki appreciatively looked at Lin Yang, comparing Konoha's young talent with his own. How did all the geniuses come from Konoha? However, we require Konoha not to lower prices in the grain market any further. Owanoki was uncertain whether the assassination plan would succeed, so he wanted to impose tariffs after returning. However, that meant preventing Lin Yang from lowering prices again, or else it would make him look like a fool. Lin Yang thought for a moment and nodded. This was about sufficient for now. Further actions would soon lead to direct free trade, so it didn't matter. After a round of discussions, both sides obtained what they wanted, and the time and place for the prisoner exchange were finalized. Originally, Lin Yang was quite happy to have resolved the material issue, but just 3 days later, he couldn't smile anymore. Upon returning, the Tsuchikage and Reikage issued a bounty at the exchange office, offering a 1 Ryo reward for robbing a Konoha grain convoy equivalent to a rank mission, and the stolen goods could be kept. It could be said that Yunin and Awagakure were financially strained by issuing so many rank missions, but this time was different. This time they had the full support of the exchange office, which undertook 70 of the bounty and provided intelligence support to those who accepted the missions for free. At this point, it was unknown whether Lin Yang suffered losses, but certainly the commoners of various nations were affected. Grain prices skyrocketed in an instant. Yunin and Iwagakure even dispatched ninjas for protection, however none of the protection missions succeeded as the enemy was too strong, causing them to fail each time. Lin Yang arrived at the base and the ninjas who had failed their escort missions kept their heads down, not daring to look at him. But Lin Yang knew that with so many merchant convoys acting at this critical moment, someone must be plotting behind the scenes. It was no wonder his subordinates were panicking. Lu Zhen, go investigate who is behind this scheme. I want to see who dares to stir up trouble under my nose. Yes. Lord Rakage, we have news from the exchange. What's the update? Lin Yang's subordinate Narashika is investigating the assailants of the merchant convoy. It seems they are about to take the bait. AI pondered for a moment and decided to discuss the action details with Inoki in person. Send a message to Inoki to meet in the Land of Frost to discuss the plan. Understood. In the Tsuchikage's office. Still young, are you already caught in the trap? What should we do then? What does Rakage say? He said we should go to the Land of Frost to discuss the action plan. Very well. In a house in the Land of Frost. This person named Shika is already investigating us. However, so far he has only traced back to the exchange. Then we can't just attack the merchant convoy like headless flies anymore. We need Lin Yang to find a pattern. That's easy to say, but how many people do you plan to send? Of course I will send as many as you send. At this moment, both were unsure how many to send. Too few might be ineffective, while too many could leave their rear vulnerable. However, Rakage was indeed young, willing to gamble more than the old man Inoki. Since we are going to strike, let's do it decisively, sending a team of elite jonin for a surprise attack. Inoki did not answer, immediately pondering for a moment before asking. But she is very important to Konoha. If she goes out, Tsunade will definitely respond, and the Nara clan is no fool. What if they gather a large force for an ambush? Wouldn't that mean the top-tier combat power of our two countries is directly jeopardized? AI, upon Inoki's reminder, also came to realize that although they operated in the shadows, Konoha was in the light. However, such a large-scale targeted operation inherently revealed strangeness. If Lin Yang were to leave the village at this moment, Tsunade would surely prepare thoroughly. The table fell into silence. Inoki seemed to have thought of something, looking up to say, perhaps we could consider hiring Akatsuki. At this time, Awagakure and Kumogakure had not yet suffered any blows from Akatsuki. Since there was no deep hatred, it wouldn't be a problem for them to pay for a commission. Inoki was not an old stubborn. He had no thoughts of not being able to use rogue ninjas. Deidara. What was Deidara? That was just a brief misstep of a genius from Awagakure. AI had heard of Akatsuki, an organization composed of rogue ninjas, but they had not had any major conflicts with Kumogakure. So it wasn't impossible. Can you contact Akatsuki? They are in the village, hidden in the rain. Since they are taking commissions, it shouldn't be hard to reach them, even if their base is difficult to find. Then it's a bother for Lord Tsuchikage to issue a commission to Akatsuki. But I believe we should also arrange our personnel. After all, they are only taking a commission to complete a task. Even if they fail, it's no big deal, but we are different. If we fail this time, it will be hard to find another opportunity like this. Alright, I'll have Akatsuki lead a demolition team of 12 to participate. Now that Awagakure and Kumogakure had a common enemy and mutual interests, they could trust each other. However, he did not trust Akatsuki. It was too dangerous to involve Jinchuriki in the battle. What if Akatsuki turned against them? AI clearly thought of this as well. I'll have Tsuchikage also bring 12 elite jonin. Though they both claimed to want to decisively eliminate Lin Yang in the end, each still held back a hand during cooperation. With the combat plan agreed upon, both sides returned to their respective villages. Let's arrange for the Yambu to find Akatsuki to issue the commission and then call Han back. Understood. Grandfather, why call Han back? Are we going to use the power of the tailed beasts this time? Although Rakage and we have the same target, we can't be sure this guy won't have other thoughts. What if he sends more people and directly traps us and Lin Yang together? Is that possible? Rakage doesn't seem that clever. Sigh. So will this old man never retire? On the other side, similar discussions were taking place in the Rakage's office. When the time comes to act, you and I will lead a team of jonin to lay an ambush behind. Got it, brother. He can't write rap, so presumably Killer B won't have rap lines in the future. Over here, that Tsuchikage and Rakage were calculating against each other, while Akatsuki indeed received such a strange commission. Their main clients were still some small villages, and this was the first time they received an order from a major nation. After all, major nations could solve their own problems, but this time Awagakure and Kumogakure sought them out as meat shields to preserve their strength. The body flicker technique was activated. Conan briefly introduced the task requirements from Awagakure to the members. Everyone should have been happy to receive a big order, as there was money to be made especially for Itachi and Kisame. Since Deidara and Sasori were captured, the burden of earning money fell on them, making Itachi's already unhealthy body even worse. However, upon hearing that the target of the task was Lin Yang, this was a disaster. Was this someone they could easily capture? Everyone fell silent. Kisame looked at the group, feeling they were cowardly. They had failed to capture the Three Tails last time. This time, they had to make up for it. It was just that they had mastered a few more bloodline limits. What was there to fear? As if no one had a few bloodline limits. Although I admit your quantity is large, this thing still depends on quality. If I go to the realm of the dead, that is the nemesis of ninjutsu. Since you are not going, I will have to take the task myself. Then I'll go. Seeing Bailu take the initiative to speak, everyone inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. As long as someone stepped up, it was fine. Obito felt numb. Why did I get assigned to a team with this guy? I think there's something off about this mission. Obito decided to push this mission away to preserve their strength. What do you mean? Pain was a bit curious. Awagakure and Kumogakure are among the top 3 strongest of the 5 great ninja villages, yet they want to encircle Lin Yang without taking action themselves and instead send us. Clearly they are worried that Lin Yang has some trump card that could lead to losses for them, so they hired us as their substitute. If we succeed, they only have to pay a bit, but if we fail, they can mobilize their own forces based on Lin Yang's strength. But we are already very few in number. I think they should figure out a way themselves. It's a good opportunity for us. Their village should be defensively weak, and we could seize the tailed beasts. Zhu stood in the shadows, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. How nice I've grown up. Pain thought this was a reliable proposal. After all, making money was secondary while the tailed beasts were the main priority. Then, as Obito said, our main task is still the tailed beasts. Conan, cancel the mission. We'll find an opportunity to capture their tailed beasts. I understand. Where are the tailed beasts of Awagakure and Yongakure? The 5-tailed Jinchuriki of Awagakure has been summoned back by the Tsuchikage and is now in Awagakure village, while the 4-tailed Jinchuriki remains outside. Both the 2-tailed and 8-tailed Jinchuriki of Yongakure are in the village. Very well, our target this time is the 4-tailed Jinchuriki. We will act when Awagakure and Yongakure make their move on Lin Yang. Understood. The group dispersed. Bailuhu was still a bit angry, having lost another chance to defeat Lin Yang. Obito felt a bit uncomfortable seeing Bailuhu's demeanor. He thought it would be better to talk to Pain and bring Orochimaru back. This person was getting too arrogant. Sooner or later, he would find himself falling victim to this teammate. Daisuke, who had been rejected by Akatsuki, was also a bit surprised. Were these people not accepting any missions? Was my intelligence wrong? What did they say when they rejected? They said that all personnel are currently on missions and cannot spare anyone. Daisuke couldn't argue with that reason. It was too legitimate. Even for a major ninja village like theirs, there were times when they had to forego certain commissions because suitable ninjas were busy with other tasks. Although he suspected that Akatsuki simply didn't want to take the mission, there was nothing he could do at this point but to send a message to Raikage through the Flying Eagle and arrange another time. AI looked at the letter in his hand. This isn't a solution either. I've been running around discussing this every day. We have enough manpower. Since you're leading the team personally, why not directly tell Daisuke that Akatsuki is short on personnel and both families should send 10 jounin to fill the gap? If given the chance, they might even capture a couple of ninjas from the enemy's explosive unit. AI, who had been somewhat gloomy, brightened at the mention of the explosive unit. The explosive unit of Awagakure had gained a formidable reputation on the battlefield. If they could capture 1 or 2 and acquire their secret techniques, wouldn't Yongakure become even stronger? Let's do it that way. The Ninja Eagle delivered a suggestion to Daisuke's desk. Kuratsuchi looked at Raikage's intentions and asked her father. Father, is sending 10 jounin enough? Akatsuki is filled with jounin who have killed many from their own villages before defecting. You still don't understand. Raikage intends to take action against us. If not with his personality, he would have already demanded that both of our leaders personally intervene along with the Jinchuriki to hunt down Lin Yang. Kuratsuchi was indignant beside him, saying, how despicable. That damned brute is so sinister. Daisuke was too preoccupied to educate his offspring. He still had work to do and would address it later. For now, he needed to resolve the immediate problem. Raikage has already developed ulterior motives. The alliance formed to eliminate Lin Yang was on the verge of breaking, and it was likely that the two nations would start fighting amongst themselves, leaving Lin Yang an opportunity to escape. At that point, the agreements he had made would be rendered useless, completely destroying the agriculture of both nations. There was no other choice. If you act unjustly, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ambush the entire explosive unit to the rear and inform the barrier and sensory teams. When Yongakure makes a move, whether it's Konoha or Yongakure personnel, don't let a single one escape. Yes. Konoha village. Lord Lin Yang, we have found the information. Oh, that was fast. Yes, we initially traced it back to the exchange point. All the bounties issued against our merchant convoy were rather random, and we couldn't detect anything at first. However, the merchant convoys that have been attacked in the past few days are primarily concentrating towards the Land of Frost. Continue. However, the Land of Frost does not have enough arable land to sustain its population, so they have always relied on imported grain. Our grain is far cheaper than what they originally bought, so they have no motive to rob us. Thus, those who acted must have had their interests affected by us. From last month's incident involving Yongakure, I believe they are definitely involved. I led a team to stake out near the exchange point close to Yongakure, and indeed followed one of their ninjas who came to issue a mission. After he left, we took down that exchange point, confirming it was a task from Yongakure. Seeing that Lin Yang didn't speak, Daisuke continued with his analysis. Attacking the merchant convoy does not alleviate the issue of the village's dwindling self-cultivated grains, so Yongakure's goal cannot simply be to attack the convoy, but rather you behind the convoy. If it's to lure you into taking action, it would be better to attract you to a location favorable for Yongakure to strike. I believe even the Land of Water would be a much better option, allowing for quick support and also placing a team on the road to intercept our reinforcement units. Therefore, this was certainly a compromise made to facilitate another team. Observing the map, I believe this team must be from Awagakure, which is why they chose the Land of Frost as the location, enabling both sides to respond. Having understood the hidden hand behind this, they naturally needed to be dealt with decisively. Arriving at the Hokage's office, Lin Yang said, "Tsunade, I found the ones who targeted my merchant convoy. It's a Wagakure and Youngakure." He then recounted Daisuke's analysis. "What? You want to go yourself?" "No way. Why not? Knowing it's a trap, why would you go?" "Don't worry, my purpose in going this time is to keep their forces there and not let them leave. You must understand, two fists cannot contend against four hands. Even my great-grandfather and the third Reikage of that time were ultimately dragged down by a strategy of overwhelming numbers. Don't underestimate my chakra. How about this? I'll send Team 7 and Team 3 with you. It's just right since you are familiar with each other." All right then. Lin Yang felt it would be good for everyone to gain some experience. Thus, Lin Yang awaited the next possible attack location from both nations, which Daisuke analyzed to be at the northernmost end of the Land of Frost. This time Lin Yang would lead the team independently, without Kakashi and Guy. 7 people stood boldly guard around the merchant convoy. The exchange point quickly relayed this intelligence to both nations. Daisuke found the information amusing as he looked at it. Today's youth are really arrogant. The third Reikage could face tailed beasts alone, yet he was still overwhelmed. Where does your confidence come from? Kuratsuchi, prepare. The Youngakure and Konoha forces present must die. Yes. AI, however, admired Lin Yang's approach. Ha ha ha, this is the demeanor that my opponent should have. Cowering is for the weak. This is what a strong person looks like, unafraid of anything. Let's go, let us meet this bloodline genius of Konoha. Lin Yang and his 7 companions escorted the merchant convoy towards the Frost Country, while the ambushers of the Frost Country awaited Lin Yang's appearance. Both sides believed that the other was already trapped. After 3 days of arduous travel, the merchant convoy finally entered the Frost Country. The Frost Country, rich in moisture but low in temperature, was perpetually covered in frost, earning it its name. The Frost Country also had its own hidden village, but its effectiveness could only be described as minimal. In fact, they had not even noticed that nearly 100 people from the Cloud Hidden Village and the Rock Hidden Village had stealthily entered. Wait a minute, Ningxi suddenly raised his hand to stop the convoy from moving forward. What's wrong? There's a large amount of chakra response beneath the ground ahead. That means we've reached the ambush point. All members of the convoy come over here. In the distance, a sensing ninja from the Rock Hidden Village detected the figures of Lin Yang and the others. They're here. Good, once they reach the designated position, let the demolition team take action. Even if we can't kill her, we must severely injure them. They've stopped. Did we get discovered? That shouldn't be the case. Wait, many of them suddenly disappeared. Disappeared? What do you mean? It's like they vanished all at once. Where's the target? The target is still there. Then it's fine, continue preparing. Yes. Lin Yang used the Flying Thunder God technique to send the members of the convoy back to the Land of Fire. Before setting out, Lin Yang had informed the convoy that this operation might encounter enemies, and if they did, they would be sent back immediately to prevent any delays. Ningxi, clear the area. Yes. Ningxi stepped forward and formed hand seals. Crystal Rock Flow Fire. Ningxi had nearly mastered this technique, capable of covering the size of a football field in a single use. The surrounding soil rose continuously, enveloping the flames into the shape of projectiles. Then they whistled out. Bad news, we've been exposed, take action. Seeing the minefield about to be cleared by this wave of skills, the Rock Hidden Village had no choice but to immediately proceed to the next phase of their plan. Earth released 10,000 miles of earth flow barrier. Dozens of elite ninjas activated their jutsu, simultaneously completely sealing off the ambush point. Big brother, why do I feel like that Tsuchikage wants to wipe us all out together? The waiting Karabi felt something was off with the Rock Hidden Ninjutsu. Why create such a large barrier just for Lin Yang and a few others? Wouldn't it be better to use the seismic core to trap them underneath? AI had also noticed the unusual aspect. Good job, you cunning old fox, planning this. But today I'll see if you can withstand our Cloud Hidden Village's A and B combination. Now the tactical targets for both the Rock Hidden Village and the Cloud Hidden Village had shifted to killing Lin Yang, while conveniently taking out the other side. After a round of artillery fire, the explosives buried by the demolition team were either exposed or destroyed. Lin Yang amplified her voice with chakra. Since it has come to this, everyone stop hiding and come out. Chidori and Tsukadai each brought out the agreed number of people and jumped out to stand opposite Lin Yang. You've got a good head on your shoulders, huh? Truly the Rock Hidden and Cloud Hidden. What Rock Hidden and Cloud Hidden? We are merely rogue ninjas, Tsukadai said, labeling himself as a rogue ninja, instead of following Lin Yang's words. Hee rogue ninjas, huh? That makes things easier. Since you're all rogue ninjas, then killing all of you shouldn't be a problem, right? Why are you doing this? Naruto, true to his nature, yearned for peace. He did not understand what Lin Yang had done wrong to warrant an ambush. Why? Ask her, what has she done? Tsukadai found it strange that there were still people here who did not understand what was happening. What have I done? I helped the people of your village buy food at 1/10 of the previous price, allowing your common people to eat their fill, earn more money, and live better lives. Tell me, what else have I done? Aren't you trying to completely control our food supply through this method, making us reliant on you in the future? Trying. So you're saying I didn't do it, huh? You. At this time, Naruto had not yet begun his Hokage training, and he could not comprehend such high-level knowledge. He only knew that Lin Yang had made life easier for the people of these two villages. As for the claim that Lin Yang wanted to control them, how could that be possible? Lin Yang was a good person, and she must have wanted everyone to live a good life. Sukadai also realized that what Lin Yang was doing could be considered good deeds, genuinely a great benefactor. Morally, he could not stand his ground and could only take direct action. With a wave of his hand, the ambushing ninjas from all directions surged out simultaneously. Earth Release Yellow Spring Swamp. The ground beneath Lin Yang and her companions turned into a vast swamp. Seeing that they were already restricted in movement, the ninjas from the cloud-hidden village quickly followed up. Lightning Release Lightning Strike. Blue-white lightning surged forth. Sakura decisively responded, would release Tree World Barrier. Ningxi was also not idle. There are a total of 32 people nearby, with more ambushes in the distance. Although they were all in the swamp, no one felt it was a significant issue. Kill those who come up. As for the ones in the distance, just wait. Hearing Lin Yang's command, the three did not hesitate and began to act. Ningxi first used the seismic core to lift his teammates up, then the three shot out in 3 directions. Tintin, being a ranged unit, pulled out her scroll to provide long-range cover. Meanwhile, Naruto stood still, somewhat dazed. Are we really going to kill them all? This was Naruto's first encounter with a battlefield environment, and his training style was noticeably different from everyone else's. Over the years, even Sakura had dealt with quite a few enemies, and being Tsunade's disciple, she had spent enough time in the hospital to understand that one cannot show mercy on the battlefield. Only Naruto, who had gone out to train with Jiraiya, had indeed gained considerable strength, but had never seen blood. Therefore, he found it hard to adapt to Lin Yang's command. Why not kill them? They started to try to kill me. Lin Yang spoke, while still staring at the red earth, and Tsukadai opposite her. Although the other enemies were elite ninjas, they were simply not a match for her current few subordinates. But Naruto felt that if they continued this way, killing each other would not stop the hatred. Defeating the opponent should be enough. Why did they have to kill? If Lin Yang knew what Naruto was thinking, she would surely tell him, because I don't have the ability to talk my way out of this. Lin Yang envied Naruto's ability to talk his way through. After defeating an opponent, a good talk would turn them into allies. Isn't that easier and more stable than killing them and ruling over them? Unfortunately, she did not possess that skill. Forget it. Since you can't bring yourself to do it, then just protect Tintin here. Lin Yang vaguely remembered that in the original work, Naruto seemed to have killed just one Kakazu, which could be said to be a perfect hot-blooded manga protagonist. Therefore, Lin Yang didn't plan to force him to do anything today. Her goal was just to secure the back row. In the blink of an eye, the ninjas charging from this side had already been mostly dealt with by Sasuke and the others. Seeing the heavy casualties, they could only retreat for now. You two can't be just bringing such a small number of people to assassinate me, right? I don't even need to move, and it feels like I'm just lying down to win. How about you bring some real intensity? Let's go. Akatsuki and Tsuchikage's voices echoed simultaneously as they exchanged glances. As expected, they knew that Awagakure and Kumogakure were unreliable. The two quickly distanced themselves from each other. Earth-style rock giant technique. A colossal rock creature rose from the ground, throwing a punch at Tsuchikage. Tsuchikage spat out a mouthful of rubber to block Akatsuki's attack and retreated accordingly. Seeing Tsuchikage withdraw to a safe distance, the Cloud Village ninjas began to unleash large-scale ninjutsu. Lightning-style lightning dragon. Dozens of ambushed cloud ninjas used a combined ninjutsu, conjuring a 30-meter-long lightning dragon that spiraled in the air, circling around before diving down as if it had spotted a target. Akatsuki felt a chill down his spine. Getting hit by that would surely leave him bruised. Earth-style mountain earth technique. Although it couldn't match the mountain earth technique used by the Yellow Earth, it was more than enough to trap the people present. At this moment, Lin Yang had already used Flying Thunder God to take several people away from the battlefield. Do they even remember why they came here? Sasuke couldn't make sense of what the other side was doing. Even Lin Yang felt a bit strange. Had they prepared for so long just to do this? She was hoping to see what kind of big moves they could come up with together, but since there were none, she decided to just kill them and go home. Just as the massive earthen sphere was about to crush the cloud ninjas, a thud resounded. The Raikage stood on the shattered stones, his body enveloped in lightning. It was indeed the Raikage, which was great. Today's visit was not in vain. Lin Yang didn't wait for the Raikage to give an opening remark. Instead, she activated her lightning-style chakra mode and charged forward with a body flicker technique. Dust-style blade draw. A white blade of light appeared, and AI instinctively raised his hand to block, only to realize the power contained within that chakra. He hurriedly retreated. Damn it, Dust Style. It could even take this form. No wonder he was a genius of this generation from Konoha. Too bad Inoki wasn't present, or he would have definitely mocked him. Lin Yang, surrender. You won't be leaving today. A conventional tactic aimed at shaking the opponent's psychological defenses. But the tactic failed. What a joke, it's you who will be my stepping stone today. Tintin the scroll. Tintin didn't hesitate and immediately threw the scroll Lin Yang had given her before setting off. The scroll summoned all the ninja tools, utilizing magnet style to float in the air. Super electromagnetic cannon. A multitude of ninja tools flew toward the Raikage, accelerated by electromagnetic force. But AI was no ordinary person. While most ninjas might not evade the accelerated tools, he was a man capable of keeping up with Minato's Flying Thunder God. Dodging these tools was easy. However, all these tools had already been marked with Lin Yang's Flying Thunder God technique. Just when AI thought he had evaded, Lin Yang had already appeared behind him. Another dust-style blade draw. AI knew that it was too late to activate now. His exceptionally high reaction speed allowed him to make the correct evasive maneuver. He bent down to dodge the strike, instinctively kicking backward. Lin Yang remained unfazed. The dust-style armor covered her body. If that kick connected, the Reikage would truly be unable to escape. However, just as the Reikage's lightning-style armor made contact with the dust-style armor, he immediately retracted his foot. Damn it, thankfully Inoki wasn't present. If he learned to use this kind of dust style, it would have been troublesome. Now AI truly had no moves left. The dust style had been developed by Lin Yang to such an extent that whether in attack or defense there were no weaknesses. Coupled with her flying thunder god, which made her elusive, how could he kill her? It seemed he could only cover the area with large-scale ninjutsu. Suddenly, a powerful chakra burst forth from AI, soaring into the sky. But strangely, he himself didn't move. Is this a signal, eh? Immediately, everyone present sensed another chakra's power from a distance. While others didn't know Lin Yang did, it felt like a tailed beast bomb. More surprises. You say you come and you come. Bringing such a big gift, how can I feel good about this? After the previous exchange, Akatsuki also realized that Lin Yang posed a greater threat than the Reikage. She had to be eliminated here. He quickly signaled Han. 2 tailed beast bombs. Even if you can escape, your teammates must stay here today. Han's role was too small, so I set him to be someone who could cooperate with the tailed beasts to borrow power. Lin Yang turned her head. Are there more experts? Damn, I should have bought a lottery ticket today. Since you all brought the tailed beasts to me, I can only graciously accept them. So you all can use tailed beast bombs, right? Lin Yang raised her hands, forming a gun shape, aiming at both sides. Blue Yang Release Chakra and Purple Yin Release Chakra continuously mixed at Lin Yang's fingertips, forming 2 chakra spheres taller than 2 people. Nanny. She's also a Jinchuriki. But why can she use tailed beast bombs without needing partial tailed beast transformation? The Reikage simply couldn't fathom the principle behind it. Taking the first step to attack, Lin Yang launched the tailed beast bomb from her hands. Originally, the 8 tails and 5 tails were still condensing chakra, but when a tailed beast bomb suddenly flew toward them, they had no choice but to hurriedly attack. 4 tailed beast bombs collided in the air, resulting in a massive explosion. Damn it, how did you do that? Want to learn? I can teach you. Lin Yang's reply left AI stunned. But there's a condition: you people of the land of lightning must merge with the land of fire. Bastard, you're playing me. Lightning-style recurrent torrent. Lightning-style chakra coiled around him as AI charged forward like thunder with a powerful elbow strike. Lin Yang calmly covered herself with dust-style armor. Tisk. Originally, AI wanted to attack, while Lin Yang was caught off guard, but he still failed. Meanwhile, the 8 tails and 5 tails who had just faced off against the tailed beast bomb had fully transformed and rushed over. I didn't expect we would meet under such circumstances. Yeah, how long has it been since we last met? The 8 tails and 5 tails chatted enthusiastically, while Sakura was a bit worried about Lin Yang. Lin Yang, do you want the 3 tails to come out? Oh, no need. Just 2 tailed beasts. Today I'll show you the correct use of wood style. Seeing Lin Yang's confident demeanor, Sakura felt reassured. At this moment, the Reikage retreated to stand in front of Akatsuki and the tailed beasts. It seems we'll have to cooperate well in the end. Let's kill her first. That's natural. Both understood how dangerous someone who could manipulate tailed beast bombs could be. This might very well be the next god of ninjas. Sasuke, Neji, and Lee, hold off the Reikage. Naruto, Sakura, and Tenten, keep watch over Chudo. Understood. After issuing the orders, Lin Yang turned his gaze toward the 2 tailed beasts before him. It is time you recalled the terror of being thrashed by the shinobi god. Never since Lin Yang had fashioned a tailed beast bomb with his bare hands, both beasts had sensed the sheer magnitude of his power and dared not lower their guard for an instant. Muo struck first, exhaling torrents of scalding steam that blanketed the battlefield. Lin Yang spread his palm wide. Chakra surged and coalesced, gradually taking shape as a shuriken. A shrieking gale of wind nature chakra dispersed the onrushing steam. Wind release Rasengan Shuriken. Lin Yang hurled the spiraling shuriken toward Muo. Muo instantly lowered its head, deflecting the Rasengan Shuriken with its horn. And though its horn was exceptionally durable, even it bore wounds from this enhanced, amplified version of the technique. The 8 tails observed closely. It knew precisely how unyielding Muo's horns were. This youth not only executed techniques with astonishing speed, but also wielded them with overwhelming force. Restricting his movement was imperative, otherwise victory would be impossible. Yuki expelled hundreds of ink clones of Killer Bee surging toward Lin Yang. Inu Duan Shufan Liu knew, and Juki intended to entangle Lin Yang with this assault. If sealing him proved feasible, so much the better. But it overestimated its chances. It seems neither of you possesses any further tricks. Then let this end now. Lin Yang pressed his palms together. Clap. Would release Forest of Death. From Lin Yang's position, countless trees erupted from the earth. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a dense primordial forest. The 5 tails and 8 tails were already ensnared tightly by writhing branches. Na raised his voice in alarm upon seeing Killer Bee captured, but the 3 shinobi before him clung like tenacious medicinal plaster, refusing to yield an inch. Though Sasuke and Neji could not match the Reikage's velocity rock, Lee certainly could. The other 2 relentlessly harried him from the periphery. Sasuke periodically launched Genjutsu at the Reikage while Neji positioned himself between the Reikage and Lin Yang. delaying the rakeage by half a second with rotation and 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. And in that half-second Lee arrived. And with 6 gates unlocked, he could not land a fatal blow on the rakeage, but neither could the rakeage strike him. Yet at that moment, no longer cared whether he himself sustained injury. Activating his ultimate lightning release armor, he charged forward to rescue the trapped Killer Bee. Meanwhile, Chudo grew increasingly anxious. Tintin rained down projectiles from a distance. Lacking the rakeage speed, he either deflected kunai or countered with ninjutsu. His mastery of earth release, once his greatest strength, now became a crippling liability against Sakura. And each time he erected an earth flow, wall vines erupted from the very surface of the earthen barrier, reaching to seize him, or sharp wooden spears pierced through without warning. His earth clone technique met her shadow clone, his hard rock technique clashed with her Rasengan. Naviri, one of his abilities, was perfectly countered, leaving him utterly powerless. This mission had deployed both Jinchuriki and the explosive tag unit, but the latter had suffered heavy casualties moments earlier when Daidar's intelligence leak exposed their advance. Now watching helplessly as the Jinchuriki faced imminent capture, Chudo's anxiety deepened. Yet before he could devise a solution, endured Niji's 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven and reached the 8 tails side. He kicked apart the wooden restraints binding the 8 tails. In Dotai, take B and go. In but Lorda, do not hesitate. Her objective is clearly the tailed beasts. Konoha must not acquire a second 8 tails. Go now. In, understood. Yet Killer Bee refused to flee alone, abandoning his elder brother. Brother, we are the AB duo. How could I possibly leave you behind? In, well said. Truly worthy of the legendary AB duo across the shinobi world. Such loyalty merits my admiration. And even as he spoke praise, Lin Yang's hands never ceased moving. The numerous weapons scattered across the battlefield, each inscribed with the flying thunder god seal, continued fulfilling their purpose. In beneath the canopy of trees hidden from the AB duo's notice, a single flying thunder god, Kanai, lay motionless on the earth. Lin Yang instantly appeared between the AB duo. NTCH. In both A and Killer Bee possessed extraordinary reflexes. Killer Bee lunged forward, driving his blade straight at Lin Yang. And neither dared deploy the Lightning Release Chakra Blade. The memory of that dust release armor still burned vividly in their minds. Against such an opponent, losing even one arm would render surrender inevitable. Thus this was a full-force probe. And the result defied their expectations. The short blade dissolved mid-thrust, atomized, vanishing entirely. Without hesitation, the AB duo leapt backward. But Lin Yang would not permit their retreat. Dust released detached space. A radiant white wall materialized directly behind them. Now they could neither advance nor retreat. Damn it. Could this brat be Inoki's illegitimate daughter? How can her dust release be this formidable? Wait, brother, she's about the same age as Kuratsuchi. Shouldn't she be Hodo's daughter instead? Idiot. This is hardly the time for such speculation. From that very dust release barrier, Lin Yang suddenly drew inspiration. If one wall could be formed from dust release, then surely a second could follow. And if 2 were possible, then 6 presented no insurmountable challenge. Without delay, 6 dust release barriers manifested around the AB duo, each positioned at a cardinal or intercardinal direction, seamlessly interlocking into a perfect cube. Even the ground beneath them was sealed. No escape remained. Yet this cubic prison was not static. It steadily contracted inward. Wait. Lin Yang turned to Dotai. You may state your terms. Dotai could not stand idly by as the AB duo perished before his eyes. Yet he knew full well the lethal nature of dust release. Having served under the third rakeage, he understood its lethality. With no means to intervene, negotiation became his sole recourse. Terms. Only the one inside that cube holds the authority to negotiate with me. Lin Yang gestured with a flick of his finger toward the rakeage. At that moment, Niji and Sasuke dragged Chudo forward as well. The moment the rakeage broke free from the trio's encirclement and confronted Lin Yang directly, the 3 instantly shifted targets, pursuing Chudo instead. Poor Chudo, no matter his status as Inoki's disciple, facing these 6 shinobi left him no choice but bitter defeat. Paralyzed by the Sharingan, he endured the full 8 trigrams 64 palms, leaving him utterly drained of chakra. Realized he could no longer afford prideful defiance. Darui had yet to mature. Himself could not afford to perish here. Speak. What are your conditions? I have already stated them. The land of lightning shall be annexed into the land of fire. You jest. You know I hold no authority over such a decision. That lies solely with the daimyo. How laughable. You truly allow yourself to be dictated by the daimyo. And though each shinobi village did indeed receive stipends from the daimyo, de facto authority rested firmly with the villages themselves, because strength commanded respect. By A standards, he alone could reduce the daimyo's palace to ashes, yet admitting such dominance would be tactically unwise. Then this draft, a formal document pledging that upon my ascension to Hokage, Kumogakure will surrender unconditionally to Konoha, and I shall personally resolve matters with the daimyo of the land of lightning. Agreed. As for whether the rakeage would honor this pledge, he most certainly would not. Lin Yang knew this well. Yet the agreement's true purpose was to erode the fighting spirit of future Kumogakure shinobi, thereby sparing countless lives. After all, they would soon become his own people. Na paused briefly, then accepted. and Lin Yang then turned his gaze toward Chido. Lin Yang turned to look at Chi-Tu. Chi-Tu could not possibly make that decision, so Lin Yang never bothered to ask whether Chi-Tu could. Shall we go see if there are any of the Yan-in who still have energy? Tend to them and bring them here. Yes. While Xiaoying sought a messenger, she borrowed paper and brush from Tian Tian and wrote a surrender document, then had Liang sign it. Good, another major achievement. Whether it would ultimately work remained to be seen, but at least with this document in hand, when she later swept through the ninja world and reached Yuan-in village, she could show it to the Yuan-in shinobi beneath her. Look, your Liang surrendered long ago, yet for the sake of his position, he still sent you to die on the battlefield. If you surrender now, you will receive the same treatment as those from Mu Yi. Stop giving your lives for him. That whole tactic, even if it could not coax everyone into surrendering, would at least crush the enemy's morale. After dismissing the dust escape, Lin Yang glanced at Kalabi. What a pity. Thought we might at least bring the 8 tails back today. Neither spoke, but the sound of their teeth grinding could still be heard. All right, you two should return. I'll not escort you further. Humph. Lin Yang still wished to avoid a large-scale war if possible. She truly had no idea how to make a group of people who had slain each other's families, friends, and comrades live together in peace. After Tu Tai gathered the bodies, Yuan-in village officially withdrew from the battlefield. The 5 tails remained bound to a tree, unable to move. Chi-Tu lay half alive in Zhuju's grasp. Lin Yang there is one lightly wounded man. Seems dazed from a stone knocked loose by the explosion. Wake him. After basic treatment, the Yanin fodder opened his eyes to find 7 Mu Yi shinobi standing before him. His superior remained in the enemy's hands, and even the village's tailed beast hung bound from a tree. He swallowed hard. No. He could not disgrace Lord Tuing. If he died, he would do so with dignity. No matter what you ask, I will not speak. Who said we would ask you? What could you possibly know? Why had they dragged him over then? Wait, these devils would not dare execute Chi-Tu before his subordinates, would they? Such cruelty. How could the ninja world harbor such evil? Killing is one thing. They did not content themselves with death. They sought to annihilate the heart. The grim reaper of the Pure Land could scarcely be more merciless. The Yanin fodder felt as if his chest were cleft by a blade. Hatred burned. He hated his own weakness. Had he known it would be like this, he might have preferred to perish in the fight. Watching the shifting expressions on the Yan-in man's face, Lin Yang was a little bewildered. What was he plotting? Hey, stop overthinking. Your task is simple. Deliver the battle report back to Di Yimu. Don't bother. I will not let myself be. Oh, deliver a message. Yes. What else could you be good for? If he were to deliver a message, it was not impossible. Most here had already been rounded up, though there were still the barrier squad, and a few sensory shinobi outside. At this moment, they would either be taken by the men in front of him or would have returned to fetch reinforcements. Reinforcements would likely arrive too late. By the time help came, they might already be at Mu Yi, and the village would need to know the situation here and the enemy's intelligence. So it made sense for him to return and carry the message. Yes, reasonable and justified. Fine, what message? Tell them that Chi-Tu and the 5 tails are in our custody. Have the Yimu bring his sincerity to meet me. Take this agreement back and tell him sign and exchange the captive. Understood. Good, go. After the Yan-in man left, Lin Yang approached Mu Wang. She had thought to persuade Mu Wang to join her cause so that Niji might become the 5 tails Jinchuriki, but on second thought, Han had already reached a level where he could fully manifest the beast and retain consciousness. Extracting the beast to kill Han would make cooperation impossible. Better to trade him for advantages. Bagua seal. Mu Wang's form gradually contracted until he returned into Han's body. All right, go back. Whoosh, hoarding office. Because of the previous incident, Gang Shou had removed the table. She had once considered installing a round table, so there would be somewhere to sit when discussing matters, but now it would remain empty. Everyone stood. As Gang Shou had guessed, Lin Yang's next matter would be a continuation of the last. Lin Yang, wait, good news. Speak. This is Di Yimu's disciple Chi-Tu. This is the 5 tails Jinchuriki Han from Yuan-in village, and this is the surrender agreement signed by Yuan-in village. Did your 2 villages muster such great forces only to be defeated? Gang Shou regarded Lin Yang. Perhaps even her grandfather had never been so formidable at 16. You did well this time. As for rewards, I have little to offer. A look around Mu Yi village and find something you desire. So sincere. That left Lin Yang uncertain. Perhaps she should request the Hua Ying position outright later. Until then, she would improve Zhuju's eyes first. I will think on it. All right, with nothing else, return. Everyone dispersed to their homes. Yuan-in village, bang. Di Yimu slammed his palm onto the table, ignoring the twinge in his back. With his other hand, he gripped the paper agreement tightly. It was an affront. He knew he should not sign it. But his old adversary had been roaming abroad, and now Han had been captured and his own disciple taken. In an instant, Yuan-in had lost 2 of its top fighters. That did not even account for the demolition teams and other jonin involved in the ambush. If Mu Yi were to launch a war now, his side might collapse at a single blow. Di Yimu glanced at the Yuan-in messenger. You may go. Yes. Slumping into his chair, his already aged body seemed to wither further. After this ambush, the entire ninja world learned Lin Yang's strength because of a single command from Yuan-in and Yuan-in. If you encounter Lin Yang during the mission, use all means necessary to abort the mission and preserve living forces. An AI unable to swallow his anger published every scrap of intelligence gathered about Lin Yang through the exchange, which raised her bounty to a higher tier. Inside a cave in Yu'in village, Zhu brought back the details of the battle. Now that the 9 tails, 3 tails, and 5 tails are in Mu Ye's hands, we must accelerate the capture of the remaining tailed beasts. We will decide the outcome at a final battle with Mu Ye, halt other operations for now, and focus on gathering the other tailed beasts. Yes. How are you and Gui Jiao's actions progressing? They have reached the location of the 4 tails Jinchuriki. They have likely already engaged. Very well, prepare the ritual. Yes. There was no concern regarding whether Itachi and Kisame could capture the 4 tails. After all, it was just the 4 tails, with Kisame, who was known as the tailless beast, and Itachi by his side. There was no issue. As expected by Pain, Kisame managed to subdue Old Purple all by himself. If I can't handle Lin Yang, how could I possibly fail to handle you? Kisame finally had a moment to breathe easy after the humiliation he suffered last time. It was a pity for Old Purple, who had been beaten nearly to death, hanging on by the last breath. Itachi feared that he wouldn't survive until the extraction ritual, so he kindly fed him half a military grain pill. They arrived at the cave of their base. A massive outer path golem rose up, and the phantoms of the Akatsuki members appeared from the fingers of the golem. This time their numbers were even fewer, but it was alright. At the very least, no one was monitoring the 4 tails Jinchuriki to snatch it away, allowing ample time. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade and the higher-ups of Konoha were holding a meeting to discuss the spoils brought back by Lin Yang. The thoughts regarding the Hidden Cloud Village were similar to Lin Yang's. With this agreement in hand, even if the Raikage wanted to initiate war, the negative sentiments among his subordinates would likely be quite strong. Although some ninjas might hold the mindset of the master shame, the subordinate must die. As long as a certain proportion of ninjas entertain the thought of the Raikage has already surrendered, why must we go to the battlefield? It would greatly increase Konoha's chances of victory. Therefore, it could be set aside for now. But concerning the Awagakure side, they had just signed the agreement for prisoner exchanges and requested so much chakra metal from them. Yet before the exchange began, such an incident occurred. Akatsuchi, as a disciple of Inoki, held a high authority in Awagakure, and now they had even brought along a Jinchuriki. According to Lin Yang, she had also delivered a surrender agreement to the Tsuchikage. The main focus of their discussion at this moment was whether to extract the information from Akatsuchi's mind, and whether to extract the 5 tails before the Tsuchikage made a decision. Even if they themselves couldn't use it, the opponent also couldn't use it. Weakening the enemy would only strengthen oneself. Mitsuhide spoke first. I believe we need not concern ourselves with Iwagakure's thoughts. We should extract whatever information we can, and if we need to extract the tailed beast, then let's do so. The Wagakure likely doesn't have the strength to fight us now. Lin Yang nodded in agreement. However, Rikuju disagreed, but it's not cost-effective. Our strength is clearly superior to theirs now, and under such circumstances the information in Akatsuchi's mind becomes less crucial. As for the tailed beasts, Lin Yang alone can suppress 2 tailed beasts and the Raikage at the same time, so they clearly pose no threat to us. But if we were to initiate a war over these things, we would still sacrifice quite a few comrades, which is not worth it. Lin Yang nodded in agreement. Tsunade supported Mitsuhide's viewpoint, saying, in the past, when Konoha's strength hadn't dominated the ninja world, I could endure, but now that we have this strength, what is there to endure? The information regarding the tailed beasts and Akatsuchi is not that important. It would certainly not be worth it to welcome a war for it, but if a war could bring more benefits to the Land of Fire, then we should fight. Therefore, I believe we should directly ask Awagakure for whatever we want based on the results of the war. If they refuse, we take the information and the tailed beast. If they comply, then we return it. Lin Yang nodded in agreement. Rikuju finally accepted the elder's thoughts. In that case, it was equivalent to gaining what they wanted without fighting, which was quite acceptable. Alright, let's execute this plan. Kiyomi, go send a message to Awagakure asking Inoki to come to Konoha in person for talks. Understood. Meanwhile, Inoki had already been sitting with the agreement for a whole day and night. It's so difficult. Why do all the geniuses come from Konoha? What crime have we other ninja villages committed to be cursed by the Sage of 6 Paths? But it's too late to say anything now. The main task is still to think about how to bring Akatsuchi and the 5 tails back. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Grandpa, this is from Konoha. Hei-tu handed the letter to Inoki. Huff. After reading the letter, Inoki let out a long sigh of relief. It seems that both of them are alright for now. So can we bring them back? What kind of dream are you having? It all depends on the conditions Konoha offers. If they ask for too much, we'll have to sacrifice them. What? How can it be like this? Otherwise, shall we declare war on Konoha to reclaim them? Hei-tu, as the successor trained to be the next Tsuchikage, was indeed flustered at this moment, but she still understood the priorities. Let's go and see what Konoha intends to do. Leaving Kuratsuchi behind to oversee matters, he set off with her. It had been less than 2 months since his last visit to Konoha, and now Inoki was once again treading on Konoha's soil, feeling complicated emotions. Why was he always the defeated side every time he came? Tsuchikage-sama, please walk this way. Oh, you are. The copy ninja Kakashi. Yes, I am. Please follow me. Hokage-sama and several elders are already waiting. I'm all right. Upon arriving at the prepared conference room, Tsunade, 2 elders, Rikuju, and Lin Yang were all present. Inoki felt his momentum wane upon seeing Lin Yang. He initially hoped to assert himself to secure some benefits, but it seemed that was no longer feasible. Although they had never fought, he was aware from the intelligence released by the hidden cloud village that Lin Yang had cultivated her dust release to an incomprehensible level. Why was it that some could wield dust release better than Lord Mo? The speed of activation was fast, the forms were diverse, and it could move and output damage. All the original disadvantages of dust release had been compensated. Moreover, she also possessed Flying Thunder God. What was there to discuss? However, now that he was here, they couldn't avoid the matters that needed to be addressed. He sat down with a heavy heart. Hokage-sama, I want to first confirm the safety of my disciple and the Jinchuriki. Of course, no problem. Kakashi, bring them in. Understood. In a short while, Kakashi brought the two of them in. Seeing that his disciple had not suffered severe torture, Inoki felt a little relieved. The Jinchuriki is also alive. Regarding the attack on our Konoha shinobi Lin Yang by Awagakure, we demand an explanation from Awagakure. Sayanoki sighed. State your conditions. First, the ownership of the 2 chakra metal mines adjacent to the Land of Grass. Second, the eastern peninsula of the Land of Earth to be administered by Konoha. Third, all merchant caravans from the Land of Fire should not pay taxes in the Land of Earth. As for the chakra metal mines, I can agree to that, but I cannot decide on territory and taxes. That requires the daimyo's decision. Hokage-sama, can I talk with the Tsuchikage? Tsunade looked at Lin Yang. Something was off, very off. Why had she started calling Hokage-sama now? She stared at Lin Yang's face for a while, but couldn't discern any intentions, so Tsunade stopped worrying. Regardless of what they discussed, it would ultimately require her signature as Hokage. Alright. Lin Yang brought Anoki to the Hokage rock. The others were stopped by Lin Yang below and did not follow. No matter what you discussed with me, in the end the agreement still needs the Hokage's signature, right? Why do we have to talk separately? But you still came, didn't you? Nonsense, when under someone else's roof one must bow their head. You can't seriously think I want to do this. Lord Tsuchikage, how long do you think it will be until the next great war in the ninja world? A few years, I suppose. Anoki, after all, was a ninja who survived since the establishment of the major ninja villages. He had not missed a single great ninja war to date. He had already begun to get accustomed to the great wars in the ninja world that occurred roughly every 20 years. But I don't want the ninja world to continue fighting like this. Oh, I want peace, not necessarily eternal peace, but at least 100 years of peace. Then you have to work hard. Back then, Hashirama also didn't manage to secure 100 years of peace for the ninja world. Even if Sage of Six Paths came, it wouldn't be possible. Are you so sure? Humans are greedy. Seeing you from Konoha enjoying so many resources, I want to seize them. Future Tsuchikage will definitely feel the same way. Anoki was unafraid to say this, as everyone knew that over such a small amount of resources, several ninja villages had engaged in 3 great wars in less than 100 years since their establishment. You saw that letter of surrender, right? I saw it but didn't sign it. You have to sign it. Why the rush? Didn't I come here to negotiate? Whether you sign it early or late, you'll have to sign. The difference is that if you sign now, fewer people will die in the future. Do you believe I can defeat an entire nation by myself? Lin Yang's strength was strong. Anoki believed it, but he did not believe that one person could face an entire country. Although Anoki said nothing, the slight upward movement of his eyes betrayed his inner thoughts. I actually don't want to kill. If I can use peaceful means, that would be best. Since you don't believe it, let me demonstrate my strength a little. It's a unique show, even Tsunade doesn't know about it. Alright, does that mean I should thank you? How will you demonstrate? Lin Yang grasped Anoki's shoulder, and in a flash they arrived at the coastline of the Land of Whirlpools. Meanwhile, in the delegation waiting under Hokage Rock, Anoki erupted. Hokage, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to coerce the Tsuchikage? Tsunade was caught off guard. If you had something to say, just say it. Why take someone away? Mito Gate-un was unhappy, yelling on my Konoha's territory. Don't worry, if we really wanted to harm you with Lin Yang's strength, you would have been in a coffin by now. Although he wanted to refute, Anoki truly had no power to argue. On the coastline of the Land of Whirlpools, Anoki was not flustered, as Mito Gate. Instead, he did not think Lin Yang would do anything. If he really wanted to kill him, it would be most convenient. In Konoha, no need to change places. Where is this place? The Land of Whirlpools, you should know it, right? Oh, I know. On the surface it seemed calm, but inside it was a tumult of emotions. So far away. Did he just use Flying Thunder God to come here directly? If she were to send the Flying Thunder God Kanai to Awagakure through a trade caravan, wouldn't she arrive in the blink of an eye? Is this demonstrating strength? Very good, you did it. But what Lin Yang said next completely broke his defense. This position is great, there are no people living around, and it's not an important shipping route, so I won't hold back. Anoki did not know what to say. If that last instance of the Flying Thunder God was not a display of power, then how strong could the phrase, I won't hold back, be? Lin Yang ignored Anoki's thoughts, raised a hand to point forward, and once again condensed a tailed beast ball at his fingertip. This time there was no need to control its size, since it would explode over the sea. Soon a tailed beast ball with a diameter of more than 50 meters hovered above their heads. Anoki had seen a tailed beast ball before, but this was the first time he felt its aura from such a close distance. The chakra filled with the aura of destruction and death made him involuntarily swallow. Whoosh, the tailed beast ball flew out at an extremely fast speed, exploding behind the sea level, and the shockwave still hit Anoki. Impressive. I never knew someone could use a tailed beast ball without a tailed beast, and such a gigantic one at that. Anoki was indeed impressed. With a tailed beast ball of this level, Lin Yong only needed to use the flying thunder god to reach the outskirts of Awagakure, and with one tailed beast ball, they could surrender. But Lin Yong did not plan to let him off. This is why I say I can defeat the land of earth by myself. He then repeated the previous action. Onoki was shocked inside to consume chakra of this scale and still be able to perform a second time in such a short time. Soon Lin Yong gave him the answer. It was not a second time, but a consecutive 52 tailed beast balls. Lin Yong estimated that the fish in that sea area should be cooked before stopping the launch of the tailed beast balls. Onoki looked at Lin Yong, who showed no signs of fatigue and was left speechless. He had never felt so powerless even in front of Uchiha Madara. You can't possibly be the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, can you? After staring blankly at the sea for a while, Onoki finally spoke. I sign. These two words seemed to drain all his strength. He was a person who valued face and dignity. Now to surrender without a fight was more painful than being killed. Lord Tsuchikage, don't be so down. I will still need your help in the future. Onoki turned to look at Lin Yong. I have a dream. I want to unify the entire ninja world into one country. Unify into one country. That's right. The first Hokage was wrong. He had the ability to unify the entire ninja world, but he didn't. This led to different resource situations in every country, which is also the reason why the ninja world has experienced 3 great ninja wars in just 100 years. I want to unify the entire ninja world. The land of rains, continuous heavy rains could irrigate the desert of the land of wind. The minerals of the land of earth could allow everyone in the ninja world to use better tools, and the land of fire could ensure no one suffers from famine. The resources of each country could serve all, and naturally wars wouldn't be as frequent as they are now. I have to say it's a very bold idea. But what about the nobility and the daimyos? Kill them all. Huh. Just a moment ago he was talking about world peace, and now in a single breath he wants to kill all the nobility. They do not work, yet they enjoy the offerings of all the people in the ninja world. Commoners labor to provide them with food, drink, and entertainment, while the ninjas fight to provide safety and protection. And they, because they were born into nobility, naturally enjoy all of this. They will only be a stumbling block on the road to peace. So showing me these is to ask me to do something. Onoki thought of how his granddaughter would respectfully regard the daimyos in the future, and found Lin Yang's words reasonable. Moreover, peace, what a dreamy word. Since he was born, he had never thought that peace could truly be realized. He wanted to see what the ninja world would look like without war. Of course, after unifying the ninja world, I will need an old senior like you to help me manage it. Lin Yong flew back to Konoha with Onoki. Just as they arrived at the Hokage's office, Tsunade struck Lin Yang's head with a heavy fist. Lin Yong, do not casually bring dignitaries from other nations using the flying thunder god. Yes. Lord Tsuchikage, let us continue discussing the details. Before Onoki could speak, Lin Yong interrupted. It's fine, I've already negotiated with the Tsuchikage. We can freely extract ore from those 2 chakra metal mines. We just need to discuss the taxes for the trade caravan. The territory can wait for now. After all, Onoki was practically an ally now, and Lin Yong couldn't let him lose face. Otherwise, they would have to appoint someone new to manage it. This way, the 2 chakra metal mines still remained under Inoki's control, preserving face for him, while Konoha could obtain goods at any time. The territory currently wasn't a pressing need. Lin Yong could handle it himself when it was necessary, which wouldn't take long. The taxes for the trade caravan could be negotiated lower, which would also prove that Inoki didn't leave empty-handed after coming to Konoha. In the future, he could be appointed as some kind of protectorate of Awagakure, and everyone would likely accept that. After unification, the names of each district still needed careful consideration. However, the 2 elder advisors of Konoha were not pleased, as the concessions made were too significant. You aren't personally benefiting from this deal with Awagakure while selling out Konoha, are you? Mizukage Hozuki said, I don't agree. How could you come to such an agreement? We must stick to the original plan. Tsunade was also somewhat bewildered. Lin Yong didn't usually seem this generous. How could he lower the compensation demands against the land of earth after being attacked? Then let's gather the Jonin for a discussion. After all, this involves the interests of the entire village, and everyone's opinions are important. They definitely won't agree with your approach. Nara Shikamaru was also indignant, as he finally had a chance to rectify the grievances suffered in other villages, yet Lin Yong came up with such an agreement. Tsunade said, no need to, I disagree. The interests of Konoha must not be compromised. Damn, I should have just demanded the Hokage position that day instead of waiting for Sasuke's Sharingan. Since Inoki had decided to side with Lin Yong, he naturally spoke up for him. I can sign the surrender document, but Konoha cannot present it without a declaration of war. If that's the case, conceding a little benefit isn't out of the question. Tsunade hesitated. She exchanged glances with her 2 advisors, feeling that it was a worthwhile deal. After all, the peninsula to the east of the land of earth was still somewhat far from the land of fire. If Konoha initiated the war, it would be easy to launch a surprise attack. However, if Awagakure struck first, the station forces in that area could easily be overwhelmed. Considering this, perhaps the value of this surrender agreement could be slightly higher. While the 3 high-ranking officials were still entangled in their thoughts, Kuratsuchi was quite shocked. She couldn't understand why Inoki would make such a decision. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Even I know what signing this means. How can you sign it? However, Inoki could not explain this matter to Kuratsuchi at that moment, so he could only raise his hand to stop her from continuing. After a moment, Tsunade finally made up her mind. She believed this deal could be done, and the impact of this surrender agreement on the morale of Awagakure was far more crucial than the significance of that peninsula. In fact, during wartime, this agreement might even lead to Inoki stepping down. All right, let's proceed with the terms Lin Yang just mentioned. Lord Tsuchikage, let's go sign the agreement. Good. Inoki never expected that after so many years as Tsuchikage he would sign an agreement with such efficiency, finishing in less than a day without even needing to stay at an inn. Although it could be considered an unequal treaty, the situation was stronger than the people. Given the power Lin Yang demonstrated, Inoki felt that not only could she sweep through the land of Earth, but even the combined forces of the 5 great nations would not be enough to contend with her. After a single flying thunder god across the land of fire, she unleashed over 50-tailed beast bombs and could even return using the flying thunder god. Didn't her chakra have any limits? After the agreement was signed, so do you wish to stay in Konoha for a couple of days or head back now? I appreciate your kindness, but I must return now. Oh, there are still many affairs to handle in the village. All right, then I'll escort you. Good. After bidding farewell to Tsunade, Lin Yang once again activated his airplane technique. As for why he didn't use the flying thunder god, that was naturally because there was no marking. Anyway, the airplane was fast, so he hadn't thought to have the trade caravan bring a kunai earlier. Kuratsuchi was left speechless at the sight of the massive aircraft. However, once the speed of the airplane truly picked up, she understood what it meant to be strong. The large airplane carrying the entire visiting team from the land of Earth flew through the air at 4 times the speed of sound. If it were wartime, even without the flying thunder god marking, it could swiftly provide support. Inoki had signed the fastest agreement in his life. He arrived in the morning, signed the agreement at noon, and returned to the village in the afternoon. After dropping off Inoki and the others, Lin Yang handed Inoki a kunai marked for the flying thunder god. If you encounter any issues that you cannot resolve, you can contact me. Just input chakra into it. Feeling the metallic texture of the kunai in his hand, Inoki knew that once he accepted it, there would be no turning back. However, unifying the ninja world was such a great endeavor. Could he accomplish what Hashirama and Madara could not by following Lin Yang? Ultimately, Inoki accepted the kunai. All right. Whoosh! After Lin Yang disappeared, Kuratsuchi eagerly looked at her grandfather. Grandpa, why did you sign that agreement? Come on, let's go to the office. I'll explain it to you slowly. After returning to Konoha, Lin Yang realized that he still lacked enough jonin under his command. He might need to replace Tsunade, which could be a bit insufficient. So he went to the Hokage's office. Tsunade, I would like to nominate Sasuke and Doku for promotion to jonin. As for why Niji and Sakura were already jonin while Sasuke was not, it was simply due to his insufficient mission count. Sasuke did not possess the same research achievements and bloodline limits as Lin Yang did, and could only work hard on missions. However, since Lin Yang's affordable supplies spread throughout the ninja world, stability had improved significantly, leading to a considerable decrease in mission availability. Moreover, Sasuke spent much of his time training to enhance his strength, and he only took on high-level missions which were already scarce, leaving him still a chunin. Niji's mission count was high purely due to the versatility of his Byakugan. He could easily handle non-combat missions, allowing him to naturally become a jonin. As for Sakura, her path was even simpler. She was the top medical ninja under Tsunade in Konoha, capable of taking on both combat and medical missions. This time Lin Yang intended to gain a bit of influence within the jonin ranks, hence the nominations of Sasuke and Doku. Tsunade pondered. I have no objections to Sasuke becoming a jonin. His strength has long since sufficed. However, since it is not a time of war, we can arrange a match later just for the sake of it. But isn't Lu Zheng a bit unfit for this? Why is he unfit? With his blaze release, I believe he can rival the blaze release of Yi Tsong. Tsunade replied. Well, that's not important. What matters is that Lu Zheng's strength is indeed no longer weak, she added, fully aware of Lin Yang's intentions. After all, which family or faction in Konoha didn't want to elevate their own people? How about this? Let's designate Lu Zheng as a special jonin first, and then assign him several A and S rank missions. Based on his performance, we can decide later. What do you think? After some thought, Tsunade agreed. It wasn't a loss after all. Lu Zheng had been assisting Lin Yang as a steward, and he hadn't made much significant contribution to the village. When is Sasuke's jonin examination scheduled? In a couple of days. We will arrange a simulated battle between him and Kakashi then. Kakashi hasn't returned from his mission yet, so we'll discuss it when he does. Alright. 4 days quickly passed, and Kakashi returned to the village after completing his mission. Lord Hokage, here is the mission report from this time. Thank you for your hard work, Tsunade said, quickly scanning the mission report before stamping it. I may need you to work hard once more. Lin Yang recommended Sasuke for jonin. Sasuke. He truly has the strength of an elite jonin now. It would be inappropriate for him to remain a chunin. Exactly. However, he doesn't really enjoy taking on missions, so his mission count isn't quite sufficient. Wait, what? That's right, he really doesn't. How long do you need to rest? And then 2 days should be fine. Good. Shizu, notify the jonin class. In 2 days, Kakashi will conduct the jonin promotion examination for Sasuke. Anyone available can come to judge. Understood. Then I'll head back to rest for now. Go ahead. At the third training ground 2 days later, the jonin promotion examination could not be held in a closed space like the chunin exams. The environment was too uniform to properly showcase a jonin's strength. Tsunade stood in the middle announcing, Uchiha Sasuke's jonin promotion examination with examiner Hitaki Kakashi. The examination begins now. However, both Sasuke and Kakashi remained still. Kakashi-sensei, aren't you going to use your Sharingan? Aren't you not using yours either? Oomph. Sasuke drew his long blade from his waist, lunging forward, the blade sweeping upward towards Kakashi's face. Kakashi bent down to evade the attack, drawing out a kunai to thrust at Sasuke. With both hands still available, how could Sasuke allow such an attack to hit? He seized Kakashi's wrist with one hand. Taking a step forward, Sasuke aimed an elbow strike down from above. Kakashi blocked Sasuke's elbow strike with his other hand. However, Sasuke immediately twisted his waist using his knee to strike. Seeing that he could not evade, Kakashi adjusted the angle of the kunai to slash at Sasuke's arm. As Sasuke let go, Kakashi immediately withdrew. Wow, today's youth are truly impressive, Kakashi remarked, pushing his forehead protector up to reveal his 3-mo Sharingan. Exactly, that's how it should be. As he spoke, Sasuke's 2 crimson 3-mo Sharingan lit up. With the 2-known situation, Sasuke had already gained the upper hand. Sasuke threw out a dozen shurikens, exclaiming, "Ninjutsu, shuriken shadow clone." The shurikens in the air suddenly formed an impenetrable wall. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall adorned with 3 dog heads rose up to block the shurikens. However, the Uchiha clan's Shurikenjutsu is powerful precisely because they can curve. Lightning Release Super Electromagnetic Cannon. This was a technique that Sasuke developed after learning this skill. After utilizing the Shuriken Shadow Clone, he accelerated several shurikens still in the air to collide with others, thereby altering their trajectories, ultimately allowing the shurikens to attack enemies hiding behind cover. Before Kakashi used the earth flow wall, he had already seen the trajectory of the shuriken's attack with his Sharingan, which is why he released the ninjutsu. However, he did not expect that the trajectory of the shuriken could still be changed in such a manner. Fortunately, there was already some cover available. Kakashi quickly took a position above the earth flow wall and blocked a few remaining kunai. Fire release, great fireball technique. The fireball flew towards Sasuke. Uchiha's fire. Fire release, fire dragon flame bomb. 3 fire dragons erupted from Sasuke's mouth, with the central dragon blocking Kakashi's great fireball, while the other 2 dragons flanked Kakashi. Water release, water formation wall. The water comes to block the fire, and a huge cloud of water vapor instantly enveloped the arena. Seeing this, Asuma was utterly astonished. Have these children truly become so strong that they can stalemate with Kakashi to this extent? However, Kakashi thought otherwise. Just moments ago, if he hadn't increased his chakra output, he might not have been able to withstand those 2 fire dragons. With the temperature of the water vapor in the air rising too high, Kakashi struggled to maintain chakra at the surface of his body to reduce the damage. Seeing the chakra consumption increasing, Kakashi decided to take the initiative to attack. Earth release, tracking Fong technique. 8 ninja dogs were summoned from the earth chasing after Sasuke. Kakashi took aim, shouting, "Raikiri." A blue-white lightning formed in Kakashi's hand. Got you. Kakashi dashed towards the location of the ninja dogs, but by the time he arrived, the shadow clone they had bitten had already exploded with a bang. Oh no. Kakashi did not pause, immediately using the body flicker technique to escape. Just as he dodged, a fireball struck the place he had just been. Oh dear, that was close. Lord Tsunade and Sakura are here. What are you afraid of? Of course I'm afraid of pain. Kakashi knew that Sasuke had now learned wind release, but he had not used it until now, indicating that he needed to apply some pressure. However, before Kakashi could attack, Sasuke moved first. Wind release, gale, severing lock. The laser beams of wind release shot in various directions towards Kakashi, attempting to seal off his retreat. Clearly, Sasuke was also aware of the problem. Kakashi knew too many ninjutsu, and he could counter any tactic with a suitable jutsu. Therefore, Sasuke planned to increase the attack pace to create an opening. Earth release, earth flow wall. The 4 earthen walls blocked the attacks of the wind release, but simultaneously trapped Kakashi inside. Good opportunity. Sasuke used body flicker technique to reach the top of the earthen wall. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. The space enclosed by the earthen walls was filled with searing flames, yet there was no response from within. TCH, did he run away? Hey, are you really planning to kill me? If you were that easy to kill, wouldn't you have died long ago? Kakashi emerged from the earth behind Sasuke. Seeing that both sides were on the verge of resorting to lethal moves, Tsunade stepped in to halt the examination. Uchiha Sasuke, you have passed the examination and are officially promoted to Jonin. After Sasuke and Liu Zhang became Jonin, and Special Jonin Lin Yang decided to let the Exchange Guild know the cost of betraying her intelligence. Returning to the base, Lin Yang called for Liu Zhang. Lord Lin Yang, you called for me. Yes, there are still individuals who have not faced retribution for the ambush by Awagakure and Kumogakure last time. The Exchange Guild, right? Liu Zhang quickly realized Lin Yang's target. That's right. Your task for the time being is to sweep through all the Exchange Guilds within the Land of Fire. If you can't beat them, just harass them. As long as they can't conduct business, that's sufficient. Understood. This task poses little challenge for Liu Zhang at present. The strength of the Exchange Guild lies in its entire intelligence system, not necessarily in the hard power of each individual guild. Individuals like Kakuzu are not incapable of being defeated, they simply wish to keep earning money. If they ever have their plans to attack the Exchange Guild compromised by intelligence leaks, endless troubles will follow, which is why they avoid provoking the Exchange Guild. However, Lin Yang is different. She doesn't lack money. Moreover, when one's strength reaches a certain level, even intelligence becomes less crucial. Besides, the Exchange Guild likely doesn't have a grasp on some of the covert information within the ninja world that Lin Yang does. After arranging Lu Zhang's work, Lin Yang felt it was time to start enhancing productivity in the ninja world. First, there is the issue of communication. Currently, various villages still rely on animals to convey messages. For example, during the previous request for aid from Sunagakure, they used ninja hawks or ninjas with summoning beasts, employed summoning techniques to relay information. In short-distance communication, ninjas have already begun using radios, but for cross-country or even inter-village communication, it remains quite inconvenient. It's time to establish a communications company. Telegraphs are still inconvenient for the ninja world. A mobile phone that delivers messages directly in one go is needed. The next issue is that Lin Yang doesn't know how to create such a device. Generally, who would want to deal with such things? However, that's not a problem. The basic principles were taught by her teacher in school. The details of implementation will have to be solved by the geniuses of the ninja world. The first choice would definitely be our genius scientist Yuanya Fangzhu. However, at this time Fangzhu is nearly the same age as Lin Yang, so it's likely he doesn't have much strength yet. Orochimaru is not a consideration. His expertise is in biological technology. In this case, it will be necessary to find some newcomers to cultivate. Lin Yang arrived at Shikamaru's home, seeking a clever genius from the Nara family. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Although the voice behind the door asked, it opened before Lin Yang could respond. Oh, Lin Yang, is there something you need? Shikamaru asked, puzzled. Lin Yang is currently quite popular in the village, and they hadn't interacted much before. I'm not looking for you. I'm here to see your father. Oh. Although curious, Shikamaru was not the type to meddle in everything. But Dad is still at work. He should be in the Hokage building right now. It's fine, I'll wait here. It's not a work-related matter. It's inconvenient to discuss in the Hokage building. Alright then, come in. Lin Yang followed Shikamaru into the reception room to wait for Nara Shikaku to finish work. She had been careless, forgetting that while she didn't have to work, others did. She should have timed her visit around the end of work hours. The current situation was quite awkward. Lin Yang and Shikamaru were not particularly familiar, and Shikamaru was not a very talkative person. Finally, Lin Yang couldn't hold back and started to find a topic to chat about. How are you and Temari doing now? Although she hadn't accomplished the mission to bring Sasuke back, she had captured him once, and at that time Asuma's team was responsible for daily supervision. Plus, during the Chunin exams, which helped Naruto advance to Chunin, Shikamaru and Temari had indeed established a relationship that was hard to define. Puffed, the sip of tea Shikamaru just took was sprayed out. What are you saying? Oh, you, the smartest among our peers, are actually shy. Don't say that we have nothing going on. Nothing at all, but the matter I want to discuss with your father may require someone to go to the Land of Wind. I guess I'll let Lu Zheng handle it then. Cough, cough. Well, I think if it's really important, I can go too. After all, Lu Zheng has been quite busy managing your merchant team lately. Alright, as expected of the next clan leader, you really look out for your clan brother. Hey, we're all family, supporting each other is what we should do. Yes. At that moment, a man's voice came from the doorway. Shikamaru, is there a guest? Nara Shikaku entered the reception room while speaking. It's Lin Yang. Today I've come to discuss a business matter with clan leader Nara. Looking for me? Doing business? Exactly. Most families in Konoha have their own small businesses to maintain their household expenses. The Nara family has always been involved in medicinal herb cultivation, and the medicinal herbs for Konoha Hospital are almost all procured from the Nara family. If a new business opportunity arises, they will certainly not refuse. Shikaku glanced at his son. It's fine. After all, Shikamaru is the heir to the clan, and it's not something that requires complete confidentiality. Then please elaborate. Lin Yang provided Shikaku with an in-depth analysis of the current state of the communication industry in the ninja world, forecasted future trends, and explained the driving force of new technology on the communication industry, as well as what new opportunities it would bring to the Nara family. The ninja world currently possesses wired communication abilities. Back when Lin Yang participated in the Chunin exams, Konoha had already utilized surveillance video, and every household had a television. However, prolonged wars have prevented the major nations from establishing cross-national communication channels. Within the same village, wired transmission can be laid out via telephone poles, so naturally, there is no such thing as cross-national communication cables. Shikaku contemplated for a moment. If what Lin Yang said about long-distance wireless communication could be realized, it would indeed present a vast profit margin. No problem, my Nara family agrees. Since it's a collaboration, I wonder what we can provide. Talent. I see. It seems Lin Yang is only aware of the basic principles, but lacks the technical skills to realize them, which is why she came to ask him for personnel to implement this function. The Nara family will invest in technology. I will provide the funds, and you will be responsible for research and development. The operational work later can be jointly managed with the Yamanaka and Akimichi families. The Ino Shikicho trio has always been tied together. At this moment, Lin Yang doesn't mind bringing 2 more families on board, so everyone can earn money. Sounds good. Shikamaru, go call Haichi and Dingzuo over. If possible, please call the heirs of both families too, as they hold significant positions in Konoha, and during work someone needs to take on the responsibilities. Good point, as Shikamaru, go ahead. Understood. Before long, the leaders of the 3 families, Zhu, Lu, and Dai, had gathered at the Nara household. Lin Yang introduced his products to the other 2 families and discussed future development prospects. As high-ranking members of Konoha, the representatives from the other two families could clearly see the potential impact of this revolutionary communication method. With Nara's agreement, the Zhu, Lu, and Dai families had always stood together, and there was no reason for them to withdraw from this collaboration. After agreeing on the cooperation intent, Lin Yang said to Ruku, please organize a research team for the project, especially the head, who should ideally have exceptional talent in engineering. You can rest assured about that. Then I shall take my leave for now. The next day, Nara quickly selected a young man in his 20s, Nara Ruku. With radios equipped for every ninja, Lin Yang mainly explained to Ruku the 3 laws of Kepler and Newton's laws that he had once learned in school. As for how to apply this knowledge to the ninja world, that would be up to you. If I already know everything, what do I need you for? However, after receiving this enlightenment, Ruku found it not difficult to understand, as there were already related physical laws in the ninja world. The Chunin exams had once included questions on parabolas. Although many issues remained to be resolved, they were not significant, especially with the miraculous chakra. After solving the issues in the communication industry, the next challenge was logistics. Currently, Lin Yang's merchant convoy still transported grain to various countries using the most primitive horse-drawn carriage method. However, the ninja world actually had railways located in the Land of Snow, but this technology had never been accepted by other countries. Now the Land of Earth had essentially become its own territory, making expansion relatively straightforward. In the Land of Wind, Gar's authority had not yet reached a point where he could make unilateral decisions, but it should not be a problem, as everyone stood to benefit. Arriving at the Hokage's office, Tsunade glanced up at the newcomer and asked what's the matter. Tsunade was currently overwhelmed with paperwork due to drinking and indulgence a few days prior and was in a state of catching up on assignments before the school year began. I need to go to the Land of Snow along with Team 7 to have them join us. The Land of Snow. What do you need to go there for? Technology introduction. After a brief thought, Tsunade realized that since Lin Yang had the Flying Thunder God technique, he could return anytime, so there was no issue. Alright then, go find them yourself. Okay. A day later, Lin Yang exclaimed, so this is the Land of Snow. Then let's go directly to find the queen. This was the advantage of having connections in high places, which is why Lin Yang brought Team 7. They could meet the queen directly without the need for conflict. Arriving at the palace, Lin Yang requested, please help notify the queen that ninjas from Konoha, Lin Yang, Uzumaki, Naruto, Haruno, Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke, are here to visit. Although the guards wanted to shout back, they knew that Konoha was not to be trifled with. Realizing he could not offend Konoha, the guard obediently went to notify the queen. Fuka Shiryuki was overjoyed to hear that Naruto and the others had come to visit after more than 2 years. They finally remembered to come see her. Quick, let them in. Sister, we've come to see you. Even before they entered, Naruto's voice could be heard. However, Sakura and Sasuke maintained their decorum. Your Majesty. Oh, why are you two being so polite? Sakura scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Who is this? Hello, my name is Lin Yang, a ninja from Konoha, and I am currently their commander. Hello, may I ask what brings you here today? Fuka Shiryuki was no longer the inexperienced young queen she had been when she first ascended to the throne. Lin Yang, a Konoha ninja she had not met before coming alongside Team 7, indicated that Sakura and Sasuke were not just here for a social visit. Well, I personally wish to discuss a business deal with the Land of Snow. Oh, in that case, please come in and let's discuss it thoroughly. Following the queen to the conference room, Lin Yang stated, now, please elaborate on the details of the cooperation. I am very interested in your country's railway and train technology. I hope to acquire the relevant technology or arrange for my payment for your construction. I just want the final results. As for whether the technology would remain in his hands, that was a future concern. The immediate priority was to get the railways constructed as soon as possible. Selling the technology outright may be difficult, as it is considered a core technology of our country. However, if you simply wish to construct the railway, we can undertake the contract, though it will be somewhat expensive. Money is not an issue as long as my demands are met. We can discuss further. Then our responsible party will talk to you about this part later. Okay, now let's move on to the second project, Chakra Armor. I'm sorry, but that is technology that cannot be exported, even the finished product. The ninjas of the Land of Snow were mediocre at best, with only occasional geniuses who could match up to the level of a Konoha Jonin. Maintaining sovereignty among many small nations relied heavily on this chakra armor. If it were sold, it could easily be reverse engineered. Your Majesty, you may not understand, but I am currently negotiating business with you simply to avoid diplomatic conflicts. That does not mean I cannot obtain this technology. You now have 2 choices. First, cooperate with me. I will pay, and you will provide the armor. Second, do not cooperate with me. I will take it by force, and not only will you lose your armor, but you will also not receive any payment. In my hometown, there's an old saying, those who recognize the times are heroes. I hope your Majesty does not misjudge the situation. Hey Lin Yang, what are you saying? Naruto sensed the hostility in Lin Yang's words. As both parties were his allies, he hoped to avoid any conflict. Sasuke, take Naruto outside. Yes. Sasuke, don't pull me away. Lin Yang, what are you doing? She's our friend. Naruto, it's fine, but it's just business between the 2 countries, nothing unusual. Fuka Shiryuki reassured Naruto, indicating for him to step outside first, realizing that he still had that naive heart from back then. After Naruto left, Lin Yang commented, are you not afraid that I will directly protest to the daimyo of the Land of Fire? Haha, you may feel free to do so. I'll give you time to consider, please go ahead. It was best if the daimyo did not interfere, otherwise what could have been a matter of confiscating property might lead to a direct demise. Observing Lin Yang's too natural demeanor, Fuka Shiryuki realized he was a top-tier powerhouse, someone who could single-handedly destroy a nation without needing to regard the nobility. Sighing quietly, she said, "Then could you please keep the chakra armor technology confidential? It is the very foundation of our existence in the land of snow. Rest assured, not only will I keep your technology confidential, but I can also send people to station troops for your protection. Is that true?" "Indeed. Deal." In the land of snow, due to the inadequacy of ninja abilities, they began to develop technology to replace chakra in order to survive in what was once a snowy expanse. The existence of railways allows them to transport personnel and supplies across the snow. Lin Yang left Naruto and Sakura to build rapport with the queen, hoping that when the time for unification came, she could be more decisive. He took Sasuke to discuss specific cooperation matters. Everything here was proceeding according to Lin Yang's plans, while another group was not having such a comfortable time. In the land of rain, we have now captured the 1 tail, 4 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails, but the remaining tailed beasts are not easy to capture. Xiaonan was feeling somewhat tired. Originally their organization had been profitable, supporting not only the Akatsuki, but also the hidden rain village, allowing some funds for themselves. Now, however, the organization was stretched thin, with almost everyone searching for or capturing tailed beasts. Their accounts had not seen any income for a long time, only expenses. Today she also wanted to remind Nagato that they needed to slow down. The remaining tailed beasts were difficult to catch. They should first withdraw the personnel to earn some money before continuing. Currently, the hidden rain village could buy cheap food, otherwise managing the village alone would be overwhelming for her. It's alright if their capabilities are limited, I can step in myself. Is that the issue? You don't understand the value of basic necessities. Plus, if you had taken action sooner, you would not be facing the entire ninja world alone. What I mean is the organization's funds are running low now. Moi. How could that be? It was supposed to be Itachi and Kisame primarily responsible for earning money, but now both have been dispatched to find or capture tailed beasts. We haven't had any income for a long time. What about Deidara and Obito? Obito is quite invested, but Deidara seems to have recently made a breakthrough in his research. He has been having Zetsu find bloodline ninjas, but the few captured are all from Konoha, bearing special curse seals that destroy their brains upon death, and we haven't received any effective information, so he hasn't earned anything. However, the tailed beast capture missions are still being completed on time. Nagato fell silent, seemingly pondering something. Before Nagato could come up with a good solution, Xiaonan delivered another piece of bad news. Moreover, the number of trading posts is decreasing rapidly. Moi. Lin Yang's actions to sell information to the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone to profit for the last trading post have led her subordinates to sweep the trading posts worldwide. As the trading posts keep getting taken down, many people no longer trust their strength, so their bounties are decreasing, and now they are almost only selling information. It's tough for the Akatsuki, but the current situation is that money is running out. If you ask Nagato to kill, it's fine, but asking him to earn money is truly a challenge. Then let's put the tailed beast capturing on hold for now and consolidate our personnel to replenish our funds first. Alright. Xiaonan finally felt a sense of relief upon hearing this response. It's not just the Akatsuki that has been struggling to make money lately. The trading posts are also suffering. They cannot comprehend that my trading post has a longer history than Konoha's. Having sold information for so long, no one has ever sought revenge for being sold out. Yet Lin Yang is like a mad dog, sending her subordinates after me relentlessly. The trading posts within the Land of Fire have completely gone underground, afraid to show themselves. Recently, for some unknown reason, even the Hidden Stone has begun to clear out the trading posts. As a result, the daimyo of the Land of Earth had to reprimand Inoki, but Inoki seemed to have suddenly lost 70 years in wisdom, not understanding what the daimyo was saying. In short, the core idea is that even the sage of the 6 paths cannot protect the trading posts. I stand by my words. However, the daimyo cannot openly say it's related to her, so he had to retreat feeling humiliated. As for the exchange with Inoki, although the assassination mission failed some time ago, he still managed to secure hostages from Konoha, preserving his chakra metal mine. This is a concrete achievement, and his prestige has only increased, making him untouchable. However, as a noble, the daimyo has never endured such humiliation. How could he truly swallow his pride? He must retaliate. The 5 great country daimyos gathered once more. Let's discuss the situation regarding the trading posts. Upon hearing the daimyo's command, a minister stepped forward. Report to the daimyo, currently the trading posts in the Land of Fire are completely silent, with about 30% of those in the Land of Earth still operating normally. 2% have relocated to the Land of Wind. The businesses in the Land of Lightning, Land of Wind, and Land of Water have not been affected, but the number of people coming to post bounties at the trading posts has drastically dropped. Many are afraid that the targets of the bounties will find them through the trading posts. After hearing the report, the daimyos could only sigh. This is the downside of being mere intermediaries without any real strength. Now the trading posts must take decisive action against Lin Yang to potentially stop their current decline. As for the daimyo of the Land of Fire, he is indifferent. The relationship between the daimyo and the ninja villages lacks any real hierarchy. Since the time of Hashirama, the daimyo has been sidelined. The leaders of the ninja villages are born within their own ranks, and then simply notify the daimyo. The fifth Hokage Tsunade was recognized by the daimyo, but if the daimyo were to refuse, Konoha has countless ways to ensure his acknowledgement. The system of the ninja villages is also established by the leaders. The second Hokage created the Ninja Academy, the police force, and the Umbu, among others. The daimyo has no say in these matters, merely being informed. The only way to restrict the ninja villages is through economic control. Thus, the daimyos and the ninja villages maintain a certain tacit understanding: I can provide you with money and not interfere in your affairs, but you ninjas must protect my property and my safety. Therefore, for ninjas like Lin Yang who damage their own property, which country she belongs to is no longer important. Her absence is what matters. However, this is where the problem lies. They knew about the previous operations of the Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud with one Reikage and one Tsuchikage's disciple, both Jinchuriki, along with dozens of Jonin, who had received the target's action routes in advance. Fully tailed beast transformed in ambush. As a result, the other side suffered no losses and even captured the tailed beast from the Hidden Stone and the Tsuchikage's disciple. How about we gather the guardian ninjas from the 5 great nations and set up another ambush? The daimyo of the Land of Fire thought for a moment. That might not work. Asuma, you should know that the third Hokage's son was originally my guardian ninja. His strength ranks high in the ninja world, yet upon returning to Konoha, he isn't the strongest. However, Lin Yang is currently recognized as the strongest in Konoha, and even the Hokage does not fully understand her capabilities. So we just watch. Will we stop doing business with the trading posts? Of course we cannot simply stop, but we can find another way to approach this. Oh, elaborate. Let the Hokage exert pressure. After all, she is still a Konoha ninja. No matter how strong she is, she cannot contend with the entire Konoha alone. Otherwise, wouldn't she have unified the ninja world by now? This illustrates the disparity in attitudes towards commoners. Lin Yang does not want the ordinary people to endure too much war, hence her civilized approach. However, these nobles, if they possessed Lin Yang's power, would not care about the common people. Thus, they firmly believe Lin Yang's strength is not yet sufficient to oppose all of Konoha alone. That makes sense. If we are still worried, we can organize an event for all 5 great ninja villages to participate. At that time, Lin Yang will definitely not be able to escape. Good idea. Now we should think about what reason to use. As for the reason, Lin Yang was of course unaware that the prominent figures of various nations had conspired against him. Just after returning to Konoha, he and the others were summoned to the Hokage's office by Tsunade. According to the request from Sunigakure Lin Yang, you will lead Team 7 to the Lulan ruins in the Land of Winds Desert to capture the runaway ninja Baizu. The original plot had Jiraiya's death, but I've made some adjustments here. The Dragon Vein infinite energy. It must be utilized. Well, Lin Yang valued the Dragon Vein greatly, as it could save the effort of developing controllable nuclear fusion if it truly provided limitless chakra. What? You say Lin Yang is an infinite energy source? What a joke. As the Emperor unifying the ninja world, how could I just sit there like a generator? Baizu's goal is the power of the Dragon Vein sleeping beneath Lulan. As of now, the Dragon Vein's power is sealed by the 4th Hokage, and your task is to firmly guard the seal. Rest assured we will complete the mission. Flying in his beloved small aircraft, Lin Yang brought Team 7 to the Lulan ruins. That is the 4th Hokage's seal. Who is that person? It seems you have arrived too late. By incorporating the power of the Dragon Vein into my puppet technique, I will not only dominate the 5 great nations, but the entire world. However, Lin Yang did not directly go to kill him, as he had not yet acquired the ability to manipulate time. To return and ask the 4th Hokage how to lift the seal, he still had to rely on the Dragon Vein. It's impossible. You can't break the 4th Hokage's seal. Sakura, having learned the sealing technique from Tsunade, studied some simple sealing methods as per Lin Yang's request. She was well aware of how formidable the 4th Hokage's sealing technique was and did not believe a runaway ninja from Sunigakure possessed that capability. Of course I know that, which is why I intend to absorb the sealing technique. Mani Mani Hong. Not good. Naruto charged forward first, but at that moment Baizu had already pulled out the kunai of the 4th Hokage. A massive beam of light began to spread from the sealing point. Seeing the situation, Naruto quickly turned to run. Lin Yang turned to the two and said, "We need to go in." "Go in? You want us to go into that eerie beam of light?" But Lin Yang had already begun to walk forward slowly. With the boss already inside, what could they do? They followed him in. Naruto shouted at the 3 coming towards him, "Run." But it was clear that no one was listening to him. The beam of light soon enveloped the 3. With a wave of dizziness, when Lin Yang opened his eyes again, he found himself in a city of skyscrapers. However, the others were not by his side. "It seems we've been transported to different locations." Lin Yang expanded his perception to the maximum. "So many puppets, hey. Are these people the 4th Hokage?" In a corner of the city, a yellow-haired ninja sensed the subtle waves of lightning chakra coming in succession from the sky. "Stay alert, it seems someone is using a perception technique and has probably sensed us." "Nanny." The group immediately heightened their vigilance and began to search for a place to hide. However, Lin Yang had already located the positions of Team 7 and decided to find Sasuke and Sakura first without disturbing Naruto's rescue of the queen. By the way, it seems Naruto has a special connection with the queen. On the way, they encountered a dozen puppets blocking their path. Although not strong, they were like cockroaches, truly endless. As soon as one was killed, another appeared, which was quite annoying. "Lin Yang, where is this?" This is Lulan. Let's not talk about that now, we need to find Sasuke and Naruto first. After finding Sasuke, the three followed the scent's direction and happened to see the Lulan queen slapping Naruto. Just in time. Hey, what are you doing? Sakura rushed forward to stop the woman who was slapping Naruto. Who? Suddenly Sasuke threw a shuriken behind him. Clang. It was predictably blocked. The yellow-haired leader glanced at Lin Yang, sensed the gathering point of chakra in the air, and confirmed it was indeed the girl in front of him. However, seeing the Konoha forehead protector around her neck, he refrained from attacking directly. So you've been sensing our location all along. It was a misunderstanding, I was just looking for my team. As for sensing all of you, that was purely incidental. At this moment, Sakura and Sasuke took up a combat formation, while Naruto, having been saved by the yellow-haired one earlier, held no significant hostility and was merely urging both sides to put down their weapons. You have violated our agreement. What can I do? She fell in front of me from above. Sasuke was not interested in hearing Naruto talk so much with these mysterious individuals. Who are you? What is your purpose here? The opposing group exchanged glances. We are here to protect Her Majesty the Queen. And you? It appears we are not enemies. Oh, let's find a place to have a good conversation. Following the queen, they entered a palace and began exchanging information. What? What nonsense are you talking about? A ruin. Clearly the queen was not very accepting of the fact that the country she inherited from her mother had turned into a ruin. There's no helping it. I'll try to explain to you as much as I can within reason. We also received a confidential mission from Konoha. This place is indeed not the Lulan you recognize, and you should be from the future. The future? That's right. However, if people from the future get involved with this era, the flow of time will undergo significant changes. Based on your description, you are approximately 20 years away from your time, and 6 years ago ninja from the future also appeared suddenly, just like you. Their name was Baizu. Baizu is our mission target. Could you tell us what happened on your side? Lin Yang glanced at Sakura, prompting her to explain briefly. It seems you all arrived in this era due to time-space ninjutsu. Can we go back? Based on your description, since Baizu absorbed the technique into himself, defeating him can restore time. Finally, I've heard some good news. It seems we must defeat Baizu quickly. Sasuke finally felt relieved, knowing the current situation eased his mind significantly. It's not that there were no problems, but the lack of solutions was what worried him. However, Lin Yang was not concerned with this issue as she walked straight towards the Lulan Queen. Your Majesty, can you tell me about the power of the dragon vein? In an instant, Namake's Minato appeared before the queen. Isn't your mission related to Baizu? At that moment, Lin Yang asked Sarah about the dragon vein, causing him to feel a sense of alertness. What does it matter? Aren't you curious? This is an endless source of energy. So what? Even if it is an endless source of energy, it's still the property of Lulan. We cannot seize it. Sai, how can it be called seizing? Clearly, it's the rogue ninjas from the Land of Wind, the Baizu, who invaded Lulan, threatening the queen and taking control of the secret treasure, the dragon vein. In order to uphold justice and peace in the ninja world, I from Konoha offered military assistance to Lulan to rescue their queen and eliminate the rogue ninja Baizu, preventing other evil forces from eyeing the power of the dragon vein. To repay, Konoha, the Lulan Queen is willing to collaborate with us in the development of the dragon vein's energy to provide a better life for the people of the ninja world. No matter what Wave Wind, Minato could never have imagined how shameless the younger generation of Konoha could be. Isn't that still seizing? Does Lulan even have the power to refuse? Though he was once Hokage, Wave Wind Minato has always lived his life with integrity and honor. Before he could even be tainted by the darkness of the village, he had already dedicated himself to it. However, for a moment, Minato couldn't think of a good rebuttal to Lin Yang's words, even feeling a bit stuck. Queen Sarah, who was nearby, became displeased. How could the loyal minister in Lushan, entrusted by the Queen Mother, be the evil ninja Baizu they were talking about? What nonsense are you all saying? Lulan has no ninja Baizu. There is only minister in Lushan. It is because of his contributions that Lulan has become so prosperous in these 6 years. I will prove it to you right now. Saying this, she ran off. Naruto, go keep an eye on her. Don't let anything happen to her. We are counting on her to control the dragon vein. Okay. At that moment, the naive Naruto still thought that Lin Yang did not want Sarah to be harmed. Is it really okay to let her go alone? Sasuke still felt a bit worried after all this involved schemes and plots, and Naruto might not be able to handle it. Then forget it, you two follow her. Yes. The 7th team went to protect Sarah while Lin Yang stayed behind to continue bantering with Minato. Now that the troublesome people are gone, let me reintroduce myself. Hello, 4th Hokage. If all goes well, I should be the 6th Hokage. You can call me Lin Yang. Would the village really allow someone like you to become Hokage? In Minato's eyes, choosing Lin Yang as Hokage is no different from choosing Danzo. So evil at such a young age, already able to come up with excuses to seize resources from other countries. A naturally wicked little brat. You see, you always misunderstand me. This dragon vein in Lulan's hands is merely a source of greed for others. However, in my hands, I can turn it into the cornerstone of peace for the ninja world. Peace in the ninja world. Why do all these countries fight day after day? Resources. Exactly, this is an infinite chakra. I don't know how the technology is in your era, but before coming to Lulan, I had already supplied food for the entire world, introduced railway technology from the land of snow, and am developing long-distance communication technology. With infinite energy, more and more things can be developed in the future. By then, everyone in the ninja world will be able to eat and use whatever they want. Who would still want to fight for fun? Although Minato has never seen a railway, it sounds related to roads, likely a new transportation technology. If there really is infinite energy that can supply food for the entire ninja world, it may really be possible to achieve peace. He just hasn't encountered the darker aspects yet, but he certainly isn't lacking in intellect. Minato-senpai and Lulan might not be unwilling to hand over the dragon vein to us. After all, you have been on this mission for quite some time, so you should have a good understanding of Lulan's situation. Just now when I sensed there were quite a few people underground making puppets, and on the upper floors there are also the queen's puppets. Surely you don't think the people of Lulan are willingly working for Baizu, do you? Minato merely thinks that while it is acceptable for them to seek your help, directly seizing things is definitely not a good idea. Seeing that Minato still had doubts, Lin Yang did not intend to let him make a choice here. After all, he still needed Minato to tell him how to lift the seal later, and he had to keep his own memories intact. As for whether to really provide military support to Lulan, if Lulan can endure until I become Hokage, of course I will provide it. However, by the time I was born you were already gone. I can't be blamed for not fulfilling the pact, can I? Then how about having Lulan join Konoha at this moment? That won't work either. Giving the dragon vein to Danzo would only lead to disaster. By then, everyone would honestly seal their memories, and only after I become Hokage will we see. Let's do this. After this matter is settled, we will ask the queen's opinion. If she is willing, then there will be no problem. Naturally. Then it's settled. Oh, let's find them. Using Flying Thunder God, they arrived at the puppet manufacturing factory. Minato understood Lin Yang's ability to use Flying Thunder God. After all, the other had said he might be the 6th Hokage, so having such a skill is quite normal. The puppets of Baizu had already been trapped on the ground by Team 7 and couldn't move. They could have done it faster, but after 3 of them fought 2 rounds, they discovered that as soon as the puppets were nearly destroyed, they could be repaired again. So they decided to trap them first and wait for Lin Yang to arrive. Looking at the puppet bound to the ground by wood release, Lin Yang stepped forward and kicked it. Is this the ultimate puppet? Is it still alive? You bastards. When has Lord and Lushan ever suffered such humiliation over the years? I will show you my ultimate puppet. The various parts of the scattered puppets on the factory floor flew towards Baizu under the guidance of chakra threads. Sakura began to cut the chakra threads in the air with a chakra surgical knife in one hand. Sasuke also used Chidori sharp spear to sweep through the air, cutting off countless chakra threads. Only Naruto could only charge in with the chakra knife in hand, engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Although Sakura and Sasuke were clearing at a good pace, they were overwhelmed by the sheer number of puppets in the factory. The parts from all directions could not be stopped, merely delaying the assembly time. Are you just going to watch, not help your teammates? Huh, does this level of opponent require my help? Is Lin Yang truly that confident in his teammates? After all, this is an enemy with infinite chakra. At this moment, Minato had not yet faced the Ten Tails baptism. In this era, having an infinite amount of chakra truly means being a top powerhouse. Lin Yang is actually confident enough to let his 3 subordinates handle it. At this time, a large spider puppet appeared in front of everyone. TCH. Sakura clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction. Wood release, thorn killing technique. Wood release, 4-pillar prison. The 2 wood release techniques first bound the enemy with multiple vine-like wooden strands, then created a massive wooden prison to trap the puppet within. Is that the wood release of the first Hokage? Are you from the Senju clan? Is that the wood release of the first Hokage? Are you from the Senju clan? No, senior, my name is Haruno Sakura. Huh, this was truly beyond Minato's understanding of the bloodline limits. However, no one bothered to answer Minato's question. Although trapped by the wood release, there were still gaps through which chakra lines passed, and the chest of the 100-legged puppet suddenly opened, ready to unleash its skill. Sasuke used the body flicker technique to rush in, injecting lightning chakra into his sword, and with one strike he pinned the chest of the 100-legged puppet. The continuous lightning chakra suppressed the puppet's movements. Lin Yang felt a bit proud and patted Minato on the shoulder. See, not bad, right? They are indeed excellent ninjas. Minato felt a sense of comfort seeing the reliability of the Leaf Village's juniors. The 100 legs were unwilling. Why? I now possess unlimited chakra. I am destined to rule the entire ninja world. How could I possibly be unable to defeat these 3 little brats? The 100 legs grew fierce and commanded the dragon vein to transmit chakra at maximum power. Pink lightning chakra struck the wood release, emitting puffs of green smoke. Not good. The absorbed chakra is reaching the limit of the wood release. Sakura could feel that her wood release was barely holding on. The chakra from the dragon vein was simply too overwhelming. In no time, with a crack, the wood on the 100 legs was shattered. All the puppets in the factory began to converge on the 100 legs, continuously growing larger until it reached several stories high. What? What is that? Everyone was seeing such a large puppet for the first time. Dust release, 6 paths, annihilation coffin. The light curtain formed by dust release enveloped the giant puppet. Dust release. The 100 legs dared not attack directly, but used the mechanisms on the puppet to strike at the light curtain. However, the nature of dust release caused the puppet's mechanisms to vanish instantly. The 100 legs immediately initiated rapid regeneration, but he realized that chakra was no longer unlimited. The chakra line had been severed, and he could no longer connect to the dragon vein. The chakra he had now was all that remained. Moreover, after the recent probing, he confirmed that this was indeed dust release. Meanwhile, Minato and the others were stunned. You actually know the dust release of its Tsuchikage. Furthermore, this method was something they had never heard that Tsuchikage use. Lin Yang had no intention of wasting words with 100 legs. He stretched his hand forward and grasped the air. The six-sided light curtain rapidly contracted, controlling the 100 legs to the smallest possible range. At this moment, he could not be killed, or Lin Yang would have to return directly. Alright, now we can go talk to the queen about the dragon vein. The 7th squad felt indifferent about Lin Yang's strength. Ooh, was he strong? That didn't seem very reasonable. Arriving at the square, Sarah was calming her subjects. Your Majesty, the traitor 100 Legs has been subdued by us. We can now discuss other matters. Thank you all for rescuing Lulan from Enlushen's hands. I will contact the Leaf Village to distribute the mission rewards. No, it's not about that. Then what is it? In an instant, Sarah understood Lin Yang's meaning, blocking the front door from the tiger only to let the wolf in the back. This benefactor before her was also after the dragon vein. Seeing Sarah's expression, Lin Yang knew that she understood his meaning. It seems your Majesty has comprehended. Yes, I am here to demand the dragon vein for the Leaf Village. What nonsense. I thought you Leaf Village were different, but it turns out you are just coveting the power of the dragon vein. Please remain calm. There is nothing more to say. It is just a dragon vein. Anyway, I can't defeat you, so you can just kill me. I will never hand over the dragon vein to you. Sarah found herself in a predicament. The dragon vein was currently open, meaning the other party could seize it, but obtaining permission from her, the queen, was impossible. Let you Leaf Village fight with other nations. Without me, whoever grabs it will take it. Even if you take the dragon vein, I won't let it be easy for you. Queen Sarah, you may not fully understand. We are all from the future, and when we arrived, Lulan was already gone. Do you understand what that means? Although Sarah wanted to deny Lin Yang's words, she now understood that he might be telling the truth. However, thinking that Lulan still had 20 years left, she felt distressed. But Lin Yang didn't care whether she was distressed or not. He needed a means to control the dragon vein for future research on utilizing its power, especially in the preliminary stages. If he could control the output of the dragon vein, that would be ideal. Originally, using the Sharingan to control the 100 Legs was a good idea, but without killing him, there was no way to go back, so he had to give up. So whether you agree or not, Lulan is destined to perish. In the future, this will only be a relic. Then why are you telling me this? When you go back, just come directly for the dragon vein, right? But to harness the dragon vein, I need the power of your royal family, so I want you to leave a message for your descendants to obey the orders of those who possess the token. Seeing that Sarah still couldn't make up her mind, Lin Yang decided to use his final trump card. Forget it, since you disagree. The difference between Lulan perishing now and later is not much. What are you going to do? Minato looked at Lin Yang in shock. Wait, the ninjas being trained by the Leaf Village are all this type. Could it be that the 5th Hokage is Danzo? However, Lin Yang's previous words made him hesitate whether to stop Lin Yang. Just as he was still in a dilemma, dust release heavenly prison. A light curtain covering the entire city appeared above Lulan. Sarah recognized it. It was the very technique that trapped the 100 Legs. The light curtain continuously descended, and the tallest tower had already turned to nothingness under the dust release. At this moment, the people in the square began to wail loudly. Oh no, I just escaped. Who will save me? Lady Sarah, please agree to her. I don't want to die yet. Watching these unfortunate people who had just escaped from the 100 Legs, Minato genuinely felt pity. He couldn't tell if Lin Yang would really destroy Lulan and was about to step forward to stop him. But his son acted faster than him. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Yang shot a glance at Sasuke. Sasuke nodded. Naruto. What is it? Naruto turned around, filled with anger, glaring at Sasuke, but what he found was a pair of 3-Demo Sharingan. Seeing Naruto standing still, Minato was obviously more concerned about Naruto's condition. At this moment, Sarah understood that this person was ruthless. To obtain the dragon vein, he would even strike against his own. I understand. I will do as you say. Isn't this good? Why make it so difficult for everyone? The light curtain in the sky vanished, and the people in the square embraced their families, celebrating their miraculous escape. Lin Yang crouched in front of the dazed Queen Sarah, who was kneeling on the ground. 2 transparent octahedrons forged from melting earth and fire techniques were engraved inside, with Lin Yang's flying thunder god mark. Your Majesty, this will serve as our token. Each of us will hold one. When I need to access the dragon vein, I will use it to find your descendants. Alright, Sarah accepted the crystal block. What else could she do? She was now just a fish on the chopping block. You don't need to act like this. Soon we will seal the dragon vein. If anyone later claims to want its power, you can simply say it was sealed by Konoha, and there's nothing you can do about it. What about my people of Lulan? No, you haven't really utilized the power of the dragon vein before Baizu arrived, right? It was them who developed it. These high buildings only existed after they came. Exactly. Did I do something wrong? I brought new life to Lulan. The dragon vein can only exert its true power in my hands. Tisk, how could I forget to mute you? Lin Yang raised his sword hand, and the ground rose into earthen walls enveloping the 6 harmonies in darkness. Lin Yang, the dragon vein is the strength of Lulan. It wouldn't be good for us to seal it. At this moment, Watergate's moral compass made it hard for him to make such a decision. After all, the situation of the dragon vein was not like in the original story, where it had already begun to riot. Sealing it was necessary. A Lulan could still utilize the dragon vein. Does Lulan have the ability to protect the dragon vein? A defected ninja nearly seized the entire Lulan. If it weren't for us, Lulan would have changed its name by now. After saying this, Lin Yang looked at Sarah again. Sarah, I sincerely suggest you take your people and leave Lulan. Are you not only going to seize the dragon vein, but also force us to leave our homeland? At this moment, Sarah was nearly biting her teeth to pieces, her nails digging into her palm and drawing blood. Look at you, I know you are anxious, but please don't rush. Does Lulan have ninjas? No. Then do you know what the dragon vein means to ninjas? An endless supply of chakra. So do you think I'm the only one in the ninja world interested in this dragon vein? If you're all the same. Exactly, such immense power is beyond your control, so the dragon vein is bound to be seized. It's only a matter of time. This is why Lulan will eventually disappear. If you voluntarily give up Lulan now, you might still survive elsewhere and avoid another war. At this point, Sarah merely lowered her head, unable to say anything. Meanwhile, Watergate knew that Lin Yang was right. A city that could be taken down by a defected ninja was a free score in the eyes of the 5 great nations. With the dragon vein providing unlimited chakra, no village leader would give it up. Thus, he stopped trying to persuade Lin Yang and waited for Sarah to come to a conclusion on her own. Lin Yang saw that Sarah was still in a daze and decided to ignore her, instead turning to Watergate. Then I would trouble you Watergates and pay to help me seal the dragon vein, but you must give me the method to unseal it. All right. The group arrived at the sealing location of the dragon vein. Your Majesty, we can begin closing the dragon vein once the agreement is signed. Lin Yang took out a blank scroll, wrote down his demands for Lulan, and let Watergate leave a sealing method that could be undone through blood, which would help Sarah's descendants distinguish the authenticity. This would later be known as the Lulan Accord. After Sarah signed the agreement, she stepped forward and knelt on the formation. In the name of the Queen, I command the severing of your dragon vein's power and suppress your strength, as the law commands. As Sarah completed the incantation, the eyes in the formation slowly closed, and the light of the dragon vein vanished. Next, we should seal the dragon vein. Wait, I need to erase everyone's memories here, is that alright? Otherwise the flow of time will be disrupted. Lin Yang certainly disagreed. He would need to use the dragon vein again, and erasing memories would complicate unsealing. If it's just a complete erasure, that's fine. I can allow you to seal this part of my memory with a set time to unseal, or using my second encounter with this sealing formation as a trigger for unsealing. Watergate understood Lin Yang's plan and agreed after some thought. Feeling the trapped position of Baizu, Lin Yang reached out, and Baizu completely vanished. A white light began to shine from Lin Yang and Team 7. Alright, let's hurry and seal the dragon vein. Watergate plunged the flying thunder god Kanai into the dragon vein. Seal. The light in Sarah's eyes completely faded. Looking at Sarah's appearance, Watergate could only mutter, I hope you can lead Konoha to true peace. As the group was about to return to their time, Watergate hurriedly sealed everyone's memories. Another wave of dizziness washed over them. When the 4 opened their eyes again, they found themselves back in the ruins of the dilapidated Lulan. Lin Yang looked around, and finally, upon seeing Watergate seal, a torrent of fragmented memories surged into his mind. So that's how it is. Speaking of which, Sarah's descendants should be arriving soon, right? Watergate only sealed Lin Yang's memories while the others had theirs completely wiped, as they didn't seem as reliable as Lin Yang. What happened? Did Baizu run away? Sakura rubbed her temples, the after effects of memory erasure giving her a headache. No, we completed our mission, but I don't remember anything. It's okay, I'll write the report when we get back. Let's go, we should get out first. Just as in the memory, as soon as they stepped out the door, a girl walked up to them. I sensed the disturbance of the dragon vein while passing nearby, so I came to check it out. Looking at the octahedral pendant around the girl's neck, Lin Yang took out the token he held. How do you have this thing? The girl never expected to meet the person from her mother's dreams one day. Since you know this, it's time for you to fulfill Lulan's past agreement. Of course, but I need to verify that agreement first. No problem. Lin Yang opened the scroll, which bore a large character for seal. The girl bit her finger and dripped blood onto the scroll. The character seal emitted a faint glow and then transformed into text. I have met Lord Lin Yang. My mother heeded your advice and led our clan away from Lulan when the Ninja World War broke out. Shortly after we left, Lulan was destroyed by those seeking the power of the dragon vein. Thankfully, we left early and preserved the people of Lulan. Thank you. It's nothing. Since you have survived to this day, I can accept you and help rebuild Lulan. However, this time you will no longer be a queen, only a city lord. I wonder if you are willing. This city lord should still be led by my mother. Please follow me. What is your name? My name is Sha Luo. Following the caravan of Sha Luo, Lin Yang arrived at a gathering place in the desert. There he met his old friend Sarah again. Lin Yang was delighted Sarah was alive, making future collaborations much more convenient. Sarah was not surprised to see Lin Yang. 20 years had passed since that incident, and she had sensed the disturbance of the dragon vein just recently. With her daughter outside, it was bound to attract trouble. Queen Sarah, I am here to assist you. Lulan has already been destroyed. Oh, what can you possibly help me with now? Do you not believe in my strength? I was too young 20 years ago, but now I can help you rebuild Lulan. Is that true? Sarah had always held a grudge about not being able to protect Lulan, yet they truly lacked the capability to safeguard their homeland. So she could not blame anyone. Now an opportunity to rebuild Lulan was in front of her. How could she not be excited? She had witnessed Lin Yang's strength. A single ninjutsu could annihilate the entire Lulan. He could definitely accomplish it. Of course it's true, everything is written in the agreement. What do you need me to do? Just follow the terms of the agreement, but before that we need to make a trip to the daimyo's residence in the Land of Wind. What do we need to go there for? Of course to reclaim Lulan's territory from Konoha. Huh. Sarah was confused. Didn't ninjas have to listen to the daimyo? Could they really just go directly to the daimyo for land? But before that we need to return to Konoha first. Oh okay. After settling the Lulan refugees, Sarah and Sha Luo followed Lin Yang back to Konoha's base. Lin Yang prepared the mission scroll and handed it to Sakura. You all go submit the mission first. I have some personal matters to attend to. Understood. At this moment Lu Zheng had already returned from the currency exchange in the Land of Fire after 3 cycles continuing to manage Lin Yang's family affairs. Lu Zheng, with a swift body flicker technique, he appeared before Lin Yang. Lord Lin Yang, you called for me. Follow me, we need to discuss some business. Yes. Together with his steward, they boarded a plane directly to the daimyo's residence in the Land of Wind. Before they could land, they were discovered by the guarding ninjas of the Land of Wind. Enemy attack. Wind release vacuum sphere. Wind release wind cutter technique. Various wind techniques were unleashed at Lin Yang's small aircraft. Would release birth of the world of trees. The protective forces of the Land of Wind's daimyo were instantly overwhelmed, ensnared by branches, and rendered immobile. Is Konoha declaring war on the Land of Wind? A ninja bound to a tree saw that his comrades had already been subdued and attempted to threaten Lin Yang. It was clearly you who attacked me first. How could it be Konoha declaring war on you? I am here to discuss business. At this point the daimyo received the news and came out. After all, there was no escape. They had come to his doorstep, and perhaps he could die with a bit more dignity. Lin Yang, what do you want? The daimyo was very familiar with this face. They had held many meetings among the 5 great nations, all aimed at figuring out how to eliminate this person. Now she stood right in front of him, yet he had no means to respond. The guarding ninjas had been taken down without even touching Lin Yang. Your Excellency, I have come to discuss business with you. Are you really going to make me stand out here to talk? Come in then. Lin Yang released the guarding ninjas and followed her inside. I wonder what the illustrious Lin Yang wants to discuss with me. It's simple. I have my eyes on the territory of Lulan and hope your country can sell it to me. What? The daimyo seemed to have heard a joke, immediately responding. You want to buy my territory? Do you think my Sunagakure is made of clay? This is Sarah, the former queen of Lulan, who is beside me. She has already agreed. What a joke. Lulan is merely a vassal state of the Land of Wind. What right does she have to sell Lulan's territory? So does that mean we can't negotiate? Feeling the pressure radiating from Lin Yang, the daimyo was drenched in sweat. It seems the Land of Wind is getting a bit too complacent. Lu Zheng let the daimyo understand reality. Yes. Last year my trading company exported staple food to the Land of Wind, accounting for 89.3% of the total food consumed in your country. This year it's expected to rise to 94%. The daimyo was left dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that food imports were sourced from various countries? How had it all become Konoha's food now? He incredulously glanced back at his ministers, only to find them equally innocent. Your Majesty, there's no need to be so surprised. The food you've imported from other countries is also ours. Currently the entire ninja world is relying on our food. The daimyo felt a surge of bitterness in his throat, a taste of blood rising, but he swallowed it down. As the actual ruler of the nation, the daimyo had anticipated such a scenario when he first found cheap food. After all, managing a country is different from managing a village, so he had taken precautions and chosen to purchase food from multiple nations. He never expected that she had actually controlled the food supply of the entire ninja world. Damn the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning. How could such crucial intelligence not be shared? And what about the Kazekage? What are they doing? Didn't I lack information, and you did too? How could they not report it? At this point the daimyo had completely forgotten about the budget issues of Sunagakure. Then what does your Excellency intend to use to purchase it? He had no choice but to agree. Lin Yang extended his hand to Lu Zheng. Huh. Lu Zheng hurriedly pulled out his wallet, rummaging around to find 4 coins. Lin Yang took the coins and threw them to the daimyo. Puffed. The blood that he had held back finally burst forth from the daimyo's mouth. Let me be clear who I want: exchange money stained with blood. The daimyo clenched his fists tightly, lowering his head and not daring to look at Lin Yang, fearing he might lose control and charge to his death. Good. Exactly. I'll Lu Zheng draft the agreement. Yes. You can always trust the capabilities of the steward. The daimyo hadn't even caught their breath when Lu Zheng had already prepared the agreement. Not bad. I will give you a raise when we return. Lin Yang signed his name and handed the scroll to the daimyo. Once the daimyo signed and pressed his seal, Lin Yang prepared to return to Konoha to arrange for the development of the dragon vein. As soon as Lin Yang left, the daimyo couldn't contain herself any longer. Lin Yang, you wait for me. She grabbed the nearby minister. Go contact the daimyo of other countries and invite them to the Land of Wind. You know what to say. Yes, Konoha's Lin Yang disrespects the nobility, looks down on the daimyo, intrudes on the daimyo's residence, injures the guarding ninjas. The Land of Wind formally issues a diplomatic protest requesting the Land of Fire to provide an explanation, inviting other countries to witness and discuss punitive measures against Lin Yang. Go now. Yes. Lin Yang crouched in front of the dazed Queen Sarah, who was kneeling on the ground. Two transparent octahedrons forged from melting earth and fire techniques were engraved inside, with Lin Yang's flying thunder god mark. Your Majesty, this will serve as our token. Each of us will hold one. When I need to access the dragon vein, I will use it to find your descendants. All right, Sarah accepted the crystal block. What else could she do? She was now just a fish on the chopping block. You don't need to act like this. Soon we will seal the dragon vein. If anyone later claims to want its power, you can simply say it was sealed by Konoha, and there's nothing you can do about it. What about my people of Lulan? No, you haven't really utilized the power of the dragon vein before Baizu arrived, right? It was them who developed it. These high buildings only existed after they came. Exactly. Did I do something wrong? I brought new life to Lulan. The dragon vein can only exert its true power in my hands. Tisk, how could I forget to mute you? Lin Yang raised his sword hand, and the ground rose into earthen walls enveloping the six harmonies in darkness. Lin Yang, the dragon vein is the strength of Lulan. It wouldn't be good for us to seal it. At this moment, Watergate's moral compass made it hard for him to make such a decision. After all, the situation of the dragon vein was not like in the original story, where it had already begun to riot. Sealing it was necessary. A Lulan could still utilize the dragon vein. Does Lulan have the ability to protect the dragon vein? A defected ninja nearly seized the entire Lulan. If it weren't for us, Lulan would have changed its name by now. After saying this, Lin Yang looked at Sarah again. Sarah, I sincerely suggest you take your people and leave Lulan. Are you not only going to seize the dragon vein, but also force us to leave our homeland? At this moment, Sarah was nearly biting her teeth to pieces, her nails digging into her palm and drawing blood. Look at you, I know you are anxious, but please don't rush. Does Lulan have ninjas? No. Then do you know what the dragon vein means to ninjas? An endless supply of chakra. So do you think I'm the only one in the ninja world interested in this dragon vein? If you're all the same. Exactly, such immense power is beyond your control, so the dragon vein is bound to be seized. It's only a matter of time. This is why Lulan will eventually disappear. If you voluntarily give up Lulan now, you might still survive elsewhere and avoid another war. At this point, Sarah merely lowered her head, unable to say anything. Meanwhile, Watergate knew that Lin Yang was right. A city that could be taken down by a defected ninja was a free score in the eyes of the 5 great nations. With the dragon vein providing unlimited chakra, no village leader would give it up. Thus, he stopped trying to persuade Lin Yang and waited for Sarah to come to a conclusion on her own. Lin Yang saw that Sarah was still in a daze and decided to ignore her, instead turning to Watergate. Then I would trouble you, Watergate Senpai, to help me seal the dragon vein, but you must give me the method to unseal it. All right. The group arrived at the sealing location of the dragon vein. Your Majesty, we can begin closing the dragon vein once the agreement is signed. Lin Yang took out a blank scroll, wrote down his demands for Lulan, and let Watergate leave a sealing method that could be undone through blood, which would help Sarah's descendants distinguish the authenticity. This would later be known as the Lulan Accord. After Sarah signed the agreement, she stepped forward and knelt on the formation. In the name of the Queen, I command the severing of your dragon vein's power and suppress your strength, as the law commands. As Sarah completed the incantation, the eyes in the formation slowly closed, and the light of the dragon vein vanished. Next, we should seal the dragon vein. Wait, I need to erase everyone's memories here, is that alright? Otherwise, the flow of time will be disrupted. Lin Yang certainly disagreed. He would need to use the dragon vein again, and erasing memories would complicate unsealing. If it's just a complete erasure, that's fine. I can allow you to seal this part of my memory with a set time to unseal, or using my second encounter with this sealing formation as a trigger for unsealing. Watergate understood Lin Yang's plan and agreed after some thought. Feeling the trapped position of Baizu, Lin Yang reached out, and Baizu completely vanished. A white light began to shine from Lin Yang and Team 7. Alright, let's hurry and seal the dragon vein. Watergate plunged the flying thunder god Kanai into the dragon vein. Seal. The light in Sarah's eyes completely faded. Looking at Sarah's appearance, Watergate could only mutter, I hope you can lead Konoha to true peace. As the group was about to return to their time, Watergate hurriedly sealed everyone's memories. Another wave of dizziness washed over them. When the 4 opened their eyes again, they found themselves back in the ruins of the dilapidated Lulan. Lin Yang looked around, and finally, upon seeing Watergate seal, a torrent of fragmented memories surged into his mind. So that's how it is. Speaking of which, Sarah's descendants should be arriving soon, right? Watergate only sealed Lin Yang's memories while the others had theirs completely wiped, as they didn't seem as reliable as Lin Yang. What happened? Did Baizu run away? Sakura rubbed her temples, the after effects of memory erasure giving her a headache. No, we completed our mission, but I don't remember anything. It's okay, I'll write the report when we get back. Let's go, we should get out first. Just as in the memory, as soon as they stepped out the door, a girl walked up to them. I sensed the disturbance of the dragon vein while passing nearby, so I came to check it out. Looking at the octahedral pendant around the girl's neck, Lin Yang took out the token he held. How do you have this thing? The girl never expected to meet the person from her mother's dreams one day. Since you know this, it's time for you to fulfill Lulan's past agreement. Of course, but I need to verify that agreement first. No problem. Lin Yang opened the scroll, which bore a large character for seal. The girl bit her finger and dripped blood onto the scroll. The character's seal emitted a faint glow and then transformed into text. I have met Lord Lin Yang. My mother heeded your advice and led our clan away from Lulan when the Ninja World War broke out. Shortly after we left, Lulan was destroyed by those seeking the power of the Dragon Vein. Thankfully, we left early and preserved the people of Lulan. Thank you. It's nothing. Since you have survived to this day, I can accept you and help rebuild Lulan. However, this time you will no longer be a queen, only a city lord. I wonder if you are willing. This city lord should still be led by my mother. Please follow me. What is your name? My name is Shaluo. Sasuke, Neji, and Lee, hold off the wreckage. Naruto, Sakura, and Tintin, keep watch over Chudo. Understood. And after issuing the orders, Lin Yang turned his gaze toward the two-tailed beasts before him. It is time you recalled the terror of being thrashed by the shinobi god. Never since Lin Yang had fashioned a tailed beast bomb, with his bare hands both beasts had sensed the sheer magnitude of his power, and dared not lower their guard for an instant. Muo struck first, exhaling torrents of scalding steam that blanketed the battlefield. Lin Yang spread his palm wide, chakra surged, and coalesced, gradually taking shape as a shuriken. A shrieking gale of wind nature chakra dispersed the onrushing steam. Wind release Rasengan Shuriken. Lin Yang hurled the spiraling shuriken toward Muo. Muo instantly lowered its head, deflecting the Rasengan Shuriken with its horn. And though its horn was exceptionally durable, even it bore wounds from this enhanced, amplified version of the technique. The Eight Tails observed closely. It knew precisely how unyielding Muo's horns were. This youth not only executed techniques with astonishing speed, but also wielded them with overwhelming force. Restricting his movement was imperative, otherwise victory would be impossible. Yuki expelled hundreds of ink clones of Killer Bee surging toward Lin Yang. Inu Duan Shufan Liu knew, and Juki intended to entangle Lin Yang with this assault. If sealing him proved feasible, so much the better. But it overestimated its chances. It seems neither of you possesses any further tricks. Then let this end now. Lin Yang pressed his palms together. Clap. Would release Forest of Death. From Lin Yang's position, countless trees erupted from the earth. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a dense primordial forest. The Five Tails and Eight Tails were already ensnared tightly by writhing branches. Na raised his voice in alarm upon seeing Killer Bee captured, but the three shinobi before him clung like tenacious medicinal plaster, refusing to yield an inch. Though Sasuke and Neji could not match the Raikage Velocity Rock, Lee certainly could. The other two relentlessly harried him from the periphery. Sasuke periodically launched Genjutsu at the Raikage, while Neji positioned himself between the Raikage and Lin Yang, delaying the Raikage by half a second with rotation and 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. In that half second, Lee arrived. With 6 gates unlocked, he could not land a fatal blow on the Raikage, but neither could the Raikage strike him. Yet at that moment, no longer cared whether he himself sustained injury. Activating his ultimate lightning release armor, he charged forward to rescue the trapped Killer Bee. Meanwhile, Chudo grew increasingly anxious. Tintin rained down projectiles from a distance. Lacking the Raikage speed, he either deflected kunai or countered with ninjutsu. His mastery of earth release, once his greatest strength, now became a crippling liability against Sakura. Each time he erected an earth flow, wall vines erupted from the very surface of the earthen barrier, reaching to seize him, or sharp wooden spears pierced through without warning. His earth clone technique met her shadow clone, his hard rock technique clashed with her Rasengan. Naviri, one of his abilities, was perfectly countered, leaving him utterly powerless. This mission had deployed both Jinchuriki and the explosive tag unit, but the latter had suffered heavy casualties moments earlier when Daidar's intelligence leak exposed their advance. Now watching helplessly as the Jinchuriki faced imminent capture, Chudo's anxiety deepened. Yet before he could devise a solution, endured Neji's 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven and reached the Eight Tails' side. He kicked apart the wooden restraints binding the Eight Tails. Dotai, take B and go. But Lorda, do not hesitate. Her objective is clearly the tailed beasts. Konoha must not acquire a second Eight Tails. Go now. Understood. Yet Killer Bee refused to flee alone, abandoning his elder brother. Brother, we are the AB duo. How could I possibly leave you behind? Well said. Truly worthy of the legendary AB duo across the shinobi world, such loyalty merits my admiration. And even as he spoke praise, Lin Yang's hands never ceased moving. The numerous weapons scattered across the battlefield, each inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal, continued fulfilling their purpose. Beneath the canopy of trees hidden from the AB duo's notice, a single Flying Thunder God, Kanai, lay motionless on the earth. Lin Yang instantly appeared between the AB duo. NTCH. Both A and Killer Bee possessed extraordinary reflexes. Killer Bee lunged forward, driving his blade straight at Lin Yang. Neither dared deploy the Lightning Release Chakra Blade. The memory of that dust release armor still burned vividly in their minds. Against such an opponent, losing even one arm would render surrender inevitable. Thus this was a full-force probe. The result defied their expectations. The short blade dissolved mid-thrust, atomized, vanishing entirely. Without hesitation, the AB duo leapt backward. But Lin Yang would not permit their retreat. Dust released detached space. A radiant white wall materialized directly behind them. Now they could neither advance nor retreat. Damn it. Could this brat be Inoki's illegitimate daughter? How can her dust release be this formidable and, wait, brother, she's about the same age as Kuratsuchi. Shouldn't she be Hoto's daughter instead? And idiot, this is hardly the time for such speculation. And from that very dust release barrier, Lin Yang suddenly drew inspiration. If one wall could be formed from dust release, then surely a second could follow. And if two were possible, then 6 presented no insurmountable challenge. Without delay, 6 dust release barriers manifested around the AB duo, each positioned at a cardinal or intercardinal direction, seamlessly interlocking into a perfect cube. Even the ground beneath them was sealed. No escape remained. Yet this cubic prison was not static. It steadily contracted inward. Wait, and Lin Yang turned to Dotai. You may state your terms. Dotai could not stand idly by as the AB duo perished before his eyes. Yet he knew full well the lethal nature of dust release. Having served under the third rakeage, he understood its lethality. With no means to intervene, negotiation became his sole recourse. Terms. Only the one inside that cube holds the authority to negotiate with me. And Lin Yang gestured with a flick of his finger toward the rakeage. At that moment, Niji and Sasuke dragged Chudo forward as well. The moment the rakeage broke free from the trio's encirclement and confronted Lin Yang directly, the 3 instantly shifted targets, pursuing Chudo instead. Poor Chudo, no matter his status as Inoki's disciple, facing these 6 shinobi left him no choice but bitter defeat. Paralyzed by the Sharingan, he endured the full 8 trigrams 64 palms, leaving him utterly drained of chakra. Realized he could no longer afford prideful defiance. Darui had yet to mature. Himself could not afford to perish here. Speak. What are your conditions? I have already stated them. The land of lightning shall be annexed into the land of fire. You jest. You know I hold no authority over such a decision. That lies solely with the daimyo. How laughable. You truly allow yourself to be dictated by the daimyo. And though each shinobi village did indeed receive stipends from the daimyo, de facto authority rested firmly with the villages themselves, because strength commanded respect. By A standards, he alone could reduce the daimyo's palace to ashes, yet admitting such dominance would be tactically unwise. Then this draft a formal document pledging that upon my ascension to Hokage, Kumogakure will surrender unconditionally to Konoha, and I shall personally resolve matters with the daimyo of the land of lightning. Agreed. As for whether the rakeage would honor this pledge, he most certainly would not. Lin Yang knew this well. Yet the agreement's true purpose was to erode the fighting spirit of future Kumogakure shinobi, thereby sparing countless lives. After all, they would soon become his own people. Na paused briefly, then accepted. Lin Yang then turned his gaze toward Chudo. Having exited the land of water, Lin Yang headed straight for the rock-hidden village. The next step was to seize the market of the land of earth, then gradually expand outward along the line connecting the land of earth, the land of fire, and the land of water. On Lin Yang's way to the rock-hidden village, information regarding the currency exchange in the mist-hidden village had already reached the desks of various feudal lords. After all, they had directly demolished the Water Shadow building, kidnapped the Water Shadow, and stormed into the feudal lord's estate, even defeating the guarding ninjas. Each of these incidents could stir up a tremendous uproar in the ninja world. However, it was precisely such a significant event that Tsunade had received no prior information about until the Umbu brought in the intel. Damn it, is she trying to provoke a war? Where's Lin Yang right now? She hasn't returned to the village, she should be at another village. Bring Lu Zheng to me. Yes. Although matters concerning the Dome Group were increasingly numerous, Lu Zheng still rushed to the Hokage's office as quickly as possible. Lady Tsunade, what do you need me for? Tsunade threw the information towards Lu Zheng. Take a look. After a brief glance, Lu Zheng understood the gist. May I ask what happened, Lady Tsunade? What do you mean? You and your master are truly identical. Don't tell me you didn't foresee the consequences of this action. I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade. I believe that given Lin Yang's strength, she has already shown considerable restraint. Huh. Seeing Lu Zheng's expression that seemed to say this is how it should be, Tsunade's blood pressure spiked, and her inner seal almost burst. Go. Have her come back immediately. Yes, I will return now, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade simply waved her hand, allowing Lu Zheng to leave. Back at the Dome Group's base, Lu Zheng directly sought out Lu Guang. Did Lin Yang take the mobile radio with her when she left? No. Is there an urgent matter? Before leaving, Sasuke-kun left a ninja cat behind, saying that urgent matters could be communicated through the cat clan. No need to rush, this might be a bit troublesome. First, send a message to Jijie and Yu Feng asking them to return for defense. Why? Is Lin Yang in trouble? Trouble? That's impossible. Lin Yang's strength alone can wipe out Konoha. So why should we continue to handle things for the higher-ups? Alright, then I'll send the message. Go ahead. Lu Zheng directly implemented the strategy of procrastination, since no specific return time was given. Waiting a few more days would be fine. While Tsunade awaited Lin Yang's return, an unexpected visitor arrived in Konoha. It was Yuan Jinwu, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. This incident had thoroughly poked the sensitive nerves of the feudal lords. Weren't you just acting openly? Directly using the Water Shadow to threaten the feudal lords. Am I next? Therefore, Yuan Jinwu came to Konoha on behalf of the feudal lords, putting pressure on Tsunade. Konoha must keep an eye on Lin Yang. If Konoha did not agree, what awaited them next would be the Fourth Ninja World War against Konoha from the entire ninja world. Your Excellency Lady Tsunade is currently occupied with important matters. Please wait here for a moment. Lugio were old acquaintances. There's no need for these excuses. It's pointless for her to avoid me. Yes, I understand. Just as he finished speaking, Tsunade walked in through the door. Tsunade, concerning Lin Yang's actions in the Land of Water, shouldn't you provide an explanation to us feudal lords? The situation has not been thoroughly investigated yet. It is not appropriate to draw conclusions directly. Let's wait until Lin Yang returns and undergoes an investigation. What is there to investigate? Could it be that someone controlled her with illusion techniques? The ninjas of the Mist Hidden Village almost all witnessed her breaking into the Water Shadow building and dragging the Water Shadow out. When she stormed into the feudal lord's estate, the entire street saw it. What else needs to be investigated? You know, there's someone from the Uchiha clan named Uchiha Obito who is still stirring up trouble outside, so we cannot rule out the possibility of Lin Yang being controlled by the Sharingan. And what about Uchiha Sasuke, who was by her side when she attacked the feudal lord's estate? Was he also controlled by the Sharingan? After all, they are young, but it is possible that the Sharingan isn't strong enough. Alright, no need to say more. Regardless of the circumstances, Konoha must take down Lin Yang. That is impossible. Lin Yang is confirmed to be the 6th Hokage, and Konoha cannot achieve that by any means. Before coming, I communicated with the other feudal lords. Either capture Lin Yang, or all other countries will unite to take down Konoha. You have one day to think it over. Watching the feudal lord leave, Tsunade felt a headache coming on. Lugio summoned the 2 elders, the Jonin class, and also please invite the 3rd Hokage. Yes. The new Konoha F4 gathered together. Lugio recounted Lin Yang's actions and the warnings from the feudal lords. Mainly, it was directed at the 3rd Hokage, as he had really been out of touch with the world outside since his retirement, focusing solely on teaching Konohamaru. In the past, I thought she was reckless, but I never imagined she could be this reckless. Mito Minju said, let's call her back first. We need to see her at least before tomorrow. Tsunade suddenly realized that something was off, as she had already told Lu Zheng 3 days ago, so why hadn't she returned yet? Lugio, go bring Lu Zheng here. Yes. Lu Zheng once again stood in the Hokage's office. Lady Tsunade, what's the matter? I instructed you to call Lin Yang back. It's been 3 days. Where is she? Off. You didn't specify a time. Lin Yang said that Tsuchikage was hosting her to tour the Rock Hidden Village. I thought it would be alright to wait a few days. Now immediately at once have Lin Yang return using the Flying Thunder God technique. Yes. With no other choice, Lu Zheng took out the Flying Thunder God kunai left by Lin Yang and activated the signal. Whoosh! Lin Yang appeared in the center of the office accompanied by Sasuke and Niji. Hey, old man, long time no see. Haha, long time no see. You too. Be serious. Yes. The 3rd Hokage was now somewhat afraid of his own disciple. What's the matter? Why the rush to call me back? What else could it be? Do I need to repeat what you did in the Land of Water? On that matter, I didn't do much, as someone falsely accused me of placing spy devices on them, so how could I tolerate that, right? Then I just went to the feudal lord's estate to discuss a business deal afterwards. This incident has led to a united front of the feudal lords, and just now a feudal lord pressured me to have Konoha take you down, or else the 4 major nations will jointly launch a ninja world war. Hearing this, Sasuke's eyes immediately turned into the 3 tomo, and veins popped up on Niji's forehead. Tsunade Kage, are you two planning a rebellion? Stop clapping. This is a newly changed table. Oh, don't break it. Since the feudal lords want an explanation from me, then let them have one. Tomorrow morning in the large conference room downstairs, call the feudal lords and all the Jonin class members. What do you intend to do? However, Lin Yang ignored Tsunade's intentions and walked straight out. Early the next morning, the new Konoha F4 gathered everyone from the Jonin class and the daimyo in the conference room. Creak! The crowd turned to the door as Lin Yang entered with his subordinates. Yuan Jinwu cast a hostile glance at Lin Yang. Lin Yang scanned the surroundings and said, it seems everyone is here. Yuan Jinwu, why did you come to Konoha? How audacious of you. Don't you have any respect for the daimyo? Bang! Niji used a body flicker technique to appear behind Yuan Jinwu, grabbing his hair and slamming his head onto the table. Niji, what are you doing? Hisashi, a staunch supporter of the nobles, could not tolerate Niji's actions. However, Niji's kunai did not respond to Hisashi. Yuan Jinwu felt the cold metallic sensation on his neck as he swallowed nervously. Mito Minyin and Toka Hanazono feared that if Niji decided to cut the daimyo's throat, they would have to intervene. Yufeng stood in front of Niji using the tree-binding death technique. The 2 elders fell into an illusion due to carelessness. Tsunade did not expect Lin Yang to genuinely intend to take the daimyo's life, but she needed to keep an eye on Lin Yang. Jingyin stopped them. Yet before Jingyin could move, Lu Zheng acted first, binding Jingyin with shadows and immobilizing him, while a shadowy hand gripped Jinjian's throat. Lu Zheng, are you insane? Lugio never expected such a lunatic to emerge from the Nara clan. Lu Zheng did not halt his actions, releasing a fireball with the Scorch release to block the way. As long as Tsunade did not move, these enemies were merely a test from Lord Lin Yang. She could not afford to mess this up. Kakashi drew a kunai. Lin Yang, I can't let you cause such chaos. However, facing him was a pair of crimson Sharingan. Kakashi-sensei, let's have a fair fight this time. The conference room descended into chaos. Although the other Jonin were unaware of what had happened, they knew that the daimyo was being held down by Niji, and as ninjas they understood their duty to protect the daimyo. One by one they drew their weapons and attacked. However, the branch family members of the Hyuga had already sided with Lin Yong. As for the daimyo, nobility, aren't they all members of the main family? They must be dealt with. At this point Hong had already dispelled the illusions affecting the two elders. Seeing that his father had not yet acted, Asuma could only step in to provide support. Would release thorn bush. Niji summoned thorny bushes that grew taller than a person around him. Whenever someone approached, the thorns would suddenly extend and stab forward. Sakura, are you really going to mess around with her too? Tsunade could not believe her disciple was on Lin Yang's side. Many of the Jonin present had bloodline limits, or their family members did, and they stood still unsure of what to do. Thanks to the ideological education from the second and third Hokage, most ninjas in Konoha were loyal to the village. The daimyo was merely a protective target for them. If the daimyo conflicted with the village, they would certainly help the village first. So despite Lin Yong having few people with him, he was still able to maintain a balance on the scene. Both sides were at a stalemate, and the atmosphere gradually cooled down. Lin Yong slowly approached Yuan Jinwu. Lin Yong, what are you planning to do? If you kill me, all the daimyo will not spare you. You will face the entire ninja world's pursuit. He took the kunai from Niji's hand, raised it high, and aimed to stab downward. Stop. The kunai sliced a cut on Yuan Jinwu's nose. Yuan Jinwu, do you think the reason I haven't killed you until now is that I am afraid? It's purely because killing you would allow other countries to take the opportunity to start a war, and I don't want those ordinary people who live honestly to be caught up in a war losing their loved ones and families. But with pests like you around, how could the ninja world usher in peace? Since you want to die so badly, I will fulfill your wish. Lin Yong, don't act impulsively. As Hokage, I will not let you harm him. The situation isn't that dire yet. Tsunade realized that at this distance, it was impossible for her to rescue the daimyo from Lin Yang's hands, so she could only stall him while signaling Kakashi. Lu Jun, watching from the sidelines, noticed this small movement and signaled to Shikaku. Ninjutsu void restriction. Tsunade's face darkened instantly. Childish. Lin Yong gripped Yuan Jinwu's neck tightly. Originally my plan was for you nobles to just hand over your wealth for a chance to survive, but now that you insist on seeking death, don't blame me for being impolite. No. Crack. A crisp sound of a bone breaking echoed in the conference room, leaving only the sound of everyone's breathing. You've caused a great disaster. At this point, whatever Tsunade said was too late. Lin Yong turned to the Jonin behind him. Since things have come to this, I can no longer take my time now. I want to become the 6th Hokage. Who is in favor, who is against? The Hyuga clan is in favor. The Hyuga clan is against. Lord Hizashi, you can't represent the Hyuga clan with just your 30 to 50 people. Niji, you. Uchiha Sasuke is in favor. Haruno Sakura is in favor. Unexpectedly, even many from the Inazuka Nara and Akamichi clans cast approval votes. Lugio felt he was under a genjutsu. You all. This brings us to the Cheongding group. Since they started developing mobile phones and rail transport, Lin Yong had created a large number of jobs for the entire land of fire. For example, in the Nara clan, many people, although bright, were easygoing and suited for a 9-to-5 lifestyle. However, the identity of a ninja restricted them, forcing them to take on missions and risk their lives. Lin Yang's emergence showed them another way of life, allowing them to live normally without the need for fighting. For those wanting to improve their strength, Lin Yong offered the bloodline limits to the village without any demands or returns. As long as they could train, they could apply for cultivation. Moreover, the ordinary people who could not become ninjas were the most grateful to Lin Yong. His reputation in the entire land of fire far exceeded his reputation in Konoha. This led to nearly half of the Jonin on site supporting Lin Yong. However, Lugio knew that if Chunin and Jinin were included, even more would support her becoming Hokage. Seeing the voting results, Lin Yong smiled slightly and turned to Tsunade. Tsunadesima, what do you think? I believe you should take a break. It'll handle the upcoming troubles. Tisk. Tsunade did not mind the position of Hokage, though she had originally intended to let Lin Yong take over. However, now that the daimyo had died and the Hokage building Konoha would face war next, and it would be a war against 4, she couldn't rest easy about the village her grandfather had founded. But she knew how far the Cheongding group's influence extended, and at this point she had no other choice. She handed the Hokage hat from the table to Lin Yong. Then the village is in your hands. Lin Yong took it and placed it on his head. 6th Hokage. After the previous 6th Hokage stepped down, Lin Yong had no intention of holding an inauguration ceremony. The immediate threat of war loomed far too close. If possible, Lin Yong would spare her people the horrors of battlefield fire, but some storms cannot be avoided. Roku Sho dispatch official letters to the other 4 great nations announcing my assumption of the Hokage title today. Begin public campaigns across their civilian populations. We stand for justice. You know precisely how to frame it. Understood. Niji, select trusted members from the Hyuga clan and station them along the borders for reconnaissance. Coordinate with Roku Q. Equip each team with a full set of chakra-based communication devices. Yes, Hokage. Sasuke assumed command of the security division. With tensions high, suppress any reactionary remnants loyal to the old aristocracy. Maintain vigilant surveillance within the village. Yes. Sakura begin assembling medical supplies and emergency relief stockpiles. Then consult Sashiku Kanana for several sets of chakra armor to outfit the medical corps. Hospitals must be shielded against sabotage. Yes. Shuriken intensify patrols of the barrier network. The village is under martial law, any intruders apprehended AR. Lin Yang stood by the window of the Hokage office, gazing outward as she murmured, "Come forth, let us see who dares leap first, a sacrificial rooster for the monkeys to behold." When news of Lin Yang's ascension as 6th Hokage reached the remaining great nations, their leaders were stunned into silence. They had just dispatched Shin Go to pressure the Hokage, only for him to vanish entirely alongside the former Hokage herself. Could even Tsunade not rein her in? What do we do now? What can we do, oi? Return to your respective Kage and prepare for war. Execute the daimyo. This affront cannot go unanswered. What of provisions? Seize supplies as we advance. Lin Yang has already sold off existing grain reserves. Thus we must mobilize all forces without delay, strike Konoha with overwhelming speed, and deploy elite squads to capture Lin Yang directly. I named this Operation Lightning Strike, swift as lightning itself. Precisely. Konoha remains the largest shinobi village. Protracted warfare without secure supply lines would cripple us. This strategy is sound. I endorse it. So do I. Unanimously, the daimyo ratified the lightning strike plan and departed to brief their respective villages. Iwagakure, Inoki, do you fully comprehend the gravity of what you propose? I understand perfectly, and I refuse. Even now, over 50-tailed beast balls still haunted his dreams. How could he wage war against such a monster? Summon Hashirama and Madara. It seems even the Night Aim has grown frail. Yet fear not. This time all 4 great nations declare war upon the land of fire simultaneously. We have already begun contacting minor states. Konoha stands alone, reviled across the entire shinobi world. Will you bury Iwagakure alongside her? Buried. A single flying thunder god technique allows traversal from the land of fire to Yuzushiogakure and back again, after unleashing over 50-tailed beast balls. I cannot fathom how she might lose. Place all 9-tailed beasts side by side. Can their combined power rival hers? Your Majesty, such psychological provocation holds no sway over me. Having endured 3 shinobi world wars, I have seen this tactic countless times. You are no shinobi. Perhaps you underestimate Lin Yang's strength. But I have witnessed it firsthand. She alone can defend the entire land of fire and still find time to obliterate an entire nation. Impossible. Utterly impossible. Upon hearing Inoki's words, Kagawa Tomio, the daimyo of the land of earth, immediately dismissed the claim. After all, even Hashirama and Madara had needed to travel nation by nation, forging alliances with clans across the continent. Could Lin Yang truly accomplish alone what they achieved only through coalition? Then clearly you are no longer fit to serve as Tsuchikage. Bunya, you are Tsuchikage now. Kagawa Tomio immediately appointed Bunya, standing beside him, as the new Tsuchikage. Kitsuchi and Kuratsuchi, Inoki's son and granddaughter, were disqualified from consideration. Akatsuchi, his disciple, was likewise excluded. Though talent remained scarce, Iwagakure possessed one undeniable advantage: sheer numbers of shinobi. If you decline, countless others will step forward. Though Inoki commanded immense prestige within Iwagakure, decades entrenched in the Tsuchikage seat had inevitably bred resentment beneath him. Worse, disproportionate resources had long flowed toward his own bloodline and disciples. So much so that the next Tsuchikage seemed destined to emerge solely from his household. Now, however, the daimyo had severed Inoki's ambitions, and in doing so cleared the skies above Iwagakure. Inoki observed the reactions of those assembled. He sighed deeply, to voice further warnings that Lin Yang was invincible, that resistance meant only slaughter, would only embolden the enemy and shatter morale. He shook his head. Let us depart. With Kitsuchi, Kuratsuchi, and Akatsuchi, he left the Tsuchikage tower. As they walked home, the air over Iwagakure hung heavy and still. Passers-by whispered anxiously about the mounting tension that had gripped the village since 2 days prior. Hey, have you heard? War is coming again. Again? Where did you hear that? It's true. I have a cousin who serves as a tax collector. Today he received orders to requisition grain from neighboring villages. Off. Will we be taxed too? No, we're a shinobi village. But soon we'll likely be conscripted to forge weapons and gear. Huh. The last war ended only 20 years ago. Must it begin anew? Count yourself fortunate. My neighbor's grandmother lost both her son and daughter-in-law in the last shinobi world war. She raised her grandson alone, only to receive mobilization orders for him today. I passed her house just now. She was weeping. But why fight this time? Who knows? At that moment, a nearby street vendor snorted with quiet derision. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Just recalled something amusing. The pedestrians paid little mind to his evasion, yet sensed he knew more than he let on. Do you have insider knowledge? Tell us, what's really happening? The vendor glanced nervously around before beckoning them closer. Once they leaned in, he whispered, listen carefully, but speak of this to no one. Of course not. We're barely managing our own lives. You've noticed grain prices dropped sharply these past 2 years, haven't you? Yes, life's been easier because of it. That's exactly where the trouble began. Do you know what the daimyo's younger brother does for a living? The two shook their heads, eyes wide with innocent curiosity. He trades grain. First, the daimyo levies taxes, seizing our harvested grain as tribute. Then his brother sells it back to us, at exorbitant prices. What? Isn't that just forcing us to buy back our own harvest? Exactly. But the newly installed 6th Hokage of Konoha, upholding the first Hokage's ideal of prosperity for all, began selling grain at cost. And so the daimyo's profits vanished. I heard the daimyo of the Land of Fire went to confront her personally, only for the 6th Hokage to... The vendor drew a swift, sharp line across his throat. Damn it. Why doesn't our Tsuchikage resist the daimyo? The vendor lunged forward, clamping a hand over the speaker's mouth. Brother, speak such treason only behind closed doors. Don't drag me down with you. These shinobi have ears sharper than hawks. You'd be arrested before you finish the sentence. Sorry, I'll say no more. I need to rush home and stockpile grain. The price will surely soar once war breaks out. Right, I'm off too. A nearby elder shinobi, his hearing still keen despite advancing age, overheard every word. Contact Lin Yang. If war erupts, Awagakure will suffer catastrophic losses. Yes, Hokage. The setbacks faced by the daimyos happen in every ninja village. Especially in Yunin Village and Yain Village, where a single word can easily change the Tsuchikage, but Ace prestige in Yunin is simply too high. The entire upper echelon consists solely of his loyal followers. Yet the AB duo managed to convince Lin Yang, and they even brought along a 5-tailed beast only to be overwhelmed by Lin Yang's prowess without being able to land a single hit. What if someone decides to directly infiltrate the heart of the enemy? Sunagakure would be utterly doomed with a dearth of talent and almost no top-tier combat power to speak of. Gaara still harbored hopes for Lin Yang's unification and peace philosophy, appearing increasingly lethargic. As for the Mizukage, they were still bedridden. Currently, only the daimyo of the Land of Earth still holds some weight in discussions, making the daimyo's residence the command center for their operations. At a time when the daimyo were at a loss, an unexpected figure appeared. Orochimaru, you've been silent for the past 2 years, but we thought you were dead. How could I possibly die so easily? So what brings you to us? You wish to destroy Konoha, and I desire Sasuke's body. This would be a splendid transaction, wouldn't it? You alone, what can you offer us? The power of the cursed seal can grant ninjas a surge of strength for a limited time, and after 2 years of modifications, it can now be directly injected. Oh. As soon as this topic arose, the daimyo became alert. The most pressing issue now was that the leaders of several ninja villages were too intimidated by Lin Yang to act. But with this new power, if the ninjas below felt they had gained tremendous strength surpassing even Konoha, the opinions of the Kage would no longer hold much significance. At that point, it would be possible to select a Kage directly from among the Jounin, just like in Yain Village. Could Lin Yang possibly contend against the armies of the 4 great nations? That would be impossible. Coincidentally, the Land of Fire currently has no daimyo, and the remaining 4 daimyo seem to envision a scenario where Lin Yang is beheaded and the Land of Fire is divided up. How much power can this cursed seal enhance a ninja's abilities? A powerful cursed seal requires exceptional talent. This one can elevate a Chunin's strength to that of a Jounin, but it's not usable by many. Then what's the use of that? Yajima Saiko was displeased. Their Kage was still bedridden. The Land of Water desperately needed a method to significantly boost strength, and now to be told that very few could use it, doesn't that mean it's practically useless? Don't rush. This cursed seal does require a higher talent threshold, but there are ordinary ones available that can elevate a Chunin to Jounin level and a Jounin to elite Jounin level. This type of cursed seal can be used by anyone. That's fantastic. Truly befitting one of the legendary Sannin to develop such an epic-making product. With this, I see Lin Yang as nothing more than a pawn to be sacrificed. Exactly. Those who achieve special military merits will also be granted noble status. Won't they fight desperately for that? Splendid. This can work. Orochimaru, how much of this cursed seal can you provide? There are 10,000 ordinary cursed seals, and only 20 premium ones. 10,000 Jounin and elite Jounin. Oh, I want to see how Lin Yang plans to win. Orochimaru had foreseen this day 2 years ago when Lin Yang began to sell food on a large scale to various countries. However, the reason for this war was unexpected for Orochimaru, but it didn't matter. The results remained unchanged, and the cursed seals he had prepared in advance still had their uses. But of course these aren't free. Don't worry, he'll leave Sasuke to you. Not just Sasuke. What else do you want? I need test subjects for my experiments, meaning I need people. Just people. As long as you can eliminate Lin Yang, you can take any Konoha ninja during the war. We won't concern ourselves with it. But once Konoha is defeated, you must cease your actions. No problem. Once I'm on the battlefield, I'll decide whose body I want, and there's no way you lot will know. As for Konoha's defeat, Orochimaru didn't believe that the 4 nations combined could overcome them. In the past, a single ninja with a bloodline limit could establish a reputation. Now Konoha's bloodline ninja can form entire squads on their own. What could they possibly use to fight? Moreover, there was Lin Yang, whose true strength Orochimaru still couldn't ascertain. However, it's hard to convince a stubborn person. One must let go of attachments and respect others' fates. Once the deal is done, I'll take the test subjects and leave. What happens to your side means nothing to me. The various daimyo eagerly took the syringes to experiment on their own ninjas. Meanwhile, the merchants under Lu Zheng were still making their moves. Rumors, once they begin to spread, are hard to stop, particularly in an era where messages are delivered by animals. Even though the daimyo received Orochimaru's technical support, the ninjas possessing cursed seals still needed to eat. However, the first step of the war, the grain requisition, was not going smoothly. No matter which household they encountered, the first words spoken upon opening the door to the grain requisition officer were, "Sir, please have mercy. Lately, we can't buy any grain. My child hasn't eaten for 3 days." So where did the grain go? Thanks to the immense credibility built by the Cheongding Group over the past 2 years, Lu Zhang provided grain storage services. The requisition officers, after all, are just ordinary people, while a large number of the subordinates of Lu Zhang, including lower-level and mid-level ninjas, used storage scrolls to first store the civilians' grain, hide it away, and then regularly deliver it to customers. Although the workload increased exponentially, this was the first step of Lord Lin Yang's strategy. If the enemy lacks food, the war may not even commence, so everyone tirelessly consumed military grain pills around the clock to keep going. However, this plan was still too rough and hasty. The daimyo could see through it at a glance. How could they possibly have no stored grain? Food does not simply vanish into thin air. Go investigate for me. If you can't find anything, just grab someone at random. Use whatever methods necessary. I pry open their mouths. I want to know where the grain has gone. Understood. Thus, new rumors began to surface on the streets of every nation. Have you heard? A war is on the horizon, but the daimyo is afraid of sacrificing too many ninjas, which may impact their combat effectiveness, so they are conscripting people to explore traps on the battlefield. Our village head suddenly disappeared last night without a trace and hasn't been seen since. My house has already been thoroughly searched by the grain requisition officer. Are we now expected to explore traps too? Is the daimyo really trying to starve us? Shill, why are you shouting so loudly? Are you afraid the ninjas won't hear you? But stop with the buts. Let's all find a place to hide and don't let them catch you. I want to go to Konoha. What did you say? I want to take my family to Konoha. My cousin used to trade and has settled there. A few days ago, I received a letter stating that although Konoha is also preparing for war, Lord Hokage is still supplying food normally. They said that the purpose of a ninja's battle is to protect the civilians so they can eat and wear clothes, and that they shouldn't let the civilians go hungry just for the sake of war. Even if Konoha ultimately loses, I would rather die there under such a leader. You? After a long silence, the man finally raised his head to look at the other person. Can you take me with you? When Lin Yang heard from Lu Zhang that many commoners from various countries wanted to come to the Fire Nation, he knew that the grain harvested over the past 2 years had not been in vain. He immediately instructed Lu Zhang to send people to the Fire Nation to pick them up, as the construction of railways and telephones required manpower. As for the possibility of spies infiltrating, that was hardly a concern. People from each village would be scattered and a shadow clone would be placed among them. Even if there were spies, they wouldn't be able to cause much of a stir, and then they could slowly investigate. Moreover, this war would not last long. At the Joint Operations Command Center of the 4 nations, several feudal lords had verified the effectiveness of the curse seals and promptly applied them to their troops. Of course, some powerful individuals were skeptical about such a miraculous thing, thinking that it was too good to be true to gain power with just a single injection without any cost. However, many of the Chunin and some average Jonin could hardly resist such temptation. After all, they were not clan ninjas and had no bloodline limits. Their potential in this lifetime was almost visibly capped. Now an opportunity to enhance their strength lay before them, and as ninjas they were already accustomed to taking risks. Given that Lord Orochimaru provided such a great opportunity, it was absurd for some to theorize that this was a means of control. What do you mean by control? We are already following the orders of the feudal lords, aren't we being controlled? In short, the 4 shadows now wielded true strength that had significantly improved, no longer resembling the hesitant figures they once were. How long can the current grain supplies in each village sustain the fight? Gaara was the first to voice his most pressing concern. He personally did not want to fight, but since the feudal lords promised that those who achieved merit in battle could ascend to nobility, his subordinates were practically urging him to mobilize. Moreover, with the example of Inoki before him, Gaara realized that if he did not hold firm, the next Kazekage would likely be Maki. If Maki became Kazekage, Sunagakure would truly be in dire straits, and Gaara could at least protect some villagers. We usually have seafood that we can process for storage, and the reserves should last about a month. Once the war starts, we can increase the villagers' fishing efforts, so our grain shortage isn't significant. Our grain reserves might only last a week. The Awakens has a larger number of participants, and during the 3rd Hokage's reign, the merchants of the Dome Consortium were allowed to operate freely in the country, resulting in a lot of grain being secretly transported away. Kimogakure can probably hold out for another 2 weeks. AI was actually feeling a bit conflicted. He thought Lin Yang could indeed withstand 2-tailed beast balls, but her chakra would eventually run out. With the combined forces of the 4 major nations using curse seals, could they potentially wear her down? Thus, he still attended the meeting. As for the feudal lord's orders, he had never paid much attention to them. Then let's finish the battle as quickly as possible within a week, proposed Furukawa Tomo, who was listening in on the meeting. The 4 shadows ignored him. To suggest ending the battle in a week was audacious. However, they acknowledged the idea of a blitzkrieg fighting while plundering to maintain their consumption. The newly appointed Tsuchikage Wenyao was eager to prove himself. I propose we now mix our troops to ensure the most advantageous conditions across different battlefields. I agree. Everyone knows Lin Yang's strength. Attacking from a single direction would definitely not work. We should divide the mixed troops into 3 divisions, attacking from the southeastern coastline of the Bear Country, the northwestern Grass Country, and the northeastern Rice and Iron Countries. This way, even if she appears on one battlefield, the other 3 would be capable of inflicting effective damage on the Fire Nation's living forces. Aside from that, we can also dispatch an elite team to infiltrate Konoha amidst the chaos and directly disrupt their logistical supplies. Exactly. The 4 battlefields combined total over 60,000 troops, all at least Chunin or Jonin level. Konoha is undeniably strong, but they are not strong enough to deploy 60,000 Jonin. By then their internal defenses will surely be weak. So is this battle plan approved by everyone? The remaining 3 shadows nodded in agreement. Next, let's select the commanders for each battlefield. I suggest that the Bear Country landing forces be led by Darui from Kumogakure. AI pondered and nodded as Darui's storm release was indeed advantageous near water. And what about the Grass Country direction? Let Maki handle it. That works. The flat terrain is suitable for wind release and earth release. In the Rice Country direction, I'll go personally to the Rice Country. Winya gently tapped the table. As the new official, he needed to achieve some results. Seeing this, the others said nothing. Then let's have Chojiro lead the forces towards the Iron Country. Everyone looked at each other in agreement. This was already the best sincerity each country could offer. Although this war was initiated by the feudal lords, orders the shadows were wary of others stealing from their lands. After all, the feudal lord of the Fire Nation had already been taken down, it wasn't impossible for another to emerge. Thus, the shadows tacitly chose to stay at the command center to monitor the opposing side. As for Winya, he was far too inferior to Inoki. With the battle plan and each task set, the 4 great nations working together shifted into high gear, completing the reorganization of their troops in just 2 days, and then heading to the battlefield. In the Hokage office, Hokagesima, we have received the latest intelligence we monitored. Lin Yang took the scroll and glanced at it. Where do you think I should head? Lu Jing thought for a moment. Let's go towards the Bear Country. That's where the enemy is most concentrated. According to our estimates, there should be at least 17,000 of them, and it's also the battlefield closest to infiltrating Konoha. The enemy likely intends to exert maximum pressure on us, forcing us to allocate more troops here and abandon our defenses elsewhere. Then they can seize some strongholds, plunder some grain, and encroach on some territory. Exactly. Call the Jonin class. Yes. Soon, all the top combatants from Konoha arrived at the office. Lin Yang passed down the intelligence for everyone to read. Have you all finished? Yes. Next, I will make the following deployments. Tsunade, Kakashi, and Sasuke will lead 3 Mizuru men to strengthen the defense line in the Grass Country. Jiraiya Gai and Sakura will lead 3 Mizuru men to intercept Chojiro's forces in the Iron Country. Rokusuke and Tenzo will hold the Rice Country. Oniji will lead 200 as a general reserve, and Hayashi will stay behind as the central communication center. As for the Bear Country, I will go alone. That's absolutely out of the question, Hokagesima. According to our intelligence, there are a total of 20,000 enemy coalition forces in the Bear Country. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Don't worry, 20,000 is nothing, Lu Guang. Yes. Bring the camera. Oh, I want the ninja world to see what despair truly looks like. Yes. On the peninsula of the Fire Nation and the Bear Nation, is this the location according to the intelligence? Yes, Lord Hokage, they should be landing and resting from the Bear Nation's port. They will definitely pass through our position. Then we will wait. Would release Villa technique. And so they waited for a full day. It was unavoidable. With an army of 20,000 a coalition, no less, it was impossible to move at the speed of Lin Yang, who could teleport like a flash. Lu Guang, the guests have arrived. Start working. Yes. Lin Yang created a high platform for herself using Earthquake Core, making it easier for the coalition to see her. Lord Dalui is that person, Lin Yang. Though it seems unbelievable, it should indeed be her. The battle objective was to kill Lin Yang, yet they hadn't even entered the Fire Nation yet, and now the target had come knocking on their door. Is there anything better than this under the heavens? Prepare all units. If we can kill her here, it will be a great achievement. But do not be careless. Activate the curse seal transformation directly. Yes. Seeing that the opposite side had no intention of negotiating, first Lin Yang felt something was off. Wasn't it a bit too out of character to jump straight into a fight? Shouldn't they first engage in a verbal exchange to contest ideas? Lu Guang, is the camera ready? It's ready. Lin Yang flew above the coalition. Bring her down. Wind release vacuum sphere. Mist hidden troops unleash water dragon bullet. Thousands of mist-hidden ninjas simultaneously launched water dragon bullets at Lin Yang. Cloud-hidden lightning release. A massive water dragon charged towards Lin Yang accompanied by terrifying lightning. Just as it was about to hit Lin Yang, whoosh, Lin Yang teleported to evade this lethal strike. No worries, continue the attack. We have 20,000 men, her chakra cannot withstand it. Ignorance is bliss. Iron sand began to slowly emerge from the ground, swirling toward the coalition from both sides. Damn it, we can't let the iron sand cover us. Earth release, 10,000 miles, earth flow wall. Watching the 20,000 men trapped within the earth flow wall, Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't this just creating an opening for myself? Listen below. As Lin Yang's voice spread, the coalition actually fell silent. You have already been surrounded by me. This war was instigated by the nobles and daimyos of various countries to preserve their own positions and wealth. You, however, were merely lured here by them. Now lay down your weapons and turn back. I can let you go, and I won't pursue you in the future. But if you intend to walk down the path with the nobles to the bitter end, then I cannot guarantee that you will leave here whole. You have 30 minutes to think it over. You alone are surrounding our 20,000. What a bold claim. Brother's glory and wealth are within our reach. As long as we kill her, we too can become nobles. Kill. Earth release, Earth Stone Dragon. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Dust release, Void Break. A light curtain neutralized all the coalition's attacks. It seems you have chosen to refuse my invitation. Lin Yang stepped back. She is afraid. Hurry up. The cursed seal instilled immense confidence in the coalition, but Lin Yang was merely trying to make Lu Guang's filming look better. Pointing forward, yin and yang chakra mixed, emanating a destructive aura. Soon a tailed beast ball the size of a basketball court floated in the air. With a whoosh it flew towards the coalition. What is that? Some ninjas had never seen it before. However Dalui had, he knew too well about the two-tailed beasts from Cloud Hidden Village. Quick. Rock Hidden Block it. Earth release, 10,000 miles, Earth Flow Wall. Boom, the newly risen Earth Flow Wall, which seemed capable of withstanding all attacks, vanished without a trace in an instant. Phew, I caught up. After this, her chakra should be running low, so prepare for your necks to be cleaned. Dalu, he had just been scared out of his wits, and the cold sweat had yet to dry. But from ahead came the whispers of a demon. Lin Yang gradually rose in height. How many floors can a bag of rice support? Before her was another tailed beast ball. But this time the coalition had not organized an effective defense. In the blink of an eye, thousands perished. You had the chance to leave, but you chose not to. Now don't leave at all. Continuous tailed beast balls. With a rapid-fire motion, Lin Yang's fingertips transformed into a Gatling gun spitting purple flames. Although the tailed beast balls were much smaller than before, their generation speed was quick enough. The coalition was already in disarray. Oh, I don't want to die. Someone save me. I surrender. I surrender. Lord Hokage, spare my life. I am willing to be your servant. On the battlefield, the cries of despair were unending, but Lin Yang was like a soulless tailed beast ball machine, continuously releasing tailed beast balls, one life after another extinguished amidst the roar of the tailed beast balls. Half an hour later, the smoke on the battlefield was so thick that people were nearly invisible. Half an hour is up, but seems everyone intends to stay. Lu Guang wanted to complain, but she didn't dare. Although it had been half an hour of bombardment, Lu Guang felt that after 5 minutes, it was just pure corpse whipping. After that, she heard not a single scream. It's time to inform the coalition command. They can send people to collect the bodies. Yes, collecting bodies. What bodies are there left to collect? As the thick smoke dissipated, the battlefield only revealed large depressions with scattered remains like fingers, barely recognizable. But since Lord Hokage said to collect the bodies, they must come to do so. If they can't identify them, then just shovel the dirt back. Lin Yang flew back to the Hokage office with Lu Guang. Arriving at the command center, Hi, how is the situation? Seeing Lin Yang return unscathed after battling 20,000 men, Hi, he couldn't understand how it was possible, but his strong professional ethics made him set aside his surprise and doubts to start reporting. Lord Hokage, currently each battlefield is still at a stalemate. The enemy's attacks are frantic, but Lady Tsunade and Sakura's medical ninjutsu can still hold up, so the enemy's casualties are very high, significantly affecting morale. The first wave of attacks has already been repelled. Lu Jiao and Ding Zhuo have set many traps using the terrain, slowing down the enemy's advance, and are continuously wearing down the enemy's strength. Good. Lu Guang sent a copy of the tape to the coalition command. Yes. 4 countries joint operations command center. Bacchanal. This is absurd. How is it possible for someone to fire tailed beast balls continuously for 30 minutes? Water Shadow, calm down. Calm down. Facing such an enemy, it was no wonder Terumi Mei was losing her cool. The tailed beasts were established as ultimate weapons in various villages, yet even the tailed beasts used as ultimate weapons couldn't continuously unleash tailed beast balls for 30 minutes. This had completely shattered Terumi Mei's understanding. Now she only knew that this war could not continue. We have Mist Hidden withdraw. We have Sand Hidden also withdraw. Cloud Hidden is also withdrawing. Unfortunately, the person in charge of Rock Hidden was on the battlefield, but soon he would know what had happened. While Lin Yang made the coalition feel pain, other battlefields were certainly not idle. The Iron Nation battlefield was the most challenging for the coalition. As the next Water Shadow, Kujuro's capabilities may be in question, yet he was still quite adept at water release techniques. However, as soon as he crossed into the Iron Nation, he encountered resistance from Jiraiya's troops. This was naturally anticipated by the coalition, as the movements of an army of over 10,000 could not be concealed. Jiraiya intentionally chose this battlefield where the dense foliage was highly conducive to the use of wood release. Neither side established a fixed command center. The coalition aimed to penetrate Konohagakure as quickly as possible, while Konohagakure's task was to engage in guerrilla tactics to stall the coalition. Thus, a command center would only be a burden. Therefore, the commanders on both sides demonstrated a willingness to lead from the front. Chojiro saw Jiraiya standing ahead as soon as he arrived with his troops. Are you Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin? Oh, I didn't expect a young person to recognize me now. Not really, just the command center provided information before my arrival. Now what is wrong with today's youth? They show no respect for their elders. However, even though you are one of the Sannin, I will not retreat easily. Everyone follow me. There are not many people in Konohagakure. Chojiro brandished his sword and charged directly at Jiraiya. However, before he could reach Jiraiya, he was intercepted midair by Guy. Lord Jiraiya still has command duties, so let me deal with you, the Azure Beast of Konohagakure. TCH. Chojiro felt immense pressure from that earlier kick. The speed and strength were no match for an ordinary jonin. However, there was no turning back now. He had to deal with the immediate threat. Yet Kojiro's taijutsu was not exactly impressive in front of Guy. After a few exchanges, Guy saw through Kojiro's trick. Oh, are you hiding your strength to catch me off guard and then defeat me? How naive. Let me finish this quickly. In Guy's perspective as a commander on one of the coalition's battlefields, he shouldn't be on the same level as Tsunade or Jiraiya, but he should at least possess the strength of Kisame. However, his current feeling was clearly not so. The opponent must have been hiding a hand. Why hide it? It was certainly to appear weak and then strike decisively when the opportunity arose. As an elite jonin of Konohagakure, Kakashi's lifelong friend and rival, how could I fall for such a trick? 8th gate of the 8 gates, 3rd gate open. Guy began to emanate a green energy. His body turned red with blood, but simultaneously this brought a significant enhancement in attack power and speed. Whoosh. Though it was purely taijutsu, his speed was on par with the body flicker technique, and he appeared directly behind Chojiro. Raising his leg, he delivered a sweeping kick that sent Chojiro flying. Although he landed a hit, Guy was not complacent. He had to thoroughly suppress his opponent to prevent him from revealing his hidden cards. Chojiro, still airborne, felt terror. What kind of power is this? What kind of speed is this? He felt that several of his ribs must have been broken, but he needed to quickly adjust his posture, otherwise he would become a lamb waiting for slaughter. As he flipped in the air preparing to land safely, the red-skinned green-light man appeared beneath him. No way am I not even allowed to land. Guy braced himself with one hand on the ground and kicked Chojiro upward. However, Chojiro reacted in time, blocking Guy's attack with his sword. Yet he was still sent soaring into the sky. Damn, too fast. What should I do? Now Chojiro couldn't even find time to form hand seals, and he didn't dare to let go of his sword. Given how strong his opponent's taijutsu was, if he dropped his sword, he wouldn't last a single exchange. This was still due to Kojiro's lack of experience. In fact, even if Guy didn't have his sword, he wouldn't last more than 3 exchanges. At this moment, Guy was already behind Chojiro, delivering a punch that sent him crashing down. But before Chojiro could land, he was kicked back into the air. After taking those 2 hits, Chojiro finally spat out the blood he had been suppressing, fearing it would affect morale. He had lost count of how many times he had been hit while airborne. He only remembered hearing a voice say, "Secret technique, Lotus." He completely lost consciousness. Guy landed and released the 8-gate state. Few good thing I was swift. If he had revealed his hidden cards, it might not have been so easy to deal with. Well, I need to hurry and support the others. Despite the top-tier combat power of Konohagakure holding an absolute advantage, it was still difficult to compensate for the numerical disadvantage. On average, each Konohagakure ninja had to face about 4 or 5 attackers. Jiraiya could only instruct his troops to fight while retreating repeatedly, looking for opportunities to counterattack. He didn't know how much longer this war would last, but he knew he needed to withstand the enemy's assault to find a moment to catch his breath. Summoning technique. Oh, it seems it's another war, Jiraiya. Yes, let's not discuss that for now. First, we need to repel the enemy's attack with oil flame bombs. Understood. Fire release toad oil flame bomb. The enormous toad, towering over 10 meters, spewed forth flammable oil ignited by Jiraiya's fire release, turning the surrounding forest into a sea of flames. However, the cursed seal-enhanced troops were not so easily defeated. Water release water barrier. Over 100 mist ninja launched a joint ninjutsu to intercept the oil flame bomb, transforming the water barrier into steam under the high temperature. Indeed, with greater numbers, any technique becomes more powerful. Jiraiya felt somewhat pained. You give me 3,000 men and expect me to hold off 10,000. You overestimate me. Having fought for such a long time, the chakra of the Konohagakure ninjas was nearly depleted. Just as Jiraiya wondered whether to issue a retreat order, Sakura approached. Lord Jiraiya, I can take charge of battlefield recovery, but I need someone to assist me to focus and distinguish between friend and foe. Can you have Gai Sensei protect me? Moi. What level can you achieve? I can cover the entire battlefield. As long as they aren't about to die, I should be able to bring them back. Medical ninjas can be used like this. Tsunade's policy of assigning 1 medical ninja per team is too weak. Rather than have 1 for each team, it would be better to train 4 or 5 like this. Guy, your task now is to protect her well. Understood. Sakura concentrated, focusing on her inner self. Isabu, it's your turn to appear. Bring it on. A red chakra unique to tailed beasts began to envelop Sakura. Sealing technique release. The diamond-shaped mark on her forehead began to extend, transforming into a unique pattern. Let's go. The second round begins. After dispelling the sealing and the tailed beast transformation, Sakura's chakra issue was resolved. Summoning technique. Lord Slug, it's Sakura. Yes, please attach yourself to each ninja and help them heal their wounds at any time. Alright, no problem. A part of the body of the slug sage summoned from the wet bone forest began to split and crawl onto the shoulders of the leaf ninjas. Next would release birth of the forest. The battlefield was already in the forest, where the originally dense trees were completely occupied by wood, making it impossible to see the ground beneath. Sakura held the radio on her neck. Everyone pay attention, just avoid fatal injuries, and lean against the trees if you disengage from combat. I can heal you, so don't be afraid, go ahead with confidence. This suddenly boosted the morale of the leaf ninjas who were struggling. With Lady Sakura's medical ninjutsu, what is there to fear? Charge. Although Isabe's sensing ability wasn't particularly strong as a tailed beast, it could assist Sakura in sensing whether those approaching the trees were enemies or allies. If they were allies, chakra would be transmitted for healing. If enemies, she would directly use the insertion technique on them. However, this operation had already consumed most of Sakura's energy, leaving her no time to deal with the enemies attacking her, so she asked Jiraiya for Kai to act as her bodyguard. The situation on the battlefield suddenly changed dramatically. Although the allied forces had cursed seals, they could not stop the enemy's reckless assault. As long as they weren't close to death, most could be brought back, especially with the assistance of attacking ninjutsu. This coalition of 10,000 was actually being held back by just 3,000. Sakura, how long can you hold on? Jiraiya asked during a brief moment of calm. Although he could use the chakra of a tailed beast, that chakra was not infinite. Had he known, he should have let Sakura fully transform into a tailed beast before engaging, launching a tailed beast bomb before the enemy landed. Unfortunately, they hadn't moved fast enough and missed the chance. It depends on how long Isabu can hold on, and I have the chakra accumulated from the Ein ceiling over these 2 years, which should last at least a little over a day. I understand. Seeing Sakura's ninjutsu, Jiraiya realized that the larger the area of the technique, the more chakra it consumed. Now that the allied forces were without leadership and their morale was high, they should seize this opportunity to shrink the battlefield and conserve Sakura's chakra. He pressed the radio. All units, listen up. Start pushing the enemies together from the outer circle. Try to shrink the battlefield. The smaller the battlefield, the longer we can hold out. Those with boiling release should limit the allied forces' movements on the outer edges and do not let them bypass us from the front. The number of leaf ninjas was simply too few. If the enemy sent smaller teams to flank from the other side or to sneak attack Sakura, it would be a big problem. Yes, replied the leaders of various squads through the radio. After a day of stalemate in the land of iron, the allied forces suddenly fell eerily silent. Even the engaged ninjas began to retreat. Jiraiya did not know what had happened, but he recognized this was a rare opportunity to rest. Taking advantage of this moment, he gathered all the soldier pills from everyone and unified them for Sakura. After all, their recovery effect from soldier pills was not as good as Sakura's, so it was better to save them for her. Although the enemy had retreated, Sakura still dared not lift her state or ninjutsu, maintaining minimal consumption and vigilance. At this moment, a member of the mountain clan approached. Is it new intelligence from the village? Yes, it's a videotape. Why send a videotape at this time? Although puzzled, Hachi was currently in command. While he didn't have the brilliant mind of Tsunade, he was stable and would not act recklessly on the battlefield. He then opened the projector that came with the videotape. After watching, Jiraiya understood why the enemy had retreated. Who wouldn't retreat after watching this? One person annihilated a battalion of 20,000 in half an hour. What if the next one was on their battlefield? Jiraiya looked at Sakura. Your ninjutsu can be dispelled. The enemy must be looking to surrender. As someone who had been a battlefield commander during the Ninja World War, he knew that if the enemy couldn't produce 5 or 6-tailed beasts, they had no hope of victory in front of Sakura. This battle was essentially over. That said, while allowing the troops to rest, he still had to adhere to wartime standards, ensuring the sensing troops and the Hyuga clan were on alert. 3 hours later, the enemy began to retreat in succession. Finally, oversend a message to the village and ask what the next instructions are. Yes. The same thing happened simultaneously on 3 battlefields. After the battle ended, the casualty figures were lowest on the defensive line where Sakura was located. The allied forces were scattered and the daimyo was so anxious that he was almost climbing the walls, but it was to no avail. They certainly had money, but money couldn't buy these ninjas to throw their lives away. At this moment, they felt true terror. One person defeated an army of 20,000. Moreover, they knew the attitude of this person towards the daimyo. Would they become corpses after launching a war? Is it too late to beg for mercy now? Goku Watomo had no time to consider face or dignity. He just wanted to go find Inoki and see if he could charm him with a few sweet words to save his life. He used to not understand why Inoki was so afraid of Lin Yang and why Awagakure was so lenient towards Konoha. Now he understood. The other daimyos had no way to reach out. They could only seek help from Gaara, especially since Gaara had once been saved from the Akatsuki by Lin Yang, which should count for something. Goku Watomo wanted to find Inoki, but Inoki had already arrived at Konoha. This was his sincerity. If he had such strength and was involved in the Ninja World War, he would definitely kill until rivers ran red with blood. Those ninjas who participated would be exiled to mine. He selfishly wanted to save the young people in his village, so he once again stepped through the gates of Konoha. Hokage office, Lord Hokage. Oh, it's an old acquaintance. Oh, why so polite? Please sit down. Thank you. After Inoki sat down, Lin Yang inquired, I wonder what brings you here this time. Inoki suddenly stood up and bowed deeply. I hope Lord Hokage can spare the young people of our village. They were merely misled by the daimyo. Had they are all coming to kill me, it wouldn't be appropriate to let them off lightly, would it? Inoki knew this would be the result. With weapons in hand, he could understand the murderous intent, but he still wanted to negotiate. Lord Lin Yang, I can guarantee that everyone in Awagakure will respect you from now on. If you say it like that, it's not impossible, but do you have the authority to say this? You're not even the Tsuchikage. Please rest assured, I will ensure that there will be no dissent in Awakens. Then go ahead, and it's best to be quick. Yes. The fourth great ninja war hastily drew to a close. All the leaders of the villages understood one principle: a new god of ninjas had emerged in this era. The previous god of ninjas had imposed a system of one ninja per village on all ninjas in the ninja world, forcing them to submit. It remains unclear what this generation's god of ninjas intends to do, but now that the war has ended, it is time to return to the villages and settle various matters. Lin Yong was not in a hurry to trouble these nations. They needed to return and stabilize their internal affairs first, or else would he have to quell rebellions every day after taking over. There are always ambitious individuals. At present, Anoki seems to be the first to pledge allegiance, and naturally some benefits should be given. Perhaps an organization like the Jinui could be formed which could be entrusted to Kuratsuchi. AI initially thought he had merely lost the war against Konoha, but when he returned to the village, the sky fell. The Jinchuriki had been taken away. Someone has invaded. AI immediately called for Killer B. What happened? When the coalition forces began their landing operations, a group, calling themselves the Akatsuki, approached me demanding my 8 tails. One of them was carrying the Jinchuriki on his shoulder. Upon seeing this, I wanted to rescue the Jinchuriki, but there was a Uchiha who could unleash a black flame. If it weren't for Gyuki using a diversion, I would have been captured already. Then why didn't you send a message? 4 of them came, and the one sent to deliver the message was intercepted. I held them off for a long time, and then a carnivorous plant emerged from the ground saying, "Big brother, you need to come back." That's why I couldn't send a message. Damn. At this moment, AI could only feel impotent rage. How could he have overlooked a terrorist organization? This was troublesome. Everyone knew what happened when the Wind Shadow was captured, and it was Konoha that ultimately rescued him. What should we do now? He had just formed a grudge with Konoha. Besides, the Jinchuriki was not the type people generally disliked. He was quite respected in the village. Do you know where they took the Jinchuriki? Gyuki can sense the direction of his chakra. Very well, gather the team for a rescue. Cloud ninjas prepared to mobilize again to save the Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, Anoki returned to Awakens and directly launched a coup, capturing Fuyumi. Anoki, what are you doing, rebelling? Fuyumi, who had once respected Anoki, became lost in the authority granted by his position as Tsuchikage, seduced by his subordinates, who longed for merit and flattery. When he returned with Awakens ninjas, he discovered that Anoki had already consolidated the defense forces left in the village and was waiting at the entrance of Awakens. Fuyumi, you have lost your way. I have not lost my way. I am the Tsuchikage. Get out of my way immediately. Sigh. Anoki had no intention of engaging in a verbal dispute with Fuyumi. His head was the price of his allegiance. Many years ago, no one could bow before Hashirama and Madara, so why should he bow before Lin Yong today? He only wished to secure a future for his descendants. Clearly, he could not withstand Lin Yong. She was only 16, even younger than his granddaughter. However, with Kuratsuki's abilities, his chances of turning the situation around were slim. He could only hope to maintain his wealth and status. Dust release primitive world stripping technique. A flash of light appeared, and Fuyumi vanished without a trace. Now I will continue to take on the role of Tsuchikage. Is there anyone who disagrees? Despite standing only at 1.3 meters in height, the aura of someone who had emerged from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood indeed intimidated everyone present, rendering them motionless. No one dared to act if Fuyumi's followers had lost all confidence after witnessing Lin Yang's performance on the battlefield. They were naturally willing to have Anoki take charge. Sunagakure. This is my perspective on Lin Yang. After Gaara returned to the village, the first thing he did was convene all the ninjas in Sunagakure who had a say to discuss their thoughts. He knew that Lin Yang aimed to unify the ninja world, and now that they had lost the battle, what Sunagakure should do became crucial. But what about the daimyo? A senior member expressed concern. If you're worried about the daimyo, I can send someone to kill him right now. Huh? He was startled by Gaara's sudden declaration of rebellion. What do you mean by huh? Haven't you seen what happened to the daimyo of the Land of Fire? Lin Yang's attitude towards the daimyo is already so clear. Should we still be concerned about the daimyo's thoughts at this time? Humchio nodded. Gaara is right. The daimyo is now more afraid than we are because the major ninja villages have essentially been dealt with by Lin Yang and can no longer stir up any major waves. Therefore, if we want to unify, the next step must be to address the issues of the nobles and daimyo. Next, we should stabilize the situation in the village and inform everyone in advance to avoid forcing Lin Yang to quell rebellions when the day truly comes. Understood. As for Kirigakure, without Ao and Chojuro, the newly appointed Mizukage Terumi may suffer a defeat in a battle, threatening her position in the village. Although she wanted to argue that this matter had nothing to do with her, anyone with a clear head could see that someone must pay a price for this war, and as the Mizukage Terumi, Mei would undoubtedly bear the responsibility. They could exchange Terumi, Mei for a better life. While the major ninja villages were busy, Konoha was not idle either. Lin Yang ordered Kurosashi to head to the daimyo's residence to resolve the issues related to the daimyo's inheritance. Yuan Zenwa's son Yuan Jinyue had already taken over his father's position as the new daimyo. This time Kurosashi was accompanied by Sasuke to carry out the mission. Sasuke primarily served to calm the daimyo down. After all, the 12 guardian ninja still held some strength, and if they were driven to desperation, Kurosashi might not return. Yuan Jinyue, as the 6th Hokage's envoy from Konoha, I now order you to gather all the noble properties of the Land of Fire and hand them over to Konoha. You are only allowed to keep a basic set of living supplies, 2 sets of clothing for each season of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Konoha will provide you with 3 months of living subsidies at the minimum living guarantee. During these 3 months, we will help you find work and housing. Any questions? But how would I work? Yuan Jinyue had never worked a day in his life since birth, and now he couldn't even wear clothes. Expecting him to find work to support himself in 3 months was akin to asking him to take his own life. However, Kurosashi completely ignored him. The gathered properties must be handed over to Konoha within 7 days at the latest. If not, you will die. After delivering the message, Kurosashi stood up and turned to leave. Your Majesty, since she has already decided not to let us live, why should we endure any longer? Can we not kill her and this little envoy? A noble beside Yuan Jinyue had gone mad. An enraged commoner could shed blood in 5 steps. Even if I die, I must show you that we nobles also have our tempers. He turned to his guards, saying, go kill those 2 for me. Do not let them leave. If you kill them, you can take my properties. Originally, no one dared to act under Konoha's pressure, but if you say we can take your money, it makes a difference. Drawing their swords, Lightning Release Iato/. Sigh, they really want to seek death. Sigh, must they seek their own demise? Lu Zheng could not fathom it. The nobles, driven by petty pride, might indulge in reckless folly. But why should mercenaries, mere hired blades, follow suit? Did they truly believe they could both earn that coin and live long enough to spend it? Shadow Stitch Technique. Na Blade of Absolute Darkness pierced the throats of several guards and nobles alike. None week later, Lin Yang duly claimed the confiscated estates and wealth of the Fire Country nobility. I had half expected them to die for principle. Those pampered wretches, born into luxury, cradled in privilege, possessed neither the will nor the courage to relinquish their own lives. Lu Zheng, dispatch missives to all great nations in 3 days' time. Every daimyo, every noble, and every kage shall convene at the daimyo residence of the Fire Country. We shall deliberate the future of the shinobi world. Understood. The decree swiftly reached each nation's daimyo residence. My lord daimyo, what shall we do? This summons is plainly a death warrant. The Fire Country nobles are already gone. Their fortunes seized, their status erased. They now toil as common laborers. Shall we too descend into such squalor? And what alternative do you propose? You have all witnessed Lin Yang's power. She surpasses even Hashirama Senju in strength. But non-noble interjected from the side. I, however, have a proposal. Pray speak it. The noble cast a sidelong glance at the daimyo before continuing. Is it not precisely Lin Yang's ambition to seize dominion over the entire shinobi world? Then let us dissolve our forces, scattering like mist, and infiltrate through the exchange bureau's networks. With our gold and silver, we shall secretly hire rogue shinobi to ignite rebellions across the land. Can she, as sovereign of this fractured realm, personally suppress every uprising, day after day, province after province? That does hold a certain grim appeal. Consider this: our agents shall burn granaries, poison wells, or slaughter villages at random. And then, what of the common folk? They will revolt, precisely. When tomorrow brings only uncertainty, and perhaps annihilation, why endure quietly? Better to rise up or flee to the mountains as bandits at least, than survival holds a sliver of hope. And when every peasant has become a brigand, the so-called unified shinobi world will shatter anew, leaving our hoarded wealth to restore us once more as nobles. Exactly. Wait, we cannot even safeguard our riches now. Those shinobi know we possess wealth, they would slit our throats and seize it without hesitation. Fear not, I laid this groundwork long ago. My younger brother refused nobility, insisting instead on becoming a shinobi, a decision I once deemed madness. Now it proves providential. Yet even if he is a shinobi, he stands alone. Not so. Years past, I saved a clansman of the Earth Spider clan. Their bloodline technique allows absolute control over others. Recognizing its value, I secured the forbidden art through the village's own interrogators. And now my brother may compel any passerby to execute our mercenary contracts. Indeed, it is viable. Our task now is to withdraw every coin. Lands and manors must be abandoned. Such sacrifice is inevitable. When the shinobi world ignites in chaos, all we lost shall return to us. Agreed. It is settled. 3 days passed. Nanoki purged the resisting factions within Iwagakure. Gaara forewarned Sunagakure of the fate soon to descend. Mei Terumi executed traitors who sought to barter her life for advantage. Nagito Ni perished. Kumogakure suffered total defeat, fearing Killer Bee's capture anew, and burdened with defending the village amid ruin. AI dispatched elite jonin on a desperate rescue mission. Yet they were clearly outmatched. Nagito was not recovered, and an entire squad fell with her. But that no longer mattered. With villages crumbling, the Jinchuriki's survival held diminishing worth. Preserving Killer Bee had become paramount. Inside the banquet hall of the daimyo residence, 4 kage sat in the front row. Behind them, a scattering of nobles occupied scattered seats. Vast stretches of the hall remained empty. Creak, and the great doors swung open. Lin Yang entered calmly. In surveying the sea of vacant chairs, she felt no surprise. This outcome had long been anticipated. The Kage shared bonds of duty and history, but daimyo possessed none. To them, an entire nation's populace was but stepping stones toward reclaiming noble status. Thus the nobles fled, while the Kage bound by obligation could not. And those nobles present were either utterly cowed by Lin Yong, or resigned knowing escape was impossible. Lin Yong ascended the makeshift dais and seated herself. Lu Zheng, take attendance. In, yes my lady. Now a moment later in Hokagesima, the roll is complete. In, very well. You must all wonder why I summoned you here today. And they did not wonder, not in the slightest. They would have preferred never to come at all. The answer is simple, I shall forge a new order for the shinobi world. 6 decades ago, Hashirama Senju united warring clans into hidden villages and established the one country, one village system. Today that system has outlived its purpose. In less than 70 years, 4 great shinobi wars have ravaged the land, each claiming tens of thousands of lives. What then are those lives? They are shattered families, tens of thousands of them. And from this day forward, national borders shall vanish. We are no longer citizens of separate nations. We are one people, one village, one destiny. Our resources shall be shared, not hoarded, not fought over, for survival demands no war. And henceforth no noble shall stand upon the backs of commoners. All shall labor, and earn their sustenance through honest toil. And Lin Yong turned her gaze upon the assembled nobles. And, you have made a wise choice in attending. Surrender your wealth today, and you may remain alive in this world. Those who refuse this summons shall forfeit their lives, and be resurrected via Edo Tensei, condemned to serve the empire as eternal slaves. In, HSSSS. And though Lin Yong continued speaking, a collective gasp rippled through the nobles at this pronouncement. They knew not the nature of Edo Tensei, but eternal slaves required no translation. And Lin Yong watched satisfied as dread tightened their faces. That is all I wish to declare. Now, let the vote be cast. Who consents? Who objects? Who supports and who opposes? Would anyone really oppose today? However, such thoughts can only linger in one's heart. They as the shadow understood the value of the tailed beast jade in that half hour. IWA Shinobi agrees. Suna Shinobi agrees. Kiri Shinobi agrees. Kyumo Shinobi agrees. AI was quite unwilling at this moment, and almost wanted to launch an attack, while all 4 shadows were present, but reason calmed him down. Lin Yong merely glanced at this rakage. Since everyone has agreed to merge into the Land of Fire, there are some matters that must be resolved early with the establishment of the new empire. I find it unacceptable that not everyone attended today's meeting on time. A new country calls for a new atmosphere. What do you all think? Yes, rest assured those nobles will not escape. And that's best. Additionally, after returning today, everyone remember to tidy up the village's files and prepare for the handover. Understood. As for other matters, there is nothing for now. Let's focus on these 2 tasks first. Yes. Lin Yong returned to his residence and called for Lu Guang. How is the communication station set up? The Land of Fire, Land of Earth, and Land of Water have been completed. The Land of Wind is half covered while the Land of Lightning is still on the way due to the distance. Alright, speed it up. Yes. You can rest assured about the technology aspect. I will need you for many projects in the future. Work hard for now, and after the communication network is up, enjoy a month of paid leave. You can travel anywhere in the ninja world now. Thank you, Lord Lin Yong. Go ahead and call Lu Zheng for me. Yes. Hokagesima, the various nations have just gone through a round of war, and there's no need to hoard food in the granaries. Provide compensation to the families of deceased ninjas. Those in need will receive food, while those who do not will be compensated in money distributed for a year. Genin will receive compensation based on 1 crank mission per day, Chunin 1 rank mission per day, and Jonin 1 a rank mission per day. Isn't that too much? Not at all. The total number of deaths among the 5 great countries hasn't exceeded 30,000. After all, they were ordered to fight by their daimyos and shadows. Compensation must be properly distributed. If the granaries are insufficient, let Sakura handle the hospital matters for a while working overtime. I can also move the garrison headquarters across from Konoha Hospital later if needed. Yes. How is the railway construction going? The villages in the Land of Fire are now connected by railways and the operation is going well. It's quite popular especially among civilians and merchant groups. Arrange for an investigation into the logistics in the Land of Fire focusing on the percentage of product prices. Then adjust the freight costs accordingly. Passenger transport may not be profitable, but we must ensure we earn well from freight. Understood. Additionally, arrange for people to go to those ninja villages to receive data, paying particular attention to secret techniques and engineering technology. Yes. With most tasks arranged, Lin Yong sat in his chair, beginning to contemplate the future of nation building. Now that the 4 great nations have submitted, once everything that needs to be received is done, the new era will soon begin. The location of the capital, the name of the country, and the calendar system all need careful consideration. At this thought, Lin Yong suddenly realized that the Land of Rain had not been included. The receiving troops would definitely not be able to enter. He called Jiraiya to the office. Is there something you need from me? Jiraiya had always hoped for peace, but the recent war left him somewhat uncomfortable. However, it was not Lin Yong who initiated the war, it was the nobles who usually bullied the common people, and he had little respect for the daimyos. So even though he felt uneasy, he still followed Lin Yang's orders, knowing that if he did not take on this command, many of his comrades from Konoha would perish on the battlefield. Now that the war was over and Lin Yang summoned him again, he genuinely worried about being assigned some dark task. It's nothing, just a mission that may require you to come with me. A mission? Us too. What kind of mission could warrant such commotion? You need me to help for this. To take down Sage of the Six Paths. Exactly, prepare yourself, it's a mission related to Akatsuki. What have you found out? At this point Jiraiya understood. He had been looking for information on Akatsuki for years, and now Lin Yang implied that she could confirm its existence. Everything, no one understands Akatsuki better than I do. What? There can actually be someone with more detailed information than his own. Is this the value of the god of ninja? Alright, when do we depart? Tomorrow, I still have some matters to attend to today. Okay. Just as Lin Yang was preparing to launch a surprise attack on the Land of Rain within Akatsuki, Leader, the Fourth War has ended and the coalition has surrendered. Furthermore, the four countries have agreed to merge into the Land of Fire, while the nobles of each nation have fled, now plotting in the shadows to incite chaos in the Land of Fire. A bunch of ants, what can they accomplish? Black Zetsu now felt a singular emotion: unwillingness. Most of the tailed beasts have already been collected. Now only the 3 tails, 4 tails, and 9 tails remain. Collecting the 4 tails poses no difficulty. Just another trip to IWA Shinobi will suffice. But what about the 3 tails and 9 tails? Am I supposed to snatch them under Lin Yang's nose? The 9 tails might still be on a solo mission, but the 3 tails, Jinchuriki Sakura Haruno, is now the head of Konoha Hospital and has no chance to go on missions. Have I waited 1,000 years to meet Madara, then waited another 50 years for Obito to grow up, just to give up now when I'm so close to obtaining these 3-tailed beasts? Obito felt the same unwillingness. Everything had been smooth sailing last year. Though there were some minor setbacks, they were nothing significant. The infinite Tsukuyomi plan was about to succeed, but this year the tides changed dramatically and everything fell out of control. However, Pain did not care. What was a mere Lin Yang? Destroying 20,000 people is impressive. It's as if anyone can't do that. Only such a powerful being deserves to be considered a god's rival. At this moment, no matter how unwilling Black Zetsu felt, he had to find a way to prevent Pain from provoking Lin Yang. As long as they could hide the outer path golem that had absorbed the tailed beast chakra, they could wait for another 100 years, outlast Lin Yang, and then their plans could commence. Can Lin Yang really outlive me? Leader Lin Yang has been arranging for people to receive data from various ninja villages. He will soon arrive at the Land of Rain. Once that happens, our hiding place will be discovered. I believe for the sake of our ultimate plan, we should find a new place to conceal ourselves. Oh, you want me to avoid her brilliance? A god is invincible. Pain's tone was indifferent, completely dismissing Lin Yang in his mind. To him, Lin Yang was merely a somewhat stronger ninja incomparable to himself. Black Zetsu and Obito exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts. Since the incident at the Shinobi Bridge, Obito has been lurking for many years, becoming all too familiar with the art of patience while waiting for an opportunity. He knew that the Rinnegan was indeed powerful, but its effectiveness depended on the wielder. The results would undoubtedly differ between Madara's eyes and Pain's. So regardless of how confident Pain was, he personally placed more faith in Lin Yang's strength. Next, he should retreat into the shadows, quietly plotting and waiting for another chance. As long as the Green Hills remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. The infinite Tsukuyomi would certainly be realized. However, the situation was now quite clear. Pain would not leave the Hidden Rain village, so he would have to wait for Lin Yang to come knocking. At that point, the Rinnegan might just fall into Lin Yang's hands. At this time, the only person who could help him was the wicked scientist Orochimaru. Once the meeting concluded, Obito went to Orochimaru's base with Kuro. Many years ago, when Obito saved Orochimaru, he had asked him to research the bloodline limit. Now, after all these years, this man had achieved nothing, and despite spending so much of his own money, it was time for him to repay his debt of gratitude. Orochimaru, how is the research on the bloodline limit going? Well, it's a bit embarrassing, but there hasn't been much progress yet. Then let's pause the bloodline limit for now. We have a bigger problem on our hands. Lin Yang, right? Exactly. Lin Yang has started to take over various ninja villages, and the 4 great nations have already expressed their submission. The 4 Kage have returned to hunt down their own nation's nobles, and it won't be long before Lin Yang is the only voice left in this ninja world. What do you want me to do? I need to create chaos in the ninja world, so I have the opportunity to gather tailed beasts. Impure world reincarnation, right? Exactly. This jutsu requires the bodies of the deceased and living sacrifices to perform. The sacrifices are easy. Kuro can provide as many as needed. As for the bodies of the deceased, don't you already have the 1st and 2nd Hokage's remains? I will assist you with the others along with Kuro. No problem. Having reached a consensus with Orochimaru, Obito knew that during the time leading up to the execution of Orochimaru's plan, he had to protect the Rinnegan. Kuro the Rinnegan cannot remain in Pain's hands any longer. I agree. If Pain and Lin Yang are fighting, can you take the chance to pry the eyes out? That might be a bit difficult. After all, it's the Rinnegan. No, during the battle with Lin Yang, he will surely expend a large amount of chakra, and at that point it will be uncertain whether he can still utilize the Rinnegan. Besides, Lin Yang will need time to find and strike at his true body. We can make our move during that window. Kuro was surprised at how much Obito had progressed during this period. Mom, you'll be rescued soon. But after acquiring the Rinnegan, how to nurture it is also an issue. I happen to know a member of the Uzumaki clan. Oh, she is a girl named Xiangling who others can restore their physical state by biting her limbs. She's a good vessel. Let's go with that. Kuro went to capture Xiangling while Obito waited to reap the benefits. Early the next morning, Lin Yang and Jiraiya arrived at the village gate. The day before, Lin Yang had already asked Tsunade to take charge of the village's affairs for the time being. But just as the two were about to set off, they were unexpectedly joined by Sasuke. Lord Hokage, are you going to find the Akatsuki organization? I want to go too. Upon seeing Sasuke's appearance, Lin Yang immediately realized that Sakura must have overheard their conversation in the hospital yesterday and tipped Sasuke off. Deductions must be made to the salary. It must be severely deducted. For the past few years, Lin Yang had been having Kakashi train Sasuke in ninjutsu tactics and also had Guy train him in taijutsu. Sasuke now was not the same as the original version. He had even developed a bloodline limit for explosion release. Now Sasuke could open the sixth gate with each punch and kick infused with explosive force. The only problem was Itachi's Genjutsu, so Lin Yang had been contemplating ways to help Sasuke awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan before considering a confrontation with Itachi. This way he could fight without worrying about the risk of blindness. After all, he could just switch eyes afterward. He hadn't expected Sasuke to come along today. However, he thought that the sixth gate should be more reliable than Orochimaru's cursed seal, so Sasuke could give it a try. At worst, he would just be nearby to provide support. Alright then, let's go. Taking the two, they boarded a plane to the Hidden Rain village. Truly worthy of the Hidden Rain village. Oh, what heavy rain. Much more than the land of snow. Jiraiya was still reminiscing, wondering how Yahiko and the others were doing. Under the perception of the Rain Tiger Freedom Technique, a distant Nagato sensed uninvited guests arriving at the Hidden Rain village. Jiraiya sensei, how nostalgic. And Lin Yang and Sasuke too. What should we do? Konan was reluctant to become enemies with Jiraiya. Now Konoha is the invader, so we must protect the Hidden Rain. Alright, call Itachi, his brother is here. Konan said nothing, just nodded and went out. The three had not gone far when Itachi approached them. But do you now have the power for revenge? I have said it, I have lived to this day to kill you. The arriving Kisame looked at Lin Yang with full alertness, standing in front of Itachi. Seeing Kisame's reaction, Lin Yang felt a surge of anger. He hadn't intended to intervene, but with this attitude, was it a bit too disrespectful towards him? Flying Thunder God close range. Soft fist. A palm struck directly towards Kisame's heart. PFF. Blood spewed out. Kisame had concentrated most of his chakra to protect himself at his chest when Lin Yang closed in. Yet he still couldn't withstand the impact, severely injuring his heart. In the next instant, Lin Yang appeared behind Kisame. Chidori. He drove it straight into Kisame's kidney. Ugh. Kisame could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground, gasping heavily. What a nuisance. If I wanted to intervene, would you really be able to stop me? Itachi looked at the fallen Kisame with a complicated heart, not expecting to find a companion like Kisame in the Akatsuki. Just as he was momentarily dazed, Sasuke's shuriken flew over. You're fighting me, and yet you're distracted by others. Of course, he wouldn't be distracted. A fallen enemy lay on the ground. Fortunately, after all, he was a ruthless individual who had slaughtered his entire clan. Itachi quickly adjusted after feeling slightly sad for Kisame. Sasuke, let me see your progress over the years. Take a look at the progress made over the years. Do you have any idea how grueling the training of the Azure Beast in Konoha has been? Today you will see what true progress looks like. 8th gate of the Lotus, 6th gate, open. Itachi is well aware of Sasuke's weaknesses. He is indeed strong. However, among the three combat dimensions, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, taijutsu is undoubtedly the weakest. When Lin Yang had him practice taijutsu with Guy before, he didn't quite understand. For someone like Itachi who possesses unpredictable abilities, can taijutsu truly be effective? After being educated by Guy, he realized that if your taijutsu stats are high enough, it can indeed be quite useful. Guy hadn't even exerted himself, yet Sasuke found himself forced to continuously prepare for the body replacement technique. He couldn't find an opening to attack. Even though his Sharingan was keeping up, his own body simply couldn't react. Thus, he obediently practiced taijutsu with Guy for 2 years. With the assistance of Sakura's medical ninjutsu, he continuously pushed beyond his limits, and now his taijutsu has reached a minor achievement. Looking at Sasuke, who was drenched in sweat and glowing green, Itachi sensed that something was amiss. He was well aware of the power of the 8 gates. Years ago, might Guy, a mere Chunin with the aid of the 8 gates, single-handedly battled against the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, resulting in 4 deaths and 3 injuries. Such a record is astonishing to hear. Moreover, his brother is a genuine genius. Now he realizes that he is in trouble due to inadequate intelligence. In the next moment, Sasuke's whip kick struck Itachi's abdomen. Bang! Itachi's entire body shattered into a flock of crows. The moment Sasuke opened the 6th gate, Itachi had already activated the crow substitution technique. This kick from Sasuke made him startle. Has Konoha's teaching prowess become this formidable? In just a short time apart, he has grown to such an extent. However, this is not the time to marvel at Konoha's educational reforms. Itachi quickly used the crow clone technique and transformed, making it difficult for Sasuke to discern which was his true body. Itachi knew that Sasuke's current state wouldn't last long, he just needed to buy time. The 8 gates techniques are mastered by taijutsu geniuses who have dedicated themselves entirely to taijutsu training. Sasuke reaching the 6th gate is likely his limit. Looking at the crows surrounding him, Sasuke remained unperturbed. He drew shuriken from his pouch and threw them at all the crows. Thanks to the 8 gates enhancement of his physical abilities, the speed of the shuriken was significantly increased. At that moment, Sasuke began forming hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique Lightning Release Super Electromagnetic Cannon. Due to the uncontrollable chakra state while opening the 6th gate, Sasuke had to complete the hand seals to activate these 2 ninjutsu. However, the results were outstanding as the shuriken in the air fell like rain. Sasuke had heard from Lin Yang about a combat theory that firepower coverage is the best strategy. Sasuke deeply agreed with this. One could see her inclination from the ninjutsu she created. Indeed, neither the crow substitution nor the crow clone, whether hidden beneath stones or behind trees, was spared. Itachi's true form was forced out, his black robe with cloud patterns bearing numerous tears, blood seeping from his wounds. Although his injuries weren't severe, the initial plan of using crows for deception had essentially failed. Moreover, he couldn't compete with Sasuke and shuriken techniques. With such overwhelming force and ninjutsu support, he had no choice but to rely on ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Jinjutsu disrupts the enemy's chakra through a certain medium, interfering with their 5 senses. Regardless of whether Sasuke's current chakra state can be controlled, it was worth a try. The 3 tomo in his eyes connected into a single entity. Sasuke had always avoided direct visual contact with Itachi's Sharingan. Lin Yang had informed him about the Mangekyo Sharingan long ago, so he didn't plan to use the 3 tomo against it. To counter Itachi's ocular techniques, he had been training with Guy to avoid direct eye contact during battles. Although he couldn't reach Guy's level, Itachi currently couldn't keep up with Sasuke's speed, so it was sufficient. As for executing jinjutsu by using fingers like in the original work, Sasuke, under the influence of the 6th gate, was uncontrollable. The following moments turned into a one-sided pursuit where Itachi could only rely on the body replacement technique. Finally, Itachi was caught off guard by Sasuke's kick. At the moment, he activated the body replacement technique. Just as he was about to evade, an orange chakra skeleton enveloped Itachi's body. Bang! Although Itachi was kicked away, he didn't sustain significant injuries. Oh, is this Susanoo? I didn't expect you to grow up alone, yet you are still quite familiar with the Sharingan. Humph. Mentioning this made Sasuke angry. He charged forward and threw another punch, but unfortunately it didn't break through. He was still inferior in strength to a powerhouse like Tsunade. However, Sasuke had an advantage. Seeing that his first strike didn't land, Itachi finally felt relieved. It seemed that Susanoo was indeed reliable. Otherwise, he wouldn't know who would exhaust him first today. In the next second, he realized he was mistaken. Another punch, but just as it connected. Boom. A loud explosion resounded, and the red bones trembled precariously. He could only increase the output of his ocular power. The chakra skeleton began to manifest muscles, revealing a humanoid form, then donned armor. Sasuke, let me see your caliber. Feeling the chakra from Susanoo, Sasuke knew this was not something easily broken. However, the third principle of the Lin family's martial arts states that if the enemy's defense is particularly thick, focus on one spot and strike hard. Although this state of Susanoo has extremely high defensive power, its mobility isn't particularly outstanding. Yet Itachi's Susanoo possesses a miraculous item, the Yata Mirror. The last time he felt this helpless was on the night of the massacre. This item is simply unfair. Now he fully understands the thoughts of those ninjas facing Lin Yang's dust release armor. Seeing that Sasuke had stopped attacking after consecutive failures and stood still, Itachi couldn't help but speak up. What's wrong? Have you given up? I suspect such a powerful ability can't be maintained for long. Let me guess, not only does it consume chakra, but also the ocular power of the Sharingan. With your current body, how long can you sustain it? Why don't you try it yourself? That suits me just fine. At this moment, the struggle between the two had turned into a contest of willpower and physical endurance. However, it was evident that Sasuke held the upper hand in terms of physical strength. At this moment, Itachi's body had already become extremely weakened and could not sustain such an intense battle. Sasuke's attack, powered by the 6th gate, was already formidable, and with the addition of explosive release, the situation would have overwhelmed him if not for the Amaterasu. However, this technique consumed too much of his ocular power, further exacerbating his already unhealthy condition. As blood tears streamed down his face, Susanoo finally vanished. At that moment, Sasuke, who had kicked into the air, found himself unable to halt his momentum. A shadowy figure crashed into the distant rocks. Sasuke could no longer endure and dispelled the 8 gates, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. The already breathless Kisame, seeing his master Itachi defeated, could not catch his breath and fainted. Sasuke was not worried about Itachi escaping under the watchful eyes of Lin Yang and Jiraiya. He sat down to gradually recover his condition. At this point, Itachi had resigned himself to his fate and no longer struggled. He gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle, reminiscing about his life over the years. Did he regret killing his clan, and what had it ultimately brought him? However, Sasuke had already grown up, and he felt reassured. Looking at the Sasuke who had rested and now stood before him, Itachi didn't know what to say. Could he pray for forgiveness? Sasuke gazed at Itachi leaning against the stone, and the once beautiful childhood memories surged in his heart, only to be overshadowed by blood, for this man before him had destroyed everything. Raising the knife in his hand, he thrust it into Itachi's heart. Tears filled Sasuke's eyes. This day had finally come after so many years of waiting. Feeling the warm blood splatter on his face, his tears finally flowed. The emotions of avenging a great wrong and losing his beloved brother clashed violently within Sasuke. Itachi raised his hand and gently touched Sasuke's forehead. "Sas. Yuk, forgive me. This is the last time." The three tomo began to spin endlessly, finally merging into one. After a long while, Sasuke's emotions gradually settled. Lin Yang stepped forward and patted Sasuke on the shoulder. "Let me take you back to the village. I can handle the rest with Jiraiya. The Shadow Guard cannot allow the Shadow to infiltrate the enemy camp alone." He stood up, shook off the blood from the knife, and transformed back into the cold youth. Seeing Sasuke's current state, Lin Yang had no intention of persuading him. This matter should be left for Sakura to handle when they returned. However, Itachi's eyes still needed to be retrieved. He sealed Itachi's corpse in a scroll to exchange it for Sasuke when they got back. Meanwhile, Conan, who had watched the entire battle from the rooftop, flew down. "I wonder what the Hokage is doing in our rain village. You must have heard about the recent events in the ninja world. I am here to take over the land of rain. Oh, after all, my subordinates are unlikely to fare well against your Akatsuki, so I've come personally. What do you say? Would you prefer to accept Konoha's rule directly or fight first and then accept it?" The Hokage sure is confident. "Why don't you think that after a fight the rain village will still remain as the rain village?" Jiraiya, seeing that it was Conan, was about to speak when Lin Yang raised a hand to stop him. "Then let's have your leader come out to meet me. The leader is very busy. You must first get past me. Jiraiya Sensei, I leave your disciple in your hands." Jiraiya was not surprised by Lin Yang's information sources. Finally, Jiraiya found the opportunity to speak. "You've grown into an exceptional woman, Conan. Tell me, who is Pain?" "That has nothing to do with you, Sensei." A flurry of paper flew behind Conan, transforming into white wings. Lin Yang had no intention of watching any longer. With a swift motion, he slashed Kisame's throat. "Sasuke, let's go. This place is left to Conan and Jiraiya Sensei. Let's go inside and take a look." "Yes." Conan intended to block Lin Yang, but Jiraiya was not someone she could deal with easily. Getting entangled with Jiraiya prevented her from stopping Lin Yang. Under the perception of the Rain Tiger Freedom Technique, Pain knew it was time for him to make his entrance. From the very beginning, Pain offered the highest respect to Lin Yang, with all six paths converging. "Pain, since we're going to fight, let's change the venue. I'd hate to destroy the Rain Village and come here for nothing. If that works." Jiraiya observed the serious expression in the eyes of the six paths. "Wait, you are Yahiko. What's going on? I thought Yahiko was dead. And that pair of eyes. I merely turned my friend's corpse into a puppet." The Deva path glanced at Lin Yang. "How did she know? What? Isn't Yahiko your comrade?" "Nagato, Jiraiya Sensei, Yahiko is already dead. So you can toy with your friend's corpse?" This time Pain did not respond to Jiraiya's words, but turned to Lin Yang. "Come with me." Jiraiya, no matter how curious, could only suppress his curiosity. Lin Yang followed Pain, while Conan continued to block Jiraiya's path. "Conan, step aside. Jiraiya Sensei, you'll have to kill me first." TCH. Conan flew high into the air, her paper transforming into sharp blades that flew towards Jiraiya. Fire-style fireball. The flames clashed with the paper blades in midair. Initially, it seemed like an unwinnable match, but surprisingly the flames were defeated. With no choice, Jiraiya rolled to the side to dodge the attack. Lion's barrage technique. Jiraiya's white hair elongated, attempting to entangle Conan, but the angel made of paper was not one to be ensnared. Just as he evaded Jiraiya's hair, a glob of toad oil suddenly flew towards him. "Conan, why do you still prefer to dodge to the right when under attack?" The hair in the air shifted direction and wrapped around Conan. "Now you can no longer transform into paper, can you? Jiraiya Sensei, you taught us that a ninja strategy is to always keep something in reserve. How do you know this is my complete form?" Before Jiraiya realized it, a paper butterfly flew from behind with an explosion tag attached beneath it. Boom. The explosion tag detonated beside Jiraiya. A thick cloud of smoke dispersed, revealing Jiraiya with his hair tousled. "Conan, you've truly grown." To perform the needle hell technique, the hair that had been binding Conan now fell away. Now it was quite troublesome. For a flying unit, Jiraiya indeed had no good options in such an open area. Especially since the opponent's task was merely to stall him, Jiraiya could see that Nagato did not expect Conan to be able to kill him. Just as Jiraiya was contemplating tactics, he felt vibrations beneath his feet. Have they already started fighting over there? Jiraiya attempted to extract information from Conan as they fought and talked. However, Lin Yang and Pain, who had specifically sought out an empty area, were different. They only wished for each other's death. Lin Yang followed Pain to a place near the rain village that could be called a reservoir, standing on the surface of the water. "If this reservoir gets blown up, won't it flood downstream?" "Don't worry, given the terrain here, if it blows up downstream, is the desert of the wind country. That would be great." With no worries behind them, both sides jumped back, simultaneously creating distance. Summoning technique. A gigantic crab that looked like it was boiled emerged from the water, swinging its large claws towards them. Lin Yang raised his hand, a fine line of dust release glowing. With a wave, the crab was split in half and vanished in a puff of white smoke. Just as the dust release was about to pass by Deva Path, the hungry ghost path stepped forward, opening its shield to absorb the chakra from the dust release. At that moment, more than a dozen rocket projectiles flew towards Lin Yang. Tisk, so you think you can outnumber me? Dust released detachment of the void. After intercepting the airborne rockets, Lin Yang clapped his hands together. Would clone. Trees continuously sprouted from Lin Yang's body, transforming into clones of himself. In no time, 600 Lin Yangs densely filled the entire reservoir. Each pane received 100 clones perfectly balanced. Next, Lin Yang set up a table and chairs by the reservoir, brewed some tea, and watched as his clones battled Pain's 6 paths in a chaotic frenzy. Pain's 6 paths were not all meant for fighting. The Hell Path and Human Path were quickly shattered by a flurry of Raisengans. After all, fighting against 100 Hokages who possessed Flying Thunder God and mastered Dust Release was pure hellish difficulty. Although the wood clones did not have infinite chakra, only the small amount initially distributed sheer numbers made up for it. Moreover, Lin Yang's clones now possessed a considerable amount of chakra. They could fight for a full day and night without issue. Every time a clone was taken down, Lin Yang would create another. Not making more was simply due to battlefield capacity. Many clones were already idly waiting in the distance. Finally, with only one Deva path remaining, Pain could no longer hold back. Shinra Tensei. A gigantic sphere was formed centered around the Deva path, opening up the whole reservoir. This time, Shinra Tensei was clearly much more powerful than when fighting the clones. It was evident that even one who claimed to be a god could still be annoyed. Hey, isn't Lord Pain a god? It's not good to be so impatient. Would you like a cup of tea to cool off? Universal pull. Lin Yang suddenly felt himself caught by a force and was being pulled towards the Deva path. Alright, you want to absorb me, do you? Lin Yang actively used Flying Thunder God to appear behind the Deva path. Dust Release Blade of the Wind. At this point, the Hungry Ghost path had already been incapacitated, leaving no one to help the Deva path absorb ninjutsu. However, being the wielder of the Rinnegan was not a problem at all. With a swift bend, the Deva path avoided the strike, while simultaneously extending its hand, sending a black rod shooting towards Lin Yang from its palm. Yet Pain's black rod was not very durable, but could be broken with bare hands, as Kakashi had done in a previous Leaf Village assault. Lin Yang sidestepped back, the black rod slicing past in front of him. With his shoulder bracing against the black rod, Lin Yang swung down with his right hand, directly breaking the rod. Then he delivered a knee strike to the Deva path's head. Shinra Tensei. Caught off guard, Lin Yang was pushed away. Is there a 5-second interval, right? The Deva path's Rinnegan revealed a puzzled expression. Is this the current Hokage? Just by observing for a short while, he deduced so accurately. Now Lin Yang understood why Naruto liked to use shadow clones. Fighting with clones was much easier. Would clone. Seeing more than 100 clones appear again before him, Pain felt an unprecedented annoyance towards the clone technique. Moreover, don't you use chakra? Didn't you just create 600 clones? And now another 100. The multi-shadow clone technique is supposedly forbidden. How did you not see the danger? Though he wanted to complain, now was not the time. The flaws of Shinra Tensei had been discovered, and trouble was likely ahead. Why did I let Conan hold off Jiraiya? I should have called for help, or at least he could have provided some aerial support. Wait, the opponent can't fly. Then this is simple. The will of God is unassailable. Saying this, the Deva path slowly ascended into the sky. To avoid looking up at Pain, over 100 clones employed the light-heavy rock technique and flew up as well. Silence is the Rain Village tonight. The confidence that the Deva path had built over the years with the Rinnegan was about to be shattered. How could there be a ninja without bloodline capable of reaching this level? With abundant chakra, numerous ninjutsu, strong mobility, and the ability to fly, how on earth can I fight this? Currently, the Deva path had very few methods available. After all, it was not Nagato's true body, and the abilities of the Rinnegan were distributed across different puppets. If the Rinnegan's abilities could be utilized on a single puppet, even a drop in strength would be acceptable due to the inherent might of the mechanism. The Deva path decided to capture the king by going straight for Lin Yang, who was sitting below drinking tea. Universal pull. However, the surrounding Lin Yangs would never just stand by. As the Deva path raised its hand, they launched their attacks. Rasengan 50. The Deva path had to quickly halt its actions and switch to Shinra Tensei. This body belonged to Yahiko, and Nagato did not want it damaged. Yet Lin Yang completely disregarded this. While the Deva path was on cooldown, the second batch of Rasengans had already come flying in. The Deva path decisively ascended, trying to escape the attacks from Lin Yang and his clones. At that moment, one Lin Yang raised his hand towards the sky. Dust Release Detachment of the Void. The dust release barrier blocked the Deva path's ascent, while the 50 Rasengans were already looming ahead. Fortunately, 5 seconds was more than enough time to accumulate. Shinra Tensei. Lin Yang and his clones were once again sent flying. Only then did the tea-drinking Lin Yang decide to take action. With the Deva path's functional assist eliminated, this remaining one would not be difficult to handle. Dust Release 6 Paths Obliteration. The Deva path, seeing the dust release cage that trapped it, became serious. To escape, it could only rely on Shinra Tensei to force its way out. Shinra Tensei. With a clash of two forces in the air, a sound that made one's teeth ache erupted. Finally, the dust release was unable to withstand the force and was broken through. Oomph. The Deva path could no longer suppress a smirk at this point. Is that all? I thought you were stronger. Not bad, true to the Rinnegan. It seems I need to take this seriously. Dust Release 6 Paths Obliteration. 100. The Rinnegan, which originally had only a single, in its pupil shrank even smaller upon witnessing this scene. This ninjutsu can also be utilized by clones. One can withstand you, but can 100 still hold up? The Heavenly Path knew that if it didn't reveal its trump card now, it would perish today. Super Shinra Tensei. The 6 paths of annihilation continuously vanished and reappeared. From afar, Nagato maximized his chakra output. Today I will finally see whether my Rinnegan is superior or your dust release. It looked as if the 100 layers just now were about to be breached. Lin Yang, without a second thought, ordered the dust release clone that had been breached to continue following. Now it was a contest between the speed of the 100 clones dust release created by Lin Yang and the expansion speed of the Heavenly Path Shinra Tensei. As expected, the Heavenly Path ultimately lost to the external aid. Although some clones were dispelled due to insufficient chakra, 100 clones were enough for Lin Yang to continue generating more. The Heavenly Path was annihilated beneath the dust release. It's a pity it's not a true Rinnegan, otherwise Lin Yang wouldn't have to think of ways to extract it. Damn it, I forgot to leave a black rod to sense the position of the main body. Oh, what a waste. It's too late for regrets now. Let's head back to C's Rain Hidden Village. Meanwhile, Obito, who was hiding in the shadows observing Nagato, suddenly noticed that Nagato began to output chakra frantically. He knew this meant they were at a critical juncture, and both had begun to reveal their trump cards. No wonder he, as the 6th Hokage, was avoiding confrontation. He forced Pain into a corner so quickly. At this moment, Nagato's aura suddenly weakened. He was sweating profusely and gasping heavily. The opportunity had come. The sensory abilities of the Uzumaki clan allowed Nagato to detect Obito and Zetsu preparing to act. However, at this moment, Obito and Zetsu were already committed to their attack. Would release cutting technique. With a glance from the Rinnegan, Nagato was sent flying. But Zetsu, hidden behind a pillar, took this chance to reach out and pluck out Nagato's Rinnegan. The pain of having his eyes plucked out made Nagato cry out, "You guys! Have you always coveted the Rinnegan? Fool, do you really think a mere vessel for the Rinnegan belongs to you?" Obito had walked over from a distance. Though he was somewhat disheveled after being blown away by Shinra Tensei, he was now fearless. A weakened Nagato without the Rinnegan was no threat. What do you mean? Hearing this, Nagato recalled being implanted with the Rinnegan by Madara during his childhood. What do you really know? Since you're already a dying man, it wouldn't hurt to tell you. This pair of Rinnegan is merely temporarily stored in your eye sockets for our plan, as the chakra needed for the Rinnegan is immense, and as an Uzumaki, you are precisely the vessel we selected. Now that Lin Yang is attacking, we believe you can no longer protect the Rinnegan, so it's time to reclaim it. How could it be? How could the Rinnegan, which has brought him so much suffering and pain, be merely a tool to find a vessel with sufficient chakra and thus chosen him? It was laughable that he had been used for so long without realizing it. Now Shao Nen was fighting Jiraiya alone, and perhaps Sasuke had already joined the battle. In the end, he still couldn't protect his companions. Leader, safe travels. Obito took a kunai and plunged it into Nagato's heart. Only when they saw Nagato completely breathe his last did they finally feel at ease. Let's go. Where is Konan? Under Orochimaru's command. With the appearance of a space vortex, the two disappeared into the cave. At the entrance of Rain Hidden Village, Shao Nen, who was entangled with Jiraiya, suddenly felt a wave of panic. What's going on? Oi, can you get distracted while fighting your teacher? In that brief moment, Jiraiya's hair coated in toad oil had already ensnared Shao Nen. Meanwhile, Lin Yang had returned. Looking at Lin Yang, who was glowing red, Shao Nen couldn't believe it. Pain lost. And he didn't even cause Lin Yang much trouble. That previous sense of panic. No, something happened to Nagato. Let go of me. What dream are you having? You're a prisoner. Now, Jiraiya, tighten your grip. Teacher, something happened to Nagato. Let me go. How do you know? And what's going on with Nagato and Yahiko? There's no time, let me go. Seeing Shao Nen like this, Lin Yang believed her. She knew Shao Nen's feelings for Yahiko and Nagato were stronger than her feelings for herself. I can let you go, but we must go together. This Hokage clearly came for the Rinnegan, but did she have a choice? Perhaps not having the Rinnegan would be the best ending for Nagato. Alright, let her go. As soon as the hair was loosened, Shao Nen immediately activated the body flicker technique and rushed off into the distance. Lin Yang tore off a piece of iron sheet from the floor, taking Jiraiya and Sasuke with him as they followed Shao Nen. Upon arriving at the cave, Nagato's head was lowered and the blood on his chest had yet to coagulate. Nagato. At this moment, Shao Nen panicked. Because of her, Yahiko had died, and now, because of her, was Nagato also going to leave her? Nagato, wake up. Wake up. Answer me, please. Even Lin Yang, who was not yet close, could sense that Nagato had already lost his life. It seemed Obito and Zetsu had stolen the Rinnegan. There were no signs of a struggle at the scene. It appeared to be a sneak attack during a moment of weakness after the earlier Shinra Tensei. Listening to Shao Nen's wails, Jiraiya couldn't bear it and stepped forward to pat her shoulder. Get away. Shao Nen shrugged off Jiraiya's hand. If it weren't for them invading Rain Hidden Village, she wouldn't have left Nagato's side, and Nagato wouldn't have died. Why does this world keep taking away those she cherishes? First her parents, then Yahiko, and now Nagato. Lin Yang stopped Jiraiya, who wanted to comfort Shao Nen. After suffering such a significant blow, Shao Nen could not be in a state to communicate normally. It was better to let her vent for now. Among those present, Sasuke had the most say, having recently experienced something similar. After a while, Shao Nen finally accepted the news of Nagato's death. She simply sat on the ground, holding Nagato's corpse in silence. Xiao Nan. At this moment Xiao Nan hated Lin Yang, the woman who caused all of this. If it weren't for her, none of this would have happened. Lin Yang had no expectations of Xiao Nan responding to her. She just wanted to be heard. Nagato's ideology is wrong. Xiao Nan's paper transformed into blades flying towards Lin Yang. World peace cannot be achieved merely through fear, but I can show you the world you and Akatsuki initially sought to see. Do you not wish to see the world that Yahiko and Nagato once dreamed of? Since Xiao took over Yuin Village, Xiao Nan, as the divine envoy of Yuin Village, has had her authority firmly established. If she could gather a loyal workforce, the management issues of Yuin Village would be easily resolved. What's this? It seems you know their ideals too. Isn't it for world peace? World peace. The first to feel incredulous was Sasuke. You're telling me that what Akatsuki has been doing is for world peace. Although Lin Yang has also killed many, primarily it was during war, the enemy had already attacked, and of course one must retaliate. But in Sasuke's impression, aside from during wars, Lin Yang rarely took the initiative to kill. She predominantly exhibited power to persuade others to surrender. This is why he truly believed Lin Yang's goal was world peace. Of course, even if Lin Yang aimed to destroy the world, he wouldn't care. However, the members of the Akatsuki organization certainly do not seem to be pursuing world peace. Seeing Sasuke actually questioning the ideals of the three, Xiao Nan immediately retorted, "What do you know? We aim to maintain world peace through absolute military force, ensuring that no one dares to start a war." Sasuke glanced at Lin Yang. Hasn't this already been achieved? Then why are you collecting tailed beasts? To create the strongest tailed beast weapon which can annihilate a nation in an instant. That isn't true peace. Only dialogue and mutual understanding can bring about peace. Jiraiya thought he had corrected the thoughts of Yahiko and the others years ago, but unexpectedly, they had returned to this path. Teacher Jiraiya, isn't the 6th Hokage next to you doing exactly what we are doing? And it has been successful. Now that Nagato is dead, no one can stop her anymore. Xiao Nan was right. Although Lin Yang did not collect tailed beasts nor create any tailed beast weapons, she herself is a humanoid weapon capable of destroying a nation in an instant. That's right, I never intended to deny that. The lives of tens of thousands have become stepping stones for your ideals, and now you come to criticize us, Akatsuki. Wait, I didn't intend to criticize you, but has always been your teacher who criticized you. Hey Lin Yang, what do you mean by that? During work hours, one must use titles. Back when the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Hokage were in office, when did I, Jiraiya, ever call them by their Hokage title? How has it changed with you? Akatsuki wants to achieve peace in the ninja world through absolute military power. I have already accomplished this goal, but both Yahiko and Nagato are dead. Shouldn't you as a living person verify what your ideal world looks like? What do you want me to do? Xiao Nan had managed Yuin Village for many years. She was no mere decoration. With Lin Yang's strength, there must be a reason she has kept her around until now. Simple, continue being your angelic self. However, the land of rain will soon be integrated into the land of fire, so your title may need to change. Alright. Yuin Village was all Xiao Nan had left, along with her memories of Yahiko and Nagato. Apart from that, she had nothing. Thus Xiao Nan did not care about changing her title. As long as she could watch over this world for Yahiko and Nagato from Yuin Village, that was enough. Soon Leaf Village's ninjas will come to Yuin Village, and they will tell you what to do. Okay, this trip to Yuin Village was originally to kill Nagato. Lin Yang's principle of action has always been, if talks can happen, then talk. If not, then threaten, and only kill when all else fails. Gaara belongs to those who can be reasoned with. He personally does not wish for war, but does not want the land of wind to be absorbed by the land of fire, so he is conflicted. In any case, his hostility is not great. On the other hand, Inoki and A might fall under the category of those who can be threatened. They have ties to their villages and the people within them. You might escape or hide or even perish with Lin Yang, but can you ensure that the people they care about in the village survive? No, so they will be intimidated by Lin Yang's strength and surrender. Nagato is someone Lin Yang cannot handle at all and must be killed. This person has his own beliefs and possesses extraordinary strength. Negotiations are impossible. As for threats, given his mental state, Lin Yang even suspects that after being threatened, he might summon an outer path golem to destroy everything, so killing him is the best option. Now that the planned objectives are considered satisfactorily completed, I can return to the village and await news of the major nations completing their takeover. All 4 major nations have surrendered. What are you, a small nation, still holding out for? They almost all capitulated when the representative from the Land of Fire arrived at the border. The other side was already waiting with a surrender document. Hokage office. Dear Zheng knocks and enters. Hokagesima, recently, due to the completion of the railway and the impact of the war, more and more people are coming to the Land of Fire. Isn't that a good thing? But too many are flooding in at once, and we cannot quickly identify whether they are spies or saboteurs. How is the capture of the nobles from various countries going? There are still some on the list that haven't been caught, but it won't take much longer. Then let it be. Separate these nobles and lock them up in the main villages within the Land of Fire. They will be useful in the future. As for the identification work, there's no need to rush. But what if those nobles' hired men come to sabotage? Those nobles currently have little power. The money they have is no longer a weapon, but a death warrant in their hands. If you were a rogue ninja or a wandering ninja, would you accept their employment? I know I would directly rob them of their money. Exactly, so now they can only afford to hire some civilians. Even if they hire ninjas, they will at most be at the level of genin, and that's only if they still have ninjas in their hands. I understand. Also, in the coming time, we mainly have two major tasks. The first is the ceremony after unification, or I hope the entire ninja world can watch the live broadcast in real time on television. The second is that there are too many places in the ninja world unsuitable for habitation. It's time to renovate them. Please come up with a specific plan. Regarding the video broadcast, I discussed it with Dear Guang a few days ago. Their team proposed that we need to lay down the lines. Do we need to lay enough communication cables? Yes, it is said that this can connect the entire ninja world at the fastest speed. Approved. The ceremony cannot be delayed too long. You may leave now. Yes. Dear Zheng assigned the task, exited the office. Lin Yang sent Dear Zheng out not to hasten his work, but because a clone of Lin Yang on the island of the Land of Whirlpools had lifted the ninjutsu, bringing back experiences and knowledge to Lin Yang's consciousness. Bloodline Web. A power that transcends the bloodline limit and the bloodline elimination. Formed by the fusion of 7 types of chakra properties. 70,000 Lin Yang tirelessly experimenting in the Land of Whirlpools. Finally succeeded. The 7 types of chakra perfectly merged together, presenting a flawless black. It seemed to absorb Lin Yang's attention like a black hole. Although it had no color, Lin Yang still found it beautiful. Transforming the Tao-seeking jade into the shape of a long sword, Lin Yang raised his hand and struck down at his desk. The smooth cut made it seem as though the table was always like this. Indeed powerful with this dust release-like property, yet it can flow and form. But looking at it, I am still stronger, having developed dust release to the level of the Tao-seeking jade. Lin Yang felt a little pride within. Now that the experiment with the bloodline web was successfully completed, the next step is to develop the ninjutsu of the bloodline web. Huangquan Biosaka. This is Lin Yang's first target. The ultimate space-time ninjutsu, which opens a portal out of thin air and allows travel between different spaces. This is much more useful than Flying Thunder God. The other one is shared kill. If it hits, it kills. With these two skills, even if Otsutsuki comes, there will be no worries. Although Kagaya might never be revived, there is still one on the moon. Thinking of this, Lin Yang suddenly remembered Hinata. The purity of the Byakugan that can catch Sharon's attention must have some significance. Call Hinata over. Yes. The Umbu waiting outside the room received the order and went. Hokagesima. Oh, no need to be so formal, just call me Lin Yang. Okay. Hinata, have you noticed that your eyes are a bit different from others in your clan? Different? Hinata began to ponder hard. If there is any difference, it should be that my observation distance is greater compared to people of the same strength, and my perception ability is stronger, right? It seems that at this stage, Hinata's bloodline concentration has not had any impact on her strength. Since Sharon wants Hinata's bloodline to make himself stronger, could it be possible for Hinata to absorb Sharon's power in return? That way Konoha would have 2 6-paths level beings. Wouldn't that be delightful? But for now, I still need to encourage Ruku to develop rocket technology. Alternatively, there's the ninjutsu teleportation of the ninja world and Lin Yang's Huangquan Biosaka. Due to distrust in Nikaritsu, Lin Yang decided to keep Hinata close and first ensure she has enough food, ensuring sufficient energy for the body. Hinata, I still need a secretary. Would you be willing to do it? But Rujing. Oh, he can't be considered a secretary. Although he hasn't been formally appointed, he should now be regarded as an elder advisor or something. Is that so? I'm willing. Without much deliberation confirming she wasn't taking someone else's job, Hinata decisively accepted Lin Yang's invitation. Very well, working hours are from 9 to 5, and you'll have 3 meals a day with plenty to eat. Thank you. Speaking of this, Hinata felt energized, being forced to be ladylike at home. She rarely got to eat heartily. Last time Niji told Nikaritsu, just increase the supply, but to maintain the image of a noble young lady, Hinata had to eat very slowly. With limited time in a day, eating so slowly meant she still ended up hungry. Thinking of Lin Yang's previous attitude towards her food intake, Hinata knew this leader was easy to get along with. She arranged for Hinata to familiarize herself with her work in the office while Lin Yang returned to the Land of Whirlpools. 70,000 shadow clones had been released in batches. Lin Yang did not dare to remove them all at once. As everyone knows, when shadow clones are dispelled, they also bring back the feeling of fatigue. Though chakra can be converted back into physical and mental energy, Lin Yang feared that the conversion speed might not be sufficient to prevent himself from collapsing under years of fatigue from 70,000 people. Standing on the coast of the Land of Whirlpools, looking at the land turned into ruins for testing chakra, Lin Yang felt a bit embarrassed, as if he was digging up people's graves. Forgive me. Lin Yang resolutely decided to seriously establish a ninjutsu development center in the Land of Whirlpools in the future. It must be the most luxurious. But since there isn't one now, outdoor testing will have to suffice. First up is Huangquan Biosaka, a space-time ninjutsu, which should have similarities to Flying Thunder God and summoning techniques. Gathering a large amount of chakra for the bloodline web. Because this technique does not require marking, sensing the location is very important. Just as Lin Yang was trying to sense the surrounding environment, a figure appeared behind him. In the current ninja world, there are almost no one who can silently appear behind her. Dissipating the chakra he had just gathered, Lin Yang turned around. And sure enough, Sage of the 6 Paths. You know me. Who in the ninja world doesn't know? But no one has been able to recognize me upon seeing me. Sage of the Six Paths, have you grown weary of the Pure Land, and come up for some fresh air? Ha, old man has been in the Pure Land for 1,000 years. There's no such thing as being weary, I just sensed the aura of the Tao-seeking jade. At first I didn't dare to believe it, but unexpectedly it appeared again, so I came up to take a look. Oh, so can you teach me some ninjutsu? That way I won't have to develop it slowly. You are already invincible in the ninja world, why do you still want to develop the ninjutsu of the bloodline web? This world has too many strong individuals, and my invincibility is merely relative to others. Against someone of the level of the Sage of the Six Paths, it probably won't suffice. You know a lot, don't you? Otsutsuki Kagaya had been drifting on Earth waiting for the reincarnation of her two sons, preparing to seal Kagaya again. However, he didn't expect that this morning he sensed the aura of the bloodline web. Logically speaking, no one should be able to master this bloodline web, but just as he was preparing to directly seek this aura, it disappeared. However, a person who has mastered such powerful abilities would not keep it and used for long, not long after Kagaya once again encountered the aura's owner. Since someone has now mastered the power of the bloodline web at least for 100 years, there's no need to worry too much about Kagaya's revival. By then he could still provide an upgrade for the reincarnation of his two sons, ensuring that Kagaya could be sealed once more. However, one must consider that if this child becomes extreme and aloof after gaining power like her mother, who will defeat her when he returns to the Pure Land. But I don't have any ninjutsu to teach you, I'm just waiting in this world to pass my power to the prophesied child. Okay, then don't disturb me while I cultivate. Lin Yang could roughly guess why the Sage of the Six Paths wouldn't teach him. After all, she was very likely to be the next Kagaya. But if he doesn't teach, then so be it. After all, he had always developed ninjutsu on his own, so it makes no difference. Is this child so realistic? Only welcoming those who are useful and ignoring those who are not. However, coming out was just to observe the temperament of the bloodline web holder, and for now, there doesn't seem to be any major issues. He then returned to a chakra state. In the Hokage building in the conference room, currently centered around the Land of Fire, all four major nations, including the smaller nations in between, have submitted their national documents agreeing to join the Land of Fire. We need to start the next steps now, Lu Zhang said, looking at the others at the round table. This meeting did not notify Lin Yang. Lu Zhang knew that he was Lin Yang's chief steward. If everything required Lin Yang's presence, then what use was he? He could just pass information to Hinata. Thus, to prepare for the upcoming founding ceremony, Lu Zhang convened this meeting. After discussing the plans in the meeting, they would submit them to Lin Yang for approval. Lu Zhang gathered Lin Yang's core team, which included Lu Guang, Niji Sasuke, Sakura Jiji Yufeng, and Kimura Yuji. These individuals covered various fields, such as research, weaponry, combat, medical care, and barrier techniques, making it quite a comprehensive team. Should the ceremony be held in Konoha? Master Lin Yang seems to want to change the capital. A unified nation is not just about the current nations. Master Lin Yang's ambition is to unify the entire ninja world. If that's the case, Konoha's geographical position is somewhat off, requiring a detour by water for most regions. Can't the railway cover everything? In the past, each village built their defenses in places that were difficult for transport, usually with only one entrance, making them easy to defend and hard to attack. Sunagakure is manageable, but Kumogakure and Awagakure are the most troublesome. Is it because of the terrain? Kumogakure's difficulties are due to its hilly terrain, which is quite steep, while Iwagakure's issues stem from geological factors. Building a railway in Konoha can be done with regular people, but for Awagakure, almost all Earth-style ninjas are dispatched there. However, as an attacking ninjutsu, Earth-style only requires destruction, so the precision control does not need to be too high. Currently, many ninjas' chakra control cannot meet the standards required for railway construction. Exactly the number of military food pills that Jinai recently applied for has significantly increased, making it so that my hospital is short on staff. Have we considered researching airplanes? Airplanes? Lu Guang was somewhat confused. What is an airplane? The transportation methods in the ninja world are primarily ground-based. The only thing that can fly is the Air Ninja Village, but it was shattered by Konoha during the Second Ninja World War and has been hidden ever since. Lu Guang, as a ninja of this new era, of course, was unaware. In response to Lu Guang's confusion, Sasuke explained about the airplane they had previously flown in. Lu Guang stroked his chin. It seems feasible. We are currently conducting research on sealing ninjutsu, and recently our research center found a talent named Yuan Yi Pianshu, who has deep insights into the sealing of ninjutsu. And now Konoha also has ninjas with magnetic release, which can completely seal it and use it as a power source. If this can be realized, then the capital can also be in Konoha. Everyone present was a ninja of Konoha, still hoping that the center of the new empire would remain in Konoha. However, Lin Yang felt none of this. She only believed that this was the first unification of the ninja world, and that the closer the capital was to various places, the more it could exert a certain degree of deterrence. Over time, the people from various nations would gradually accept the reality of unification. It was impossible for this generation to let go of hatred, but with her overseeing, as long as no new hatred arose, the next generation in 20 or 30 years could truly begin to integrate. Thus, Lin Yang wanted to change the capital's location. As the chief steward, Lu Zhang naturally understood Lin Yang's thoughts and decisively dismissed this idea. Everyone looked at the map in front of them. How about moving towards the north of the Land of Fire, closer to the Land of Rice? I think that's feasible. Although the ninja world is large, most of the powers and suitable living areas are near the 5 major nations. This location is about equidistant from several major nations. As for the farther small nations, they can be put on hold for now. Exactly, no matter where we choose, we cannot monitor the entire ninja world, and I also think this location is great. Seeing that everyone had ideas, Lu Zheng confirmed. Then let's tentatively set this location. Although the farther small nations have no strength and their resources and environment are lacking, we must still guard against them. Lu Guang, we need to realize the airplane project as soon as possible. Ideally, it should be within 2 hours from the capital to the land of crafts so that we can exert greater control over the more distant regions. Do you want to listen to what you were saying? Master Lin Yang requires the ceremony to be live-streamed for everyone to see. Is our research center preparing for this? Is the scientific ninja tool being prepared by our research center? Is the miniaturization of mobile phone batteries something we are preparing? And now you come to give me more work. Oh, don't worry. Master Lin Yang said that the budget for your research center is sufficient. This is just a bit of hard work before the ceremony, and once the situation stabilizes, we can gradually research it. Speaking of which, Lu Zheng, shouldn't we increase the budget for the security department? I want to equip each team with at least 1 set of chakra armor. Right, we should also increase the budget for our hospital. Now that there is peace, everyone usually just has minor ailments which can be solved with existing medications. No one is willing to be a doctor anymore, and if we don't increase salaries, no one will be left, and we will lose talent. Also, our barrier team. The previous captain told us that there are too few people. If we don't upgrade technology, the workload is too high. Our weapon forging. Enough. Stop. Lu Zheng saw that this group was about to start reasoning with him, so he waved his hand, signaling everyone to be silent. Is the priority now the budget? The others could only grumble, inwardly wondering why it wasn't the case. You don't know how difficult it is to carry out frontline work without money. The focus is on the ceremony and future governance issues. Lu Zheng tapped the table with his finger. He was not the strongest in this room, but he was the best at internal governance. Thus, although it was clear that everyone would not get any money today, they could only temporarily cease their demands and plan for the long term. It's not about the budget, having money doesn't mean you can have researchers. With so many projects, I don't have enough people at all. There are only 24 hours in a day. I want to speed things up, but how can I speed it up? Listening to Lu Guang's complaints, Lu Zheng acknowledged the reasoning, so decisions had to be made. I heard the people of Awakens are quite strong in research capabilities, right? The only one in the room who was not deeply familiar with the ninja world, Kimura Yuji, raised his question. As a craftsman from the land of crafts, he had seen the ninja tools produced by Awakens and did not understand why they did not draw researchers from there. Niji kindly explained to him, to join the research team, one inevitably has to come into contact with confidential documents. However, now that we have just unified, everyone is not very at ease with people from other villages. I see now. But Lu Zheng thought for a moment. Actually, it's not impossible. The Awakens is now under our control. Without resources, even if we give them the technology, they can't do much. Moreover, our designs are all civilian equipment, which cannot rapidly enhance their strength. If they truly find a way to escape from Master Lin Yang's grasp, I believe the most significant issue would not be the leaking of technological secrets. With this in mind, Lu Zheng made a clear decision. Lu Guang, you go and gather the researchers from the various nations. Sasuke, I'll trouble you to keep an eye on this, but I don't think anything will go wrong. Sure. As the captain of the security team, Sasuke naturally had no objections. It was all part of his job. Then it's settled. The current focus of the research center is the laying of all television lines within the territory and the development of airplanes. Everything else can be set aside for now. Next, the second topic, the name. What shall we name the new capital? Lord Lin Yang has decreed that all names from the previous one nation, one village era must be entirely discarded to foster harmonious coexistence without lingering resentment. Oh dear. Lu Zheng, you know me well, I'm utterly inept at naming things. Lu Zheng glanced at the burly men before him, clearly no poets, and harbored no great expectations. Neither am I skilled at naming, but we cannot burden Lord Lin Yang with every decision. So I proposed one Yisho City. What do you think? Yi, is that Mokubi, the leaf? Yes. After all, we are the victorious nation. There's no need to erase our heritage entirely. We simply guard more tender sprouts now than before. I suppose it works. Others nodded in agreement. They still wish to retain the name Mokubi. And as for the opinions of defeated nations, conquered peoples hold no right to voice dissent. This name could be submitted for consideration, and others might yet propose retaining Mokubi. Excellent. Let us set this matter aside for now. Next, what shall be the new nation's official title? Shall we retain Land of Fire? Does Lord Lin Yang wish to change that too? She appears inclined, but also vexed by the naming task itself. Ah, I see. So if no superior name emerges, we shall keep Land of Fire. Precisely. Yet Land of Fire still evokes the purged aristocracy of old. Thus a change is most advisable. Since Lord Lin Yang's conglomerate is named Celestial Dome Group, why not Celestial Dome Empire? Indeed, the Celestial Dome spans the entire shinobi world. Fitting. Let us vote. Lu Zheng surveyed the room. Every hand rose in unison. No further debate was needed. Very well. This concludes our agenda. I shall report to Lord Lin Yang. Everyone may now resume their duties. Could the budget allowance be increased? Not possible. Not until after the coronation ceremony. Understood. 2 days passed before Lin Yang returned. Lu Zheng had nearly resorted to the flying thunder god Kanai. Next time, she must carry a mobile phone. Hokagesima, these are the outcomes of our deliberations. Please review. Yes, set those aside for now. With unification complete, our administrative structure requires fundamental reform. Summon everyone, including all Jonin. Understood. Once assembled, Lin Yang expounded her vision to the gathering. The shinobi world is now unified. Though minor overseas states remain, their subjugation is merely a matter of time. Thus, redrawing administrative boundaries stands as our foremost priority. The desert region of the former Land of Wind, adjacent to the Land of Fire, shall be assigned to Lulan City under Mayor Shaluo. This zone will become our primary energy hub. Meanwhile, the central expanse of the former Land of Frost shall host the Imperial Logistics Hub, into which we shall integrate the mineral-rich districts of the Land of Earth and the resource zones east of the Land of Lightning. The entire former Land of Water shall function as a single megacity, supplying fisheries and shipbuilding services empire-wide. For now, it remains under the stewardship of Terumi Mei, though surveillance is warranted. Sasuke, you shall oversee it. Understood. As for governance, long have I found our administrative model excessively flat. Managing the entire shinobi world alone is untenable, so I have restructured it. Haruno Sakura, Minister of Health and Medicine. Understood. Nara Roku, Director of the Academy of Scientific Research. Understood. Hyuga Niji, Minister of State Security. Uchiha Sasuke, Minister of Public Security. Nara Lu Zheng, Secretary General of the Administrative Council. Detailed responsibilities will follow in writing. Moreover, legal reforms are imperative. Note carefully the selection of personnel. It is untenable for the police force to monopolize both law enforcement and judicial judgment. Henceforth, these functions shall be strictly separated, though legislative authority remains unchanged for now. Understood. Also, establish a supervisory commission. Its director shall be Uzumaki Naruto. Lin Yang had long grappled with Naruto's placement. His unwavering sense of justice and formidable strength made him uniquely suited. Yet justice alone does not suffice in this world, and precisely this temperament renders him ideal for patrolling the empire. Where injustice arises, he may intervene immediately, arrest first, await formal investigation, and judgment thereafter. His power renders him virtually unmatched. Save for one caution, he must never fall into Obito's hands. I recall a Mokutan user named Yamato. Where is he stationed? Currently, in ANBU. Reassign him as Naruto's personal protector. As the Ninetales, Jinchuriki Naruto remains vulnerable, especially with remnants of Akatsuki still at large. Understood. Any further questions regarding these arrangements? With only titles assigned, and no concrete duties yet defined, objections proved impossible. All present could only shake their heads. Lu Zheng, we require a Minister of Finance and a Minister of National Infrastructure. Observe closely who proves most capable. Speak freely if you have recommendations. Unifying the shinobi world is unprecedented in millennia, and I possess no precedent to guide us. Your insights will ensure stability. Understood. N. Hokagesima, the conquered nations have been fully absorbed. What shall we do with the imprisoned nobles? Transport them to each village. Distribute their lands among the populace, and execute one noble per village. Display the severed head at the village gate. Off. At the village gate, yes. And proclaim across the land, anyone sheltering a noble shall suffer identical punishment. Understood. Has the post-unification land audit and resource survey concluded? Not yet. It will take time. The territory is vast, and we distrust the accuracy of reports from former state officials. Our personnel remain insufficient. Fair enough. This is not urgent. The Dragon Vein development alone will occupy us for years. Roku, contact Shaluo immediately. Investigate methods to convert and store Dragon Vein chakra. Understood. Meeting adjourned. Understood. A month later, with the implementation of Lin Yang's various reforms, the former ninjas of Mai received their appointment letters and moved to new positions as mayors, county heads, or village chiefs. In the now unified region, the communication cables have been fully laid. With the communication base stations established across various locations, Lin Yang finally felt a glimpse of the convenience brought by technology. Finally, I have managed to bring back a bit of the technological tree of the ninja world. Technological tree. Hinata was puzzled, feeling as if she could understand the term, yet was not entirely clear on its meaning. It's nothing much, just the direction of technological development, no need to pay too much attention to it. How is the preparation for the grand ceremony? Lu Zheng said it should be ready soon. The main infrastructure of Tianxiong City has been completed, and they are now constructing the palace and the central administrative district. The public has also begun to build residential areas in the designated locations. Not bad. In the end, Lin Yang decided to use Tianxiong as the name of the nation and Tianxiong City for the capital. For Lin Yang, who struggled with naming this, was already the limit. Now, everything could be said to be settled. Although there were still some minor issues lurking in the ninja world, they posed no problem for Lin Yang. As for the ordinary people in the ninja world, they only felt happiness. The sight of nobles' heads hanging at the village entrance was somewhat frightening, but the land of the nobles had been redistributed to them, making the severed heads less alarming. Although Lin Yang could now be said to be omnipotent in the ninja world, If she were to die a century later, and the ninja world reverted to its former state, what would be the point of her hard work? Her current ambition was to become a figure in history who could stand shoulder to shoulder with or surpass the Sage of Six Paths. Thus, since the unification, she began to gradually reduce the grain output of the Cheongdong group, slowly storing the produced grain as reserves while only allowing the ordinary people to cultivate grain for circulation in the market. Then she vigorously developed technology, hoping that within her reign of 100 years humanity could achieve a level of technological advancement capable of countering the Sage of Six Paths. In this way, even if Otsutsuki came, she would not be afraid. In the future, when everyone spoke of the beauty of the ninja world, they would think of the blessings of Emperor Lin Yang. The Sage of Six Paths. Not familiar, stay away. Of course, it would be best if the chakra attribute of the dragon vein could be converted into wood release chakra. While everything was steadily progressing on Lin Yang's side, not everyone was pleased. The most uncomfortable ones were Obito and Ketsu. According to the original plan, by this time, even if they did not have all the tailed beasts, there should only be 1 or 2 left. Now, not only was the capture of the tailed beasts far from completion, but the Akatsuki organization had also been scattered, and even Obito had decided to continue researching his bloodline limit. They had to find another way. They planned to use the common people to create some small disturbances in an attempt to provide an opportunity for the Jinchuriki to become isolated. However, they completely underestimated the security capabilities that ninjas could exhibit in the absence of war threats. In the past, ninjas primarily undertook missions such as escorting merchant caravans and eliminating bandits. However, a significant portion of their tasks involved gathering intelligence from other villages or assassinating important figures and stealing vital resources. They also had to maintain a portion of their forces for standby defensive purposes. But now that they were unified and no one had to guard against other countries, there was no pressure on border defenses, no need for infiltration intelligence, and no assassination commissions, leaving the ninjas with little to do. What to do when idle? They were dispatched to various places to become peacekeepers. This made it even more difficult for the two of them to stir up much trouble. It seems there is no way for now, but we should first think of a way to help Orochimaru. The Edo Tensei army is our trump card. Even Lin Yang facing an immortal army with unlimited chakra wouldn't have a good solution, right? Indeed. Although he superficially agreed, Ketsu had witnessed the madness of the tailed beast balls, and he was not very confident. Did they really have to wait another 1,000 years for another figure like Uchiha Madara to appear? As for Lin Yang, she had of course considered the issue of facing the Edo Tensei army. The biggest problem with the Edo Tensei army was the unlimited chakra. Since that was the case, my forces would not compete with you on chakra, but would resolve battles through physical attacks. Thus, she now found herself at the Weapons Research Institute. Your Majesty, as per your request, this is our new type of ninja tool for your review. This title was established by Lin Yang some time ago. After all, it was now a unified nation, and there was nothing wrong with it. Lin Yang lifted the cannon in her hands. Aiming at the distant target, she fired a shell. Boom. Accompanied by a white flash, a deafening sound erupted in the distance. The single-person rocket launcher operates on a principle similar to that of an explosion tag controlled by the user's chakra to determine the timing of detonation. Ordinary people could only carry 1 rocket launcher and 1 shell, but here with the help of summoning techniques, theoretically each person could use unlimited ammunition. Aside from the initial preparation being a bit troublesome, there were no significant drawbacks. How is the development of the rocket cannon going? In response to your Majesty, the development has indeed been successful, but the flying speed is a bit slow. We had a few Jonin test it, and they were generally able to evade it. Once evaded using defensive ninjutsu, they basically wouldn't take damage. That's fine, as slow speed can be improved over time, and the use of this device isn't meant to hit a specific target precisely. Not meant to hit precisely. Exactly what I want is for this thing to be cheap enough and have a large enough explosion radius that when it encounters enemies, it can cover the entire battlefield. Even if they can evade the first and second shots, can they evade 100 or 200? Your Majesty's insight is remarkable. After all, this is a ninja tool that doesn't require much chakra. Eventually, it will surely be the enemies who won't be able to withstand it first. Lin Yang patted Mu Village's Yuer on the shoulder. Next time you flatter someone, make it a bit more sophisticated. You can go learn from Lu Zheng about this. Yes. However, the task was completed well. Hinata, please tell Lu Zheng that at the Weapons Research Institute, there will be extra bonuses distributed at the end of the year with 24 salaries. Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Alright, get up. Before this year's grand ceremony, it would be best to have the rocket cannon ready. If possible, I would still like to showcase it. Yes. Returning to the Hokage office, Lu Zheng was already waiting inside. Your Majesty, there is a situation I need to report. Speak. Recently, various forces have reported the disappearance of ninjas with bloodline limits. Based on the intelligence you provided, I suspect it is the work of a rogue ninja named Obito. He really doesn't know when to give up. I was just about to ascend the throne, and he dares to cause trouble for me. Go and call Jiraiya here. Yes. Lin Yang had no intention of killing Obito. She was still very interested in the technology that could integrate bloodline limits. Obito's approach was different from Lin Yang's. Lin Yang relied on her control over chakra to utilize various bloodline limits. In contrast, Obito absorbed bloodline limits through ninjutsu to modify his body to a certain extent, which belongs to a part of chakra biotechnology. If his technology could be safely applied on a large scale in the ninja world, then the efficiency of ninjutsu battles would not be as high as it is now. In the future, ninjas could better utilize chakra for productive development rather than engaging in killing and fighting, as it is not easy for a single individual to suppress the entire ninja world. As for him wanting to leisurely conduct experiments in a laboratory, like Orochimaru and Boruto, that was absolutely impossible. Having killed so many people, he would be locked up in a death row prison. If he failed to produce results every day, he would face punishment. If he continued to fail, it would be considered serving his sentence. Jiraiya soon arrived. What do you need me for? I need you to find Obito's current location and bring people to rescue the ninjas he has captured. Lu Zheng handed over the organized intelligence. Jiraiya skimmed through it briefly. The situation is urgent. He'll head out directly with people. All right, who do you need? Since these are people who can be in the Akatsuki organization, they should be somewhat capable. He'll take Kakashi Guy Yamato and Naruto with me. Okay, but be careful with Naruto's safety. The Akatsuki organization doesn't have many tailed beasts left now. Don't worry. Go then.